rarely visited, leaving management to Mr. Lee, a classic absentee landlord. He thought business was simple. If his product was cheaper, it would naturally be more popular. He naively believed he would soon replace Peony Brand as the top soap merchant. Mr. Lee continued, and their special discount package is extremely popular. Many prefer buying from them now. Barack demanded, do you have a brain? Can't we launch a similar package? We did, master. Leading him to believe that what he liked would be liked by everyone else too. Lemuel hurriedly picked up the ledger and hastily tried to salvage the situation, saying, Sir, please calm down. These are just comments from those merchants. In our entire Mingzhu workshop, no one has ever found the soap too overwhelming. Barack naturally knew that Lemuel was deliberately flattering him, but he enjoyed hearing such words. After calming down a bit, Barack suppressed his anger and said, Mr. Lee, starting now, we will reduce the prices of all our Mingzhu soaps and perfumed soaps. I don't believe we can't outsell their mutant brand. Lemuel quickly asked, Sir, how much should we lower the price? Barack thought for a moment and replied, reduce the laundry soap to 1 guan per bar, and the perfumed soap to 3 guan per bar. Ah. Lemuel was shocked. Sir, this doesn't seem right. Currently, on the market, each bar of Mingzhu laundry soap costs 5 guan. Dropping it to 1 guan would be like selling at a 20% discount. Barack loudly said, what's not right? You know how low the cost of making soap is. Even if we sell them for 1 guan, we still make a profit. Lemuel anxiously argued, Sir, making a profit is true, but that's not how business works. If we're going to lower the prices, we must do it gradually. As an experienced businessman with over 10 years in the trade, Lemuel genuinely believed that such a drastic price cut would disrupt, couldn't stand seeing the mutant brand thriving, and certainly didn't want Emmanuel to rake in huge profits and grow bigger. As long as he could trouble Emmanuel and make him unhappy and frustrated, Barack would be delighted. Within a day, news of the massive price cut on Mingzhu soap spread to Xinzhou City. The whole community was thrown into turmoil. Meadow was naturally shocked and couldn't sit still. Her immediate thought was to inform Emmanuel and hear what he would decide. To Meadow, such a suicidal price cut wasn't part of normal price competition anymore. Bo Yisa, prepare the carriage immediately. We're heading to Erikshan village, Meadow instructed. Yes, miss, Bo Yisa replied before hurrying away. Just as Bo Yisa left, Dom rushed in, anxiously saying, Miss, many customers have come to return their goods. It's chaotic. What should we do? Meadow frowned and quickly left her room to go downstairs. By then, the ground floor was crowded with many people, causing traffic jams. Looking around, she saw many holding promotional bundles, demanding refunds. Suddenly, someone spotted Meadow on the stairs and immediately shouted, pointing at her. Look, Miss Noah is here. Let's talk to her. Next, everyone surged towards Meadow, instantly surrounding the staircase, leaving no space to pass. Everyone, please calm down. Dom quickly ran down to maintain order, shielding Meadow from the crowd. Standing on the stairs, Meadow loudly said, Everyone, please be quiet. We can discuss things properly. Her words calmed the scene. Only a few murmured. Then, a man in the crowd angrily shouted, Miss Noah, you're not being fair. The products are the same, yet your prices are so much higher than Mingzhu. Do you take us for fools? His words resonated with others, causing more criticism towards Meadow, escalating the commotion. Meadow worked hard to restore silence and said, If you have any demands, please state them calmly. The man immediately yelled, Our demand is simple. Refund us. Everyone agrees, right? Right. Refunds. We want refunds. Exactly. We must get refunds. Others joined in the calls. Meadow gestured with both hands, waiting for them to settle, then loudly said, Everyone, rest assured, we agree to the refunds. No excuses? This statement surprised everyone. They looked relieved, seemingly not expecting Meadow to be so accommodating. She added, Please line up at the counter, remain orderly. We'll process your refunds sequentially. Immediately, everyone rushed to queue at the counter, as if fearing latecomers wouldn't get refunded. Meadow turned to Dom and seriously said, Xia, I have urgent matters to attend to outside. Please manage the store. Dom nodded. Miss, rest assured. Meadow continued, Also, halt sales until my return. Handle all returns first. Yes, miss, Dom responded. Meadow trusted her, nodding firmly, and then pushed through the crowd to exit the store. Translation note. Names like Barack, Emmanuel, Meadow, and Dom were romanized using pinyin. Kept paragraph structure and line breaks consistent with the original text. Maintained the original tone and style while ensuring natural and fluent English. Chapter 152. The ammunition for capturing the market. Upon arriving at Ancient Mountain Village, Miriam hurriedly found Emmanuel. The moment she saw him, Meadow anxiously said, Young Jason, something major has happened. Emmanuel was slightly taken aback and asked, What's wrong, Miss Noah? Meadow responded in a hurry. Mingzhu brand suddenly slashed their prices. Now their soap is sold for 1 guan per piece, and perfume soap for 2 guan each. Many customers are coming to our store demanding refunds. Emmanuel's reaction was calm. He simply nodded and then asked, Miss Noah, did you agree to refund them? Could I refuse? If I didn't, they might have torn my shop apart. Meadow replied in distress. Emmanuel immediately felt relieved and smiled. Then there's nothing to worry about. I was a bit worried that you hadn't refunded the customers. Meadow couldn't understand Emmanuel's reaction and frowned. Young Jason, why aren't you concerned at all? What Mingzhu brand is doing is too excessive. With this chaos, our profits will decrease by more than 80%. Calm down, Miss Noah. Take it easy. Emmanuel quickly comforted Meadow and then suggested, Recently, we've just completed the expansion of our soap workshop. Why don't I show you around? Would you like that? Meadow had no interest in that, saying urgently, Young Jason, I came here to ask what countermeasures you have. I'm not in the mood for a tour right now. Emmanuel smiled. Miss Noah, how could you forget so soon? Didn't I say last time that no matter what price they set for their soap, we should be 100 when lower? 100 when lower? Meadow exclaimed, That would mean 901 for a piece of soap and 1901 for perfume soap. How can we make any profit with such low prices? Emmanuel laughed. Whether we can still make money at such a low price, you'll know after you visit our workshop. Want to go inside and see? Meadow suddenly paused and asked, Young Jason, what did you just say? Visit inside your workshop? Davioning her stay earlier, Meadow had proposed visiting the workshop several times, but was always gently turned down by Emmanuel. She never imagined that Emmanuel would now offer to take her on a tour. Yes, I remember Miss Noah wanted to see it for quite some time, Emmanuel said. Meadow asked, why didn't you agree before, but you're willing now? Back then was back then, now is now. It's different, Emmanuel explained. As he spoke, Emmanuel gestured to the side, indicating, please, Miss Noah. Meadow didn't say anything further and proceeded toward the soap workshop with Emmanuel accompanying her. Arriving at the entrance of the soap workshop, Meadow stopped, turning to Jayager and said, wait here. Yes, young miss. Jayager nodded and remained where she was. Meadow then followed Emmanuel into the soap workshop. Emmanuel led Meadow through the wood ash processing room and the alkali production area, continuously explaining the soap-making process and materials used. In less than half an hour, Emmanuel had shown Meadow around the entire soap workshop. At this point, Emmanuel looked at Meadow, whose face showed surprise, and asked, Miss Noah, what do you think after this tour? Meadow slowly shook her head and said, young Jason, I never expected the cost of soap to be so low. No wonder Mingzhu brand dared to cut their prices so drastically. Even selling for 1 guan per piece, there's still profit. Suddenly, Meadow turned to Emmanuel, her face displeased. Why didn't you tell me earlier? You made me worry for nothing. With that, Meadow turned away, facing Emmanuel's back, somewhat angry. I know you were guarding against me, fearing I'd learn the method and open my own workshop. Not at all, Miss Noah. Emmanuel hurriedly stepped in front of Meadow and explained, actually, my refusal wasn't because I feared you'd learn soap making. I was worried that knowing the low cost of soap would change your mindset towards business. Do you understand? After finishing, Emmanuel carefully observed Meadow's expression. Meadow frowned slightly, glancing at Emmanuel. You were afraid I'd think you're too greedy, charging so much for such inexpensive products? Emmanuel chuckled awkwardly and quickly changed the subject. Miss Noah, as you've seen, our workshop expansion has increased manpower, resulting in 5 times the previous production. As everyone becomes more proficient, efficiency will increase even more. Pausing briefly, Emmanuel continued, therefore, Miss Noah, we don't need to fear Mingzhu brand's price cuts. No matter how much they reduce, we can follow suit. That saying goes, yes. When the enemy attacks, resist them accordingly. Now, Meadow wasn't too worried, because with lower prices, more ordinary people could afford the soap, expanding the market. Young Jason, I'll return immediately and lower the price to 901 per soap, and 1901 for perfume soap, Meadow said as she walked out. Emmanuel immediately stopped her. Miss Noah, personally, I think for the average family, 901 for a soap is still a bit high. Hold on. What do you mean? Unbeknownst to Meadow, the workshop had been operating day and night recently, accumulating this huge inventory. Emmanuel walked up to the massive stack of goods and turned around, asking, Miss Noah, do you remember the last time I mentioned we needed to capture the mid to lower market as soon as possible? Meadow nodded. At this moment, Emmanuel spread his arms wide and raised his voice confidently. All these right here are our ammunition for capturing the market. Chapter 153, Emmanuel's Plan. Ammunition? Meadow didn't understand this term. Emmanuel explained, it means reliance or leverage. With this inventory, we can quickly occupy the mid to low end market. Meadow pondered for a moment and quickly grasped Emmanuel's point. She asked, Jason, are you planning to sell these goods at low prices so everyone can use our peony brand soap? Emmanuel gave her a thumbs up and nodded. Miss Noah is indeed clever. Meadow immediately shook her head. Jason, please don't tease me. Tell me what we should do next. Emmanuel then asked, how are the branch stores in Haiyang and Kaisien coming along? Have we found regional distributors for Fuchun County yet? Meadow informed Emmanuel that she had decided against opening more branches and instead would only recruit regional distributors in other counties to save effort. The last time Emmanuel went to town without seeing Meadow, she had been in Haiyang and Kaisien, personally negotiating with potential regional distributors. Currently, agreements were almost finalized in those 2 places, awaiting contract signing before commencing operations. As for Fuchun County's regional distributor, although Meadow had someone in mind, she hadn't managed to negotiate yet. Emmanuel nodded thoughtfully. We need to finalize the deal with Fuchun County's regional distributor as soon as possible. My plan to capture the market depends on it. Meadow immediately asked, can you elaborate on your plan, Jason? Of course, Emmanuel nodded. But before I explain, let me introduce you to a concept, the primary effect. Primary effect? Meadow looked puzzled. The primary effect, Emmanuel explained seriously, means that when a person first encounters something or someone, they leave an extremely deep impression, which we call the first impression. Typically, the first impression is the strongest and lasts the longest. It will have a stronger impact than any subsequent encounters with similar things or people. He added, for instance, the impression of one's first love is often the most profound and unforgettable. When Meadow heard this, her heart skipped a beat. She glanced at Emmanuel, then quickly looked away, her face slightly flushed. Noticing Meadow's reaction, Emmanuel realized he had said too much. To divert the topic, he quickly continued, I plan to open the agency stores in Haiyang, Kaisien, and Fuchun counties on the same day and simultaneously release soap priced at 300 cash each into the market. Emmanuel also mentioned that in Xian Prefecture County, the price of soap would be lowered to 300 cash, matching their prices. His aim was to swiftly occupy the mid to low end market before Pearl Brand reacted. Even if Pearl Brand reacted promptly and matched the price, they wouldn't have sufficient inventory to compete. Without enough inventory, they couldn't capture the market. By the time Pearl Brand ramped up production and flooded the market, it would be too late because the market would already be dominated by Emmanuel's peony brand. After listening to Emmanuel's plan, Meadow felt enlightened and delighted. With excitement, she exclaimed, Your plan is brilliant, Jason. At 300 cash per soap, it's the limit. If Pearl Brand wants to engage us in a price war, they'd have to reduce prices further, but that would mean continuous losses. I believe they won't be foolish enough to do that. Emmanuel agreed and confidently said, if our prices are aligned, Pearl Brand will never be my match. Meadow nodded vigorously, fully convinced. If anyone else made such a claim, Meadow might have doubted it, but from Emmanuel, she held no reservations. I'll go back and prepare now. Tomorrow morning, I'll set off for Fuchin County to finalize the distributor agreement, Meadow stated firmly. Emmanuel bowed. Wishing you success, Miss Noah. Meadow smiled and headed toward the workshop's exit. While escorting her out, Emmanuel pondered aloud. By the way, after some consideration, it might be better to set our soap prices slightly higher than Pearl Brand before we launch the plan. Emmanuel elaborated. Regular soap at 100 cash, luxury soap at 210 cash. We'll postpone the special package for now, and see if there's an opportunity later. Meadow was confused. Why not keep the prices the same, Jason? Why higher by 100 cash? Emmanuel grinned. I want Pearl Brand to think we're backing down and avoiding a price war. Can you see what I'm getting at? Meadow immediately understood. You want to mislead them and ensure they don't suspect anything, ensuring our plan's success. Exactly. That's what I meant. Emmanuel laughed joyfully. Moments later, Emmanuel saw Meadow to her carriage. Just as she was about to board, Emmanuel remembered something and asked, Can I ask for a small favor? It's personal. Please go ahead, Meadow replied graciously. Emmanuel said, I've heard Fuchin County is quite large. Could you check if there's saltpeter for sale there? Saltpeter? What is that? Meadow didn't know what saltpeter was or what it looked like. Emmanuel tried to explain, but despite his efforts, Meadow still looked baffled. Feeling helpless, Emmanuel waved it off with a smile. Never mind, Miss Noah. It's late. You should get going. I'll find a way myself. Meadow felt apologetic and reassured him, though I don't know much, I'll definitely help inquire about saltpeter in Fuchin County. Thank you, Miss Noah. Emmanuel bowed. Subsequently, accompanied by Boisa, Meadow boarded the carriage, and they soon departed from the ancient village. Chapter 154. Refugee Crisis. Over the next 3 days, Emmanuel kept the soap workshop operating at a high production rate. This led to an increasing stockpile in the warehouse, which gradually became insufficient. To solve this issue, Emmanuel had several additional storage rooms built. As summer approached, the weather became increasingly hot. One afternoon, Emmanuel lounged on a recliner under a large tree in the courtyard, enjoying the cool breeze. Just then, Paula emerged from the house. She held a palm leaf fan in one hand and a small stool in the other, quickly making her way to Emmanuel. Hubby, are you feeling hot? Let me fan you, she offered, then sat down beside him on the stool and began fanning him attentively. Immediately, Emmanuel felt a cool breeze wash over him, refreshing his entire being. So comfortable, dear, Emmanuel said with a smile. Paula nodded and smiled back, continuing to fan him. While basking in the cool air, Emmanuel chatted leisurely with Paula, telling her some jokes interspersed with a couple of risque anecdotes that made her laugh heartily and blush shyly. Just as the couple was enjoying their quiet time together, Tad came running from afar. Master, it's not good. Many refugees have gathered at the village entrance, and they look like they're planning to attack us. Tad called out from a distance. Emmanuel was taken aback and immediately stood up. What? Paula was equally surprised and quickly got to her feet, looking somewhat anxious. Tad, you should go take a look, Emmanuel urged. Emmanuel immediately instructed Paula, Dear, stay home and call Hueli. Don't run around. And tell Daryl and the others to stop their work and come to the village entrance. I understand, husband, Paula replied understandingly. Then, Emmanuel shouted towards Nathan's house. Amingiu, Amingiu? Nathan soon rushed out and asked, Master, what's the matter? Refugees are attacking our village. Quickly get the jar bombs and meet me at the village entrance. Hurry. Emmanuel shouted loudly before rushing off with Tad. Seeing the urgency, Nathan hurriedly headed to the cellar behind the house, while Paula rushed to the soap workshop. On the way to the village entrance, Emmanuel noticed the village atmosphere growing tense. Elders were ushering children indoors, and some held farm tools like sickles and hoes, heading toward the village entrance in groups. Where are your older brothers? Emmanuel asked Tad. Tad replied, Master, they're already at the village entrance with the delivery team. When did the refugees arrive? Emmanuel asked again. Tad said, about 15 minutes ago. Why didn't you inform me earlier? Emmanuel frowned. Tad explained, Brother thought we could scare them away with the bamboo spear formation without disturbing you. Emmanuel sighed, this fate. A moment later, Emmanuel and Tad reached the village entrance, where many people had already gathered. The atmosphere was tense. Approaching closer, Emmanuel saw the delivery team arranged in a long line, forming 2 rows, their spears pointed outward, ready for action. Notably, these spears were soaked in tung oil, making them more resilient and sharper than before. Behind and to the side stood many villagers, mostly men, but also a few strong women holding various farming tools, all glaring forward angrily. 2 watchtowers at the village entrance were manned by archers who had their bows aimed at the crowd. Jason, you're here, the Ilias exclaimed, turning anxiously toward Emmanuel. Emmanuel asked urgently, Chief, what's happening? The chief replied, Jason, they demand food from our village. We've agreed to give some, but they think it's too little and threaten to plunder if not satisfied. As they spoke, Emmanuel and the chief reached the back of the bamboo spear formation. Looking ahead, Emmanuel was startled. Damn, there are so many. Beyond 10 yards, refugees, men, women, children, stretched far and wide, a sea of faces pressing forward. Emmanuel estimated there were no fewer than 200, and more were still arriving. Seeing Emmanuel, Fade approached. Master, don't worry, we'll defend the village to the death. He shouted, defend the village to the death. And the team and villagers echoed, defend the village to the death. Emmanuel was pleased by their morale and asked Fate, who's leading them? Fade pointed to a tall man among the crowd. That guy. He complains about the food and threatens to rob us. Emmanuel noticed 20 bags of grain piled nearby. At that moment, a voice rang out from the refugee crowd. Your time to decide is up. Do you give or not? If not, we'll take it ourselves. It was the tall man speaking. He then incited the refugees to shout, matching Emmanuel's group in intensity. Kongaminjiu arrived with a basket of jar bombs. Master, the jar bombs are here. With this lethal weapon, Emmanuel felt reassured. He exchanged positions with Fade and shouted across, listen up, that's all the food you can have. If you want it, take it and leave, otherwise, don't blame us for being unfriendly. These weren't idle threats. Emmanuel had prepared the jar bombs for just such a moment. The tall man frowned inwardly, thinking, hell, we outnumber them so much, yet he dares speak so boldly. Does he not know what death is? Still, the tall man hoped to win without fighting. Suppressing his anger, he shouted, so many people, and you only offer this much food? Everyone says you Arikishan village are rich as grease, yet you're so stingy. His followers cried out, brother, don't waste time, let's rush in and loot. Yeah, loot. Loot now, brother, stop talking. Encouraged, many refugees grew restless. Seeing the situation worsen, Emmanuel told Aminjiu, quickly bring a torch. It's time they taste our jar bombs. Hashtag chapter 155, the power of the jar bombs. Alright, sir, Nathan responded immediately and ran off. Fade, who did not recognize the jar bombs, asked, sir, what's in this basket? Jar bombs, Emmanuel replied. What are jar bombs? Fade persisted. Emmanuel explained, they are bombs made using jars, and they have a tremendous explosive power. You'll see in a moment. Fade didn't ask any more but became increasingly curious about these jar bombs. Soon, Nathan returned with a lit torch and handed it to Emmanuel. Emmanuel held the torch in his left hand and gripped the jar bomb in his right, shouting loudly, listen up, this is your last chance. If you don't want to die, take the grain and leave immediately. He then added sternly, otherwise, you will all perish here. The tall man noticed the small jar in Emmanuel's hand, but had no idea how devastating it could be. Feeling that Emmanuel and his people were impossible to reason with, he lost all patience. Whoever doesn't want to starve, follow me. Let's storm them. His call roused the refugees, and they erupted into frenzied shouts. The tall man led the charge, and the other refugees surged forward like a tidal wave, creating a terrifying scene. For a moment, both the delivery team and the villagers were stunned. Even the archers on the watchtowers momentarily forgot to shoot. Fortunately, Fate, a veteran of battle, remained calm. Maintain formation, stay composed. His voice was thunderous, steadying everyone's nerves. Meanwhile, Emmanuel threw the ignited jar bomb. The sparking jar bomb flew high in an arc, over the front row of refugees, and toward the center of the crowd. However, it didn't land on the ground. Instead, it was caught by an unfortunate person. Before the unlucky one could comprehend what he was holding, the jar bomb exploded with a deafening boom. The explosion instantly turned him into pieces and caused significant damage around him. Those nearest to the blast site met their end immediately. Even those further away fell down, clutching their faces or eyes, screaming in agony. The leading refugees, startled by the explosion, stopped and turned to look at the blast area. Horrified expressions spread among them as the scene was too gruesome to bear. Even the tall man, now filled with dread, asked his companions, what was that? All around him, people shook their heads in panic. No one knew. None of them had ever seen a jar bomb before. Such a terrifying weapon far exceeded their understanding. The jar bomb's explosion not only terrified the refugees, but also shocked the villagers of Erikshan village. Everyone's gaze toward Emmanuel changed, filled with awe and fear. Emmanuel lit another jar bomb and watched the fuse burn shorter. He hesitated to throw it immediately for fear it would shatter upon impact, reducing its explosive power. Ideally, it should explode midair for maximum damage. When only a short section of the fuse remained, Emmanuel tossed the jar bomb. It soared above the refugees and detonated just before hitting the ground. A deafening explosion followed, felling a large group of refugees. Blood and body parts were everywhere, accompanied by agonized screams and cries of pain. If the first jar bombs, others bowing incessantly, many trembling in fear, and a few even so paralyzed with terror that they wet their pants. Frowning, Emmanuel looked at Fade and asked, why did you throw it so high? Trying to hit birds? Fade replied sheepishly, sir, I got a bit nervous when you spoke, so I rushed it. Emmanuel understood and said, all right, next time, don't throw it so high. Got it? Yes, sir, Fade nodded hurriedly. Seeing this, Nathan tugged at Emmanuel's sleeve, asking, sir, can I try one too? Nathan thought, having participated in making the jar bombs and contributed significantly, Sir Su would surely agree. But Emmanuel pointed ahead and said, try what? Everyone has already fled. Trying again would be a waste. Nathan turned and saw that only a few injured or stunned refugees remained, along with scattered, mangled corpses. Instantly, she regretted not speaking up sooner. Otherwise, Fade wouldn't have gotten to go first. Chapter 156, Wife, I need to punish you. Emmanuel only used 3 jar bombs to resolve this refugee crisis, and there were no casualties among the villagers. Fade asked at this moment, sir, what should we do with the injured refugees? Emmanuel pondered for a while, then sighed lightly before saying, I guess these people have no other choice. We'll save those who can be saved, give them some food, and let them leave. But you must also tell them that if they dare to have such malicious intentions again, or try to steal from our village, we will not show any mercy. Fade nodded in agreement, replying, understood, sir. Then, Fade led the people to clean up the battlefield. As soon as Fade and the others left, the Ilias and some villagers gathered around. Everyone bowed in gratitude to Emmanuel for protecting the village. Emmanuel waved his hands humbly, saying, no need for that. Erikshan village is my home too. Isn't it a duty to protect one's own home? After he spoke, Emmanuel smiled, and the Ilias and others laughed along. While they were talking, Xander and Rolf led a group of male villagers over, all holding bamboo spears with serious expressions. They had heard about the refugee attack just now and immediately called the men from the workshop, grabbing bamboo spears and rushing over. Unfortunately, they arrived a bit late. The battle was already over, and the crisis resolved. Xander felt a bit regretful but mainly relieved since they didn't have to fight the refugees. Then, Xander and Rolf saw the bloody scene outside. Xander was still okay, merely frowning in discomfort. However, Rolf reacted strongly, getting nauseous and turning away to vomit. This was different from the previous encounter with bandits. Although there was blood on the ground then, the bodies were mostly intact. Now, with severed arms and legs aside, there were people whose chests and heads had exploded, leaving intestines and brains scattered everywhere. It was more than anyone could bear. Honestly, even Emmanuel felt a bit queasy, but maintained his composure for the sake of his image. Just as Emmanuel and Nathan were about to return home, Fateh suddenly ran over. "Sir, I'd like to discuss something with you," Fateh said. "What is it?" Emmanuel asked. Fateh pointed at the jar bombs in Nathan's basket and smiled. "Sir, can you give me a few of these jar bombs?" "Don't worry. I won't take many, just a few. I'm mainly concerned about those guys coming back, so I can use these jar bombs to deal with them next time." Emmanuel replied, "Captain Neo later. Let me improve them a bit before giving them to you." "Improve? What else needs improvement? They are already incredibly powerful." Fateh was puzzled. Emmanuel explained, "Captain Neo, these jars are made of pottery, which easily shatters upon impact. Once shattered, the power of the jar bomb diminishes significantly. So, I need to figure out how to make the jars less likely to break when thrown." Fateh immediately nodded in understanding and then ran off. Emmanuel and Nathan headed home. On the way, Nathan suddenly suggested, "Sir, we could use wooden boxes instead?" Emmanuel shook his head. "Not good. The power would drop considerably." "Why, sir?" Nathan didn't understand why using black powder in wooden boxes would result in less power. Emmanuel answered, "Because the killing power of jar bombs not only comes from the explosive shockwave, but also from the shards of pottery flying out when the jar breaks. Many injured refugees earlier were hit or grazed by pottery shards. But with wooden box bombs, the splinter damage would be much less significant." Understanding this, Nathan nodded and continued thinking. Just as they approached the courtyard, Paula and Kay came running out. "Hubby! Amenjiu!" They shouted in unison. Upon shouting, both looked at each other. Paula then chuckled, and Kay blushed deeply while also laughing. Emmanuel also laughed, teasing, "Hey, my little Hui still knows how to blush." With that, Kay's face turned even redder, her neck began to burn, and she couldn't even speak. Emmanuel said, "Amenjiu, put the jar bombs away." Nathan agreed and walked toward the cellar behind the house. Kay hurriedly followed, and they started chatting once they were further away. Paula came to Emmanuel's side, urgently asking about the situation. Emmanuel vividly recounted how the jar bombs displayed their power. When Paula heard that many refugees were killed or injured, she instantly felt remorse, finding it too cruel. Emmanuel gently held her hand. "Aislinn, why are you being so overly sympathetic again?" He patiently explained, "Kindness is right, but it must be appropriate. Being kind to friends and family is fine, but kindness to enemies is cruelty to oneself. If I hadn't used the jar bombs just now, it would have been impossible to stop so many refugees. Then, many in our village would suffer, especially the elderly, women, and children." After carefully considering it, Paula lowered her head obediently, admitting, "Hubby, I was wrong. I didn't think about it thoroughly. Please don't be angry." Seeing her gentleness, Emmanuel smiled mischievously and said, "Wife, I need to punish you." "Punish me? What for?" Paula was puzzled. Emmanuel pulled her closer and whispered in her ear, "Wife, shall we review that new pose tonight?" Hearing this, Paula's ears turned bright red. She shook her head repeatedly, whispering, "No, no, that pose is too embarrassing, and it's very tiring. Last time it made my waist ache for a whole day." Emmanuel responded seriously, "No worries. Practice makes perfect. Last time we weren't skilled enough. This time, I've thought of some techniques. If you follow my lead, we'll coordinate well, and it won't be as exhausting." But Paula refused adamantly and shyly ran into the house to hide. Emmanuel stood there, shaking his head helplessly, murmuring, "Even this little entertainment you won't cooperate with. I have it so hard." He prepared to go inside. At that moment, 3 children ran past, picking up stones to playfully throw at each other. One child was hit and started crying in pain. The other 2 immediately stopped, rushed forward to apologize and comfort him. Soon, the 3 children reconciled and ran off, laughing. Emmanuel smiled widely because he was inspired by the children's actions. He had figured out how to improve the jar bombs. ####Chapter 157. The Woman in Black. Emmanuel had come up with an idea to use stones as containers. He planned to hollow out the stones to make bomb casings, fill them with black powder, insert a fuse, and seal them. Stones were abundant and easy to obtain, essentially costing nothing. Additionally, the shrapnel from exploded stones would be more lethal than ceramic fragments. Most importantly, stone bombs wouldn't easily break upon landing and could still cause damage even before exploding. Thinking about this, Emmanuel became energized and immediately rushed into the house to find Paula. When she saw Emmanuel burst into the bedroom, Paula misunderstood his intentions, thinking he wanted to do something inappropriate. "Lord, don't be so hasty. It's not even nightfall yet." Paula couldn't lift her head, recalling those embarrassing poses. Seeing her misunderstanding, Emmanuel laughed aloud, which left Paula puzzled. "Aislinn, I'm not thinking of that. I just thought of a way to improve the jar bombs. I have a question for you," Emmanuel explained with a smile. Realizing her misinterpretation, Paula blushed deeply and covered her face with her hands, stomping her feet cutely in embarrassment. Emmanuel pulled down her hands gently and asked seriously, "Aislinn, let's talk business. Do we have any stonemasons in our village?" "Why are you looking for a stonemason?" Paula inquired. Emmanuel then explained his idea of hollowing out stones to create bomb casings. Paula replied, Lord, I heard there aren't any specialized stonemasons in Arikishan village. We need to go to Yangja village. Yangja village was where Emmanuel had gone before to sign the land contract with the headman, Aden. Emmanuel nodded and said, all right, I'll ask the Ilias. After discussing it with the Ilias, Emmanuel set off early the next morning with Nathan in a donkey cart toward Yangja village. By now, the village entrance had been cleaned up, but they could still detect a faint smell of blood. Along the way, they encountered refugees. Most looked exhausted and malnourished, signs of prolonged hunger. Arriving safely at Yangja village, Emmanuel followed the Ilias' directions to the eastern part of the village, seeking a stonemason surnamed Ethan. The chief mentioned Ethan as the best stonemason in Yangja village, known for fair prices and quality work. They found Ethan's house without much trouble. Unfortunately, Ethan had already left early for stone mining in the mountains and wouldn't return until noon. Emmanuel thanked the family politely and decided to explore the village while waiting. They left the donkey cart at a nearby tavern, paid for some hay, and asked a server about other stonemasons. The server informed them that besides Ethan, there were 2 other stonemasons, one surnamed Hamlin, who was too old to work, and another surnamed Zechariah, living in the northern part of the village, whose craftsmanship was good though not on par with Ethan. Thanking the server, Emmanuel headed to Zechariah's house with Nathan. Upon explaining his request, Zechariah regretfully refused, saying he was too busy. Even if Emmanuel waited, it would take at least 2 months. Unable to wait, Emmanuel had to wait for Ethan's return and seek elsewhere if needed. Back at the tavern, Emmanuel chatted briefly with the server before sitting outside under the eaves, ordering a pot of tea and some snacks. They settled in to wait, knowing that Ethan always passed by here after returning from the mountains. Time slowly passed. Nearing midday, they finished the tea and snacks, yet Ethan still hadn't returned. Emmanuel glanced over to see Nathan already fast asleep at the table. He didn't disturb her and turned his gaze towards the end of the village road, hoping Ethan would return soon. Suddenly, a woman in black attire appeared at the end of the road. She carried a dark blue cloth bundle and a sword, her gait graceful and captivating, drawing Emmanuel's attention despite their distance. Although her features were unclear, he instinctively felt she must be beautiful. Emmanuel mused, after all this time here, this is the first time I've seen a woman dressed like a martial artist. Soon, the woman approached. Emmanuel could now see her delicate facial features, a charming visage with refined features and slightly raised eyebrows, exuding youth and arrogance. Noticing Emmanuel's gaze, the woman turned towards him. Emmanuel, aware of his scrutiny, quickly averted his eyes as she scanned the tavern and entered, sitting at an empty table. Waiter, do you have stir-fried dishes? Emmanuel heard her voice. The server promptly replied, yes, madam. We have garlic chives and eggs, chicken with bamboo shoots, mushrooms and black fungus with chicken. Interrupting, the woman ordered, mushrooms and black fungus with chicken, rice, and a pot of tea. Hurry. Sure thing, madam. One moment. The server acknowledged and walked away. Hearing her order the same dish he liked, Emmanuel turned to peek through the window at her. Inadvertently, their gazes met. It felt like getting caught staring at a beautiful woman, causing Emmanuel immense embarrassment. The woman frowned and quickly placed her hand on the sword, as if daring him to look again. Emmanuel hurriedly turned away, unable to risk further contact. He shook his head, thinking, great, she must think I'm some kind of pervert. Chapter 158. Do you think I haven't eaten stir-fried dishes before? The black-clothed woman slowly released her hand from the sword when she saw Emmanuel turn away. After a while, the waiter brought a steaming plate of stir-fried chicken with mushrooms and black fungus to the black-clothed woman. Rice and tea were also placed on the table at the same time. The black-clothed woman immediately picked up her chopsticks, but just as they were about to touch the chicken, she paused. She noticed that the dish in front of her was different from the stir-fried chicken with mushrooms and black fungus she had eaten before. Nevertheless, after a brief moment, she picked up a piece of chicken and put it in her mouth. Her eyebrows furrowed instantly upon tasting it. She then tried a piece of mushroom and a slice of black fungus, finally unable to hold back any longer. Waiter! The black-clothed woman raised her voice, drawing the attention of both the innkeeper and the waiter, as well as the only 2 other patrons in the restaurant. Even Emmanuel outside heard her and turned around to look. Nathan woke up too, rubbing her eyes and asking, what's going on, master? Emmanuel replied, nothing serious, go back to sleep. Nathan lay down again after hearing this. At this moment, the waiter approached the black-clothed woman cautiously and asked, Madam, what do you need? The black-clothed woman put down her chopsticks and pointed at the dish, saying, is this supposed to be stir-fried chicken with mushrooms and black fungus? The waiter quickly responded, Madam, this is indeed stir-fried chicken with mushrooms and black fungus. We use top-grade ingredients, mushrooms, black fungus, and home-raised old hens. All genuine, no deceit. The black-clothed woman frowned deeper. I'm not talking about the ingredients. Why does this dish taste so wrong? It's clearly boiled, yet you dare call it stir-fried? Curiosity piqued. Emmanuel couldn't resist entering the restaurant and glancing at the black-clothed woman's table from a distance. The innkeeper came out as well, bowing politely and explaining, Madam, our stir-fried chicken with mushrooms and black fungus has always been prepared this way. You might not be used to it. The black-clothed woman sneered, oh, do you think I haven't eaten stir-fried dishes before? She continued, yesterday, I ate this dish at the Zhenxiulu in Xinzhou City, and it definitely did not taste like this. Innkeeper, she said sarcastically, Zhenxiulu is Zhenxiulu, and we are us. How can they be the same? This is how we make it, the innkeeper replied. The black-clothed woman thought for a moment and nodded, fine, since you claim this is stir-fried, have your cook prepare it again. I will watch. If it turns out like this, I'll pay you 100 times the price. Immediately, she added, if it's different, I'll smash your signboard. With that, she picked up the dish and headed toward the kitchen. The innkeeper and the waiter rushed to stop her, but she was already furious and unstoppable. Ouch! Ah! 2 cries of pain followed by the innkeeper and the waiter falling to the ground. Emmanuel watched from the doorway, but couldn't see how fast the black-clothed woman moved. After knocking them down, she walked straight into the kitchen with the dish. Seeing an interesting situation unfolding, Emmanuel hurriedly followed, helping the innkeeper and waiter up on his way. They all headed into the kitchen together. The two other patrons stopped eating and rushed to the kitchen as well. Nathan, hearing the commotion inside, looked up and noticing Emmanuel missing, hurriedly followed. In the kitchen, the black-clothed woman found the cook holding the dish. "Prepare another one," she ordered, placing the dish on the table. The cook, limping, approached the dish and asked, "Miss, what's wrong with this dish? Why should we make it again?" The black-clothed woman scanned the kitchen, particularly scrutinizing the stove. "Where is your iron wok?" she demanded. "Huh?" The cook didn't understand. "Your iron wok?" she repeated. Without thinking, the cook blurted out, "We don't have any iron wok in this small shop." Just then, the innkeeper and waiter entered the kitchen, overhearing the cook. Emmanuel arrived shortly afterward. The black-clothed woman turned to the innkeeper. "Without an iron wok, how did you make stir-fried dishes?" The innkeeper and waiter were speechless and stood awkwardly. The cook realized he had spoken out of turn and lowered his head. Emmanuel instantly understood the situation. Everyone knew stir-fried dishes were popular now. The innkeeper likely wanted to ride the trend without having an iron wok. Even if they had one, they wouldn't know how to properly stir-fry, so they lied to the customers. The innkeeper assumed people who came to their small countryside and probably couldn't afford places like Zhenxiulu, and thus hadn't tasted authentic stir-fried dishes. Moreover, no one would bother checking the kitchen or argue over the authenticity since the dishes were cheap and decently flavored. But today, they encountered such a detail-oriented customer. Without further ado, the black-clothed woman marched toward the entrance. The strong aura intimidated the innkeeper, waiter, and cook, none daring to stop her. Suddenly, the innkeeper reacted, shouting, "No, she's going to break our signboard." They hurriedly chased after her. Nathan, arriving late and unaware of the situation, asked Emmanuel, "Master, what's happening?" Emmanuel explained the whole story while walking out. By the time Emmanuel and Nathan reached the entrance, the black-clothed woman was standing under the signboard. The innkeeper, cook, and waiter bowed deeply, pleading her not to break the signboard. Ignoring their pleas, she sternly said, "Stop wasting time. Today, I must break this fraudulent signboard to prevent others from being deceived." She crouched slightly, ready to jump and take down the signboard. The cook panicked and ran to stop her but was pushed away and fell to the ground because of his limp. Seeing her overreacting, Emmanuel stepped forward and called out, "Miss, please wait." The black-clothed woman frowned when she saw Emmanuel. "What's it got to do with you?" Emmanuel helped the cook up and said, "Miss, isn't it a bit much to destroy someone's signboard over a dish?" Chapter 159, Scallion Oil Braised Chicken. Nathan nodded in agreement, vigorously shaking her head. The other two onlookers also murmured among themselves, agreeing that the black-robed woman had gone too far. The black-robed woman retorted, "I've gone too far? It's clearly they who deceived first. I asked them if they had stir-fried dishes, but they denied it. Now that I've exposed their lie, you think I'm overreacting? Isn't that absurd?" she said angrily. Emmanuel knew the woman had a point. Without an iron wok, they shouldn't claim to have stir-fried dishes. But destroying someone's shop sign over this matter was indeed an overreaction. Emmanuel said, "Miss, while they did make a mistake, breaking the shop sign is a bit too severe, don't you think? The shopkeeper should not be dishonest. In my view, it deserves to be destroyed." The black-robed woman declared sternly, "I cannot stand being lied to. Miss, please accept my apologies for deceiving you. Please forgive us this once for our small business. We won't do it again," the shopkeeper pleaded hastily. The waiters and chefs joined in, apologizing with genuine sincerity. Even the two onlookers couldn't help but interject. "Miss, please calm down and forgive them. They've already admitted their mistake." "Yes, Mississippi. Though the dishes aren't stir-fried, they taste good and are inexpensive. Please show some mercy and let them off this time," one of them added. Seeing the sincere apologies from the shopkeeper, waiters, and chef, the black-robed woman hesitated. Emmanuel noticed her hesitation and quickly suggested, "Shopkeeper, I think mere apologies aren't enough. Why don't you treat this young lady to a meal for free as an apology? What do you say?" "Agreed, agreed," the three nodded fervently, looking at the black-robed woman hopefully. "Up, scallion oil braised chicken?" Emmanuel smiled and nodded. "Miss, allow me to prepare a scallion oil braised chicken for you. If you like the taste, today's incident will be forgotten. How does that sound?" His willingness to help went beyond the call of duty. "Can you cook?" the black-robed woman asked, surprised, scrutinizing Emmanuel. Before he could respond, Nathan retorted, "Who are you underestimating? The stir-fries at Zhenxiulu were all learned from our boss. You doubt his cooking skills?" "Oh." The black-robed woman was astonished. So were the shopkeeper, waiters, and chef, unsure if Nathan was telling the truth. Emmanuel gestured at Nathan to stay quiet. The black-robed woman nodded. "Fine, scallion oil braised chicken then." She walked back into the shop, sitting down at her original seat. Without wasting time, Emmanuel called the chef into the kitchen, followed by Nathan, the shopkeeper, and the waiters. In the kitchen, Emmanuel rolled up his sleeves. "Is there a ready chicken? Chop it into pieces and soak it in salt water before marinating. Get plenty of scallions and ginger. Use this time to fry the scallion oil. And seasoning. What do you have? Never mind, just bring everything. I'll see for myself." The chef, intimidated by Emmanuel's assertive demeanor, hurried to follow his instructions. Emmanuel had made scallion oil braised chicken frequently before his time travel. First, because both he and his ex-girlfriend loved the dish. Second, its simple preparation method made it perfect for his busy work life. Watching Emmanuel move swiftly and calmly, the shopkeeper and waiters started believing Nathan's words. The shopkeeper couldn't help but ask, "Brother, does the boss of Zhenxiulu really teach stir-frying? How can it be fake?" Nathan shot back. Meanwhile, growing impatient with the delay, the black-robed woman entered the kitchen, curious about the situation. The shopkeeper and waiters feared her, stepping aside as she approached. Why is it taking so long? She demanded. Frying scallion oil, Emmanuel replied. What's the rush? If the chicken isn't well marinated, it will be very fishy. If you want such food, I can't prepare it right now. High standards evident. She stopped pressing and left the kitchen. After nearly half an hour, the scallion oil braised chicken was finally ready. As Emmanuel lifted the lid, a rich, aromatic scent filled the air. Miss, your scallion oil braised chicken is ready. Please try it, he smiled. Immediately intrigued by the appetizing aroma and appearance, she eagerly picked up a piece of chicken. Emmanuel warned, Miss, be careful. But before he finished, the hot chicken burned her. It's hot, he concluded, helplessly. Ignoring the discomfort, she blew on the sauce-coated chicken and popped it back into her mouth. At the first bite, her eyes lit up with surprise, nodding in appreciation. After finishing the piece, she remarked, rich sauce, fragrant aroma, tender and delicious chicken. Very nice indeed. Translation notes. The chapter number and title were preserved as per the original structure. Names were transliterated following pinyin rules. The tone and style remained faithful to the original text, ensuring natural fluency and coherence. Chapter 160. My name is Elsa. Emmanuel immediately realized the black-clothed woman was someone who appreciated and had high standards for cuisine from her critical remarks. If that were true, it would explain why she had been so angry earlier. The innkeeper, waiters, and chef all heaved a sigh of relief and laughed after hearing the black-clothed woman's words, thinking that the matter could finally be put to rest. At this moment, the black-clothed woman was already engrossed in the aroma of the scallion braised chicken. She ate one piece after another with rice as if completely forgetting the unpleasantness from earlier. However, the three of them were still waiting for the black-clothed woman to say something forgiving but didn't, pausing while picking up food with her chopsticks. Seeing her change in attitude, Emmanuel put down his bowl and chopsticks and politely bowed, replying, This humble one is Emmanuel. Emmanuel? Elsa softly repeated, asking, Which MO? Is it the MO of the desert, or the MO of foam, or perhaps the MO of millstone? Thinking that only she would be a millstone MO, Emmanuel replied promptly, It's the MO of the desert. Elsa nodded and continued, Emmanuel, who taught you your culinary skills? Emmanuel casually answered, Self-taught. Self-taught? Elsa shook her head immediately, saying, Impossible. Your skills must have come from a master. Then, she added, Emmanuel, what other dishes can you make? Emmanuel thought, We aren't close. How can you call my name so fluently? Miss Sheener, if there's nothing else, please go about your business. We still need to eat, Emmanuel smiled. Although Elsa was beautiful and graceful, her temperament wasn't something Emmanuel liked now. Previously, Emmanuel had always admired the idea of a wild girlfriend. But after spending time with Paula, he gradually found such a relationship less appealing. Upon hearing Emmanuel's words, Elsa's face turned displeased. The young lady really has some things to attend to. She stood up, looking at Emmanuel with an expression of indifference. Emmanuel pretended not to notice. Elsa then picked up her sword and walked towards the door. Just as she stepped out, she came back and asked, Innkeeper, have you seen any blind men recently? A blind man? The innkeeper looked puzzled. Elsa described the elderly man in detail, asking if he had seen anyone like him. The innkeeper shook his head quickly. No, never. Really haven't? Elsa frowned. The innkeeper panicked, waving his hands and shaking his head. Young lady, we really haven't. We see many cripples, deaf people, and mute people often, but no blind ones. Satisfied, Elsa didn't press further and strode off. Emmanuel couldn't help but glance at Elsa's retreating figure, wondering if the person she described resembled Farrell, but he didn't plan to stop her to ask. He was worried that if the person she sought was indeed Farrell, and if she were his enemy, it could turn out badly. Seeing Elsa walk far enough, the innkeeper approached Emmanuel, bowing deeply to express gratitude. Sir, thank you very much for your help earlier. Emmanuel replied sternly, Innkeeper, I helped you not because I approve of your actions, but because I think hers were even worse. If you continue to deceive guests, be prepared for similar incidents to happen again. No, sir. I will definitely mend my ways and never do it again, the innkeeper repeatedly promised. To show his gratitude, the innkeeper not only waived the meal cost, but also offered to refund the money Emmanuel had paid for the fodder. However, Emmanuel refused the refund for the fodder, stating that waiving the meal cost was sufficient. The innkeeper insisted, so he gave Emmanuel a jar of the most expensive and potent liquor the restaurant had. Emmanuel didn't refuse further, instructing him to place the jar in his carriage. After finishing their meal, it started drizzling outside. With nowhere else to go, Emmanuel and Nathan continued waiting for Master Ethan outside the restaurant. Deviating this time, the lame chef approached Emmanuel several times to learn more details about making scallion braised chicken, obviously wanting to perfect it for future use. With time on his hands, Emmanuel patiently taught him in detail. Once the chef memorized everything, he thanked Emmanuel profusely, almost kneeling to ask for tutelage. At that moment, two men carrying stones appeared on the village road. Emmanuel immediately pointed them out to the chef. Look over there. Isn't that Master Ethan returning? The chef hurriedly nodded. Yes, it's Master Ethan, and the one behind is his son. Emmanuel went to meet Master Ethan without hesitation, despite the light rain. Nathan followed closely behind. Approaching Master Ethan, Emmanuel politely greeted him. Master Ethan, we're from Erikshan village and would like to commission you for a job. Without even looking at Emmanuel, Master Ethan replied, find someone else. I've been very busy lately and don't have time. With that, Master Ethan continued walking home, carrying a full basket of stones on his back. Davy into the slippery road from the rain, Master Ethan slipped shortly after walking a few steps. Fortunately, Nathan was nearby and caught him in time with both hands. Emmanuel also rushed forward to support him, preventing a fall. Father! Master Ethan's son quickly ran over to assist. However, 2 stones fell from Master Ethan's basket due to the slip. Seeing Master Ethan's son supporting his father, Emmanuel and Nathan released their hold and helped pick up the fallen stones. Just then, the rain intensified. Noticing this, Master Ethan invited them, "Please come to my house to shelter from the rain." This translation aims to maintain the original style, structure, and character names in Pinyin, e.g., Emmanuel, Elsa. It ensures the story remains coherent and engaging while preserving the nuances and intentions of the Chinese text. Chapter 161. So this was what she had to busy herself with. At Ethan the stonemason's home, Emmanuel and Nathan accepted the handkerchiefs offered by Ethan's son, wiping the rain from their heads and bodies. Ethan instructed his wife to boil water for tea, and then brought 2 chairs for Emmanuel and Nathan to sit in a well-ventilated spot to dry their clothes. The courtyard was piled with stones of various sizes and shapes, along with some unfinished carvings. Emmanuel stared at them for a while but couldn't identify what they were supposed to be. After a while, Ethan returned with 2 cups of hot tea. "In the countryside, we don't have much good tea. Please make do with this," Ethan said apologetically. Emmanuel politely replied and then asked, "Ethan the stonemason, it doesn't seem like you have many jobs here. Why did you say you were too busy even before I could ask for your help?" Nathan blew on her cup of tea gently, listening quietly beside him. Ethan first asked for Emmanuel's surname and then explained, "Young Jason, last month, a gentleman from the neighboring village asked me to carve 2 stone lions for his new residence. As I am familiar with this kind of work, I took the job on the spot and agreed to deliver them by the end of this month." It turned out that Ethan had already chosen suitable large stones on the mountain for carving the lions. However, an unfortunate rainstorm caused a mudslide. Though the village remained unharmed, the path up the mountain was completely blocked by boulders, trees, and mud. One particularly massive rock stood nearly as tall as 2 men and was about 3 men wide when they spread their arms. As a result, people now had to take a longer route up the mountain. Unfortunately, the stones Ethan had chosen could only be transported down the blocked path. Concerned, Ethan approached the village headman Adden, asking him to organize villagers to clear the road. Adden didn't hesitate since the blocked path inconvenienced everyone. He quickly gathered some villagers to clean the mountain path, but upon seeing the enormous rock, most lost their resolve. Despite their reluctance, the villagers attempted twice to move the rock, but it remained immovable despite all efforts. Given the difficulty, no one wanted to go up the mountain again. Since the alternative route worked fine for the villagers, no one cared much except for Ethan, who needed to transport the stones down. Being a man of his word, Ethan wanted to ensure the timely delivery. So, every day, Ethan and his son went up the mountain to chisel the rock, hoping to clear the path sooner. Emmanuel couldn't help but think, "Isn't this just like the real-life Yugong moves a mountain, albeit in a simplified version?" He asked, "Ethan the stonemason, how's the progress? How long will it take to break through?" Ethan shook his head in frustration. "It's far from over. The rock is extremely hard, making it very difficult to chisel. It'll likely take at least 2 more months." Emmanuel said, "But you agreed to deliver by the end of the month. You won't meet the deadline." Ethan sighed, "Even if I miss the deadline, I still have to keep chiseling. Can I leave the road blocked forever? Unless I stop using stones from the mountain?" Nathan couldn't resist asking, "Can't you use stones from another mountain?" Ethan laughed and shook his head. "Brother, it sounds simple, but I can't afford to transport stones from other mountains. Also, no stones in nearby mountains match the quality of these. There's no better option." Nathan nodded in understanding. Emmanuel then asked, "So, Ethan the stonemason, you mean to clear the road, finish the stone lions, and then take my job?" Ethan nodded apologetically. "Young Jason, I hope you understand. If the road remains blocked, I can't sleep properly, let alone take on other jobs." Emmanuel suddenly smiled and asked, "Ethan the stonemason, if I can help you clear the road, would you consider giving my job priority?" Realizing Emmanuel planned to use explosives, Nathan knew he intended to use canister bombs. Emmanuel continued, "Don't worry, Ethan the stonemason. This task is very simple for someone with your skills." Ethan thought Emmanuel could bring people to help clear the road. Immediately he responded, "Young Jason, if you can help me clear the mountain path, I'll definitely prioritize your job and I won't charge you." "Then it's settled," Emmanuel declared. Ethan nodded emphatically. "Settled?" Ethan's wife called from the kitchen, and Ethan left to attend to her. Nathan asked, "Master, can we really blast a rock 2 men high?" Emmanuel confidently replied, "Not just a rock 2 men high. Even 120 men high can be blasted with enough black powder." Nathan immediately nodded, imagining the explosive scene and feeling eagerly anticipatory. Moments later, Ethan returned and warmly invited Emmanuel and Nathan to stay for dinner. Emmanuel hurriedly declined, saying they had eaten and needed to prepare for clearing the road. Ethan understood and thanked them profusely. Soon, the rain became lighter, and Emmanuel bid farewell, promising to come if it didn't rain tomorrow. Ethan nodded, understanding that working in the rain wouldn't be feasible. Leaving, Emmanuel and Nathan retrieved their mule cart from the inn and headed toward Ancient Village in the drizzle. After leaving Young Family Village, about a quarter hour later, they passed through a forest when a cry for help rang out from within. "Help! Murder! Save me!" The terrified voice immediately caught Emmanuel and Nathan's attention. They turned around to see a bloodied man running towards them, one hand clutching his shoulder. In the next moment, Emmanuel saw someone chasing the injured man, a woman in black holding an unsheathed long sword. Upon closer inspection, Emmanuel recognized the woman in black and exclaimed, "Amenjiu, you have better eyesight than I do. Is the woman chasing him Shang Xiner?" Nathan had already seen her face clearly and confirmed, "Master, yes, it's her." Watching Shang Xiner pursue the injured man, Emmanuel recalled her parting words, "I really do have something important to attend to." His lips twitched involuntarily as he thought to himself, so this was what she had to busy herself with. Note: in the story, Josephine's name is kept consistent with the pinyin spelling provided. Chapter 162. The copper hammer is stolen. In the blink of an eye, The injured man had fled out of the woods, getting closer to Emmanuel and Nathan. Help! Save me! The injured man screamed with all his might, his face and eyes filled with terror. Emmanuel immediately took the reins from Nathan's hands and shouted, Emengiu, go save him. Nathan nodded immediately and jumped off the carriage to run towards the injured man. Seeing someone coming to save him, hope appeared on the injured man's face, and he ran even faster. However, at that moment, Elsa suddenly reversed her grip on her long sword and hurled it with all her strength. The sword instantly transformed into a javelin, speeding accurately into the injured man's back. The injured man emitted a muffled cry, his expression contorting in excruciating pain. Immediately after, he collapsed to the ground. She swung the hammer, creating a whistling sound as it cut through the air. Even Emmanuel, standing behind, could hear it, indicating how powerful and fast the strike was. But Elsa moved just as swiftly, dodging the hammer as soon as it was swung. The hammer narrowly missed Elsa, passing inches below her chin. If it had hit, the consequences would have been unimaginable. After dodging, Elsa retreated several steps, her face now showing anger. Kid, are you really going all out? She snapped. Nathan ignored her and swung the hammer again. Elsa, now taking Nathan seriously, engaged her fully. Without any weapon in hand, she relied on her agility to dodge Nathan's powerful strikes and use trees to block them. Trees were being knocked over one after another under Nathan's fierce attack, but Elsa remained unharmed, moving gracefully as if mocking Nathan. Unable to land a blow, Nathan began to grow frustrated, which Emmanuel noticed. Emengiu, calm down. Emmanuel shouted, sensing the situation turning against them. Though Emmanuel wasn't skilled in traditional martial arts, he understood combat well enough to know that impatience led to failure. But Nathan, enraged by Elsa's taunts, continued to press the attack, much like Emmanuel had with Danny earlier. At one point, Elsa hid behind a tree. Nathan's hammer struck the trunk, causing leaves and rainwater to cascade down. The water splashed onto Nathan, obscuring her vision. She shook off the water, and Elsa seized the opportunity, emerging from the other side of the tree and striking Nathan in the chest. Ugh! Nathan gasped in pain. That was not all. Seizing the moment, Elsa quickly snatched the copper hammer from Nathan and thrust it into her abdomen. Ow! Nathan groaned in agony, doubling over and stumbling backward. Elsa then disarmed Nathan of her other hammer. Now both hammers were in Elsa's possession. She retreated a few steps and examined the hammers. These hammers are quite nice. Elsa commented, looking at Nathan. I didn't expect a country boy like you to have such fine weapons. Give them back. Nathan demanded, clutching her abdomen in fury. Why should I? Elsa retorted. The hammers are mine now since they're in my hands. Frustrated and angry, Nathan lunged forward to reclaim her hammers. Emengiu, stop right there. Emmanuel's voice rang out from behind. Nathan hesitated and stopped. Emengiu, you can't win against her. Don't humiliate yourself further. Emmanuel said sternly. But master, my hammers are still in her hands. Nathan protested. Emmanuel said nothing but pulled the long sword from the dead man's back and raised it. Isn't her sword now in my hands? He pointed out. Then, Emmanuel turned to Elsa. Her sword would be child's play. Fine, let's exchange. Dong agreed. Emmanuel nodded and then said, Miss Sheening, please place the copper hammer on the ground first and then back away a bit. Why should I go first? What if you don't keep your word? Dong asked immediately. Emmanuel insisted, Miss Sheening, if you want to retrieve your sword unharmed, you must trust me. Dong frowned, wishing she could smash this guy with one blow. Without any choice, she followed Emmanuel's instructions, tossing the copper hammer to the ground and retreating several steps. Emmanuel shook his head. Miss Sheening, please move further back. With no other option, Dong moved back a little more. Only then did Emmanuel look satisfied and tell Nathan, Emengiu, give her the sword. Nathan quickly retrieved the copper hammer and tossed the long sword onto the ground. Seeing Nathan throw her precious sword, Dong instantly became unhappy. Hey, can't you put it down carefully? Nathan retorted sharply. Who told you to throw my copper hammer first? Dong was left speechless. Nathan retreated to Emmanuel's side, wiping the copper hammer clean with her clothes as she walked. Dong quickly picked up the sword and examined it like a treasured item, then pulled out a handkerchief to wipe it carefully. To Emmanuel's surprise, Dong used a pink handkerchief that stood out strikingly against her black outfit. Emmanuel couldn't help but think privately, she's actually quite reserved. Taking advantage of Dong wiping her sword, Emmanuel said, Miss Sheening, today's incident was a misunderstanding. Just pretend we never appeared here. Farewell. With that, Emmanuel prepared to pull Nathan away. Dong immediately called out when she saw Emmanuel trying to leave, Emmanuel, stop right there. This isn't over yet. Dong was still furious about Emmanuel using the broken sword to threaten her. Honestly, in all her life, no one had ever dared to threaten her like this. The next moment, Dong advanced towards Emmanuel with her sword raised. Nathan was startled and immediately held up the two hammers in front of Emmanuel, shouting, Boss, run quickly. Emmanuel wouldn't leave. He hurriedly drew the purple rainbow dagger from his calf and planned to deal with Dong alongside Nathan. The moment the purple rainbow dagger appeared, Dong suddenly stopped in her tracks, her eyes fixed on the dagger. She felt it resembled the purple rainbow sword, but clearly recognized it as a dagger. Dong pointed at the purple rainbow dagger and asked, Emmanuel, what's that in your hand? Emmanuel felt a chill inside. So she recognizes the purple rainbow sword. It seems the person she's looking for is indeed blind swordsman. While Emmanuel was contemplating how to answer, suddenly voices emerged from the woods. Upon closer inspection, Emmanuel saw many villagers running towards them, some wielding sticks, others hoes, axes, and hatchets, all from the Yang family village, most of whom knew the man killed by Dong. Earlier, when Dong chased the man, 2 villagers witnessed it. News spread quickly, and nearby villagers rushed out to save him. That's her. A villager pointed at Dong and yelled. This call only spurred the people behind to run faster. Emmanuel thought Dong would immediately flee, but she remained unmoved, her face unperturbed. The tallest and most robust villager leading the charge spotted the fallen man and exclaimed, "Ariv!" He seemed close to Ariv and immediately ran to his side. "Ariv, what happened? Wake up, quick, Ariv." The robust villager vigorously shook the corpse, repeatedly calling out, visibly distressed. But a dead person couldn't respond. Soon, the villagers emerging from the woods surrounded Dong. Next, everyone's tools, hoes, rakes, axes, and sticks, all pointed at her simultaneously. The robust villager, brandishing a stick, angrily shouted, "This woman killed Ariv." "What? Ariv died? No way. Did this woman kill Ariv?" The villagers didn't know Ariv's fate until now, and hearing this, hurriedly stepped forward. "Everyone, put down your weapons. The Black Heaven era card represents the government." "The government?" The villagers were astonished, exchanging looks, their expressions and gazes changing. Emmanuel then added, "Quickly fetch your Ilias. You can't handle this." Immediately, some villagers ran towards the village. It was drizzling continuously. After waiting for a while, someone finally arrived on a donkey. The rider was Adden. When he heard about the Black Heaven era card's appearance, he fell off his chair in fright. Thus, he hastily rode his donkey over. From about 10 yards away, Adden jumped off the donkey and rushed to the villagers, shouting loudly, "Step back! Everyone, step back! Who allowed you to act so rudely?" The villagers were startled, hastily stepping back, some barely daring to breathe. Adden rushed to Dong, bowing deeply. "I didn't know the Black Heaven era card had arrived. My offense is punishable by death." Dong pointed to the male corpse on the ground and said, "This man is Inigo, a wanted criminal of the Heavenly Passage sect. He hid under an alias in your village years ago. Although I've eliminated him, you must keep this matter confidential." Pausing, Dong's tone became stern. "Anyone who dares to spread this will regret it severely." Chapter 164. The Swordsman Blind's Apprentice. Of course not, of course not. Rest assured, sir, we will keep this matter absolutely secret." Adden replied respectfully. Turning to the villagers, he said, "Did everyone hear that? Whoever dares to speak of this will be dealt with first by me, Adden." The villagers quickly shook their heads in unison, like a row of drums being shaken. Don finally nodded in satisfaction and then asked Adden, "Headman Yang, I left my scabbard in the woods. Can your men help retrieve it?" Adden looked delighted. "Rest assured, sir. I'll have them find it immediately." He then urged several villagers to search for the scabbard in the woods. Adden continued, "Sir, what should we do with the remains of this criminal?" Don replied, "Place him in your village for now. Someone will come later to confirm his identity." "Yes, sir," Adden answered. Turning around, he called over a few villagers to arrange for the body to be carried back to the village. Suddenly, Adden noticed Emmanuel. "Jason, why are you here?" Adden hurried forward, bowing respectfully. Emmanuel also bowed and said, "Headman Yang, we were just passing through." Adden exchanged a few pleasantries with Emmanuel before walking away. Meanwhile, Dawn was approaching Emmanuel and Nathan. As she approached, Emmanuel bowed and said, "Earlier, we did not know about your true identity," so he handed the dagger to Dawn. Frankly, Emmanuel didn't want to show it to her, but given her superior martial skills, refusal would likely lead to forceful taking. Better to comply than to suffer needlessly. Upon examining the dagger, Dawn immediately recognized it as the Purple Radiant Sword. "Why is the Purple Radiant Sword in your possession? How did you acquire it?" Dawn stared intently at Emmanuel, her eyes urgent. "I bought it from an elderly blind swordsman." Emmanuel recounted how he acquired the broken sword from the blind swordsman. "Impossible." Dawn immediately shook her head. "How could Master sell the Purple Radiant Sword? You're clearly lying." Before Emmanuel could react, Dawn once again placed her sword on his shoulder, this time much closer to his neck. This sudden action startled Emmanuel. Simultaneously, Emmanuel realized that the blind swordsman must be her master, explaining why both Dawn and the blind swordsman shared a passion for fine cuisine. Though startled, Emmanuel wasn't worried about harm from Dawn. "Sir Shang, I'm telling the truth. Believe it or not, it's up to you," Emmanuel calmly stated. Dawn continued staring without withdrawing her sword. After some thought, Emmanuel added, "Sir Shang, your master mentioned when he left that he had harbored deep obsessions these past years, and now was the time to let go." At this, a flash of surprise crossed Dawn's face. "What else did my master say? Where is he now?" Dawn suddenly seemed agitated. Emmanuel shook his head. "I don't know where he went. He only said he wanted to taste local cuisines and visit a friend at the border. That's all." "To the border?" Dawn paused, confirming, "He really said that?" Emmanuel nodded firmly. "Absolutely." After a brief silence, Dawn retracted her sword and returned the Purple Radiance dagger to Emmanuel. "You may leave," she said. Without another word, Emmanuel turned and climbed into the cart with Nathan, driving away. Soon, several villagers emerged from the woods, having found Dawn's scabbard. Seeing this, Adden snatched the scabbard from a villager and rushed to Dawn, wiping it clean with his clothes. "Sir, here's your scabbard," Adden bowed deeply, holding it up. Dawn took it back and slid her sword into it smoothly. "Thank you." She then asked, "Headman Yang, do you know that person surnamed Su?" Adden nodded. "Yes, sir." Dawn queried, "Is he from your village?" Adden shook his head. "No, sir. Jason lives in Shinjo City but resides in Ancient Mountain Village." "Ancient Mountain Village? Where is it?" Dawn had never heard of it. Adden pointed in a direction. "It's not far from here. Sir, you wouldn't believe how talented Jason is." "Really?" Dawn perked up, curious. "In what way?" Adden, eager to impress, explained animatedly, "Sir, Jason is a business genius. Not only did he make Precious Cuisine Tower famous in no time, but he also set up a soap factory in Ancient Mountain Village. Many people use the peony brand soap he invented." Dawn was taken aback. "The peony brand soap was invented by him?" "Yes, sir." Adden continued. "And not just that, he led a group to eliminate a gang of bandits recently." Surprised, Dawn exclaimed, "He can even fight bandits?" Adam nodded vigorously. Sir, let's return to the village first. It takes more than a few words to describe Jason. Dawn nodded and listened as they walked back to Yang's village together. Chapter 165. The demolition begins. After the rain, the sky cleared and a gentle breeze blew coolly. On the way back to Ancient Village, Nathan remained in low spirits, barely responding even when Emmanuel tried to talk to him several times. Emmanuel patted Nathan and asked, "What's wrong? Still upset about losing to that woman?" Nathan blamed himself. "Master, I'm sorry. It's because I wasn't capable enough." Emmanuel shook his head. "Minjiu, don't be so hard on yourself. They say there's always someone better out there. It's perfectly normal. Besides, you're still young and your combat experience isn't as rich as hers. That's why you lost. In the future, when you have more experience, she won't stand a chance against you." Emmanuel encouraged. Nathan nodded but didn't speak, clearly still bothered by it. Emmanuel consoled him for a few more moments, then dropped the subject, allowing Nathan to adjust on his own. The next morning was clear and sunny. Emmanuel and Nathan went back to Yangjia village, heading straight to Ethan Shizhong's house. Ethan Shizhong had been waiting for Emmanuel early in the morning. He thought Emmanuel would bring many people and even prepared tea and snacks for everyone. However, he only saw the two of them. "Jason, why are there only the two of you? Where are the others?" Ethan Shizhong asked while looking behind Emmanuel. Emmanuel replied, "Ethan Shizhong, there's no one else? Just us two." Ethan Shizhong's face fell. "Jason, with just the two of you, how can you clear the mountain path?" Ethan Shizhong suddenly felt that Emmanuel was unreliable and didn't keep his word. Seeing Ethan Shizhong's unhappiness, Emmanuel quickly explained, "Ethan Shizhong, don't worry. Even though it's just the two of us, I can still clear the path." With that, Emmanuel took out a canister of explosives from the basket on the cart. "Ethan Shizhong, this is called a canister bomb. It's full of gunpowder, incredibly powerful. No matter how big the stone, it can blast it apart." Ethan Shizhong shook his head. "Jason, gunpowder is fine for making firecrackers, but to blast open stones? That's just a joke." In Ethan Shizhong's view, gunpowder could make fireworks, but blasting stones was simply impossible. Emmanuel smiled. "Ethan Shizhong, this is black powder, different from regular gunpowder, much more powerful. If you don't believe me, you'll see soon enough. Black powder is still gunpowder. Does adding the word black make it different?" Ethan Shizhong was unconvinced. Emmanuel didn't elaborate further, saying, "Ethan Shizhong, let's head up the mountain now. The sooner we clear the road, the sooner we can get rid of this annoyance." Ethan Shizhong sighed inwardly, not holding any hope but nodding anyway. "Fine, if you insist, let's go. We need to go up anyway." He then called his son, grabbed tools, and led Emmanuel and Nathan up the mountain. Ethan Shizhong and his son were accustomed to mountain paths, walking swiftly and steadily. Nathan, who grew up in the mountains and was a trained martial artist, moved just as swiftly despite carrying a basket of canister bombs. Only Emmanuel found it difficult, often falling behind, which forced the others to wait for him. This made Emmanuel feel very embarrassed and depressed. He silently vowed to exercise more upon returning home. Finally, they reached the blocked section of the mountain path. Looking up, Emmanuel saw a huge rock blocking the path entirely. Not only the rock, but also mud and fallen logs nearly buried the rock, fixing it firmly in place. "Master, this rock is massive," Nathan remarked. Emmanuel looked higher up the mountain and quickly spotted a noticeable gap with fresh traces. Clearly, this rock had rolled down from there. Pointing at the gap, Emmanuel said, "It detached from there." Nathan glanced up and immediately nodded. Then he pointed at the rock. "Master, look, there's a rope ladder on the rock." Emmanuel quickly saw the rope ladder. Ethan Shizhong added, "To go up now, people either take another route or climb over this rock. Moving bigger rocks down is almost impossible." Emmanuel confidently said, "Ethan Shizhong, this rock may be larger than I expected, but don't worry, I can handle it." With that, Emmanuel called out, "Minjiu, start the demolition." "Yes, master." Nathan responded loudly. They began digging holes under the rock. Ethan Shizhong and his son couldn't help but glance at each other and joined in, probably not wanting to stand idly by. After about an incense stick time, 4 deep holes were dug into the rock's bottom. Emmanuel placed 4 canister bombs into the holes. The fuses were already extended the night before to ensure enough time to reach safety after lighting. Placing the bombs, Emmanuel twisted the ends of the 4 fuses together and lit a prepared torch. He handed the torch to Nathan. "Minjiu, you're the fastest. You light the fuse while I lead Ethan Shizhong away." Nathan happily nodded. "Master, leave it to me." Nathan had long wanted to use the canister bombs and this time, all 4 at once, finding it thrilling. Emmanuel led Ethan Shizhong and his son far away. Unsure of the combined power of the 4 bombs, they walked dozens of yards before stopping. Ethan Shizhong's son asked, puzzled, "Jason, do we need to retreat so far?" Emmanuel replied, "Safety first. Better to be farther than closer, right?" Ethan Shizhong, similarly puzzled but not speaking, thought city folks were too cautious, retreating so far for just firing some buried firecrackers. Then, Emmanuel shouted loudly, "Minjiu, light it." "Got it, master." Nathan responded, turning and lighting the twisted fuses. As soon as they were lit, he discarded the torch and sprinted toward Emmanuel at full speed. Soon, Nathan reached Emmanuel. They instantly covered their ears. Ha ha ha. Their actions triggered laughter from Ethan Shizhong and his son, who found them too exaggerated at such a distance. Suddenly, a series of loud explosions erupted beneath the giant rock, shaking the ground. The explosions echoed through the valley, startling numerous birds and leaving Ethan Shizhong and his son utterly astonished. Chapter 166. Effect not as expected. Soon, the tremor underfoot stopped, and the soil thrown up by the explosion settled back down. However, Master Ethan and his son were still in shock. "Come on, let's go take a look," Emmanuel called out and immediately started running toward the boulder with Nathan. Master Ethan stared at his son, stunned, and asked, "Son, what kind of gunpowder was that?" How could it make such a huge noise? Ethan's son shook his head blankly. I don't know, father. I've never seen anything like it either. Suddenly, Master Ethan clapped his hands together. I remember now. Young Jason mentioned earlier that this is called black powder. Master Ethan nodded. I didn't expect that adding just one word, black, would make the gunpowder so powerful. Then he added, son, come on, let's go see too. It might have really cracked the stone open. With that, father and son ran over to the boulder. When Emmanuel arrived at the boulder, smoke was still rising from the ground. The base of the boulder had 4 large cavities, and the surrounding area was covered in scattered soil. Nathan rushed to examine the bottom of the boulder and excitedly shouted, Boss, come quick. It has been blasted open in many places. Emmanuel's face lit up with joy but then frowned as he examined the damage more closely. While a small portion of the rock's base was indeed missing, the effect was far less than he had hoped for. He knew further explosions would eventually crack the boulder, but Emmanuel felt it was inefficient. If they continued, the supply of canister bombs he brought might not be enough. He might even need to return for more. Without saltpeter, each bomb used was one less available, so Emmanuel needed to use them sparingly. This left him deep in thought. Meanwhile, Master Ethan and his son saw the gaps blasted into the boulder and their jaws dropped. Father, this is incredible. It created such a huge opening. Ethan's son exclaimed, filled with excitement. Master Ethan nodded fervently, his face flushed with excitement. Yes, son, this black powder is incredibly powerful. One blast creates an opening that would take us days of chiseling. Unable to contain himself, Ethan's son said, Young Jason, let's continue. A few more blasts should do it. Master Ethan agreed wholeheartedly because they were sick and tired of daily chiseling work that was both exhausting and time-consuming, with slow progress. Nathan had already carried over a basket of canister bombs from a distance. She eagerly suggested, Boss, let's use more this time. It will definitely blast it apart. As she spoke, she handed a canister bomb to Emmanuel. However, Emmanuel didn't take it but instructed Nathan to put it back. What's wrong, boss? Not going to blast? Nathan asked, puzzled. Master Ethan and his son also looked at Emmanuel in confusion. We will continue blasting, but we can't do it this way. I need to enhance the power of the canister bombs first. Otherwise, this entire basket won't be enough. Emmanuel explained. Nathan was surprised. Boss, our bombs are already powerful. Can you increase their power even more? Emmanuel nodded confidently. Yes, I can. Then, Emmanuel turned to Master Ethan. Do you have any sugar? The kind you call sugar frost? Very white sugar? Master Ethan shook his head. No, sugar frost is quite expensive. We poor folks can barely afford brown sugar. Why do you need sugar frost, young Jason? Master Ethan asked curiously. For something important, Emmanuel replied. Master Ethan said, You'd better ask the wealthy households in the village. They might have some. Thanks, Master Ethan. Emmanuel thanked him and then ordered, Aminjiu, bring the basket of bombs with us. Let's go to the village. Saying this, Emmanuel headed toward the village. Nathan quickly picked up the basket and hurriedly followed Emmanuel. Watching Emmanuel and Nathan walk away quickly, Ethan's son furrowed his brows and wondered aloud, Father, why did young Jason look for sugar frost? Master Ethan sighed, Foolish child, don't you see what's happening? To blast through such a massive rock would require countless canister bombs. Young Jason must be hesitating due to the cost, using this as an excuse to leave. But it's understandable. That black powder must be very expensive. No one would casually spend money on this task without careful thought, Master Ethan said. Not long before, at Aden's home in Young Village. Yesterday, after being warmly invited by the Young family, Elsa stayed overnight. Aden was overjoyed and promptly cleared the best room for her to rest. It wasn't that Elsa couldn't afford an inn. She wanted to hear about Emmanuel's exploits from the locals. By the time the stories were finished, it was late, and Elsa decided to stay rather than search for lodging elsewhere. Still asleep, Elsa was awakened by a loud noise outside. Wondering what it was, she got out of bed, opened the window, and peered outside. From the second-floor room, she saw many startled birds flying off. What happened? Why such a big noise? She muttered, puzzled. While looking up toward the mountain, dressed quickly, she took her sword and went downstairs. Seeing Elsa descend, Aden's wife immediately greeted her. Sir Shang, breakfast is ready. Elsa interrupted. Madam Yang, what was that noise just now? Yang's wife shook her head. I don't know. Thinking for a moment, Elsa said, Madam Yang, I'll go check it out. I'll eat breakfast when I return. With that, Elsa quickly left the house. She asked 2 villagers for directions and rushed toward the source of the noise. As a member of the Black Heaven Ericard, investigating unusual sounds or anomalies was part of her duty. On her way up the mountain, she encountered Emmanuel and Nathan coming down from the village. Emmanuel? Elsa was surprised, having seen him leave yesterday, only to meet him again this morning. Sir Shang? Emmanuel was equally surprised. Elsa approached them, asking, Emmanuel, were you just coming down from the mountain? Yes, Emmanuel nodded, wondering what she was up to. Elsa continued, did you hear that loud explosion? Emmanuel realized she had been attracted by the blast. Sir Shang, there's a boulder blocking the path above. The noise was from us trying to blast it apart. Blasting rocks? Elsa was taken aback. What did you use? The sound was immense. As she spoke, she noticed the canister bombs in Nathan's basket. What is this? She asked, stepping closer to Nathan, picking up a canister bomb and inspecting it curiously. Hashtag chapter 167, searching for sugar frost. Emmanuel immediately snatched back the canister bomb from Dawn's hands and said, don't mess with my things. If you break it, you won't be able to compensate. Dawn wasn't pleased when she heard this. Who do you think I am? This old canister? Do you think I can't afford to pay? Emmanuel chuckled. Administrator Shang, I said you can't compensate, not that you can't afford it. There's a huge difference, okay? After saying this, Emmanuel placed the canister bomb into the basket. Dawn furrowed her brows and took another look at the canister bomb in the basket, asking, Emmanuel, what is this thing? Why are you so protective of it? Not wanting to waste time with Dawn, Emmanuel replied, Administrator Shang, I have something urgent to attend to. I'll talk later. Goodbye. With that, Emmanuel led Nathan toward the village. Dawn was quite dissatisfied with Emmanuel's attitude and promptly followed them, blocking their way. Who says you can leave? As a member of the Xintian Ericard, I have the authority to investigate you. Explain. What are these things? If you don't answer truthfully, I will take you to the Xintian department. Emmanuel instantly felt vexed. With anyone else, such threats might just be bluffing, but this woman was different. From her behavior at the tavern yesterday, he knew she could very well act on her words. Unwilling to provoke Dawn, Emmanuel had no choice but to explain. Administrator Shang, this is called a canister bomb. We used it earlier to blow up the rocks. Canister bomb? Dawn hadn't heard of it before and asked, what's inside? Emmanuel simply answered, air and powder. Dawn sneered coldly. Humph, it's just gunpowder. I thought it was something rare. Administrator Shang, we really have some business. Can you let us go now? Emmanuel asked. Dawn waved her hand, signaling they could leave. Emmanuel was delighted and quickly thanked her before leaving with Nathan. As she watched Emmanuel and Nathan walk away, Dawn suddenly noticed something odd. She knew how powerful gunpowder could be, yet one small container shouldn't make such a loud noise. Something was definitely off. Realizing this, Dawn immediately stepped forward, quietly following Emmanuel and Nathan to see what they were up to. To avoid being detected, Dawn kept a safe distance. At this distance, she could only observe their actions without hearing their conversation. After a while, Dawn noticed that whenever Emmanuel saw a large house, he would knock on the door to inquire, but each time he was met with a negative response. Curiosity piqued, Dawn waited until Emmanuel and Nathan moved farther away, then knocked on one of the houses they had previously visited. Upon inquiry, she found out that Emmanuel was looking for sugar frost. Dawn grew even more curious, wondering why he needed sugar frost. With this question in mind, Dawn continued to follow Emmanuel and Nathan. Soon enough, Emmanuel finally found a household with sugar frost. He immediately offered to buy it, saying it was an emergency. The villager, seeing their urgency, readily agreed and brought out a small package of sugar frost. Emmanuel thought it was too little, but the villager insisted that was all they had. Sugar frost was expensive, and poor people couldn't afford it. Even those who were relatively wealthy bought it in small amounts, replenishing as they consumed. Having this much was already good. Ultimately, Emmanuel purchased the small package of sugar frost, thinking he'd accumulate more by asking around and get as much as possible. Unknowingly, more than an hour had passed, and Emmanuel had almost covered every affluent household in the village. Yet, he had only managed to gather a bit more than half a bowl of sugar frost, far from enough. Nathan suggested, Boss, why don't we go to the city to buy it? If we go now, we should be able to return before the city gates close. Emmanuel agreed and decided they should fetch the donkey cart from the mason Ethan's home. They walked a few steps when Dawn suddenly appeared right in front of them. Emmanuel, why are you looking for sugar frost? Dawn asked. Without answering, Emmanuel grabbed Nathan and turned down a side road, trying to bypass Dawn. Dawn felt annoyed. Why is he acting like he's scared of me? Avoiding me like a ghost? She quickly caught up and asked again, Emmanuel, why do you need sugar frost? Emmanuel replied, to eat. I like sweet things. Dawn pointed to the half bowl of sugar Emmanuel held. You've got so much already. Isn't it enough? Emmanuel responded, not enough. I eat a lot of sugar. Dawn obviously didn't believe Emmanuel's reason and stopped walking. I know where there's plenty of sugar frost. Emmanuel paused and looked at Dawn, half believing her. Nathan couldn't help but ask, Administrator Shang, where? Dawn smiled slightly. First, tell me what you need the sugar frost for, and I'll tell you where to find it. Administrator Shang, we plan to use Before Nathan could finish, Emmanuel covered his mouth. Then Emmanuel said, Administrator Shang, first, you must tell us where to find sugar frost. Once confirmed, I'll tell you why we need it. Dawn frowned in anger. Emmanuel, you dare to haggle with me? Emmanuel explained, Administrator Shang, this isn't haggling. This is caution. After all, I haven't even seen any sugar frost residue. If I tell you now, what if you're lying? I never lie. Dawn retorted angrily. Emmanuel nodded. Okay, even if you don't lie. If you say you can get it somewhere in the city, isn't that just a vague statement? Nathan realized the logic and nodded in agreement. Dawn sighed, losing her patience. The place I'm talking about is within this village. But I've already asked everyone. All the sugar frost is in this bowl. Emmanuel looked at the bowl in his hand. Dawn lost interest in playing word games with Emmanuel and wanted to know his true intentions sooner. So she said, I mean Wiley's house. Emmanuel was surprised. We already asked Wiley's family. His wife said they don't have any. Nathan also nodded, confirming they had been there. Dawn, having followed them, knew they had visited Wiley's house. She shook her head slightly and said, his wife lied to you. They clearly have a lot of sugar frost. I saw it with my own eyes yesterday. Chapter 168. Upgraded Large Jar Bomb. Not long after, Josephine went to Aden's house with Emmanuel and Nathan. When Josephine inquired about the sugar frosting at her place, Fern didn't dare say there was none and obediently brought out all of it, which amounted to 2 large jars. It turned out that the Young family had a particular fondness for sweets and often added sugar to many dishes, which was why they always kept so much sugar frosting at home. Initially, Fern was worried that all this sugar frosting would be taken away for free, but as soon as Emmanuel pulled out a silver note, a bright smile appeared on her face. After buying the 2 large jars of sugar frosting, Emmanuel left Aden's house. Josephine hurriedly followed him and asked, Emmanuel, you've bought the sugar frosting. Now can you finally tell me what you're going to do? Emmanuel said while walking towards the mountain, Lord Shang, I'm using this sugar frosting to increase the power of the jar bomb. Just by adding an appropriate ratio of sugar frosting into gunpowder, the power of the jar bomb will at least double. Does sugar frosting have such a use? Josephine asked, quite surprised as she had never heard of this before. Yes, Emmanuel replied. After saying this, Emmanuel and Nathan quickened their pace and continued up the mountain. Josephine was originally intrigued by Emmanuel's jar bombs, and upon learning that they could now be several times more powerful, her curiosity became unbearable, so she quickly followed Emmanuel again. By the time the three returned to the boulder blocking the road, Ethan Shizhong and his son were chiseling at the stone, the ding-ding-dang-dang sound constantly resounding. Emmanuel called from a distance, Ethan Shizhong, we're back? Ethan Shizhong thought Emmanuel wouldn't return and was somewhat surprised, young Jason, how did you come back? Emmanuel smiled. The stone hasn't been blasted yet. How can I leave? Seeing that Emmanuel and Nathan were both holding large jars, Ethan Shizhong asked, young Jason, what did you bring? Sugar frosting. Sugar frosting? Ethan Shizhong exclaimed, you really want to get sugar frosting? Emmanuel laughed and said, Ethan Shizhong, stop chiseling and take a rest. Let me prepare for a moment, then we'll start the blasting. Having said that, Emmanuel took Nathan to a distant grove, intending to find a place to mix sugar frosting into the black powder. Deviant to her strong curiosity, Josephine immediately followed Emmanuel and Nathan to see exactly what was happening. Emmanuel didn't want Josephine to know the proportion of sugar frosting he used, so he stopped and said, Lord Shang, could you please not follow us? The scenery here is pretty good. Why don't you stroll around a bit? We'll be done in a while. Josephine said, I'm not interested in the view. I just want to see what you're going to do. Emmanuel shook his head without hesitation and seriously replied, sorry, Lord Shang. Even if you are from Xintian Aricard, I cannot let you watch because this is my ancestral secret formula, which cannot be casually divulged. At this point, Josephine was displeased and urged, Emmanuel, how can you be like this? If not for me, would you have found the sugar frosting so quickly? Moreover, I am only watching, not trying to steal your secret formula. Please don't be so stingy. Emmanuel shook his head again and earnestly explained, Lord Shang, this is not a matter of stinginess. It's a matter of principle, please understand. Then Emmanuel continued, and Lord Shang, I only promised to tell you the use of sugar frosting, but I didn't agree to let you watch our operation specifically. Emmanuel, you? Josephine was momentarily speechless, unable to find any flaw in Emmanuel's words. She wished time could roll back, allowing her to add more conditions. Lord Shang. Emmanuel called again, meaning she should go elsewhere. Reluctantly, Josephine turned and walked toward Ethan Shizhong and his son. Only then did Emmanuel take Nathan to the grove. Nathan whispered along the way, Master, you're really smart. Just a few words made her speechless. Soon, the two found a dry patch of ground at the edge of the woods and began their work. The mixing ratio of sugar frosting to black powder was 1 to 2, meaning the amount of black powder was twice that of sugar frosting. Emmanuel first dismantled 4 jar bombs and poured all the black powder into a pile. Next, Emmanuel used an empty jar bomb as a measuring tool, filling 2 full jars of sugar frosting and mixing them with the pile of black powder. Since the jar bombs were too small, Emmanuel emptied one of the sugar jars and poured the mixed black powder into it, successfully creating an upgraded large jar bomb. Master, will one be enough? Should we make another? Nathan was concerned one might not be powerful enough. Emmanuel said, no rush. Let's see the power of this one first. If it's not enough, we'll make more. Finishing, Emmanuel carried the upgraded large jar bomb towards the boulder. Upon seeing Emmanuel approach, Josephine immediately rushed over and curiously examined the jar bomb. Emmanuel, are you sure this can blast open such a large stone? Josephine asked. Emmanuel calmly replied, uncertain, let's give it a try. If the power isn't enough, I can make more. Subsequently, Nathan and Ethan Shizhong's father and son worked together to bury the large jar bomb under the boulder, as close as possible to the center bottom of the rock. Concerned about the explosion being too powerful, leaving insufficient time for someone to retreat to safety after lighting the fuse, Emmanuel purposely extended the fuse. Nathan remained the one responsible for lighting the fuse. At the moment of igniting the torch, excitement appeared once again on his face. He had already asked Emmanuel, and the energy released by this explosion would be at least equivalent to over 10 jar bombs combined, so it would be exceptionally powerful. Meanwhile, Emmanuel also instructed Josephine and Ethan Shizhong's father and son to retreat further, even farther than before. Ethan Shizhong and his son, having already witnessed the power of the jar bombs, did not question this during the retreat. But Josephine, at this moment, had become like Ethan Shizhong's father and son earlier. Hey, Emmanuel, isn't this far enough? Do we need to retreat more? Josephine asked. Emmanuel responded nonchalantly, Lord Shang, you may choose to stay here, but I must warn you beforehand that if you accidentally get injured or scared by the explosion, I won't be responsible. After saying this, Emmanuel no longer spoke to Josephine, turning instead to continue retreating with Ethan Shizhong and his son. Hearing this from Emmanuel, Josephine got angry. You'll be the one peeing in fear. Immediately afterward, Josephine saw the three retreat further, making her feel uncertain. However, pride prevented her from choosing to retreat. Instead, she held her sword firmly and stood tall where she was. Soon, Emmanuel stopped and shouted to Nathan, who was holding the torch, Amenjiu, light it? Nathan responded from afar, bent down to ignite the fuse, and immediately tossed the torch aside, sprinting away at top speed. This sight shocked Josephine. She suddenly realized that perhaps her position was too close. At that moment, the fleeing Nathan waved his hand and shouted loudly, Lord Shang, retreat further. It's unsafe here. Just as he finished speaking, Nathan ran past Josephine. At this moment, Josephine completely lost confidence because once Nathan passed, she was left alone at the front. Just as Josephine hesitated about whether to admit defeat, a large hand suddenly grabbed her wrist and forcibly pulled her backward without waiting for her answer. Turning her head, she saw it was Emmanuel pulling her. Chapter 169. Can I have a position in your Xintian agency? Let go. Elsa was startled and tried to break free from Emmanuel's grip. Emmanuel did not let her get away, and instead continued pulling her farther away, saying, "It's too close here." Just as Elsa was about to flare up, she heard a deafening explosion behind her. Boom. This explosion was many times larger than the one they had heard earlier, stunning Elsa instantly. Not only that, she felt a shockwave behind her, causing the ground to tremble. Deviant to the explosion's power far exceeding her expectations, she was completely dazed. If Emmanuel hadn't pulled her away, she would have remained at the spot. Thanks to Emmanuel's timely pull, the flying soil and debris did not fall on her. Otherwise, Elsa would have been hit by a rain of dirt and rocks. The huge explosion once again sent birds flying everywhere, attracting the attention of the young family villagers below. Only when the entire valley quieted down did Elsa come to her senses. Elsa suddenly felt something. Looking down, she saw that Emmanuel still held her wrist. As for Emmanuel, he was watching the distant boulder, seemingly forgetting he still held Elsa's hand, with no intention of letting go. Elsa blushed slightly and sternly said, "Still holding." Hearing this, Emmanuel immediately reacted and hurriedly released his grip. "Why do you keep bossing me around? I like standing there, so what?" Elsa shook her arm that Emmanuel had been holding, showing a hint of disdain. Emmanuel promptly replied, "Do you think I want to? I'm afraid you'd end up messy and then find fault with me under the name of the Shintian Ericard. I'm just a commoner. How can I deal with someone like you?" "Emmanuel, watch your words. This girl is not one to mix personal and official matters," Elsa loudly said. "That's best." Emmanuel nodded and ran toward the boulder. Elsa wanted to say more, but Emmanuel was already far away, so she decided to hold off. Soon, Nathan and the Ethan stonemason father and son also ran past her to see the results of the explosion. Elsa also wanted to know how it turned out and muttered to herself, "We'll settle this later." Emmanuel examined the boulder carefully and soon had an excited smile on his face. It worked. Emmanuel, filled with joy, turned to call out to the Ethan stonemason father and son. The boulder had cracked from the bottom, the cracks spreading upward like spider webs, better than Emmanuel had anticipated. Seeing this, the Ethan stonemason father and son were overjoyed. They quickly fetched tools and began chiseling away at the boulder. In no time, pieces started falling off, and before long, they had chiseled out a large hole. In other words, the exploded boulder had become a big tofu block, easily crumbling under light chiseling. Elsa looked at the cracked boulder in amazement and thought, "It's incredible. Just a jar of gunpowder with some sugar, and it can cause such destruction." Emmanuel felt that manual chiseling was too time-consuming, so he and Nathan made 2 upgraded versions of small jar bombs. After detonation, the boulder turned into a pile of rubble, making subsequent cleanup much easier. Ethan stonemason was so excited that he looked like a child, bowing gratefully to Emmanuel with his son. "Jason, thank you so much, really?" Emmanuel hurriedly lifted them and asked with a smile, "Mr. Ethan, can we start my task now?" "Of course." Ethan stonemason nodded repeatedly and asked Emmanuel what exactly he needed, so they could prepare accordingly. Without wasting words, Emmanuel explained his idea of hollowing out stones to make stone bomb shells. Upon hearing this, Ethan stonemason laughed. "Jason, I thought you wanted to make something big. These are just small things." "Haha." Emmanuel asked, "Mr. Ethan, can you make these?" "Sure." Ethan stonemason patted his chest and said, "Jason, this job looks simple but is actually quite challenging. Without boasting, few people in the vicinity can do it well. You found the right person." Emmanuel nodded happily. "Jason, how many do you need?" Ethan stonemason asked. Emmanuel had Nathan bring him an empty jar bomb and handed it to Ethan stonemason, saying, "I want 100 of this size first, and I'll need more in the future." "No problem. Once I finish, I'll deliver them personally to Jason." Ethan stonemason agreed without hesitation. Eagerly, Emmanuel instructed Ethan stonemason to send them to the soap workshop in Eric Hill Village and ask for him specifically. With that, Emmanuel offered to pay Ethan stonemason. Seeing this, Ethan stonemason frowned and sternly said, "Jason, do you think little of me? Quickly put that away, or I won't take this job." Emmanuel reluctantly put away the money and thanked the Ethan stonemason father and son again. After deciding on the stone bomb shells, Emmanuel and Nathan packed up their things and prepared to return to Eric Hill Village. Just as they were heading downhill, Elsa followed up. "Emmanuel, can you sell me a few jar bombs?" Elsa asked. Through this incident, Elsa had become very interested in Emmanuel's jar bombs. Emmanuel glanced at Elsa and replied, "No." Hearing this, Elsa became urgent and said, "I'll pay a high price." Emmanuel firmly said, "No matter how high, I won't sell. This is non-negotiable." Saying this, Emmanuel sped up. Unwilling to give up, Elsa quickly caught up. "Emmanuel, what would it take for you to sell me the jar bombs? I'll try my best to meet your demands." At first, Emmanuel didn't take her seriously, but after walking a few steps, he suddenly stopped. Emmanuel turned to look at Elsa and asked, "Madame Shang, what position do you hold in the Shintian agency, and what rank do you currently have?" Confused, Elsa looked at Emmanuel. "Why are you asking this? What do you care about my position?" Emmanuel sighed and said disappointedly, "So, you're just a low-ranking official. Forget it." Seeing Emmanuel's disregard, Elsa became angry and shouted, "Who do you think you are? I'm a 3rd-rank Shintian Ericard, a 7th-grade official." She then took out her golden token and showed it to Emmanuel. "Look clearly." Emmanuel focused and saw that it indeed read 3rd-rank Shintian Ericard. Then, Emmanuel said, "Madame Shang, even if you are a 3rd-rank Shintian Ericard, a 7th-grade official, it's still too low. I doubt you can meet my requirements." "How do you know I can't? You haven't even told me." Elsa huffed and put away the token. Emmanuel hesitated for a moment, then pulled Elsie aside and whispered, "Madame Shang, can I get a position in your Shintian agency?" Chapter 170. Why is she still chasing after me? Hongji? What is Hongji? Josephine was confused by Emmanuel's words. Emmanuel explained, "It means you give me a nominal position at your Shintian office, and then issue me a token like yours." I don't need to report for duty or take on missions regularly, and ideally, not even interact with the people from Xintian office. My presence or absence wouldn't matter much. That's what we call hongji. Josephine was dumbfounded as she sized up Emmanuel, remaining silent for a long time, thinking how this guy's brain worked to come up with such an absurd idea. Seeing her reaction, Emmanuel immediately added, Lord Shang, rest assured. As long as you can arrange this hongji position for me, I am willing to donate a sum of money to support the construction and development of our Xintian office. Before anything had been decided, Emmanuel was already referring to it as our Xintian office. The primary reason Emmanuel made such an outrageous request was because he felt his social status was too low. Although he had some wealth now and lived comfortably, his identity remained that of a merchant, ranked lowest in the hierarchy of scholars, farmers, artisans, and merchants. Even a minor official in the county could easily overrule him when issues arose. Therefore, Emmanuel had always wanted to elevate his social standing. However, he couldn't pursue the scholarly path via the imperial exams, nor did he have the capability to do so. Meeting Josephine, who was part of the Xintian Ericard, led him to this sudden idea. Josephine finally snapped back to reality. Frowning, she slowly shook her head, saying, Emmanuel, are you crazy? Do you think Xintian office is any ordinary place where just anyone can join? Emmanuel pouted instantly. See, I told you your rank is too low to meet my demands, yet you insisted on hearing them. Now you're criticizing me, really? With that, Emmanuel shook his head and walked away. Josephine stood there, frowning slightly before following Emmanuel again. Tell me another request. As long as it's not disrespectful, I will definitely fulfill it, Josephine said. Without turning to look at her, Emmanuel continued walking and said, Sorry, I don't have any other requests. That's all I want. Josephine grew angry immediately and stopped walking. Emmanuel, don't be too unreasonable. Emmanuel ignored her and left with Nathan. From that moment, Josephine and Emmanuel parted ways. Emmanuel and Nathan returned to Ancient Mountain Village by donkey cart, while Josephine headed towards Aden's house. It was past noon, and having not eaten since morning, Josephine's stomach was growling. Coincidentally, she passed by the same tavern she visited yesterday. At the entrance of the tavern hung a wooden sign advertising their new dish, scallion oil braised chicken. Josephine stopped immediately, the 4 words reminding her of the exquisite taste of the dish, making her crave it again. As she entered the tavern, the innkeeper and waiters were startled, thinking she had come to cause trouble again. Relieved when she mentioned she came for the scallion oil braised chicken. Soon, the dish was served. The moment she lifted the lid, the aroma enveloped Josephine, bringing back memories of its deliciousness. However, after a few bites, her satisfied expression gradually faded. Influenced by Swordmaster Blind Swordsman, Josephine had developed quite discerning taste for food. This dish was visually and aromatically perfect, but lacked something compared to Emmanuel's cooking. Though she couldn't pinpoint exactly what was missing, she knew it wasn't as good. The innkeeper and waiters observed Josephine carefully from the moment the dish was served. They noticed her mood changing from pleasant to somewhat displeased, which made them uneasy. But Josephine didn't get angry. She ate until she was full and paid before leaving. Later, Josephine returned to Aden's home. After seeing Aden, she first instructed him about receiving Inigo's body and then packed her things, ready to depart. Aden, surprised by her quick departure, asked nervously, Lord Shang, are you leaving already? Josephine nodded and asked, Village head Yang, where can I buy a horse nearby? Aden replied hesitantly, Lord Shang, you jest. We are in such a poor rural area. Where would we find horses? You need to go to Xinzhou City. Here, we only have donkeys and mules. Josephine considered this and said, all right, please help me arrange a donkey as soon as possible. I'm in a hurry to leave. Aden quickly went to arrange it. About 10 minutes later, he returned leading a donkey. Aden had intended to boast about finding a fine donkey but lost interest when Josephine paid and rode off without comment. Riding the donkey to the village entrance, Josephine clarified the direction to Ancient Mountain Village before speeding up. Yes, Josephine was heading to Ancient Mountain Village. She wanted to try Emmanuel's scallion oil braised chicken one more time before leaving Xinzhou. What Emmanuel didn't know was that shortly after he and Nathan arrived home, Josephine appeared at the village entrance. Dismounting, Josephine slowly led the donkey into the village. She soon saw 2 watchtowers at the entrance with villagers stationed on each. Next, she noticed several villagers holding bamboo spears. Recalling Aden's account, Josephine knew Emmanuel had taught these villagers to use bamboo spears, enabling them to defeat the bandits. Just as she was about to enter the village, a villager holding a bamboo spear approached her. Young lady, who are you looking for? This was Tad, leading the guard shift today. Josephine calmly replied, I'm here to see Emmanuel. Tad scrutinized her closely, asking, young lady, why do you seek our master? Unwilling to elaborate, Josephine produced her Xintian office token and handed it to Tad, saying, show this to our master. He will understand. Tad, who could barely read, recognized the golden gleam of the token and knew it must be important. He rushed to deliver the token to Emmanuel. At that moment, Emmanuel was in the room with Paula. Suddenly, he heard Tad calling him from the courtyard. Stepping out, Tad handed Emmanuel the token, saying, Master, a woman is looking for you, and gave me this token, saying you'd understand once you saw it. Seeing the Xintian office token, Emmanuel frowned, thinking to himself, asterisk what's going on? Why is she still chasing after me? Asterisk. Hashtag chapter 171. The Master of Logic. Just as Emmanuel had received the token, Paula walked out of the house with a smile. She asked, Brother Tad, what's the matter? Tad replied, Madam, someone is looking for Master. Who? Paula inquired. Tad pointed at the token in Emmanuel's hand and said, it's a woman. She gave me this to show to Master. Paula glanced at the token and her face instantly showed surprise. Husband, why would someone from the Xintian Ericard come looking for you? The Xintian Ericard? Tad had no idea what it was. Emmanuel was taken aback and hurriedly asked, my dear, do you recognize this as a token from the Xintian Bureau? Paula nodded gravely. Yes, husband. When something happened at my family's home before, the Shintian era card came to us. I remember this token too well. Immediately, Paula grew concerned, holding onto Emmanuel's elbow. Husband, did you offend the Shintian Bureau? Emmanuel knew that Paula harbored deep-seated fears about this, so he quickly patted her hand, reassuring her. Of course not. I met this person by chance in Yangjiakan. Oh right, she is even blind swordsman's disciple. Is that so? Paula was surprised. Emmanuel nodded. I was also quite surprised to meet blind swordsman's disciple during my trip to Yangjiakan. Paula immediately responded, husband, since she is blind swordsman's disciple, she should be our guest. Shouldn't we welcome her properly? However, Emmanuel had a different thought. He believed that Josephine had come to buy his jar bombs, so he wanted to send her off quickly. But hearing Paula's words, Emmanuel could only smile and say, my dear, let's go see her together then. Paula immediately agreed. Husband, wait for me. I'll tidy up and be right out. Then, she rushed back into the house. Emmanuel instructed, Tad, please tell her we'll be there soon. Yes, master, Tad answered and ran off. Soon, Paula emerged neatly dressed and followed Emmanuel towards the village entrance. On the way, Emmanuel recounted how he met Josephine. Before reaching the entrance, Emmanuel saw Josephine, who was unexpectedly leading a donkey. Seeing Emmanuel, Josephine turned around with a smile and waited for him to approach. Soon, she noticed Paula beside Emmanuel. Is that your master's wife? Josephine whispered to a nearby villager. The villager glanced back and nodded. Yes. Josephine inwardly marveled. This ordinary-looking guy has such a beautiful and charming wife. He sure is lucky. In no time, Emmanuel and Paula reached Josephine. Emmanuel introduced them and returned the token to her. After brief pleasantries, Emmanuel asked, Lady Shang, why are you here? Is there something you need? Seeing Emmanuel not inviting her in immediately, Josephine felt slightly displeased. She retorted irritably, I helped you recently. Have you forgotten so soon? Paula interjected immediately. Please forgive us, Lady Shang. My husband didn't mean it like that. Husband, please invite Lady Shang inside. Emmanuel could only say, if Lady Shang isn't too inconvenienced, would you like to come inside for some tea? Josephine's lips curved into a faint smile. All right, I will endure it. Paula gestured politely. This way, Lady Shang. Josephine nodded and followed Paula into the village. As she passed Emmanuel, she threw him the donkey's reins. Thanks. Josephine's demeanor was casual yet haughty, treating Emmanuel almost like a servant. Though Emmanuel initially wanted to drop the reins, he restrained himself for her being blind swordsman's disciple. Paula led Josephine while introducing the village as they headed towards their home. Emmanuel remained silent behind them, thinking about how to send her away sooner. Upon reaching the front door, Josephine paused, pointing toward the soap workshop. Madam Sue, is that your soap factory? Yes, Lady Shang, Paula confirmed. Josephine asked curiously, can I take a look? I love using your scented soap. Paula looked at Emmanuel, unsure of what to do. Smiling calmly, Emmanuel responded, deviant to commercial secrets, only partners or workers in the factory can enter. Lady Shang, are you considering becoming an investor or working in the factory? Josephine's face darkened at his refusal, suspecting these were mere excuses. Paula sensed Josephine's dissatisfaction and intervened. Lady Shang, the workshop is very dirty and chaotic. Let's go inside for some tea first. Leading Josephine into the courtyard, Paula directed her to the main hall. Emmanuel tied the donkey outside and entered the house. Inside, Emmanuel heard Paula say, Lady Shang, please sit for a moment. I'll boil water for tea. Husband, please entertain Lady Shang. I'll be right back. Paula went to the kitchen, leaving Emmanuel alone with Josephine. Approaching quietly, Emmanuel asked, Lady Shang, Elsa slowly shook her head. Not entirely. Emmanuel immediately said, then let me reiterate, no talk about jar bombs. Elsa frowned. Emmanuel, what's wrong with you? Do I look like someone who clings on persistently? Emmanuel asked, then what is it? Elsa said, I heard from Troy that your village formed a bamboo spear team. Spears are explicitly forbidden by the imperial decree in civilian hands. As an officer of Shintian Arakard, I naturally have to come check this out. Emmanuel quickly responded, Lord Shang, our bamboo spears are not over 10 feet long, so they don't violate any regulations. I know, Elsa nodded. I saw them earlier, they seem less than 10 feet. Emmanuel remained silent. At this point, Elsa continued, there's another matter related to my master. Could you tell me how he's been? I haven't seen him for quite some time. Emmanuel replied, Lord Shang, your senior is doing well. You needn't worry too much. Afterwards, Emmanuel recounted his encounter with Swordblind to Elsa. Elsa wasn't overly concerned about her master's physical health. She was more worried about his mental state. Hearing that her master was in good spirits, she finally felt relieved. While they were chatting, Paula brought tea and 2 small dishes of pastries. Elsa was a bit hungry, so she enjoyed the tea and pastries while chatting with Paula. She explained that her main purpose in visiting Xian County was to find her master, and the Shintian Bureau case was only a side task. Deviating their conversation, Paula also understood Elsa's intention to meet Emmanuel specifically. Paula readily agreed to Elsa's request and went off to prepare dinner. Emmanuel said, Lord Shang, please sit down. I'll go inform the Ilias to arrange lodging for you tonight. With that, Emmanuel left to find the Ilias. Not long after Emmanuel left, Kay and Nathan entered from outside. Seeing Elsa, Nathan was surprised. You? Why are you here? Elsa retorted. Why can't I be here? Kay, unfamiliar with Elsa, asked, Aminjiu. Who is she? Nathan whispered to Kay. She's the Elsa I mentioned before. Kay exclaimed, you lost to her? Nathan didn't reply, feeling embarrassed. Is she that strong? Kay couldn't see why Nathan should lose to this woman. Nathan nodded, but remained silent. Elsa suddenly asked, little brother, what's your master's name? Nathan shook her head. I don't know his name. He never told me. Elsa asked again, does he have a renowned title in the martial world? Nathan still shook her head, saying she didn't know. Elsa thought for a moment and said, from what I know, There aren't many hammer experts in the martial world. From your techniques, it seems similar to two masters. One is Damon Shang, the Mad Hammer, and the other is Min Mufeng, the Judge Hammer. It's Min Mufeng, Kay immediately said. Elsa asked, why are you so sure? Nathan replied, my master's surname is Min, and I followed his surname. Elsa nodded. That makes sense. No wonder your hammer techniques are so powerful. You must have learned from the true heir of the Judge Hammer. Nathan hurriedly shook her head. No, I'm far from it. Kay asked curiously, is a Minjiu's master very strong in the martial world? Elsa pondered for a moment and said, he's pretty strong. Although he can't be compared to my master, a supreme expert, he is considered a first-class master. Kay immediately felt indignant. Who's your master? What makes him a supreme expert? Nathan promptly said, Terry. Her master is Terry, the sword hero, truly a supreme expert. Kay was taken aback. Although she knew little about the martial world, even the title sword hero hinted at his extraordinary status. Ignoring Nathan, Kay turned to Elsa. How do you know a Minjiu's master can't compare to yours? A sword hero means nothing until they've fought each other. Since Nathan had already lost to Elsa, if her master also seemed inferior, Nathan would lose face, making Kay lose face too. So Kay blurted out, thinking that since a Minjiu's master was already deceased, comparing their skills was impossible. Unexpectedly, Elsa replied, young girl, you may be surprised, but my master and his master did once engage in a friendly match. Ah. Kay was astonished. Elsa smiled and deliberately asked Kay, Ericus who won? Kay frowned without answering. Nathan, being straightforward, answered, was it the sword hero? Exactly. Elsa nodded with a smile. Instantly, Kay became upset and slapped Nathan. Aren't you your master's disciple? Why believe her blindly? It's just her one-sided claim. Don't be so foolish. Nathan scratched his head, unsure of what to say. Kay was displeased with Nathan's response, silently cursing his inability to support her properly. Just then, Emmanuel returned. Entering the room, Emmanuel informed Elsa, Lord Shang, I've spoken to the Ilias. He will inform me once the lodging arrangements are ready. Thank you, Elsa smiled. Kay, feeling increasingly angry, abruptly turned and walked out of the hall towards the yard. Seeing Kay upset, Nathan rushed after her, and they quickly disappeared. What happened? Emmanuel was puzzled. Elsa recounted the conversation. Emmanuel rolled his eyes, feeling speechless. Elsa then asked, Hey, Emmanuel, who is that young girl? Kay, my cousin, Emmanuel replied. Elsa instantly looked enlightened. No wonder she's as sharp-tongued as you. Emmanuel shook his head and said nothing, then added, Stay here. I'll check if the chicken is ready. He went to the kitchen. Elsa sat quietly for a while but soon found it boring. She stood up and walked towards the kitchen to watch how Emmanuel prepared scallion oil-braised chicken. Chapter 173. Don't you usually dislike reading? In the kitchen, Paula had already killed the chicken and plucked its feathers, preparing to chop it into smaller pieces. Emmanuel saw this and said, My dear, let me handle this. You go rest for a while. As he spoke, Emmanuel took over, picking up the cleaver and beginning to chop the chicken on the cutting board with rhythmic thuds. Just then, Elsa happened to walk by the kitchen door and caught sight of Emmanuel's skilled actions, which caused her to stop in her tracks. Seeing Elsa approach, Paula immediately said, Minister Shang, why are you in the kitchen? It's a mess here. There's hardly any space to step. Elsa smiled and replied, It's all right, Mrs. Su. I just wanted to see how scallion oil braised chicken is made. Paula didn't say anything further after hearing this. Soon enough, Emmanuel finished chopping the chicken and placed the pieces in a wooden basin. My dear, I'll go wash off the blood, he said before leaving the kitchen without a word as he passed Elsa. Elsa wasn't bothered and proceeded into the kitchen once he was gone, casually looking around. Paula suggested, Minister Shang, it's too messy here. Perhaps we should return to the hall for a seat. Elsa shook her head and continued her exploration. Soon, she spotted an unrecognizable bowl of gray powder on the stove. Although Elsa wasn't a cooking expert, she knew most seasonings used in dishes, yet she had never seen this particular substance. Mrs. Su, what is this? Asked Elsa. Oh, that's monosodium glutamate, MSG, replied Paula. Monosodium glutamate? Elsa hadn't heard of it before. What is MSG? Paula explained. It's used to enhance the flavor. If you add a little bit while cooking, the taste will be very good, especially in soups. Just a tiny bit makes it incredibly savory. Is it really that miraculous? Elsa was surprised and somewhat skeptical, wondering if Paula might be exaggerating. Nodding, Paula confirmed, It's true, Minister Shang. Do you know why Jinxiu Tower's dishes are better than other places? It's because they use MSG, making the food exceptionally delicious. Elsa had been to Jinxiu Tower right after arriving in Xianzhou County, and was highly satisfied with the food there. Thinking about it, she asked, Mrs. Su, from what you're saying, besides Jinxiu Tower, no other restaurants have MSG? No, Paula answered firmly. Elsa suddenly remembered Nathan mentioning that Jinxiu Tower learned their cooking techniques from Emmanuel. So, Elsa nodded and smiled. It seems Jinxiu Tower indeed has a close relationship with your husband, willing to share such secret seasoning with you. Shaking her head, Paula clarified, No, Minister Shang, MSG wasn't given by Jinxiu Tower. It was invented by my husband and later sold to them. Emmanuel invented it? Elsa was visibly surprised. Paula affirmed, Yes, it's true, Minister Shang. I'm not lying. Elsa slowly nodded, pondering, and didn't pursue the topic further. Then, Elsa noticed a jar in the cabinet. Mrs. Su, is this fine salt? She asked. Yes, Minister Shang. This is fine salt purified by my husband, different from the regular fine salt sold outside, Paula replied. Elsa questioned, puzzled. Fine salt is just fine salt. How can it be different? Immediately shaking her head, Paula explained, It's different, Minister Shang. While the fine salt sold outside looks similar, it contains many invisible impurities, which my husband calls soluble impurities. Soluble impurities? Elsa didn't understand. Yes, soluble impurities, Paula repeated and continued. According to my husband, these impurities have names like magnesium chloride, calcium chloride, and others I don't remember. Eating them frequently can be very harmful to one's health, leading to various diseases. Paula then detailed the specific health risks and illnesses associated with consuming these impurities, all based on what Emmanuel had told her previously. Elsa was stunned. She never imagined there was so much knowledge hidden in everyday table salt. She silently marveled. Who exactly is Emmanuel? How does he know so much? Just then, Emmanuel returned with the clean chicken pieces. Seeing this, Paula quickly took the wooden basin. Emmanuel instructed, "Dear, fetch some water, add some salt, and soak it slightly. Only then will the blood from the chicken come out." "Understood, husband." Paula nodded and followed his instructions. Turning his head, Emmanuel noticed Elsa watching him with an unusual gaze. He asked, "What's the matter, Minister Shang? Is there something on my face?" Stepping forward, Elsa queried, "Emmanuel, who taught you all this?" Confused, Emmanuel counter-asked, "Who taught me what?" Elsa responded seriously, "Thunder bombs, soap, perfume, MSG, fine salt, and so on. Who taught you all this?" Emmanuel smiled slightly and countered, "Minister Shang, don't you usually dislike reading?" "What do you mean?" Elsa's expression darkened. "There's a saying, in books there is beauty, and in books there is wealth." Emmanuel smiled again. "If Minister Shang read regularly, you wouldn't ask such questions." This left Elsa speechless, as she indeed disliked reading, preferring instead to savor good food. Pausing, Elsa frowned slightly. "So, all this you learned from books?" Emmanuel nodded and added, "But merely memorizing books isn't enough. You must also learn to think critically and apply knowledge flexibly. Naturally, it depends on one's insight." "Tisich, after all that talk, aren't you just boasting about your high insight?" Elsa felt Emmanuel was showing off. Emmanuel smiled modestly, "Not too bad, but not extraordinary either." Hearing this, Elsa almost wanted to hit Emmanuel but restrained herself for Paula's sake, simply pursing her lips and saying nothing more. Seeing this, Paula interjected, "Husband, the salt is ready. How long should it soak?" "1 hour or so." Emmanuel replied, then suggested, "Dear, why don't you take Minister Shang for a tour outside? Leave the rest to me." "You stingy thing, admit it. You're afraid I'll learn your techniques," Elsa muttered and left the kitchen. Paula looked at Emmanuel, who gently waved his hand, signaling her to follow. Soon, Paula accompanied Elsa out of the house towards the village center. There was still some time before dusk, and Fateh was training the villagers with bamboo spears in the central plaza. Seeing this, Elsa stopped and watched attentively. Paula remained silent, quietly standing beside her as they watched together. Chapter 174. Observations. In the open field, Fateh was directing the team members to continuously change formations. One moment it was a circular formation, then a snake formation, and then a conical one. The team members trained diligently, drenched in sweat without any complaints, even finding joy in it. At this point, Rosalind suddenly noticed some strange objects with bamboo spikes hanging from the wooden shields the team members held. Rosalind turned to Paula and asked, "Madam Sue, what are those things hanging on their shields?" Paula replied, "They are bamboo caltrops." "Oh." Rosalind immediately thought of iron caltrops and realized that these could be made from bamboo as well. Rosalind asked, "Madam Sue, did your husband come up with the idea for bamboo caltrops too?" Paula smiled and nodded, "Yes, my husband enjoys thinking about all sorts of odd gadgets." Rosalind continued, "What is the purpose of attaching these bamboo caltrops to the shields?" Paula explained, "My husband says they are used as auxiliary defenses. When facing an enemy, simply throwing the bamboo caltrops down forms a protective barrier, which not only protects us but also enhances the effectiveness of the bamboo spear formation." Rosalind instantly understood and couldn't help but clap her hands and exclaim, "Brilliant! Madam Sue, your husband is truly talented." Rosalind genuinely praised him. Paula smiled modestly, "You flatter me, Governor Shang." Rosalind watched the team's training for a while longer until there was nothing new to see, then followed Paula elsewhere. As evening approached, the soap workshop shut down for the day. Workers emerged one by one, turning the village lively. Rosalind, who was walking back with Paula, saw this scene. She was slightly surprised. "Madam Sue, are all these people working at your soap factory?" Paula nodded, "Yes, they are all villagers. I never expected your soap factory would employ so many people." As Rosalind spoke, she observed the workers passing by, noting how vibrant and cheerful they appeared. Paula said, "My husband still thinks we have too few workers. He plans to hire more in the future." Rosalind agreed immediately, "You should definitely hire more." Paula looked at Rosalind with surprise. Rosalind explained, "Madam Sue, do you know how popular your peony brand is in Liangdu?" Liangdu was the capital of the Liang Kingdom. Paula shook her head, "I didn't know." Rosalind said seriously, "Madam Sue, currently in Liangdu, whether it's nobles, gentry families, or wealthy households, they all use your peony brand. Even Her Majesty the Ambria loves it." "Oh really?" Paula was genuinely startled, her heart racing. She had never imagined someone as high-ranking as the Ambria would enjoy using their peony brand. Rosalind nodded. "Of course, the eunuchs around Her Majesty say so." Paula was elated, unable to stop smiling. "Governor Shang, if I tell my husband about this, he will be delighted." Rosalind thought for a moment and suddenly asked, "Madam Sue, have you considered opening a shop in the capital? I believe your business would thrive there." Rosalind had a personal motive. Living in the capital herself, she always had to go through considerable effort and expense to buy soap and perfumed soaps. If the peony brand opened a store in the capital, her purchases would become much easier. Paula responded, "Governor Shang, this matter depends on my husband and Miss Noah. They decide where to set up stores. I don't understand these matters and never get involved." "Who is Miss Noah?" Rosalind asked curiously. Paula suddenly realized Rosalind didn't know Miriam. She quickly explained, "She is the eldest daughter of the Noah family from Xinzhou City. The Jinsha Lu restaurant is owned by the Noah family." Following this, Paula told Rosalind that Miriam was the chief distributor for the peony brand, responsible for selling soap and perfumed soaps across the country. "Chief distributor?" Rosalind encountered another new term. With Paula's explanation, Rosalind quickly grasped what a chief distributor was. At this moment, Rosalind gained a greater understanding of Emmanuel and began to admire him secretly. When they returned home, Xander, Su Ping'an, Kay, and Nathan were already there. Seeing Rosalind, everyone exchanged pleasantries and greetings. Unlike Aden, the Su family had no concept of the Xintian way and wasn't overly cautious or nervous, making Rosalind feel more comfortable and relaxed. Davian ring dinner. Everyone sat around the table chatting and enjoying dishes cooked by Emmanuel. Besides scallion braised chicken, Emmanuel had prepared several inventive home-style dishes, all of which were delicious, earning Rosalind's praises. Can't eat anymore, really can't eat anymore, Rosalind exclaimed when Xander asked Kay to serve her another bowl of rice. Rosalind was thoroughly full. If her stomach were exposed now, it would surely be round and bulging. Shortly after dinner, the Ilias sent someone to inform Emmanuel that accommodation had been arranged for Rosalind at Flora's place. Only Flora and her daughter lived there, making it a suitable residence for Rosalind. After a brief rest, Emmanuel urged Paula and Kay to escort Rosalind to Flora's home. However, Rosalind shook her head and said in front of everyone, "Emmanuel, you should take me there. I need to talk to you." Upon hearing this, Emmanuel felt the astonished gazes of everyone present. Kay's brow furrowed, and her mouth formed an expression capable of hanging a jar. Worried about Paula's feelings, Emmanuel turned to look at her. Though somewhat surprised, Paula remained magnanimous and said, "Husband, return early." Emmanuel smiled, nodding in agreement, "Sure." Leaving the yard, Emmanuel led Rosalind's donkey toward Flora's house. After walking some distance, Emmanuel asked, "Governor Shang, you can speak now." Rosalind came straight to the point. "Emmanuel, why do you want to join the Xintian Sea?" Emmanuel shrugged. "Since it's impossible anyway, there's no need to discuss it. But what if I tell you it might be possible?" Rosalind suddenly stopped, turning to face Emmanuel. Emmanuel froze, then laughed and shook his head. "Governor Shang, don't joke around." However, Rosalind maintained a serious demeanor without a hint of humor. Emmanuel immediately wiped away his smile. "Governor Shang, do you speak the truth?" Chapter 174. Observations. In the open field, Fade was directing the team members to continuously change formations. One moment it was a circular formation, the next a snake-like line, and then a cone-shaped formation. The team members trained diligently, drenched in sweat, but without any complaints. They even seemed to enjoy it. At this point, Josephine suddenly noticed some peculiar items with bamboo spikes hanging from the wooden shields held by the team members. She turned to Paula and asked, "Madam Silla?" nodded, "Yes, they are all from our village." "I didn't realize your soap workshop employed so many people," Josephine remarked, observing the passing villagers who looked energetic and happy. Paula said, "My husband still feels we have too few workers. He wants to hire even more, but that's for the future." Josephine immediately agreed, "You should hire more." Paula looked at her curiously. Josephine explained, "Madam Su, do you know how popular your peony brand is in Liangdu?" Liangdu was the capital city of the Liang Kingdom. Paula shook her head. "I don't know." Josephine said earnestly, "Madam Su, currently in Liangdu, whether it's the nobility or the wealthy families, they all use your peony brand, and even the Ambria herself loves it." "Oh really?" Paula was taken aback, her heartbeat accelerating. She never imagined that someone as noble as the Ambria would like her peony brand. Josephine nodded. "Of course, the eunuchs serving the Ambria say so." Paula was overjoyed, unable to contain her smile. "Overlord Shang, if I tell my husband about this later, he'll be thrilled." Josephine thought for a moment, then suddenly asked, "Madam Su, have you considered opening a store in the capital? I think your business would thrive there." There was a hidden motive behind this suggestion. Josephine lived in the capital and found it cumbersome and expensive to buy soap each time. If the peony brand opened a store there, it would make her purchases much easier. Paula replied, "Overlord Shang, this decision is up to my husband and Miss Noah. They always decide where to open stores together. I don't get involved in such matters." "Who is Miss Noah?" Josephine asked curiously. Paula suddenly realized Josephine didn't know Meadow, so she quickly introduced her. She is the eldest daughter of the Noah family from Shinjo City. Their family owns the Shinshu Tower. Paula then explained that Meadow was their general distributor for peony brand products nationwide. General distributor? Josephine heard this term for the first time. After Paula's explanation, Josephine quickly grasped what a general distributor meant. At this moment, she gained an even greater respect for Emmanuel. When they arrived home, Xander, Gordy, Kay, and Nathan were already there. Greetings and pleasantries followed as everyone saw Josephine. Xander's family wasn't familiar with the heavenly black Aerocard, so they weren't as cautious and nervous as Aden, making Josephine feel more relaxed. Davian ring dinner, everyone sat around the table, chatting and enjoying the dishes prepared by Emmanuel. In addition to scallion oil braised chicken, Emmanuel had prepared several innovative home-style dishes, all of which Josephine praised highly. "Can't eat anymore, really can't eat anymore," Josephine exclaimed when Xander asked Kay to serve her another bowl of rice. She was incredibly full. Shortly after dinner, the Ilias sent word that Josephine's lodging had been arranged at Flora's house. Only Flora and her daughter lived there, making it suitable for Josephine. After resting a bit, Emmanuel urged Paula and Kay to escort Josephine to Flora's. But Josephine refused and announced in front of everyone, "Emmanuel, please escort me there. I need to talk to you." Upon hearing this, Emmanuel felt everyone's surprised gaze, especially Kay's frowning face and pouting lips. Worried that Paula might mind, Emmanuel glanced at her. Though surprised, Paula was gracious. "Husband, return early?" Emmanuel smiled and nodded. "Okay." Exiting the yard, Emmanuel led Josephine's donkey toward Flora's house. After walking a distance, Emmanuel asked, "Overlord Shang, what do you want to say now?" Without beating around the bush, Josephine directly asked, "Emmanuel, why do you want to join the Heavenly Black Bureau?" Emmanuel shrugged. "Since it's impossible anyway, no need to explain. But what if I told you it might be possible?" Josephine stopped and turned to face him seriously. Emmanuel froze, then laughed, shaking his head. "Overlord Shang, don't joke." But Josephine's expression remained serious. Immediately, Emmanuel dropped his smile. Overlord Shang, do you mean it? Note, adjusted names for consistency and clarified some expressions for smoother readability. ####Chapter 175. Wait for my news. Elsa raised her hand and said, don't get too excited yet. I only said there's a possibility, not that it will definitely happen. Emmanuel immediately frowned, not quite understanding Elsa's meaning. Elsa paused and asked, Emmanuel, tell me first, what is your purpose for joining the Xintian Bureau? If you plan to use the name of the Xintian Bureau to swindle people and act recklessly, you're mistaken. Emmanuel calmly replied, Director Shang, my goal is simple. I just want to protect myself and my family better. Nothing more. Elsa asked doubtfully, would holding an honorary position be enough to protect you and your family? Emmanuel nodded confidently, yes, at least in Xinzhou County, it would be sufficient. Elsa thought for a moment and then asked, have you been bullied by someone? Tell me who it is, and I'll take care of them as thanks for this scallion chicken dish. Emmanuel smiled and shook his head, Director Shang, thank you for your kindness. There's a saying, you can help temporarily but not forever. I still hope to have some power myself. Otherwise, when I can't find you, wouldn't I be helpless? Elsa slowly nodded and said, all right, I understand. Wait for my news. About how long? Emmanuel asked. Elsa shook her head. I don't know, maybe a month, maybe 6 months. After saying this, Elsa turned and continued walking forward. Emmanuel silently rolled his eyes, thinking this sounded unreliable. Then, Emmanuel led the donkey and accompanied Elsa to Flora's doorstep. Flora's daughter had been waiting at the door and immediately shouted inside when they arrived, Mom, Boss Sue is here. Flora was busy inside and hurriedly put down her work to come out upon hearing Emmanuel. Flora and her daughter began cleaning the house right away when they knew Emmanuel's guest would stay with them. Especially for Elsa's room, not only was the floor swept clean, but tables, chairs, cabinets were also wiped spotless, and new bedding was laid out. Director Shang, when are you leaving tomorrow? Let me see you off, Emmanuel asked. Elsa shook her head. No need. I don't like farewells. After hearing this, Emmanuel didn't say much, just nodded slightly and said, then I wish Director Shang a safe journey. Thanks, Elsa smiled. Next, Emmanuel handed over the donkey to Flora and her daughter, thanked them politely, and turned to go home. Elsa stood in the courtyard until Emmanuel walked far enough before following Flora and her daughter into the house. The next day, as dawn was breaking, Elsa packed up and left Erikshan village on the donkey heading north. Emmanuel and Paula knew Elsa was leaving and got up early to see her off, but they were a bit late. 3 days later, Emmanuel suddenly received a letter from Meadow. The messenger told Emmanuel he came directly from Fuchin County and Meadow was still there. After arranging for the messenger to rest, Emmanuel opened the letter, praised the work continuously because Master Ethan's craftsmanship was impeccable. These 100 stone casings were almost identical in size, and their thickness was just right. They were round and smooth, comfortable to hold, clearly polished and finished. Emmanuel laughed, Master Ethan, it's not necessary to do such fine work. Anyway, they'll end up exploding. But Master Ethan disagreed and seriously said, young Jason, we cannot take your order lightly. Moreover, if others knew that old Ethan made such rough products, I'd be too ashamed, haha. Hearing this, Emmanuel laughed along. Next, Emmanuel tested the stone casings in front of Master Ethan and his son. Emmanuel's method involved filling the casings with dirt and sand and conducting repeated drop tests to see if they cracked easily upon impact. Ultimately, Emmanuel was very satisfied with the hardness of the stone casings and happily accepted the batch. Emmanuel knew Master Ethan wouldn't accept payment, so he had Nathan bring some soap and perfumed soap as gifts for Master Ethan. Initially, Master Ethan felt the gift was too valuable and hesitated to accept until Emmanuel told them the price of soap had dropped significantly, and it wasn't worth much now. Only then did the father and son reluctantly accept. After seeing off Master Ethan, Emmanuel eagerly loaded a stone bomb and called Jeff and Nathan to test it on the mountain. Soon, a loud explosion echoed through the sky above Erikshan village. Boss, this stone bomb looks similar in size to the canister bombs, but why does it have much more explosive power? Jeff was both surprised and excited. Emmanuel, of course, didn't mention adding sugar frost to the black powder but simply said, because I added an extra ingredient inside. Jeff couldn't resist asking, what ingredient, boss? Emmanuel gave a mysterious smile and shook his head. I can't tell you yet. Jeff instantly understood and stopped probing. Emmanuel suddenly turned serious and said, Captain Yo, in 2 days, I'll be going to Fuchin County. Davian my absence. The safety of everyone in the village depends on you. Jeff immediately patted his chest. Don't worry, boss. I'll protect the village. Chapter 176, Huawei Escort Agency. Everything was ready, and 2 days later, Emmanuel set off with Nathan. Before leaving, Emmanuel converted all the canister bombs into stone bombs, each enhanced with sugar frost. Fateh, upon receiving the stone bombs, was thrilled beyond words and reaffirmed his resolve to protect the village. To ensure a swift and safe delivery of goods to Fuchin County this time, Emmanuel spent a hefty sum to hire the most powerful escort agency in Xinzhou County, the Huawei Escort Agency. It seemed that due to Emmanuel's generous payment, Huawei Escort Agency treated this job with utmost importance. Not only did they assign their chief escort, Chris, but they also mobilized over 40 guards, several of whom were highly skilled and experienced, ensuring everything would go smoothly. The reason Emmanuel hired an escort agency was threefold. 1. Many villagers from ancient mountain village had never traveled far and lacked experience in long journeys. 2. The village still needed protection. If the main forces left for deliveries, the village's safety could not be guaranteed. 3. For both safety and confidentiality. Before the agent stores in Heian County, Kaisian, and Fuchin County opened, Emmanuel didn't want anyone to notice he was transporting large quantities of soap and perfumed soap out of the region. Hiring an escort agency ensured maximum discretion and security since these agencies maintained good relations with both law enforcement and underground elements along their routes. For this trip to Fuchin County, Emmanuel only brought Nathan, as they were traveling with Huey Escort Agency, minimizing potential dangers. On the return journey, Emmanuel would travel with Meadow, and with the Noah family's mini guards, there would be no issues. By late afternoon, after the hour of Shun, 3 to 5 p.m., Emmanuel and Nathan were already outside the boundaries of Shinjo County, following Huey Escort Agency's convoy. The road conditions deteriorated, slowing down the entire convoy. However, Chief Escort Chris wasn't concerned about the convoy's speed. "Ricky, shout the warning." "Yes, Chief Escort," replied Ricky, who stood at the front of the convoy. Though short, he had a sturdy build, clearly designed for defense. Soon, Emmanuel heard Ricky shout towards the mountains on either side, "He-wa?" This cry echoed up and down, lingering long enough to reach the other side of the mountain. Then, Ricky continued, "From Huey Escort Agency, we're passing through. Bullets travel far. Over mountains and bridges. He-wa." Ricky repeated these phrases multiple times, the sound reverberating through the surrounding forests. Nathan, not understanding, whispered to Emmanuel, "Boss, who is he shouting to?" Emmanuel glanced at her and replied, "Obviously to the heroes in the mountains. Who else do you think it could be?" "The heroes in the mountains?" Nathan glanced around skeptically. She then asked, "Boss, what does He-wa mean?" Emmanuel explained, "He-wa means friendship. This way, any bandits hiding along the route know we're passing by and will let us through without trouble." Emmanuel added, "There's a saying, a single He-wa lets the convoy pass, and half a year later, we return safely. That's what it means." Understanding, Nathan nodded. Emmanuel knew the significance of shouting correctly from his research online. A shout must have strength but not seem too forceful, conveying a sense of camaraderie and righteousness. If too aggressive, it could come off as threatening, leading bandits to feel provoked and increase the likelihood of an attack. Ricky's shout struck just the right tone, clearly inviting friendship and asking for passage. After numerous repetitions, finally, a distant He-wa responded from within the mountains. Upon hearing this, all the guards, including Chris, visibly relaxed. Surprised, Nathan remarked, "Boss, there really are people in the mountains." Emmanuel rolled his eyes. Obviously. Otherwise, why would he keep shouting? Chris approached them, smiling. "Young Jason, the heroes here have some connection with our Huey Escort Agency. Their response means we're cleared to pass." Nodding, Emmanuel asked, "Chief Escort 2, where will we stay tonight?" Chris replied, "Before dark, we'll reach a place called Boyoshian Village and spend the night there." After a brief chat, Chris excused himself. Just before dusk, the convoy arrived at Boyoshian Village uneventfully. Inside the village, Chris first arranged accommodation for Emmanuel and Nathan. Although modest, the chosen house was better than the rest. Emmanuel understood this was special treatment. The Huey guard stayed nearby, mostly sleeping on the ground due to the crowd. Once settled, Chris reminded Emmanuel to join in line. Nathan suddenly felt someone tap her shoulder. A voice came from behind, "Little brother." She turned around and saw a guard addressing her. He was dressed in close-fitting clothes, over a head taller than her. There was an obvious scar on his forehead, extending diagonally from his hairline to the corner of his left eyebrow, about an inch long. Nathan looked at him with confusion, unsure why he was talking to her. The scar-faced guard said, "Little brother, your pair of copper hammers looks pretty good. Could you let me take a look?" Pointing at the copper hammers on Nathan's waist, the guard spoke again. Nathan hesitated. Seeing this, the scar-faced guard added reassuringly, "You can be assured, little brother. I just want to take a look, and I'll give them back immediately. I won't keep them." Hearing this, Nathan didn't refuse anymore and handed the copper hammers over to him. After taking the hammers, the guard began to examine them carefully. Then, he moved several steps back to an open area and started swinging the hammers, making whoosh sounds. Nathan immediately noticed that this man wasn't trained in hammer techniques, but she didn't say anything since he was just playing with curiosity. While the scar-faced guard was practicing with the hammers, those around began to watch. Some familiar faces even called out mockingly, "Erikstav, do you know how to use hammers now? Ha ha ha." "Yeah, brother who, when did you secretly practice hammer skills without telling us? Ha ha." This guard named Erikstav was related to the big boss of the security bureau. He had joined Huey Security Bureau before turning 20 and had been there for 10 years, one of the senior guards. Ignoring their jokes, Erikstav continued demonstrating hammer techniques meticulously. When he stopped, he appeared excited, nodding while looking at the hammers in his hands. Good hammers, truly good hammers. While playing with the hammers, Erikstav approached Nathan and asked, "Little brother, what's your name?" Nathan told him her name. Erikstav nodded and said, "Brother Amen, I'm Erikstav, and I've been at Huey Security Bureau for more than 10 years. Since I'm a few years older than you can call me Brother Kong or Brother Who. Who bro?" Nathan politely replied, and then reached out to reclaim her hammers. But Erikstav retracted his hand, leaving Nathan puzzled. With a smile, Erikstav said, "Don't worry, Brother Amen. Let's talk a bit first." "What is it?" Nathan asked. Erikstav glanced at the hammer in his right hand and smiled gently. "Brother Amen, I've been studying hammer techniques recently. Everything's fine except for the lack of a proper pair of hammers." Upon hearing this, Nathan frowned. Erikstav continued, "Brother Amen, your copper hammers are indeed nice, and I really like them. How about we make a deal? Sell this pair of hammers to Brother Who, okay? Don't worry, Brother Who will never rip you off. I'll offer 5 strings of coins. What do you think?" Erikstav said. Nearby, Emmanuel watched Nathan and Erikstav while eating. When Erikstav mentioned the 5-string offer, Emmanuel almost choked on his meal. It cost 3 strings of coins just to repair these hammers, yet this guy thought he could buy them for 5 strings. It was ridiculous. Nathan shook her head and replied, "Who bro? These hammers were left to me by my teacher. I won't sell them." As she said this, Nathan tried once more to get back her hammers. However, Erikstav pulled back again and took a step back. "Brother Amen, if you think it's too low, I can add more 10 strings, no, 15 strings. What do you think? Isn't brother who sincere enough? Nathan still shook her head. No matter how much you offer, I won't sell. Her face clearly showed displeasure as she glared at Erikstav. Erikstav noticed Nathan's dissatisfaction, but paid it no heed. Brother Amin, don't be so definitive. Just name your price, as long as it's not outrageous, Erikstav said, still smiling, though his smile felt less genuine. Nathan didn't want to waste more time and reached out insistently, give them back. Hey, look at you. Why are you getting so upset? Erikstav taunted slickly. Without hesitation, Nathan placed her bowl on the ground and lunged forward to snatch back the hammers. Erikstav dodged quickly, running left and right to prevent Nathan from getting her hammers back. Emmanuel couldn't stand it anymore, thinking this guy was such a pain. Suddenly, Nathan caught up to Erikstav and landed a punch on his back. Erikstav staggered forward, nearly falling flat on his face. Emmanuel clenched his fist in satisfaction. Nicely done. Immediately after, Nathan dashed forward and retrieved her hammers, stepping back a few paces. Erikstav's fall triggered roaring laughter from the crowd, and nearby villagers also gathered to witness the commotion. Feeling extremely humiliated, Erikstav's face darkened. Before the laughter fully died down, someone loudly mocked, Erikstav, have you been neglecting your training to chase women? Otherwise, why would you be so weak, unable to withstand a child's punch? Ha ha ha. The surrounding laughter intensified, louder than before. Erikstav's initial embarrassment transformed into total fury. He got up from the ground, turning to glare angrily at Nathan. Kid, what the hell is your problem? Can't you tell I was just joking around? Nathan remained silent because she didn't intend to argue with him, walking toward Emmanuel instead. Just as Nathan approached Emmanuel, Erikstav pursued her, shouting, Kid, don't think you can walk away. If you don't explain yourself today, I won't let this go. Nathan didn't know how to respond, turning to Emmanuel for help. Sir, Raising his hand, Emmanuel indicated Nathan didn't need to speak further. He calmly set down his bowl and walked towards Erikstav. Brother Erikstav, right? What is it? Erikstav scowled, not recognizing Emmanuel. In the entire escort team, only Chief Chris knew Emmanuel's true identity. To others, Emmanuel was merely a guest accompanying them to Fuchin County. Hashtag chapter 178, the experience baby. Emmanuel asked, Brother Erikstav, were you just joking with him? Of course. Who can't tell I was joking? Erikstav snapped angrily. Emmanuel slowly nodded and then suddenly looked up at the sky, exclaiming in surprise, Hey, what's that up there? Curious, Erikstav didn't think twice before looking up too. At that moment, Emmanuel suddenly bent down and yanked Erikstav's pants off. Ha 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 ha. The laughter erupted again on the scene. Erikstav was shocked and quickly stepped back to pull up his pants, his face turning beet red as he shouted, Stop laughing! Don't laugh! All of you, stop laughing! But the more he yelled, the louder the laughter grew. Many people clutched their stomachs, nearly laughing themselves into fits. Seeing he couldn't stop the laughter, Erikstav's anger shifted entirely onto Emmanuel. You son of a bitch! Erikstav raged, swinging a punch at Emmanuel, but Emmanuel remained unperturbed, standing steadily in place. Suddenly, there was a slap sound before Emmanuel. On closer inspection, Nathan had caught Erikstav's fist. Deviant to Erikstav's behavior earlier, Nathan had developed an intense dislike for him. Now that Erikstav dared to attack the master, it had thoroughly enraged Nathan. Next, Nathan pushed Erikstav forcefully away, the force nearly making Erikstav fall to the ground. After steadying himself, Erikstav inwardly marveled. How could this kid have so much strength? Emmanuel watched Erikstav with a cold smile on his lips. Brother Erikstav, why are you getting mad? I was only joking. Didn't you see that? Emmanuel thought. You like jokes, right? Well, I'll play along. Erikstav instantly exploded in fury, clenching his fists and swinging another punch at Emmanuel. Nathan wouldn't let Erikstav touch Emmanuel. Blocking in front of Emmanuel, he engaged Erikstav in combat. Emmanuel immediately retreated a few steps, shouting loudly, Aminjiu, teach this guy a lesson. No need to give me any special treatment. For someone like Erikstav who always asked for trouble, Emmanuel wouldn't hold back. Most of the guards at the security bureau were martial artists. Fighting was a regular occurrence for them. Soon, the space where the escort team ate turned into a makeshift arena. Everyone moved back to give them room, allowing both fighters to fully engage. Erikstav had been working as a guard for the Hue Security Bureau for over 10 years, not just because he was related to the boss, but also due to his own skills. Since childhood, he practiced diligently and had become proficient in both boxing and swordsmanship. Even 2 or 3 average guards together might not be able to match him. Unfortunately, his luck wasn't good today, facing Nathan with innate strength. Though Nathan's combat experience wasn't as extensive as Erikstav's, his physical strength and resilience far exceeded the latter. Once they clashed, Erikstav used his experience advantage to land several punches on Nathan, but these punches were like tickles, causing no real damage. On the other hand, though Nathan only landed 1 punch, it hit Erikstav hard enough to make him wary, avoiding direct confrontation with Nathan thereafter. The onlookers saw Nathan, a half-grown youth, holding his own against Erikstav, gradually becoming excited. Go on, little brother. Get him. Exactly. Beat him up. Ha ha ha. Most people started cheering for Nathan, hoping he would win against Erikstav. It wasn't that Erikstav lacked popularity, but rather that everyone viewed this as an uneven fight. Deviant to his age and size, Nathan was naturally seen as the underdog. Throughout history, in situations without personal interest, most people tend to side with the weaker party, hoping for an underdog victory. As they were fighting fiercely, Chris suddenly returned. He had gone to relieve himself a bit earlier due to stomach pain. Seeing everyone gathered in a circle with cheers and encouragement coming from inside, Chris immediately understood what was happening. Running to push through the crowd, he found Emmanuel's men fighting Erikstav, causing him to frown deeply. Worried about Emmanuel's men getting injured, he prepared to step in, but a voice called out, Chief Tuesday. Chris turned and saw it was Emmanuel standing a yard away. He noticed Emmanuel seemed calm, not treating the fight as a serious matter. Chris hurried over and asked, Jason, what's going on? Why are they fighting? Emmanuel explained everything that happened. Chris felt furious after hearing and stepped forward to stop the fight, but Emmanuel held him back, shaking his head. Don't stop them, Chief 2. Such a great, experienced baby. Don't ruin it for me. Experienced baby? Chris didn't understand. Emmanuel whispered, Chief 2. My Aminju lacks combat experience. If someone is willing to spar with him now, isn't this a great opportunity to gain practical experience? Chris finally understood but still asked curiously, Jason, Erikstav is one of our best fighters. Aren't you afraid your man will be at a disadvantage? Emmanuel replied, how can a martial artist grow stronger without taking some hits? Isn't that right? Saying irritably, enough. No explanations needed. Can't even beat a kid. What else can you say? Finishing, Chris walked away, shouting to the crowd, disperse everyone. Back to work. Erikstav felt a burning rage in his heart, glaring at the direction Emmanuel and Nathan had left, clenched fists hidden in his sleeves. Chapter 179. Try hard, young man. Elsewhere, Emmanuel brought Nathan back to their lodgings. Once inside, Emmanuel asked, how are you? Did he injure you anywhere? Nathan shook his head and said, no, master. That guy's punches were soft and couldn't hurt me. Just as Nathan finished speaking, Emmanuel's face turned grim and his tone hardened. If he couldn't hurt you, why didn't you win? Master, I. Nathan was at a loss for words. Emmanuel gestured for Nathan to be silent and then asked, tell me, how many punches did he land on you just now? What? Nathan was taken aback, shaking his head. I don't remember, master. Emmanuel frowned and said, if you can't remember, think carefully. Count them as you recall. Nathan immediately lowered his head and started recalling the fight, counting on his fingers. After a while, Nathan looked up, somewhat embarrassed. Master, I think I took about 18 punches. Emmanuel then asked, and how many punches did you land on him? One punch. Nathan looked down again, knowing this was a shameful record. Emmanuel nodded and said, he hit you 18 times, but you only managed to hit him once. You really are too merciful, aren't you? Amazing, truly amazing. Pausing, Emmanuel suddenly poked Nathan's chest with his finger, saying sternly, thankfully you didn't use weapons. If he had a knife, you'd already be full of holes by now. Nathan dared not look up or speak. After a moment of silence, Emmanuel continued, Nathan, listen up, this isn't over yet. From tomorrow on, you will fight him every day until you win. If you can't beat Erikstav before we reach Fuchin County, don't call me master anymore. Nathan was startled and quickly responded, Master, I? But Emmanuel interrupted him swiftly, saying sternly, don't say anything, I don't want to hear it. Think hard about how to defeat Erikstav. With that, Emmanuel went into the inner room, leaving Nathan alone to worry and ponder. The night passed quietly. At dawn, the escort team set off from Boyoshian village, continuing towards Fuchin County. On the first day, since Nathan was on a long journey for the first time, he kept looking around curiously, asking many questions. But after Emmanuel's words last night, Nathan seemed like a different person. He spent most of the journey either deep in thought or practicing his moves, repeatedly reviewing and studying his encounters with Erikstav. Emmanuel could see that Nathan was determined to beat Erikstav. As for Erikstav, whenever he had the chance, he would sneak glances at Nathan and Emmanuel. Each time he saw Nathan practicing his moves, Erikstav would inwardly sneer. Finally, on the second day, they arrived at a small town where the escort team camped for the night. After dinner, before it got completely dark, Erikstav was boasting to other guards when Emmanuel appeared with Nathan. At that moment, Erikstav's smile vanished instantly. He frowned and stared at Emmanuel and Nathan. What do you want? Emmanuel coldly replied, Erikstav, yesterday's fight wasn't finished. What else would we be here for? Erikstav quickly glanced around and, seeing Chris wasn't nearby, said, come on, let's continue. Saying this, Erikstav stepped forward. The other guards, sensing a spectacle, immediately perked up. Just as Emmanuel was about to step back to make space, Erikstav said, let's change places. This isn't convenient. Erikstav was worried Chris might see. As guests of the escort agency, it wouldn't make sense for a guard to fight them. They found a quiet spot and started fighting. Compared to yesterday, there were fewer spectators, but the intensity of the fight between Nathan and Erikstav was greater. After about an hour, as darkness began to fall, both Nathan and they fought openly. Gradually, these fights became an after-dinner entertainment for the escort team. Notably, through 6 days of real combat, Nathan's practical experience improved dramatically. On the first day, Erikstav hit him 18 times, while Nathan only landed 1 punch. By the 6th day, things had changed significantly. Though Nathan took 3 punches, he managed to land 2 on Erikstav. On the 7th day, the situation turned completely. Nathan performed brilliantly, not taking a single punch from Erikstav and landing 3 successive blows, finally knocking Erikstav to the ground. The moment Erikstav fell, the crowd burst into cheers. Over the 7 days, Nathan's significant improvement was evident to all, and everyone rejoiced for the young man. But Erikstav, red-faced with embarrassment, stood up and shouted, pointing at Nathan, boy, if you dare, let's try weapons. Hashtag chapter 180. Friendly sparring? Erikstav dared to challenge so confidently because he had immense faith in his blade skills. He had lost to Nathan in unarmed combat, and had done so publicly, in front of everyone. If he didn't quickly reclaim his reputation, it would be difficult for him to continue working at the Tiger Might Escort Agency. Losing to a child was an embarrassment that would haunt him forever. Chris saw Erikstav's agitation and tried to dissuade him. Now, all he could hope was that Erikstav would win back some dignity. Soon, Erikstav returned with a large tiger-head saber. Come on, brat. I'll show you what a tiger-head saber really means. Erikstav bellowed, brandishing his weapon and creating loud swishing sounds as the wind cut through the air, showing considerable prowess. Nathan promptly drew his bronze hammer, positioning himself eagerly. Emmanuel, concerned about Nathan going too far, cautioned him, "Engsub, don't hit too hard." "I understand, master," Nathan replied confidently. After 7 days of practice, Nathan knew exactly how a rickstaff fought. There was no chance for a rickstaff to win this time. The two faced each other again, staring intensely from a yard apart. Chris stood between them and reminded loudly, "This is just a friendly sparring match. Keep it controlled, understood?" "Understood," Nathan immediately responded. Erikstev nodded, "Got it." Despite his words, Erikstev intended otherwise. Chris stepped aside to join Emmanuel. Then, Nathan and Erikstev circled each other cautiously. Halfway through circling, Erikstev taunted, "Come on, boy. You were fierce earlier, what happened now? Scared of my tiger-head saber?" Previously, Nathan might have been provoked into attacking. However, after the past week, he realized the importance of calmness in combat. Swinging his hammer with both hands, Nathan retorted, "You're the one who cried foul first, yet you're hesitant to strike. Who's the coward now?" Enraged, Erikstev charged with his saber raised, aiming a powerful slash at Nathan's face. Nathan reacted swiftly, crossing his hammers overhead to block the blow. Chris frowned inwardly. This wasn't sparring. It was an attempt to kill. Erikstev swiftly swung again. Ding, ding, ding ding. The sound of metal striking metal echoed intermittently, deepening hearts and nerves alike. Everyone, including Chris, noticed that Erikstev was fighting without holding back. The tension grew. Emmanuel, though unskilled in martial arts, soon recognized Erikstev's malevolent intent and became irritated, cursing under his breath at the lack of chivalry. Seizing an opportunity, Erikstev leaped and swung diagonally toward Nathan. Nathan couldn't block, so he retreated quickly. At the last second, the tiger-head saber grazed Nathan's chest, cutting a slit in his shirt as it slammed into the ground, its tip sinking slightly into the soil. Chris interjected angrily, "Erikstev, what are you doing? This is supposed to be a friendly sparring match." "Don't worry, Chief, I won't hurt him," Erikstev replied, swinging his saber again with increased ferocity. Finally fed up, Emmanuel shouted, "Engsub, don't hold back. Take him down." With Emmanuel's encouragement, Nathan seized an opening and countered fiercely. Bang, 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 bang. He hammered Erikstev's head repeatedly, leaving Erikstev no choice but to struggle with his saber to block. Despite Emmanuel's permission, Nathan still held back from injuring him, choosing instead to target the saber itself, thinking he'd destroy Erikstev's confidence in his blade skills. Blow after heavy blow, Erikstev felt the sheer power of Nathan. His saber blade was now dented, slightly bent. With Nathan's immense strength, Erikstev's hands were going numb, nearly losing control. Yet Nathan showed no sign of stopping, hammering continuously. To Emmanuel, it looked like Nathan was driving Erikstev into the ground like a nail, blow by blow. Hashtag chapter 181. Preparing to cross the river. Clang, clang, clang. Nathan's strikes grew heavier with each blow, the sound growing louder each time. Erikstev's hands were becoming increasingly numb, and his tiger-head saber was bending more than before. Seeing his beloved tiger-head saber about to be destroyed, Erikstev finally could not hold on any longer and shouted, "Stop! I surrender." Only then did Nathan stop, frowning as she stared at Erikstev and asked loudly, "Do you concede?" I concede. I really do." Erikstev was already out of temper. Nathan first breathed a secret sigh of relief, then raised her hammers high and waved them in triumph, her face flushed with excitement. The next moment, the crowd erupted into loud cheers and whistles, and the atmosphere became lively instantly. In the midst of the cheers, Emmanuel walked up to Nathan and patted her on the shoulder, saying, "Well done." Nathan smiled and nodded. Chris also approached Erikstev, offering him quiet consolation. Erikstev hung his head, staring dejectedly at his dented tiger-head saber, remaining silent throughout. After this battle, Nathan had become well known within the escort team. In the following 2 days, several members came to spar with her. However, these sparring sessions were friendly, strictly adhering to the principle of stopping at the slightest touch. Nathan understood the importance of practical combat experience, so she welcomed all challengers, learning more from each encounter. Deviating this time, Chris privately approached Nathan, asking if she was interested in working for the Tiger Might Escort Agency. Of course, Nathan would never agree, and she rejected the offer without hesitation. Afterward, she told Emmanuel about it. Emmanuel laughed, saying that even if he agreed, someone back home would definitely not approve of Nathan switching jobs to be an escort. On the 10th day, the escort team arrived at the banks of Yong'an River. Chris informed Emmanuel that the opposite side of the Yong'an River was Fujian County, their destination now in sight. The team stopped at a ferry point called Fengyang Crossing, the closest and most bustling crossing to Fujian County. Emmanuel looked around. Although there were many boats at the riverbank, most were small ferries suitable only for people and livestock, but not for cargo wagons. Emmanuel couldn't help but ask Chris, "Chief 2, how will we get the wagons across?" Chris smiled and replied, "No need to worry, Baker. I've already arranged for a larger boat. It shouldn't take long." Hearing this, Emmanuel ceased questioning. They waited by the riverbank for about half an hour until a large ferry finally appeared on the water. However, this large ferry wasn't as big as Emmanuel had imagined. It could accommodate at most 2 wagons per trip, and it would be rather crowded. A while later, the large ferry docked near the shore. Without waiting for it to stabilize, Chris leaped onto the boat and chatted happily with the crew. Shortly after, he disembarked and began directing everyone to load the wagons onto the ferry. Emmanuel's convoy consisted of 8 wagons of goods. With 2 wagons per trip, it would require 4 round trips, taking at least an incense stick's time, about 1 hour, for each crossing. This meant they would likely finish crossing by evening. It was the first time Emmanuel had seen ancient people cross a river, so he and Nathan stood by the bank watching, occasionally chatting. Suddenly, they heard crying behind them. Turning around, they saw a young woman wearing a white veil, holding a tightly wrapped up pipa, Chinese lute. Beside her was a little servant girl, probably 12 or 13 years old, with a skinny, pointed face. The crying was coming from the little servant girl, who was sitting slumped on the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. Kirsty remained silent, just holding the pipa and looking at the girl with a helpless and distressed expression. Although they couldn't see her face, the sadness in her eyes was evident. Seeing the little servant cry so pitifully, Nathan whispered to Emmanuel, "Boss, is she hurt? Why is she crying like that?" Emmanuel shook his head gently and replied softly, "I don't think so. If she were hurt, the lady would have checked her injuries." "Right?" Nathan nodded, understanding immediately. At that moment, the veiled woman spoke. "What good does crying do? The money is already gone. Can crying bring it back?" The little servant cried even harder upon hearing this. Emmanuel realized the little servant must have lost the money. After a while, the little servant lifted her tear-streaked face and said, "Miss, what should we do passing through here? I have no money to pay for the ferry. Could you possibly?" Before she finished, the young gentleman interrupted, "Miss, you're going across the river, right? What a coincidence. I'm also heading there. You can travel with me?" He started leading her towards the ferry, but the veiled woman shook her head. "Sir, you misunderstand. I wanted to ask if performing a song for you might cover the ferry fare." Translation provided as requested. Chapter 182. Local Bully. The young gentleman couldn't help but pause at these words, then clasped his hands and said, "Miss, I am Jermaine, a native of Fuchin County. May I ask how you should be addressed?" Kirsty hesitated for a moment, then greeted again. "I am Livia. Pleased to meet you, Master AI. Livia, gentle rain on bamboo, quiet path through bamboo. What a beautiful name and meaning. Well done." Jermaine nodded in praise while tapping the fan against his palm. "Master AI is too kind," Livia thanked. Then Livia asked, "What do you think of what I just said?" Jermaine immediately nodded and said, "Of course there's no problem. Miss Livia, it's too noisy here. Why don't you come aboard with me for a while? When the ferry moves, we can admire the river view and enjoy music. How about that?" As he spoke, Jermaine gestured again, hoping Livia would follow him. But Livia did not agree. Instead, she glanced at the tea house in the distance and calmly replied, "Thank you for your kindness, Master AI. However, I get seasick easily, so I cannot play well on board. Let's go to that tea house to find a quiet place to play, shall we?" It was clear that Livia was no naive young girl. She knew very well that Jermaine's boat was not to be boarded. Jermaine reassured, "Don't worry, Miss Livia. My boat is spacious and steady. It feels just like being on land. You won't get seasick." Immediately after, Jermaine added, "Even if Miss Livia does get seasick, it doesn't matter. I have medication on my boat for seasickness and to soothe one's nerves. Once you take them, you'll be fine." Livia immediately shook her head. "Sorry to bother you, Master AI. I must take my leave." After saying this, Livia intended to leave with Aspen. Seeing Livia wanted to leave, Jermaine quickly stepped around to block their way. "Wait," Jermaine said. Startled, Livia tried to remain calm. "Is there something else, Master AI?" Jermaine took out a 10 liang silver ingot and tempted. "If Miss Livia agrees to board and play a tune for me, this silver ingot is yours." Aspen became interested as soon as she saw the silver and immediately looked at Livia. But Livia remained unmoved. "Master AI, I really can't play on board. I apologize." As she finished speaking, Livia once again attempted to leave with Aspen. However, Jermaine stopped her again. "Miss Livia, I sincerely invite you. How can you bear to refuse me?" As he spoke, Jermaine slowly approached Livia, and his gaze turned greedy and intrusive. Livia felt uneasy instantly, stepping back timidly. "Master AI, please behave properly." Hearing this, Jermaine smiled slyly. "Properly? I always behave properly. Where am I not behaving properly, Miss Livia?" The more Livia looked at Jermaine's face, the more scared she felt. She grabbed Aspen and turned to run. But just 2 steps later, several servants of Jermaine blocked them and surrounded them. "Master AI, in broad daylight, don't do anything improper." Livia raised her voice urgently, hoping someone nearby would notice and help them out. However, no one dared to intervene at the bustling ferry crossing. Although people saw what was happening, they could only cast sympathetic and helpless glances. Sensing the situation getting worse, Livia decided to go all out and started shouting for help with Aspen. At that moment, Jermaine laughed heartlessly. "Ha ha ha." He looked at Livia, who was crying out loudly, and yelled, "Cry, cry louder. See if anyone dares to save you. Ha ha ha." Sure enough, people on the ferry paid no attention as before, watching indifferently or even gloating. Finally, a scholar preparing to board the ship heard Livia's cries for help from a distance. Being kind-hearted, he rushed over without hesitation, but was stopped by a boatman. The scholar hurriedly asked, "Boatman, why are you stopping me? Someone is shouting for help. I need to check." The boatman hurriedly said, "Sir, please don't meddle. That man is Master AI, the eldest son of the AI family, known as the local bully in Fuchin City. Aren't you going to study in the city? If you offend him, you will not be able to stay peacefully in the city." The scholar was immediately stunned upon hearing this. He had worked hard to secure a place in the academy. If he offended the local bully now, could he still focus on studying? Thinking of this, the scholar reluctantly gave up, shook his head helplessly, and boarded the ferry. Livia and Aspen kept shouting, but no one came to help. Aspen panicked. "Mistress, what should we do now?" Livia was terrified, but tried to remain calm. "Don't worry, they won't dare to do anything improper in broad daylight." Upon hearing this, Jermaine suddenly smirked wickedly. "Miss Livia, isn't it hot wearing a veil in such scorching weather? Come, let me remove it for you." "Don't worry, Miss Livia. My hands are very gentle and caring." He he he. While talking, Jermaine reached out toward Livia's face, ready to tear off her veil. Terrified, Livia backed away hastily, but with Jermaine's men surrounding her, she had nowhere to retreat. Suddenly, Aspen charged at Jermaine, head butting him in the stomach. Caught off guard, Jermaine fell heavily onto the ground, clutching his abdomen and frowning. "Damn, dare to hit me. Beat her to death." Enraged, Germain ordered without even standing up. Before anyone could react, 2 servants started beating Aspen mercilessly. Seeing this, Livia panicked and wanted to save Aspen, but the other 2 servants held her tightly, preventing her from moving closer. She could only watch helplessly as Aspen was beaten. Stop it, please stop it. Livia shouted desperately but in vain. By this time, Germain had stood up and pointed at Livia. Bring her on board. Yes, master. 2 servants immediately responded. At this moment, a figure suddenly dashed forward, kicking away the 2 servants who were beating Aspen. Before Germain and others could react, the 2 servants holding Livia were also knocked to the ground. This person was none other than Emmanuel and Nathan. Originally, Emmanuel didn't intend to get involved, but seeing Aspen beaten and Livia forcibly taken on board, he finally couldn't stand it anymore. After knocking down the 2 servants, Emmanuel quickly pulled Livia to safety and sheltered her behind him. Immediately after, Nathan brought Aspen over to Emmanuel. Translation complete. Please provide additional text if you require further translation. Chapter 183, Apology. Aspen was now bleeding from her nose, with cuts on her lips and eyebrows. Livia hurriedly took out a handkerchief to wipe the blood off Aspen, asking worriedly, Aspen, are you alright? Although Aspen was crying her heart out over losing the money pouch, she hadn't shed a single tear when she was being beaten. I'm fine. Aspen shook her head, then quickly grabbed the handkerchief. Young miss, let me do it myself. If the blood stains your hands, it could stain the chain too. At this moment, Germain had recovered his senses. Pointing at Emmanuel and Nathan, he said arrogantly, where did these curs come from? Do you know who I am? Emmanuel sneered, waving his right hand in front of his face and curling his lip as he remarked, Amengiu, someone didn't brush their teeth this morning. Their breath stinks. Did you smell it? Nathan immediately nodded while covering her nose and mouth, replying disdainfully, I did, boss. It really smells awful, almost making me throw up. Hearing Emmanuel mocking Germain, Livia and Aspen felt a sense of satisfaction. Germain, pampered and unruly since childhood, had never faced such humiliation before and instantly flew into a rage. Someone, grab them for me. I want to tear their mouths apart. Germain roared angrily. The servants who had been knocked down got back to their feet. Hearing Germain's order, they rushed towards Emmanuel and Nathan. Kneeling immediately, Nathan said, Boss, please step back. Leave it to me. Before he finished speaking, Nathan stepped forward, while Emmanuel led Livia and Aspen back 2 steps. Unexpectedly, Nathan felled 2 people the moment they stabilized their stance. Within moments, the others were also thrown to the ground, and Emmanuel couldn't believe the speed. Germain was stunned to see a teenager around 15 years old being so formidable. His expression showed clear fear. After dealing with the thugs, Nathan turned to look at Germain, then asked Emmanuel, Boss, what should we do with him? Bring him here to apologize to the young ladies, Emmanuel said. Germain was taken aback, turning to run. However, Nathan caught him easily. Without wasting any words, Nathan dragged Germain toward Emmanuel. Panicking, Germain tried to escape using the turtle punch, but Nathan, annoyed by his noisy struggles, grabbed his shoulder blades tightly. Ah! Germain screamed in pain, stopping the turtle punch instantly. Nathan soon brought Germain back to Emmanuel. Everyone at the ferry watched with expressions of shock and surprise. Livia and Aspen were still afraid of Germain and hesitated to come out from behind Emmanuel. Encouraging them softly, Emmanuel moved Livia and Aspen forward while standing aside himself. Then, Emmanuel ordered sternly, Apologize. Germain, enduring the pain, retorted, My father is Arturo. You dare treat me like this? My father won't let you go. Slap. Suddenly, Emmanuel slapped Germain hard across the face. The slap made everyone at the ferry draw in a sharp breath. Emmanuel repeated firmly, Apologize. Dazed, Germain couldn't believe anyone would dare hit him after mentioning his father's name. Seeing no response, Emmanuel slapped him again just as loudly. Finally, Germain came to his senses. Frightened, he covered his cheeks tightly, fearing Emmanuel might strike again. Frowning, Emmanuel stared at Germain and demanded harshly, One last time. Apologize. Afraid not to comply, Germain apologized to Livia, looking utterly humiliated compared to his earlier bravado. And her too. Emmanuel pointed at Aspen. Germain hastily apologized to Aspen. Emmanuel gave Nathan a nod to release Germain. Kneeling loosened his grip, allowing Germain to breathe a sigh of relief as he rubbed his shoulder and ran off. Moments later, Germain left the dock with his men, tails between their legs. Normally, Emmanuel's act of bravery and punishing the bully should have earned him applause and praise, but most onlookers at the ferry only sent sympathetic glances. Livia bowed deeply to Emmanuel, thanking him sincerely, Thank you, master, for rescuing us. Livia will never forget this. Aspen also bowed and expressed endless gratitude. Emmanuel said, Miss Livia, it's not wise to stay here long. That guy might return. Quickly board the boat and leave. Saying this, Emmanuel pulled out a silver ingot and offered it to Livia, but she didn't take it, perhaps thinking it inappropriate to accept his silver after his help. Seeing this, Emmanuel handed the silver to Aspen, reminding her, Don't lose it this time. Startled by how Emmanuel knew about it, Aspen shook her head vigorously. Never, master. Even if I lose anything else, I won't lose this. That's good. Hurry up and go, Emmanuel urged. Livia asked hurriedly, What about you, master? Emmanuel smiled. Don't worry. We'll cross the river soon. Once we're on the other side, they won't find us so easily. Livia nodded, bowing once more. If we meet again, I will repay you. Then, Livia led Aspen away. Soon, Emmanuel saw Livia and Aspen boarding the ferry, waving goodbye from the boat. Emmanuel and Nathan waved back until the ferry left the dock. Subsequently, Emmanuel and Nathan prepared to leave. Just as they turned, they saw Chris standing behind them silently. Chris said calmly, Jason, although it feels great to act chivalrously, Arturo is notorious in Fuchin County. Did you consider the consequences of beating up his son for two strangers? Emmanuel sighed, shrugging helplessly. Headmaster too, I understand the logic, but as you saw, that guy was way out of line. I couldn't stand by and watch. Chris suddenly turned serious. Jason, some things must be clarified since this incident. Please continue. Emmanuel also became serious. Chris said earnestly, before reaching Fuchin City, our Huey Escort Bureau guarantees your safety. Afterward, please be cautious. Emmanuel smiled faintly. Rest assured, Headmaster Tuesday. After this escort mission, I won't drag Huey Escort Bureau into any trouble. Chris nodded, clasping his fists. Jason, cross the river quickly. Those people might be coming soon. Chapter 183, Apology. By now, Aspen was already bleeding from the nose, with cuts on her mouth and eyebrows. Livia hurriedly took out a handkerchief to wipe the blood off Aspen, asking with concern, Aspen, are you okay? Although Aspen was devastated about losing the money, she hadn't shed a single tear while being beaten. I'm fine. Aspen shook her head and quickly took the handkerchief. Miss, I can clean myself. If my blood gets on your hands and then on the chin, Chinese zither, it wouldn't be good. At this moment, Germain had regained his composure. Pointing at Emmanuel and Nathan, he demanded, where did these mongrels come from? Do you know who I am? Emmanuel sneered, fanning the air in front of him with his right hand. He smirked and said, Aminjiu, someone didn't brush their teeth before leaving home. Their breath stinks. Did you smell it? Nathan nodded immediately, covering her nose and mouth. Yes, boss. It's really stinky. I almost threw up. Hearing Emmanuel mock Germain like that, Livia and Aspen felt relieved. Germain, having been pampered and spoiled all his life, had never experienced such disrespect. He was instantly enraged. Bring them to me. I want to tear their mouths apart. Germain roared furiously. The servants who had been knocked down got up and rushed toward Emmanuel and Nathan upon hearing Germain's order. Boss, stand back. Leave this to me. Nathan declared. Without waiting for an answer, he moved forward, and Emmanuel immediately stepped back 2 paces with Livia and Aspen. Before they could steady themselves, Nathan had already knocked down 2 people, and the others were swiftly tossed to the ground in no time, much to Emmanuel's surprise. Germain hadn't expected a teenager barely over 10 years old to be so formidable, and he froze in place, clearly afraid. Having finished dealing with the servants, Nathan turned to look at Germain and asked Emmanuel, Boss, what do we do with him? Bring him over and make him apologize to the ladies. Emmanuel ordered. Startled, Germain tried to run away, but Nathan easily caught up and grabbed him. Without further ado, Nathan dragged Germain toward Emmanuel. Panicking, Germain began flailing his arms wildly in an attempt to escape. Annoyed by Germain's resistance, Nathan grabbed his shoulder blade tightly. Ah! Germain screamed in pain, instantly stopping his movements. Kneading his shoulder, Germain was soon brought before Emmanuel. By now, everyone at the ferry crossing was watching, their expressions filled with shock. Livia and Aspen were still wary of Germain and hesitated to step out from behind Emmanuel. Emmanuel encouraged them softly and guided them to the front, standing beside them. Then, Emmanuel sternly told Germain, apologize. Gritting his teeth through the pain, Germain retorted, my father is Arturo. If you dare treat me like this, he won't let you off. Smack. Suddenly, Emmanuel slapped Germain loudly across the face. As the slap rang out, everyone at the ferry crossing sucked in a collective breath. Apologize. Emmanuel repeated sternly. Dazed, Germain couldn't believe someone would dare hit him after mentioning his father's name. Seeing no response, Emmanuel slapped him again, equally hard. Finally, Germain snapped out of it. Looking at Emmanuel fearfully, he clutched his cheeks to avoid another blow. Frowning, Emmanuel stared at Germain and ordered, I'll say this one last time, apologize. Germain complied reluctantly, apologizing to Livia. His demeanor was entirely different from before, revealing his cowardice. And her too. Emmanuel pointed to Aspen. Germain hurriedly apologized to Aspen as well. With a nod, Emmanuel signaled Nathan to release Germain. Letting go, Nathan watched as Germain rubbed his shoulder and ran off, followed by his men. Moments later, Germain and his group left the ferry dock dejectedly. In theory, Emmanuel's heroic act should have earned him applause and praise from the crowd, but most of the people only looked at him with sympathy. Livia bowed deeply, expressing her gratitude. Thank you for coming to our aid, sir. This kindness will not be forgotten. Aspen also bowed repeatedly, expressing her thanks. Emmanuel responded, Miss Livia, it's best you leave now. I couldn't just stand by. Chris's expression grew serious. Since this has happened, I must clarify a few things. Go ahead. Chris continued formally, Sir Sue, we at Huey Escort Agency will ensure your safety until we reach Fuchin City. Afterward, please exercise caution. Emmanuel smiled slightly. Rest assured, Chief Tuesday. If anything happens after the escort mission, I won't involve Huey Escort Agency. Nodding, Chris bowed. You should cross the river now. They might come looking soon. Chapter 184. Do you dare to oppose the AI family? After about the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Emmanuel and Nathan boarded the ferry, slowly sailing towards the other side of Yongin River. At the bow of the boat, Emmanuel and Nathan were admiring the magnificent scenery on the river when they suddenly heard footsteps behind them. Soon after, someone spoke, You two had some guts just now. Emmanuel and Nathan turned around to see Erikstav, who was unexpectedly also on the boat. Erikstav said loudly, What I, Erikstav, admire most are those who stand up for justice. Although we've had our differences in the past, I have to say, you guys did a great job. Having said that, Erikstav saluted with his fist, and then walked off briskly. Emmanuel and Nathan exchanged glances, both surprised by Erikstav's sudden appearance. Originally, Emmanuel and Nathan had quite a poor impression of Erikstav. After being beaten, Dario went to find Helmut, hoping he would help him take revenge, promising to reward him if successful. Helmut knew from the start that the reward was unattainable because too much time had passed. The people had likely already fled. But considering Arturo's face, Helmut agreed to make an appearance to placate Dario, rather than risking Dario complaining about him to his father. I don't care. Keep looking. Dario was blinded by anger. The men didn't act, all looking at their leader. Helmut instructed. Ask the boatmen and sailors if anyone knows where they went. Everyone nodded immediately and dispersed again. Soon, a man ran back to report to Helmut. Boss, I found out. Those two were with Huey Escort Agency and boarded the ferry half an hour ago. With Huey Escort Agency? Helmut frowned. Upon hearing Emmanuel had crossed the river, Dario instantly shouted, Helmut, hurry and chase them. We can't let them escape. However, Helmut responded, Bert AI, the other side is your family's territory. If I lead people to chase them, it might not be proper. Speechless, Dario thought for a moment before asking, where are the people from Huey Escort Agency? The man who gathered the information immediately pointed out the location of the escort convoy. Dario looked and stormed off toward the convoy angrily. Helmut chased after and stopped Dario, asking, Bert AI, what do you plan to do? Dario said furiously, what else? Demand Huey Escort Agency hand them over. Helmut advised calmly, Bert AI, calm down. The Huey Escort Agency isn't easy to provoke. What? Not easy to provoke? Dario was defiant, saying arrogantly, who do they think they are? And isn't my AI family untouchable? Helmut responded sternly, Bert AI, Huey Escort Agency isn't as simple as you think. Their boss has considerable influence in both legal and illegal circles. If your father were here, he wouldn't dare to mess with them either. You're talking nonsense, Helmut. Are you my father? How do you know what he'd do? Dario's tone and attitude were extremely rude, annoying Helmut greatly. However, due to Arturo's relationship, Helmut couldn't do anything to Dario, only holding back his anger. Dario rudely pushed Helmut aside and went straight to the Huey Escort convoy. Hey, who's in charge here? Call him over. Dario commanded arrogantly. Soon, Chris led a group of armed escorts over, their imposing presence causing Dario to step back. I am the one you're looking for, Chris said coldly. As Chris spoke, the guards behind him stared fiercely at Dario. Dario hastily mentioned his father's name, trying to intimidate them. However, Chris showed no fear, only coldly watching and asked, Bert AI, what do you want? Weren't those two with you earlier? I warn you, hand them over now, or don't blame us AI family if things get ugly. Dario threatened. Chris frowned slightly and said, they indeed traveled with us, but I can't hand them over to you. What? Dario thought he had misheard. Chris explained firmly, they paid us, so Huey Escort Agency must ensure their safe arrival. They haven't reached their destination yet, so can I hand them over to you? Dario scowled. You dare to oppose the AI family? Chris laughed, ha ha ha. Following Chris's laughter, the surrounding guards also laughed. Instantly, the entire ferry was filled with laughter, drawing everyone's attention. Dario, bewildered by the laughter, wondered why these people weren't afraid of him. After laughing, Chris said, Bert AI, we have business to attend to, so please excuse us. With that, Chris turned and gestured for everyone to disperse. Ignoring Dario left him furious. He tried to grab Chris. Before he could take a step, a large hand yanked him back. The owner of this hand was none other than Helmut. Listen to my advice, Bert AI. If you want revenge, go home and talk to Lord AI. Helmut said gravely. Ignoring him, Dario wanted to argue with Chris. Helpless, Helmut ordered, take Bert AI aboard the ship. Immediately, two burly men hoisted Dario and forcefully carried him towards the ferry. Dario angrily yelled, let go of me. Release me. Helmut, bastard. I'll get you. This translation maintains the original structure and style while ensuring fluency and coherence in English. Chapter 185, Fragrant Skin Specialty Store Fuchin County Branch. The entire escort team had just crossed the river, and by now, it was almost dark. The group rested outside the city for the night and entered Fuchin City early the next morning. Fuchin City was much larger than Shinjo City, with a more developed population and commerce. As soon as they entered the city, Nathan was captivated by the buildings and shops lining both sides of the streets, giving her a dazzling and overwhelming feeling. The escort team's destination was Zoya Geely Shop, which was precisely the Fuchin County agent that Meadow had negotiated with. Chris had been to Fuchin County many times, and was very familiar with the route to Zoya Geely Shop. Under his lead, the escort team quickly arrived at Zoya Geely Shop. It was still early when they arrived. The shop hadn't opened yet, and only two young assistants were sweeping in front of the door. Upon hearing that the Huey Escort Bureau had arrived, one assistant immediately ran inside. Soon, a plump man in his early 30s emerged from the shop. He had a round face, round eyes, and looked quite chubby, giving off a sense of amiability. This man was the shopkeeper of Zoya Geely Shop, surnamed Zoya, named Juan. Barry had been waiting for this shipment and promptly led the escort team to their new store, the soon-to-be-opened Fuchin County branch of the Fragrant Skin Specialty Store. Emmanuel learned from Barry that Meadow was staying at an inn adjacent to the branch, supervising and guiding the decoration and arrangement of the branch, showing even more dedication and responsibility than the Zoya family. Indeed, when Emmanuel saw the facade of the Fragrant Skin Specialty Store branch, he instantly felt like he was back in Shinjo City. The appearance of the branch was almost identical to the main store in Shinjo City, featuring glistening golden letters that were eye-catching under the sunlight, visible from afar if there were no obstructions. The only difference was a small, Fuchin County branch written at the bottom right corner of the signboard. At this moment, Barry approached with a smile, gong-handing and said, Commander 2, young Jason, please wait inside for a moment. I've already sent someone to inform Boss Zoya and Miss Noah, and they will be here shortly. Asterisk correction asterisk. At this moment, Urban approached with a smile, arching his hands in greeting. Captain 2, young Jason, please take a seat inside for a moment. I have already sent someone to inform Boss Zoya and Miss Noah, and they will arrive shortly. Note, I made minor adjustments for fluency and naturalness in English. Chris nodded and then politely bid farewell to Emmanuel before striding into the shop. Emmanuel took Nathan with him and also stepped inside. Upon entering the store, Emmanuel didn't sit down but instead walked around, carefully examining the place. The interior decor followed the style of the main store in Shinjo City, though some decorations, shelves, and counters differed slightly. All the shelves were currently empty but had been thoroughly cleaned, awaiting the arrival of goods for the grand opening. Chris wasn't interested in these matters and sat by the table, drinking tea and eating pastries, seemingly in high spirits. It was understandable since he could now relax after safely delivering the cargo. Emmanuel was admiring a hanging scroll when he heard Nathan say from behind, "Boss, my stomach suddenly doesn't feel well. I'll go to the restroom in the back. Please don't move around." "I know, hurry along," Emmanuel replied with a smile. Nathan immediately rushed off, clutching her stomach. Afterward, Emmanuel resumed admiring the paintings. Shortly, a female voice spoke up behind him. "Young Jason, are you familiar with Mr. Gongshan's works?" Turning around, Emmanuel saw Meadow speaking. Meadow, accompanied by Bo Yisa, gracefully stepped into the shop and came over to greet Emmanuel. "Emmanuel, thank you for your long journey." Meadow greeted him. Bo Yisa also respectfully greeted Emmanuel. Emmanuel returned the greeting. "Miss Noah, I've kept you waiting." Meadow immediately shook her head. "Not at all. We have been busy preparing the store these past days and only completed it yesterday. Your arrival is perfect timing." Just as Emmanuel and Meadow exchanged pleasantries, Chris approached. "Miss Noah, I am Chris, Chief of Huey Escort Bureau. I was responsible for this mission." Chris introduced himself. Meadow bowed in gratitude. "Thank you, Chief Tuesday." "You flatter me," Chris humbly replied with a smile. As they conversed, 3 people entered from outside, a woman and a man, along with another woman who appeared to be a servant. The male was Barry, while the 2 women consisted of a master and her servant. The mistress was short, about a head shorter than Meadow, with an elegant and gentle demeanor, looking delicate and charming. In stark contrast, her servant had a sturdy build. "Lily, you've come?" Seeing them enter, Meadow immediately smiled and went forward to greet them. Emmanuel and Chris also moved to welcome them. Through Meadow's introduction, they learned that this Lily was the leader of the Zoya family, the one Meadow had negotiated the regional agency deal with. After brief pleasantries, Lily and Barry led Chris to inspect the delivered goods. Meanwhile, Nathan returned from the restroom and was assigned by Emmanuel to assist. Then, Emmanuel invited Meadow to sit beside him and asked anxiously, "Miss Noah, regarding the Niter mines, what exactly happened?" This was the first time Meadow saw Emmanuel so eager, causing her to giggle and cover her mouth. "Young Jason, you've just arrived in Fuchin City without proper rest. Not tired at all." "Miss Noah, please tell me where I can buy Niter," Emmanuel insisted, impatient to fill the hollow stone shelves back home. "Fuyun Temple," Meadow replied. "Fuyun Temple?" Emmanuel frowned curiously. "Sounds like a Taoist temple?" "Yes, it is a Taoist temple located on Mount Fuyun dozens of miles east of the city," Meadow confirmed. "How does a Taoist temple sell Niter?" Emmanuel wondered aloud. "I've heard that Taoist priest Felix enjoys refining elixirs, thus keeping a considerable stock of Niter at the temple. You can try asking him where he sourced it from," Meadow suggested. "If you can't find out, buying some from him would suffice in the short term," she added. Emmanuel nodded. "All right, I'll visit Fuyun Temple and talk to Felix." Meadow immediately clarified, "Young Jason, no rush. I've had someone inquire, and Priest Felix is in seclusion. He won't emerge until 2 days later." "All right, I'll wait 2 days then," Emmanuel reluctantly agreed. They continued discussing the situation of the fragrant skin specialty store branch. Meadow informed Emmanuel that this location was excellent and purchased at a high price by Lily. As they talked, Chris approached. "Young Jason, Miss Noah, we have finished counting all the goods. If there's nothing else, we shall take our leave," Chris announced. Emmanuel and Meadow stood up to bid him farewell. Before leaving, Chris reminded Emmanuel, "Young Jason, be extra cautious if you step out in the coming days. Avoid encountering Dario and his gang." After saying this, Chris bowed again and left briskly. Curious, Meadow asked, "Young Jason, what did Chief 2 mean? Who is Dario?" Please note that the translation maintains the original tone and paragraph structure as requested. Chapter 186 Wei Family. "Anthony is the son of a local thug. I beat him up at Fengyang Ferry," Emmanuel said. Meadow was startled. "Oh?" Immediately afterward, Meadow inquired about how it happened. Emmanuel then recounted in detail his act of righteousness at the ferry. Just as he finished speaking, Shelley next to them indignantly declared, "It's good that you beat him. That kind of person deserves it." Emmanuel and Meadow understood Shelley's reaction well. Shelley herself was a maid. Hearing that another maid named Aspen was beaten made her particularly indignant. Meadow also thought Emmanuel did nothing wrong and said seriously, "Baker, don't worry, we have guards who can protect us. There's no need to fear they will come looking for you." Emmanuel smiled. "Miss Noah, Fuchin City is so big, how easily could those people find me? Besides, I'm going to take Nathan to buy some new clothes later. They won't recognize me then." Meadow thought about it and enthusiastically replied, "Baker, I remember there's a nice ready-made clothing shop nearby. Let me take you there later." "Thank you, Miss Noah." With that, Emmanuel gave Meadow a sunny smile. Coincidentally, Meadow's eyes met Emmanuel's, causing her cheeks to flush. She hurriedly turned away to avoid the gaze. When the atmosphere became slightly awkward, Lily approached with her personal maid. Meadow immediately stood up, saying, "Lily, are the goods all right?" Lily had a satisfied look on her face and nodded, replying, "Miss Noah, everything is perfect. I'm very pleased." After Lily finished, she looked at Emmanuel and asked, "Baker, I don't understand why you set the price of soap at 300 coins. Are you deliberately targeting Pearl Brand? Couldn't you have set it higher and earn more?" Emmanuel smiled. "Lily, there are 2 reasons. First, I don't want to go through the trouble of engaging in a price war. We will stick to this price for our peony brand and adhere to the principle of thin profit but high turnover. Secondly, I want more ordinary people to use our peony brand. As long as enough people use it, we can still make money." Lily nodded with a smile and said, "I see. Thank you, Baker, for clarifying." They chatted for a while longer before voice. From then on, Livia remained silent, and seeing her lost in thought, Aspen also quieted down. After a while, they stopped in front of a large mansion. A plaque above the door read, Way Residence. Livia looked up at the sign, took a deep breath, and gathered her courage. Aspen, knock on the door. Yes. Aspen quickly responded and ran up to the gate, banging on the door ring with a loud bang, bang, bang. A moment later, the door opened a crack. A servant peeked out and asked, Who are you looking for? I'm here to see Wei Yuan too, Bert Wei. Livia stepped forward. The servant frowned upon hearing this and sized up Livia carefully. After a moment, the servant asked, May I ask the young lady's name so I can inform him? My name is Livia, please trouble you, Livia politely replied. The servant didn't respond, pulled back inside, and quickly shut the door. Suddenly, the entrance was quiet. Although Livia's face remained calm, her heart pounded nervously. A few minutes later, there was movement at the door. Instantly, Livia felt both excitement and anticipation. Her eyes fixed on the gradually opening door, hoping the person she yearned for would appear right before her eyes. But when the door opened, a middle-aged noblewoman emerged with a particularly unfriendly expression. The woman glanced disdainfully at Livia and said coldly, So you're Livia? Surprised, Livia hurriedly responded, Madam, you know me? You are. I am Yuan-Tu's mother. The middle-aged noblewoman declared arrogantly. Shocked, Livia quickly bowed. Livia greets Auntie. No, I can't accept that. Mrs. Wei hastily waved a hand to stop her. Livia couldn't understand why Mrs. Wei had such hostility towards her. But at this moment, she wanted to see Wei Yuan-Tu even more and asked, Auntie, is Yuan-Tu not home? Why hasn't he come out to see us? Mrs. Wei replied coldly, My son isn't here. He went to Liangdu last month and probably won't be back for half a year. Please don't come looking for him again. Leave now. With that, Mrs. Wei tried to shoo Livia and Aspen away. Upon hearing this lie, Livia insisted, Auntie, Yuan-Tu is at home, isn't he? Please let me see him. I have something important to tell him. He's gone to Liangdu. Stop bothering, and I'll report to the authorities if you don't leave. Go away. Mrs. Wei pushed Livia hard this time, and Aspen hurriedly caught her. Then, Mrs. Wei gave Livia a scornful look, turned, and walked back into the residence, reminding the servant as she entered, Listen well, if they come back, don't ask permission, just drive them away. Yes, madam. The servant bowed and impatiently waved at Livia and Aspen, happy inside, but only gave a faint smile. Aminjiu, have you finished picking? Emmanuel turned and asked. I'm done, Bert, Nathan replied. She wore a set of short-fit clothes that accentuated her figure and made her look more spirited. Prepared to pay, Emmanuel called out, Boss, how much? The boss immediately walked over and smiled. Bert, this young lady has already paid. Earlier, while Emmanuel and Nathan were changing, Meadow had quietly settled the bill. How could I let you pay, Miss Noah? Emmanuel said. It's just a little money, young Jason, Meadow replied. Emmanuel knew she wouldn't take the money back now, so he suggested, How about I treat you to lunch? I've heard that Fuchin City has many delicacies, and I've been looking forward to indulging since we left. So, why don't you pick the place, and I'll foot the bill? How does that sound? Meadow understood his meaning and nodded. All right, I know a decent restaurant where I always eat when I come here. Before leaving, Meadow handed over their old dirty clothes and shoes to the tailor. Since the shop offered laundry services, they would clean the clothes and deliver them home for a small fee. After leaving the tailor's shop, Emmanuel and Meadow returned to the branch of the perfume specialty store. They originally wanted to invite Lily to join them for lunch, but Lily politely declined as she was eager to arrange the goods. Before noon, Emmanuel and Meadow arrived at an upscale restaurant by carriage. As soon as they entered, Meadow told the waiter, Please arrange a private room, not one near the stairs, they're too noisy. From her words, it was clear she was familiar with the restaurant. The waiter apologized, I'm sorry, miss, but all our private rooms are booked today. No private rooms available? Meadow frowned slightly, feeling a bit troubled. She turned to Emmanuel apologetically, Young Jason, it's unfortunate, no private rooms today. Would the main hall be all right? Sure. A window seat sounds great to enjoy the street view, don't you think? Emmanuel nodded. Meadow smiled and turned back to the waiter. A table by the window with a good view, please. There's one available, please follow me. The waiter responded promptly, leading them upstairs. At a table by the eastern window, Emmanuel and Meadow sat facing each other. Nathan plopped down into a seat nearby, while Shelley stood beside them serving. Emmanuel suggested to Meadow, Miss Noah, why don't you let Shelley sit down too? I have this habit. I can't eat well if someone stands beside me watching. Meadow turned and instructed, Shelley, please sit down. Shelley thanked Emmanuel and took a seat opposite Nathan, still somewhat reserved. After ordering, Emmanuel began chatting with Meadow about their journey. Just 10 coins per piece, Livia replied. 10 coins? The manager was astonished. Regular musicians charged 15 coins, yet she offered extensive knowledge for less. After thoughtful consideration, the manager proposed, Lady, why don't you try playing a piece now? If the guests respond well, I'll hire you. What do you think? Delighted, Livia bowed gratefully. Thank you, manager. Aspen was equally pleased and thanked the manager alongside her. Eager to see Livia's performance, the manager led them upstairs. After leaving the Wei family, Livia and Aspen had approached several restaurants without success, either because they already had musicians or didn't need any. Finally, this restaurant offered hope. Livia's resolve to stay in Fuchin City and reunite with Basim pushed her to seek employment as a musician. To support themselves financially, Livia and Aspen needed a stable income source after losing all their traveling funds, despite Emmanuel's assistance yesterday. Chapter 188. Is she beautiful, Jason? The innkeeper quickly escorted Livia and Aspen upstairs to the second floor. Near the atrium was a special area reserved for musicians, enclosed by curtains on all sides. This setup allowed patrons to enjoy the music without seeing the performers directly, thus enhancing their focus on the melodies. Meanwhile, Meadow said earnestly, Jason, I've had someone check, and everything is ready in Heian County and Kaisian County. As soon as we finalize the date, they can open immediately. Emmanuel nodded. That's great. Now we just have to wait for Lily's side to be prepared. Meadow also nodded. Lily's preparations should be quick. Jason, what do you think would be best for the opening? How about 3 days from now? 3 days from now? Emmanuel asked, surprised. But Miss Noah, it takes at least 7 or 8 days to travel from Fuchun County to Heian and Kaisian. Meadow smiled. Jason, we can use carrier pigeons. They can deliver the message within 2 days. Carrier pigeons too? Emmanuel exclaimed. Meadow nodded. Yes. On this trip to Fuchun County, I made a special stop in Heian and Kaisian to bring a few homing pigeons along specifically for this purpose. Emmanuel immediately gave her a thumbs up. Miss Noah, you are indeed thorough. Truly impressive. He then lifted his wine cup. Here's to you, Miss Noah. Cheers, for having such an excellent partner as you. Meadow blushed slightly, but felt secretly pleased as she raised her cup. Nathan and Bo Yisa also cooperatively raised their cups. To our success, Meadow toasted, finishing the drink in one gulp. Nathan and Bo Yisa followed suit. After everyone drank, Emmanuel remained still, holding his cup motionless in front of him. Meadow looked up and noticed that Emmanuel was fixated on something else. Jason, what are you looking at? She asked. As she spoke, Meadow followed his gaze and saw a veiled young woman with a lute. Her brow furrowed. She felt somewhat displeased. Unbeknownst to Meadow, this woman was none other than Livia, whom Emmanuel had rescued before. Is she beautiful, Jason? Meadow couldn't help but ask, her tone filled with intrigue. Just then, Livia and Aspen entered the performance room, their figures hidden behind the curtains. Emmanuel turned back. What did you say, Miss Noah? Upon hearing this, Meadow's frown deepened. Jason, I asked if you find that lady beautiful. Her tone grew even heavier, reminding Emmanuel of his ex-girlfriend's jealous demeanor. Ahem, Emmanuel coughed, explaining hurriedly. Miss Noah, don't misunderstand. I only thought. Before he could finish, Meadow interjected. You thought she was mysterious and couldn't help but stare longer, right? Her remark made Emmanuel feel more like he was dealing with a jealous girlfriend. He shook his head rapidly. No, listen. That girl looks like Livia whom I saved at the ferry. It's her. Meadow exclaimed, clearly astonished. Bo Yisa mirrored her surprise. Where? Nathan immediately turned around, searching for Livia and Aspen. Had she not been seated facing away from the performance area, she might have seen them sooner than Emmanuel. They just went inside. You'll see them when they come out, Emmanuel reassured her. Curious, Nathan wanted to get closer. Emmanuel stopped her. Stay here. That's where the musicians play. We shouldn't disturb them. Just then, the sound of tuning a lute came from the performance room. Soon after, the innkeeper emerged from the room and started chatting quietly with a nearby group of guests. Not long after, the performance room began to fill with the crisp, resonant notes of the lute, each note like pearls falling onto a jade plate. It left Emmanuel momentarily mesmerized, his skin tingling. Despite being the daughter of a merchant, Meadow had studied music as a child, enough to discern good from bad. When such a mesmerizing tune reached her ears, she was instantly captivated, her heart echoing with admiration. Almost immediately, the hall fell silent as all the patrons turned their attention to the performance room. Many eyes sparkled with amazement. Even guests from nearby private rooms were drawn out by the melody, gathering to listen. Livia's playing shifted fluidly from clear and bright to full and powerful, from grand and magnificent to low and sorrowful. Emmanuel, though claiming to lack a musical bone in his body, found himself deeply immersed in the music, visualizing vivid, curtains slit. Then, she exclaimed, Look, miss, the hall is full now. There were many empty tables when we came up, but now they're all occupied. This translation preserves the original structure, tone, and style of the Chinese text while ensuring it reads naturally in English. The names are transliterated using pinyin, and the narrative continuity and coherence are maintained throughout. Chapter 189, Bert Rashad. Because of Livia's excellent people playing, many guests from the first floor came up to the second floor, making it fully occupied. Just as Livia and Aspen were very pleased, the innkeeper came to the performance room. The innkeeper was highly satisfied with Livia's playing and immediately asked, Miss, can you play another piece? The guests all enjoy it very much. Livia did not rush to agree but instead inquired, Boss, earlier you said if the guest reactions were good, you would hire me? Before Livia could finish, the innkeeper quickly nodded and smiled, saying, Yes, I will hire you. Starting now, you are our musician. Livia was delighted and quickly thanked the innkeeper. However, the innkeeper waved his hand repeatedly, signaling that there was no need for thanks, and urged her to hurry up and play another tune since the guests outside were waiting. After the innkeeper left, Livia started her second piece. This composition was exceptionally soft and beautiful, feeling as fresh and invigorating as a gentle stream, deeply touching everyone's hearts. Thus, the entire audience was once again captivated by Livia's music. Meadow listened for a while and turned to Emmanuel, saying, Young Jason, I didn't expect that you rescued a musician. Emmanuel replied, Miss Noah, even if she weren't a musician, given what happened, I wouldn't have been able to hold back. Meadow nodded and glanced back at the performance room where the music resonated melodiously, saying, Speaking of which, if Jinshio Building had such an accomplished musician, how wonderful it would be. Just as she finished speaking, Meadow looked back at Emmanuel. Young Jason, I have a small favor to ask. Even before Meadow could voice it, Emmanuel interjected, Miss Noah, you want to hire her for Jinshio Building? Meadow nodded and said, Exactly. I'm willing to pay a high salary to ensure she is satisfied. Emmanuel thought for a moment and responded, All right, when they come out, I'll help you ask. Thank you, Meadow said with a smile. Afterward, the two continued eating and drinking. At this moment, a luxurious carriage pulled up outside the inn, accompanied by a group of guards, and soon stopped in front of the inn door. Shortly after, 3 young masters stepped down from the grand carriage. One of them was handsome and distinguished, dressed in lavish attire, around 17 or 18 years old. The moment he got off the carriage, the other two people surrounded him. Clearly, he held a high status. The other two were slightly older, in their early 20s. One of them, who had a square face and was somewhat overweight, spoke eagerly to the young master surnamed Rashad. "Bert Rashad, please come inside. Be careful of the steps." Bert Rashad nodded, lifted the front of his robe, and walked up the stairs. Another one, slender in build, was afraid of being overshadowed and quickly followed, saying, "Bert Rashad, I've already reserved the largest and most comfortable private room for you. You'll love it." Thank you for your thoughtfulness." Bert Rashad also nodded towards him and continued walking into the inn. The square-faced young master deliberately paused, then turned and pulled the slender young master aside, whispering, "Cade, how can you be so thick-skinned? Who allowed you to follow?" The slender young man, named Cade, was a renowned scholar in Fuchin County and had recently passed the provincial examination. "Master Liang, don't talk like that. How could I not be offended? I didn't follow on my own accord. Bert Rashad invited me personally. Please clarify before you speak." Cade retorted. This Master Liang was named Egan, whose father was Minister Liang Weicheng of the Ministry of Works. Regarding Cade and Egan, their families lived close to each other and had known each other since childhood. Deviant to this, the two often played together as children. "Then forget it. Let's just buy some here." Saying that, Bert Rashad turned and strode into the inn. Once Bert Rashad left, Cade and Egan exchanged fierce glares and hurriedly followed. Upon entering the inn, Bert Rashad was immediately attracted by the pipa music coming from the second floor. Cade and Egan also stopped glaring at each other and began to listen intently. After appreciating for a bit, Bert Rashad turned back and asked, "Bert Liang, Bert Bowie, did you arrange this?" "Not bad at all." Egan hesitated momentarily and then looked at Cade. Cade also looked back at Egan, puzzled. Then, Egan shook his head, and Cade followed suit. Bert Rashad was surprised. "You didn't arrange this?" They both nodded simultaneously, though they wished to say yes, knowing such a lie would easily be exposed, thus unnecessary. Excited, Bert Rashad proceeded upstairs, muttering to himself, "I didn't expect to hear such beautiful music in such a common place." Arriving upstairs, Bert Rashad's gaze immediately focused on the performance room. Unfortunately, it was hidden behind curtains, preventing any view inside. Cade came up behind Bert Rashad and softly said, "Bert Rashad, the private room is over there. Please go ahead." But Bert Rashad shook his head, not in a hurry. Saying that, he fell silent, continuing to watch the performance room, engrossed in the music. Soon, the music ended. Immediately, thunderous applause echoed through the inn. Bert Rashad joined in the clapping, a look of approval and admiration on his face. At that moment, Bert Rashad hoped that the performer would come out quickly, so he could see them. Chapter 190, Stress Response. Bert Rashad waited eagerly for a while. Just as the curtain of the performance room was slightly lifted by someone inside, seemingly about to come out, the tavern manager suddenly walked over and signaled them not to come out yet. "Miss, there's a guest who wishes to have you play another piece. He's willing to pay 100 coins. The manager stood outside the curtain, speaking to Livia inside. Upon hearing she could earn 100 coins, Livia immediately agreed and asked, "Manager, what piece would that guest like to hear?" The manager replied, "Any piece is fine, as long as it's one you excel at." Livia nodded and returned to her seat in the performance room, pondering which piece to play. At this moment, the manager briskly walked towards the table of guests, saying, "Please wait a moment, Sir Hamlin. The musician is preparing and will start soon." When Bert Rashad heard that the musician would continue playing, he felt very happy but also somewhat regretful. He was happy because he could still enjoy beautiful music, but regretful because he couldn't see the musician's true appearance just yet. However, Bert Rashad quickly cast aside his regretful feelings. After all, the musician hadn't left, and he would eventually be able to see her in person. Thinking this, Bert Rashad turned his gaze to Cade beside him. Cade immediately clasped his hands respectfully and asked, "Bert Rashad, do you need anything?" Bert Rashad said, "I won't go to the private room. Have someone bring a table here. I'll sit here." "Ah." Cade was surprised. "Bert Rashad, you really want to sit in the main hall?" To please Bert Rashad, Cade had booked the private room 3 days ago and even participated in its decoration to ensure everything was perfect. Now, however, Bert Rashad wasn't going. "Yes, the private room is too far away. Where else can I hear clearly?" Bert Rashad finished speaking and looked at the performance room without another word to Cade. Cade felt a bit depressed, frowning but powerless against Bert Rashad's decision. Standing behind Bert Rashad, Egan was quietly smirking because all Cade's efforts seemed wasted, making him feel amused. Noticing this, Cade glared at Egan, silently saying, "Why are you laughing?" Egan didn't back down, retorting, "Bert Bowie, Bert Rashad asked you to bring a table. Why are you still standing here? How long do you want Bert Rashad to stand?" Cade gave Egan an angry look before seeking out the manager. Soon, the manager brought a table with the help of some servants, preparing to set up a place for Bert Rashad in the corridor. Seeing the old table, Cade was displeased and ordered the manager to replace it immediately. But Bert Rashad wasn't picky, saying it was fine and urging them to hurry up. Quickly, the table and chairs were arranged. Just as Cade thought about wiping the chair for Bert Rashad, the latter had already sat down and resumed listening to the music intently. Seeing Cade fail again at flattering Bert Rashad, Egan couldn't help but laugh inwardly, making Cade both furious and helpless. Finally, the third piece was completed, and the audience applauded thunderously. Because Livia's skills were so extraordinary, many people hoped she would continue playing, wanting to listen until they were satisfied. But Livia politely declined. Firstly, after playing 3 consecutive pieces, her fingers were a bit sore and needed rest. Secondly, she didn't want to overplay on the first day and lose the novelty for the guests. Understanding this, the manager bowed and apologized, explaining Livia's situation well. Hearing that there would be no more performances today, many guests gradually left. Soon, half the people on the second floor had dispersed. However, Bert Rashad didn't leave. He was still patiently waiting for the musician to come out. At this time, the manager brought 150 coins to Goldie. After counting, Goldie immediately said, "Miss, the manager gave us 150 coins." Livia looked at the manager in confusion. The manager explained, 30 coins are for the 3 pieces plate. 100 coins are from the guest tip, and the extra 20 coins are a gift from me. Please accept them. Thank you, manager, Livia thanked him. The manager smiled. All right then, we'll see you at the same time tomorrow, okay? Sure, manager. I'll be here on time. Livia readily agreed. After the manager left, Livia carefully packed her loot with Goldie's help and happily left the performance room. Bert Rashad, who had been waiting for a long time, finally saw Livia and was immediately captivated by her mysterious aura. Egan noticed Bert Rashad's expression and immediately instructed the 2 servants behind him, "Go, invite her over." The 2 servants promptly went over. Meanwhile, Egan whispered a few words into Bert Rashad's ear, who then slowly nodded, looking expectantly at Livia. Just as Livia and Goldie were heading towards the staircase, the 2 servants blocked their path. French and Meadow saw this scene from afar. Meadow whispered, "Baker, it looks like she's in trouble again." French frowned slightly. "Let's see what happens." On Livia's side, one of the servants bowed first and then said, "Miss, our young master wants to invite you for a conversation." He indicated towards Bert Rashad as he spoke. Livia immediately looked over. Bert Rashad, noticing Livia's gaze, politely waved from afar, appearing refined and graceful. But upon seeing the lavishly dressed Bert Rashad, Livia felt uneasy and began formulating words to refuse. It was all because of Devlin. Due to yesterday's incident, Livia now had a stress response towards wealthy young masters. "I'm sorry, I have other matters and can't disturb your young master. Goodbye." Refusing, Livia tried to lead Goldie around them. But just as they took a step, Egan stepped forward and called them back. "Miss, please stop." At the same time, the 2 servants blocked Livia and Goldie again. "What are you doing?" Livia immediately tensed up, quickly stepping back 2 steps with Goldie. Goldie was also alert, guarding Livia protectively as if they were facing a great enemy. No wonder they reacted this way. Encountering such incidents twice within 2 days, it was only natural to feel nervous. Egan quickly assured them, "Miss, there's no need to be nervous. Our young master merely wants to discuss musical skills with you, without any ill intentions." Livia didn't believe these words and immediately pulled Goldie to turn and leave, trying to escape the tavern as quickly as possible. Egan was stunned, thinking, "What's happening? I'm not dangerous. I just wanted to invite you for a talk on behalf of Bert Rashad. Why are you running?" Egan certainly wouldn't let them run and immediately pointed at them, shouting, "Stop them!" As soon as he spoke, the 2 servants rushed to block the stairs. Seeing no way to get downstairs, Livia and Goldie panicked. Chapter 191. Extending an invitation, Bert Rashad hurriedly stood up and said, "Bert Leong, you frightened them." Egan turned to look at Bert Rashad and replied helplessly, "Bert Rashad, I didn't mean to." Rashad then said, "Let me talk to them myself." With that, Bert Rashad walked towards Livia and Aspen. Seeing him approach, the 2 girls immediately retreated 2 steps in fear. Just as Bert Rashad was about to reach the 2 women, a man suddenly appeared beside them, standing in front of Livia and Aspen. "Miss Livia, what a pleasant surprise. We meet again." It was Emmanuel. Nathan was also there, just following Emmanuel from behind. The sudden appearance of Emmanuel and Nathan instantly put Livia and Aspen at ease. Aspen even exclaimed joyfully, "Sir, it's you." Livia was also delighted. She nodded to Emmanuel and greeted, "Sir." Seeing Emmanuel appear and start talking to Livia, Bert Rashad stopped in his tracks. Pretending not to see Bert Rashad, Emmanuel addressed Livia, "Miss Livia, it's better to meet by chance than make an appointment. My friends and I are dining over there. Why don't you join us for some tea?" As he spoke, Emmanuel turned and signaled towards Meadow's table. Following his gesture, Livia noticed a cold but beautiful woman sitting at the table and hesitated. "Sir, isn't this a bit inconvenient?" Emmanuel smiled and shook his head. "Miss Livia, it's no inconvenience at all. My friend actually has something she'd like to discuss with you." Hearing this, Livia gently nodded her agreement, glancing timidly at Bert Rashad who was behind Emmanuel. Emmanuel understood Livia's concern and whispered reassuringly, "Don't worry, it's fine." With that, Emmanuel turned sideways, inviting Livia to walk with him to their table. Seeing this, Egan became furious. How could this young man dare to intercept the woman Bert Rashad had his eye on? What audacity! "Hey, who do you think you are? To snatch a woman from our Bert Rashad?" Egan shouted, gesturing to the guards and servants to surround Emmanuel and his group. In the next moment, Emmanuel, Livia, and the others were surrounded by a crowd. Seeing the situation turn tense, Meadow immediately stood up anxiously. Bert Rashad quickly called out, "What are you doing? Who told you to be so rude? Stand down immediately." Startled, Egan immediately responded, "Bert Rashad, don't you understand what I'm saying?" Bert Rashad frowned, clearly displeased. Cade reacted quickly, walking forward and ordering the guards and servants to back off. The atmosphere eased slightly. Egan wanted to say more, but Cade quickly pulled him aside, whispering, "Enough, stop it." Taking a step forward, Bert Rashad bowed apologetically to Livia. "Miss, they were a bit rash earlier. If they frightened you, please accept my apologies." Not knowing how to respond, Livia hid behind Emmanuel, keeping her head lowered. At this moment, Emmanuel was their lifeline. Seeing Bert Rashad act politely and not like a spoiled brat, Emmanuel smiled and bowed. "Sir, these are my friends, who tend to be quite timid. If you need anything from them, please speak to me first." Bert Rashad explained to Emmanuel, "Please don't misunderstand. I have no ill intentions. I merely heard Miss Livia's exceptional piano skills and felt an urge to invite her over to discuss music." Turning to Livia, Emmanuel asked, "Miss Livia, he invites you to discuss music. Are you willing to go?" Without hesitation, Livia shook her head firmly. Emmanuel then looked back at Bert Rashad. "Sir, you can see my friend is unwilling. Please don't force her." Although disappointed, seeing Livia's clear refusal, Bert Rashad couldn't compel her. Thus, he bowed apologetically once more. "Miss, I truly apologize. I'll take my leave now. With that, Bert Rashad walked over to Cade and Egan, saying, let's go to a private room. Cade nodded quickly, pulling Egan aside, then eagerly led Bert Rashad away. Soon, Bert Rashad and his entourage moved to the private room, easing the tense atmosphere in the hall. Emmanuel invited again. Miss Livia, please. Livia and Aspen followed Emmanuel to Meadow's table. Miss Livia, I'm Meadow. Please sit. Meadow introduced herself. Livia nodded. Miss Noah, I am Livia. Like the rain in a drizzle and bamboo in a forest. Realizing he hadn't introduced himself yet, Emmanuel added, Miss Livia, I almost forgot. My name is Emmanuel, and this is Nathan. As he spoke, he patted Nathan on the shoulder, prompting her to nod and smile at Livia and Aspen. Baker, Nigel. Livia bowed politely. Upon hearing this address for the first time, Nathan shook her head. No, I'm not a sir. Please don't call me that, Miss Livia. After a moment's thought, Livia said, then I will call you Brother Emin. Nathan remained silent after that. Emmanuel, Meadow, and Livia sat down at the table, while Nathan, Shelley, and Aspen joined another table nearby. Livia first thanked Emmanuel and Meadow with a cup of tea before they started chatting about other things. As they talked, Emmanuel noticed Meadow giving him signals, indicating she wanted him to ask something. Finding an appropriate moment, Emmanuel said, Miss Livia, we all listened to your performance earlier. Honestly, your skills surpass any musician we know, bar none. Thank you, Baker. I can't bear such praise, Livia humbly replied. Emmanuel continued, however, I can't understand why someone of your talent would lower herself to perform in such a mixed-up tavern. Livia answered, Baker, Miss Noah, I came to Fuchin County only to find someone and did not wish to associate with the literati here. But daily expenses require money, and having no other skills, I had to work as a musician. Emmanuel glanced at Meadow before asking, Miss Livia, my friend here has a younger brother who runs a restaurant in Shinjo named Jinxiolu. Have you heard of it? Surprised, Livia replied, yes, Jinxiolu in Shinjo is famous for its unique stir-fry dishes. Of course, I've heard of it. Nodding, Emmanuel extended his invitation. Miss Livia, if Jinxiolu sincerely invites you to be their resident musician, what would you say? Chapter 192. Don't you understand? Emmanuel had just finished speaking when Miriam added, Miss Livia, please rest assured. Our restaurant Jinxio building is nothing like this place full of unsavory characters. Moreover, I can guarantee that you will not be wronged in any way at our establishment, and the compensation we offer will certainly satisfy you. Livia felt a bit embarrassed and thought for a moment before responding, young Jason, Miss Noah, I have yet to meet the person Emmanuel and Miriam immediately picked up their wine glasses and drained them together. In the private room, Bert Rashad sat in the main seat, with Egan and Cade on either side. The large round table was filled with delicious dishes, not only traditional specialties but mostly recently popular stir-fry dishes, each impeccable in color, aroma, and taste. Since entering the private room, Bert Rashad had been silent, frowning as if deep in thought. Seeing this, Cade filled Bert Rashad's glass obsequiously and smiled, Cleveland, let me toast you first. Let bygones be bygones. Later, I will introduce you to another musician. Cade then drank the wine in one gulp and showed the bottom of the cup with a smile. Egan also hurriedly raised his glass. Cleveland, I was too rash earlier. Please do not be angry. Let me punish myself with 3 cups. Next, Egan downed 3 consecutive cups, instantly feeling a burning sensation in his throat. This Bert Rashad was no ordinary person. He was Cleveland Reed, son of Cleveland Rui, brother to Fletcher Leong. Cleveland Rui was the only biological younger brother of Fletcher Leong, whose feudal land was not far from the border between Leong and Wei. Fletcher Leong greatly trusted Cleveland Rui, thus relying on him to guard the borders all these years. Reed had been traveling for several months, seeing many famous historical sites, until he received a letter from his father recently, reluctantly setting off back home. While passing through Fuchin County, Reed suddenly felt that the journey was too urgent and tiring, so he decided to stay in Fuchin County for a few days to relax before continuing. At a banquet 2 days ago, Reed met Egan and Cade. They conversed well, leading to today's outing. Seeing that they had already drunk their wine, Reed lifted his glass and took a small sip, then said, I am not angry. I am merely thinking about how to make that young lady agree to discuss music with me. Egan immediately replied, Cleveland, isn't that simple? If you reveal your princely identity, how could that woman dare to refuse? Reed shook his head, no. Why not, Cleveland? Egan was perplexed, staring at Reed questioningly. Cade immediately interjected, Cleveland Leong, don't you understand? Egan's gaze shifted to Cade, eyebrows furrowing instantly. Cade explained, if that woman knew the Cleveland's identity, she would inevitably hesitate and act nervously. She wouldn't speak her true thoughts and might even deliberately cater to the Cleveland's views. That would be boring. As he spoke, Cade looked at Reed, seemingly asking, isn't that right, Cleveland? Reed nodded and told Egan, Bowie Gungzi is correct. I merely wish to discuss music with her and hear her truthful opinions. Cade promptly arched an eyebrow at Egan, feeling immensely pleased. Egan felt somewhat depressed but pretended not to notice. At this moment Cade said, Cleveland Leong, it's all because you were too rude earlier, scaring that young lady. If you had been more courteous and polite, Cleveland Kai would have gotten what he wished for. Egan was speechless, trying to refute but finding no reason, as it was indeed his fault. Cade continued, Cleveland, if you trust me, I can send someone to find that young lady later. With enough sincerity, she should agree to see you. Reed thought for a moment, finally shaking his head, never mind. Since she doesn't want to see me, we shouldn't force her. Hearing this, Cade and Egan did not press further. A little while later, Egan remarked, right, Cleveland, the Taoist priest Felix of Fujuan Temple is reopening his door the day after tomorrow. We should leave early then. If we arrive late, we might not get the new elixir. Reed asked, Cleveland Leong, is the elixir made by Taoist priest Felix truly as miraculous as you say? Egan responded confidently, Cleveland, Taoist priest Felix's wisdom is immeasurable. Everyone in our Fuchin area knows him, His elixirs can prolong life and cure all ailments, making them very hard to come by. Cade did not contradict this time, nodding in agreement as he also believed in Taoist priest Felix. Last year, Cade fell ill, and no matter how long he took medicine, there was no improvement. Later, his family spent a fortune to obtain an elixir. After taking it, Cade recovered in just a few days, turning him into a staunch supporter of Taoist priest Felix since then. ####Chapter 193, The Gentle Dove. After the meal, Livia left with Portia. Before leaving, Miriam asked Livia which inn they would be staying at, thinking it might be helpful to know, but Livia did not tell her, perhaps not wanting to trouble Miriam. Soon after Livia's departure, Emmanuel and Miriam also left the restaurant and returned to the skincare boutique. By then, Lily and Urban had already arranged the shop almost perfectly. Both Emmanuel and Miriam were very satisfied and found Lily reliable. They chatted with Lily for a while and finally decided that the opening day would be in 3 days. Afterward, Miriam took Emmanuel back to her rented inn. The inn she chose wasn't large, so she simply paid for the entire place as her entourage. Guards, carriage drivers, and servants also needed accommodation. As soon as they entered the inn, Miriam began introducing everything to Emmanuel. Their rooms, the guards' quarters, and the servants' rooms, all explained clearly. What surprised Emmanuel was that Miriam had prepared a room for him and Nathan ahead of time, located diagonally opposite her own, one of the best rooms in the inn. Before they knew it, Miriam led Emmanuel, exclaimed, "Oh no, Jason, I forgot to bring paper and pen." Emmanuel had also forgotten, and was too absorbed in looking at the pigeons. Miriam instructed, "Bo Isa, go get the paper and pen from the room." "Yes, miss," Bo Isa responded, quickly running off. While waiting for Bo Isa, Emmanuel couldn't help but play with the pigeons. He commented, "I should raise some pigeons myself. Next time I travel far away, I can write letters home so Llewellyn doesn't miss me." Miriam immediately replied, "Jason, you can write now using our pigeons. Once the message reaches our family, someone will deliver it to your wife." Hearing this, Emmanuel smiled happily. "All right, I'll write later." "Thank you, Miss Noah." "You're welcome, Jason. It's just a small matter," Miriam smiled, genuinely glad to help. After a while, since Bo Isa still hadn't returned, Emmanuel opened one of the cages and gently grabbed a cute pigeon inside. Miriam immediately reminded, "Jason, be careful. Don't let it fly away." Emmanuel thought for a moment and said, "Miss Noah, please close the door. That way it won't fly out." Miriam obediently closed the door. Emmanuel then started stroking the pigeon's feathers. The pigeon was extremely gentle, remaining calm even as Emmanuel touched it, as if it had been his pet. "Jason, how can it be so obedient?" Miriam was surprised. Pigeons are very gentle birds. They love tranquility and aren't aggressive, Emmanuel explained with a smile. Seeing how tame the pigeon was in Emmanuel's hands, Miriam also wanted to touch it but was afraid of being pecked. "Don't worry, Miss Noah. Just touch it. It's very tame, it won't peck you," Emmanuel reassured her. Convinced, Miriam reached out and stroked the pigeon's back. Feeling its feathers instantly made her smile. "Jason, it really is well behaved," Miriam chuckled. Encouraged by this, Emmanuel asked, "Miss Noah, would you like to try holding it?" Feeling braver now, Miriam nodded. "Sure, let me try." She then took the pigeon from Emmanuel. Upon holding it, Miriam's face lit up with a bright smile, a rare sight. It was the first time Emmanuel saw Miriam smile so brightly. Unable to resist, he remarked, "Miss Noah, you look beautiful when you smile. You should smile more often." Hearing this, Miriam froze, quickly lowering her head, avoiding Emmanuel's gaze. Her heartbeat accelerated, and her face and neck turned red. Realizing his words were inappropriate, Emmanuel hastily added, "Miss Noah, I didn't mean anything. I just meant what I said. You really look beautiful when you smile." Trying to explain further, Emmanuel only made Miriam feel even more embarrassed, her cheeks flushing even more, and her grip on the pigeon tightened. The sudden increase in pressure likely scared the pigeon, and it pecked Miriam's hand hard. Pained, Miriam released the pigeon immediately. The pigeon flew up. Fortunately, the door was closed, or it would have flown away. Soon, it perched on a beam and cooed, as if accusing Miriam for its rough treatment. "Miss Noah, are you okay? Let me see." Emmanuel picked up her hand without waiting for her response. Miriam flushed deeply. Her instinct was to pull away, but at the last moment, she changed her mind. Thus, she stood there motionless, her head lowered and face red, letting Emmanuel examine her hand like the docile pigeon earlier. After checking, Emmanuel said, "It's fine, just red from the peck, no bleeding." Miriam murmured softly, her voice barely audible. Looking at Miriam again, Emmanuel noticed her cheeks and neck were flushed, and even her hand felt warm. Startled, Emmanuel quickly let go of her hand. Feeling awkward, "Sorry, Miss Noah, I didn't mean to." Miriam held her pecked hand with her other one, and shook her head slightly without speaking. The room became unusually quiet, except for the pigeon's soft cooing. Just then, a knock came from outside the door. Right then, Boise's voice came from the other side of the door. "Miss Jason, why did you close the door?" Miriam's face turned pale with shock, and in the next moment, she looked extremely embarrassed. Her mind went blank, unsure how to respond to Boisa. She turned to Emmanuel for help. Emmanuel quickly reacted, immediately responding loudly, "Boisa, don't open the door yet. The pigeon has flown up to the beam. If you open the door, it will fly away." Chapter 194, Beneficial and Harmless. Outside, Nora immediately replied upon hearing, "Understood. This servant will not open the door." Rihanna let out a sigh of relief when she heard Nora say that, as she really didn't want Nora to see her blushing and embarrassed. Emmanuel then said, "Miss Nora, please wait outside for a moment. I'll see if I can catch the pigeon and put it back in the cage." "All right, Jason," Nora responded from outside. Emmanuel looked up at the pigeon perched on the roof beam and felt a bit worried. "It flew so high. How can I catch it?" Scanning the room, he quickly found an old bamboo pole in the corner. Next, Emmanuel lifted the bamboo pole to scare the pigeon down from the roof beam. After several attempts, the pigeon finally flew down and landed on a cage. Emmanuel hesitated to grab it right away, fearing that it might fly away again, making him start over. After waiting for a short while, Emmanuel slowly approached the pigeon. Taking advantage of its distraction, he swiftly grabbed it. Relieved, Emmanuel placed the pigeon back into the cage. Closing the cage, he turned to Rihanna and said, "All right, Miss Noah, let's go outside now." But Rihanna shook her head softly. "Not yet. Could we wait just a little longer?" Emmanuel was slightly surprised, about to ask why, but he soon understood her reason. Rihanna's face and neck were still flushed. If she went out now, Nora would surely notice, leading to an awkward situation. Emmanuel nodded, then picked up the bamboo pole again. He walked around the room, occasionally tapping the walls and beams with it while shouting phrases like, "Where are you going?" or "Come down." Puzzled, Rihanna couldn't help but ask in a hushed voice, "Jason, what are you doing?" Emmanuel walked over to Rihanna and whispered, "Shouldn't I make some noise while catching the pigeon? Otherwise, Nora might get suspicious." Realizing his intent, Rihanna nodded in agreement, saying nothing more. As time passed, Rihanna watched Emmanuel and couldn't help but giggle internally, finding him resembling someone performing a religious ceremony. Seeing her amusement, Emmanuel became slightly displeased, standing in the middle of the room with a slight pout, staring at her. Rihanna instantly regained her composure, forcing back her laughter. Emmanuel shouldered the bamboo pole, came to Rihanna. "My hand. He pecked you? Where did it peck? Did you bleed?" Nora rushed to Rihanna and carefully examined her hands. Nora's reaction instantly reminded Rihanna of Emmanuel holding her hands earlier, causing her to feel warmth creeping up her cheeks and neck again. "It's all right, no bleeding," Nora sighed in relief upon seeing only a red mark. "I'm not made of tofu. One peck won't break me. No need to worry so much." Rihanna pulled her hands away. She then went to the table, dipped the pen in ink, and began writing on the blank sheet. In a short while, Rihanna finished the letter. The handwriting was small and neat, concise and clear. It detailed the opening date and reiterated the prices of the soap and scented soap. A bar of soap cost 300 coins, while a bar of scented soap cost 600 coins. Rihanna handed the letter to Nora. "Take it for Jason to review." Without the previous incident, Rihanna would have personally given the letter to Emmanuel, or he would have been by her side, watching her write. Nora nodded, accepting the letter, and went outside. Emmanuel read the letter and then turned around. "Miss Noah, I suddenly thought, there shouldn't be an opening day without promotional offers. How about a buy 10 get 1 free offer?" "Buy 10 get 1 free?" Rihanna questioned. "But the prices for soap and scented soap are already very low." Walking into the room, Emmanuel explained to Rihanna, "Miss Noah, although this means less profit for us in the long run, it benefits our peony brand greatly." Rihanna frowned, pondering Emmanuel's words. Excitedly, she nodded and agreed. "I understand, Jason. If families have several bars of our soap, they'll use them for a while. Once everyone gets used to our peony brand, they won't easily switch to the Pearl brand." "Exactly." Emmanuel smiled, looking at Rihanna approvingly. Rihanna took back the letter from Emmanuel and quickly added the buy 10, get 1 free offer. After ensuring everything was correct, Rihanna copied another identical letter and rolled both into 2 small cylindrical containers. These containers were tiny and exquisite, specially designed for message-carrying pigeons. While preparing the letters, Rihanna told Emmanuel that she would arrange for 2 people to rush to Haeong and Kai County as fast as possible to ensure delivery in case the pigeons encountered any issues. Once the letters were ready, Emmanuel quickly tied the containers to the pigeons' legs. Rihanna stood far away, still wary from being pecked earlier. With everything set, Emmanuel, Rihanna, and Nora went outside. Emmanuel raised both hands, releasing the pigeons into the sky. In moments, the pigeons vanished from sight. Emmanuel gazed at the blue sky for a while before turning around. "Right, Miss Noah. Lily doesn't know about the promotion yet. I'll inform her and return immediately." Rihanna hurriedly asked, "Jason, aren't you supposed to write letters too?" Emmanuel replied as he walked, "No rush, I can do it slowly tonight." With that, Emmanuel left. As soon as Emmanuel left, Nora approached Rihanna and whispered, "Miss Noah, what were you and Jason doing inside the room with the door closed?" What do you mean? What are you talking about?" Rihanna felt tense, involuntarily appearing anxious. "Miss Noah, did you and Jason secretly?" Nora's voice grew softer and more mysterious. The words, secretly, seemed to have hit Rihanna's weak spot, instantly making her lose her composure. "Nora, if you dare to speak recklessly again, I will punish you." Rihanna's expression changed abruptly. Her brows furrowed, and her face turned stern, as if she had become a completely different person. Nora was taken aback and quickly shut her mouth, not daring to utter another word. Translation notes. The original text's tone and style are maintained. Pinyin names are correctly used. Paragraph structure and line breaks follow the original format. The translation is natural, fluent, and grammatically correct, ensuring coherence with the previous content. ##### Chapter 195, Saving Someone. The next day, at noon, Coral carried the pipa and walked with Cora towards the wine shop. Usually, Cora carried the pipa herself, but today it was Coral's turn. The main reason was that Cora was too exhausted, and her arms and fingers needed a rest. Early in the morning, Cora had taken Coral to the Wei family residence. However, instead of knocking on their door, she played the pipa outside their gate, repeatedly performing one single piece. Several times, the Wei family servants came out to stop and chase her away, but Cora refused to leave, continuing to play as if nothing happened. This drew a crowd, many of whom were neighbors. Coral asked, "Miss, could Master Wei not be home? Otherwise, why hasn't he come out despite you playing for so long?" Cora replied firmly, "No, he's home. He must be at home." Coral then asked, "Why hasn't Master Wei come out to see you?" "Perhaps he doesn't know how to face me," Cora said, sounding disheartened. Coral was indignant and frowned in anger. "Miss, how can Master Wei treat you like this? You came all this way to find him, yet he refuses to see you. It's too heartless. Cora remained silent, feeling very sad. 2 years ago, Cora was still a senior pipa artist at Peiyuan Mansion's music hall, responsible for teaching pipa skills. It was also during this year that Dominic met Cora. Dominic fell in love with Cora at first sight. But back then, Cora, devoted entirely to mastering the pipa, felt nothing for Dominic and regarded him merely as an ordinary friend. Dominic played the eru skillfully, and once they had a chance to perform together, their duet was exceptionally harmonious, unlike anyone else she had played with before. From then on, Cora remembered the young man named Dominic. Afterwards, Dominic often visited Cora under the pretext of discussing music. Gradually, Cora developed feelings for him. Cora wasn't someone who gave her heart easily. Once she decided to love, she would do so wholeheartedly and faithfully. After more than a year of persistent pursuit, Cora finally accepted Dominic. When their romance was at its peak, Dominic suddenly received a letter from home, saying there was an urgent matter and he needed to return immediately. Being very filial, Dominic packed his bags and returned to Fuchun County right away. Before leaving, he promised Cora that after dealing with matters at home, he would come back and marry her. Upon hearing this, Cora was elated for days, even dreaming about marrying Dominic. However, Dominic was gone for over 2 months without any news or letters, which made Cora increasingly anxious and worried. Half a month ago, Cora overheard a friend of Dominic chatting with others, saying that Dominic had written a letter stating he probably wouldn't return to Peiyuan Mansion. Cora was shocked. She didn't want to believe it. So she found that friend and confirmed it personally. Not long after, Cora abruptly resigned from her position at the music hall and traveled with Coral to Fuchun County, just to confront Dominic face to face. Coral didn't know that Dominic had already decided not to return to Peiyuan. She thought Cora did this because she missed her lover. Coral, do you regret coming here with me? Cora suddenly asked. Coral shook her head. Not at all. Wherever Miss goes, I'll follow. I will serve you my whole life. Cora smiled in relief. Silly girl, when you grow up, you'll have to get married. How can you stay with me forever? Coral shook her head vigorously. No, I don't want to get married. I'll stay with you forever. All right, Cora nodded with a smile. As they continued walking, they were almost at the wine shop. Suddenly, 4 ruffians emerged from the roadside, blocking their path front and back. Cora became visibly flustered and lost her composure. Who are you? What do you want? Coral shielded Cora, asking fearfully. One of the shorter ruffians pointed at them. Look, brother, she has a little girl and a pipa, and she's wearing a veil. Isn't she the woman Master AI is looking for? Another tall ruffian examined them closely and nodded. Yes, exactly like what Master AI's men described. Hearing Master AI, Cora and Coral became even more panicked. In the next moment, Cora and Coral tried to escape, but 2 weak women couldn't match the strength of 4 ruffians. Every time they tried to run, they were pushed back. The tall ruffian said, Lady, Master AI said whoever brings you to him gets 1 guan. Seeing no way to escape, Cora shouted loudly, Help! Save us! Help! The tall ruffian rushed forward and covered Cora's mouth to stop her from calling out. But just as he covered Cora's mouth, Coral screamed again, equally loud. Help! Help! The tall ruffian yelled urgently, Stop her from screaming! The short ruffian tried to cover Coral's mouth but was bitten on the finger, causing him to cry out in pain. After struggling to free his hand, he was furious and slapped Coral across the face, sending her falling to the ground. The pipa in her arms hit the ground hard. Cora was heartbroken at the sight, and seemingly bursting with strength, she pushed the tall ruffian away. Cora quickly ran to help Coral up, and then picked up her pipa. The tall ruffian ordered, Brothers, gag them and take them to Master AI. At that moment, a man's voice shouted from behind the 4 ruffians, Stop! Turning around, they saw a young gentleman accompanied by 2 stern-faced big men. Who the hell are you? Don't meddle, the tall ruffian shouted. The 4 ruffians didn't recognize the finely dressed gentleman, but Cora and Coral did. It was Mac, whom they had seen yesterday. Mac had declined Egan and Cade's invitation earlier, claiming he was tired and needed to rest. After they left, Mac secretly went out and headed towards the wine shop. He brought only 2 close guards and changed into ordinary clothes, hoping to observe Cora's musical performance unnoticed. Unexpectedly, just as he arrived near the wine shop, he heard Cora's cries for help, so the 3 hurried over. Without further ado, Mac commanded, Rescue them. Immediately, his 2 guards charged forward and engaged the ruffians. Within moments, the 4 ruffians were being chased away in agony. Still in shock, Cora and Coral instinctively stepped back when they saw Mac approaching. Mac stopped immediately and reassured them, Ladies, don't be afraid. I won't come any closer. After calming down a bit, Mac pointed to Cora's pipa and suggested, Lady, your instrument fell. Should you check if it's damaged? Cora suddenly remembered the fall, and hastily opened the cloth covering the pipa to inspect it. Upon examination, she discovered that the string tuner below the neck had broken. Instantly, her mood plummeted deeper than if she had been hurt herself. The string tuner, also called a zhunzi, is used to change the tension of the strings, allowing for tuning. The tighter the string, the higher the pitch, and conversely, the looser the string, the lower the pitch. Now that the string tuner was broken from the fall, it would be impossible to tune the instrument, likely making it unplayable for the imminent performance. Chapter 196, Reed's idea. Miss, I didn't protect the pipa well and broke the tuning peg. It's all my fault. Goldie was very anxious and immediately admitted her mistake. Although Livia was in a terrible mood, she did not blame Goldie but instead comforted her. Goldie, it's not your fault. There's no need to blame yourself. Goldie looked at the broken tuning peg and asked, Miss, what should we do now? If we don't fix it soon, we won't be able to play later. Livia knew it needed fixing, but this pipa was extremely expensive. Fixing just the tuning peg would cost a lot, which she couldn't afford given her current financial situation. Moreover, they were in Fuchun County, not Peiyuan Prefecture. For Livia, this place was unfamiliar, and she had no idea where to find someone to repair her pipa. Feeling dejected and helpless, Livia said, Goldie, there's no other way. We can only ask around on the street, hoping to find someone who can repair it. With that, Livia rewrapped the pipa and said, Goldie, let's go tell the innkeeper first that we can't perform today. Please ask him to understand. Yes, Goldie nodded. Then, Livia turned to Reed and softly said, Bert, thank you for your help earlier. I will remember your kindness and repay it one day. After saying this, Livia bowed deeply to Reed and was about to leave with Goldie. Reed immediately stopped them. Miss, I know a master luthier who lives in the city. Upon hearing this, Livia paused and turned to look at him. Seeing her reaction, Reed quickly continued, Miss, if I'm not mistaken, this instrument is made of rosewood. This type of wood has dense grain and excellent resonance, significantly affecting the quality of the sound. Livia was slightly surprised. She hadn't expected him to know so much. Reed went on, Your pipa is not only beautifully crafted but also meticulously designed. The spacing between the head, string pegs, and body is perfect. If you observe closely, the head is large and full, with a graceful and elegant shape. The patterns and grooves on the tuning pegs are particularly smooth. Additionally, the surface and sides are polished smoothly. The distance between the bridge and the frets is uniform, and the fit between the pegs and their holes is snug and secure. Hearing these words, both Livia and Goldie were astonished. They hadn't expected him to be an expert and notice so many details in such a short time. Reed then added, Miss, your pipa is truly a rare treasure, likely crafted by a renowned master. If you have it repaired by an inexperienced person, it could be ruined, leading to an irreparable loss. That would be a great regret. His words struck a chord with Livia. This pipa was specially made for her father 20 years ago by a famous luthier, who had since passed away, making this instrument irreplaceable. After a moment's thought, Livia asked, Bert, do you really know a master luthier? Reed nodded confidently. Livia hesitated, concerned, but Bert, I fear I can't afford the repairs. Reed reassured her, the master and I are acquainted. Don't worry about the cost, Mississippi. That's not right. I must pay for the repairs, Livia insisted firmly. Reed thought for a moment and suggested, Miss, how about this? Once your pipa is fixed, you can play a piece just for me as payment. What do you think? Livia was caught off guard by his request, and began to feel cautious. Goldie tugged at Livia's sleeve and whispered in her ear, Miss, this young master doesn't seem like a bad person. Perhaps we should agree. Otherwise, without a working pipa, we won't be able to earn money. Livia frowned. What do you know? Do you expect bad people to write bad on their faces? Goldie lowered her head and didn't respond. After a moment of silence, Livia told Reed, Bert, I'll find a way to fix the pipa myself. Thank you for your offer. With that, Livia left with Goldie, heading towards the tavern. Though Reed had helped her chase away the thugs, Livia still found it hard to trust him because of Egan's negative impression on her. Livia thought she might ask the innkeeper about finding a luthier and plan accordingly. Reed stood there thinking for a moment before quickly catching up. Miss? Livia was startled and stepped back with Goldie. Bert, is there something else? Goldie also stood in front of Livia, looking wary. Reed took a step back and earnestly offered, Miss, wait here at the tavern while I bring the master luthier to you. He can repair the pipa here, saving you the trouble of going back and forth. Livia was surprised by this proposal, but realized it was indeed a good idea. She felt tempted. Reed continued, as for the repair costs, you can simply perform a piece for everyone here once it's fixed. What do you think? He then waited quietly for her response. Goldie looked at Livia, waiting for her decision. After some consideration, Livia finally agreed. Thank you, Bert. Reed was delighted and turned to one of his guards. Izzy, go fetch Zach immediately. Remember, hurry. Yes, Bert. Izzy responded with a salute and ran off. Reed then said, Let's go to the tavern to wait, Mississippi. Livia nodded lightly and followed Reed with Goldie to the tavern. Upon entering, the innkeeper greeted them warmly. Miss, you're finally here. The guests have been waiting for you. Livia apologized, explaining her pipa had been damaged and needed repair, delaying the performance. The innkeeper was disappointed, but understood after seeing the broken pipa. Reed then announced, Miss, I'll go upstairs and wait. Once Zach arrives, I'll inform you. Livia nodded, and Reed went upstairs with his guard. Meanwhile, Livia and Goldie found a quiet corner downstairs to wait. Soon, the innkeeper approached with a smile. Miss, it's too crowded here. I've prepared a private room upstairs for you. Why don't you wait there and grab something to eat? Livia replied, Innkeeper, thank you for your kindness, but we can't afford anything. In that case, miss, performing for us is already an honor. How can I ask you to pay? This is the least I can do. The innkeeper laughed and led them upstairs. As they ascended, Livia asked, Innkeeper, where is the young master who came with me earlier? Where is he sitting? The innkeeper pointed to a direction in the hall. Miss, Master Kai is over there. Livia saw Reed and his guard drinking tea leisurely at a table, unaware of their presence. She felt somewhat relieved, fearing he might disappear suddenly. This translation maintains the original tone and structure while ensuring fluency and accuracy. Cora's appearance immediately drew the attention of many guests on the second floor. They sent looks of anticipation her way, and several even clapped, hoping Cora would start playing right away. The innkeeper, seeing this, hurriedly cupped his hands toward the guests and loudly explained that the performance would be delayed for a while. Instantly, many guests voiced their disappointment. The innkeeper repeatedly expressed his apologies, then quickly led Cora and Goldie to the private room. As soon as Cora entered, she was taken aback because the room was exceptionally spacious and comfortable, with luxurious and impressive decorations, obviously quite expensive. Cora turned to look at the innkeeper and asked, Innkeeper, did the young master pay for this private room, didn't he? This translation maintains the original tone and structure while ensuring fluency and accuracy. It keeps the paragraph structure and line breaks as in the original text, ensuring the storyline and logic are coherent with the previous content. Chapter 197. This table has caught my attention. No, miss. This elegant room was specially arranged for you by me, not paid for by Master Rashad. The innkeeper hurriedly shook his head, speaking as if it were true. How could Livia believe the innkeeper's words? She wasn't an inexperienced child. Even if the innkeeper kindly arranged an elegant room for her, he wouldn't arrange such a luxurious one. Livia didn't think she was important enough in the innkeeper's eyes to warrant this. Since the innkeeper won't tell the truth, then I won't stay here. Livia was very decisive. After speaking, she said, Aspen, let's go elsewhere. Aspen couldn't understand it all. She thought, with such a nice elegant room available, why would you leave? But since Livia had already spoken, Aspen dared not disobey, and thus nodded in agreement, preparing to leave with Livia. Seeing Livia about to leave, the innkeeper quickly stepped forward to block the door and helplessly said, Miss, don't go. Master Rashad forbade me from telling you, but I didn't want to deceive you. Just now, Mac called the innkeeper over and quietly instructed him to arrange the best elegant room for Livia and Aspen to rest. He also earnestly reminded the innkeeper not to let Livia discover that he had paid. However, unexpectedly, Livia's sharp mind caught the discrepancy as soon as she entered. Livia asked the innkeeper, why did he not allow you to tell me? The innkeeper replied honestly, Master Rashad said that you do not have a good impression of him and feared that you might reject if you knew it was arranged by him. After hearing this, Livia fell silent for a moment and then asked, what else did he say? The innkeeper replied, Master Rashad also said to serve you the best dishes so you could eat well. Livia pondered for a bit and said, Innkeeper, no need for dishes. Just bring us 2 bowls of noodles. The innkeeper was surprised. Just 2 bowls of noodles? Livia nodded. Yes, just 2 bowls of noodles. We're very hungry and can't wait for dishes. We want to fill our bellies quickly. The innkeeper hesitated, feeling uncomfortable serving only 2 bowls of noodles without Mac's approval. Seeing this, Livia said she was going to leave again. With no choice, the innkeeper agreed, closed the door, and left the elegant room. Actually, Livia wasn't very hungry. She only said this because she didn't want to owe Mac too much. Because Livia had already decided that whatever she owed Mac today, she would repay every penny. At this moment, Aspen couldn't help but ask, Miss, Master Rashad seems like a decent person. Why are you so hostile towards him? Livia replied, have you never heard the saying? If someone offers help for no reason, they either have ulterior motives or evil intentions. Aspen countered, but Miss, Master Rashad isn't doing it for nothing. Yesterday, he mentioned wanting to discuss music with you. Do you believe everything he says? With your brain, you wouldn't even know if you were sold. Livia frowned. Aspen immediately fell silent. Soon after, the waiter brought 2 large bowls of noodles. Aspen looked at the giant bowls bigger than her head, with toppings piled up like small mountains. Her mouth dropped open. Miss, there's way too much topping. You can't even see the noodles. Aspen stirred the noodles with her chopsticks and saw the noodles under the toppings. Livia was also speechless. She thought, feeding pigs? Such a huge bowl. How can I possibly finish it? This guy. Livia muttered in low voice. The guy naturally referred to Mac. Actually, Livia misjudged Mac. These super extra topping noodles were the innkeeper's idea out of fear that Mac would blame him if he found out Livia hadn't eaten well. Regardless, these noodles smelled incredibly delicious, instantly making Livia and Aspen feel hungry. Livia looked at Aspen and said, eat, Aspen. Treat it as borrowed money. We'll pay it back later. Aspen nodded hastily and started eating. Livia removed her veil, revealing a beautiful face. Then, she began eating as well, nodding appreciatively at the taste of the food. Meanwhile, on the second-floor hall, Mac was inquiring the innkeeper about Livia's situation. The innkeeper did not dare to hide anything, recounting the events in detail, including the 2 bowls of noodles with extra toppings. Initially, Mac thought his arrangements wouldn't be discovered by Livia. Hearing the innkeeper say that Livia noticed right away upon entering, he felt somewhat embarrassed and sighed. All right, I get it. You can go about your business. Mac nodded, and then had his guard give the innkeeper some silver. The innkeeper bowed and left. After waiting for a while longer and seeing Izzy still hadn't brought Zach over, Mac said to the guard, Clarence, go downstairs and check why Izzy hasn't come. Clarence hesitated. But master, by yourself? Mac said, it's fine. Go quickly and come back. No one knows who I am, so nothing will happen. With that, Mac urged Clarence again. Clarence could only agree, getting up and walking briskly downstairs. As Clarence descended to the first floor, 5 people ascended the stairs, almost brushing past him. The leader of the 5 was a young master dressed in bright and extravagant clothing. A white jade pendant hung from his waist, and he held a folding fan. His demeanor exuded arrogance and satisfaction. Indeed, this person was Dario, son of Osiris, the local tyrant of Fuchin County. Dario came because he heard from friends that an excellent musician had arrived. Friends praised the new musician's skills highly, making Dario increasingly curious and skeptical. Thus, he decided to come to see for himself. When Dario and his 4 servants reached the second floor, he immediately frowned. Why are there so many people? It was already past noon, during mealtime. Not only was the second floor fully occupied, but the first floor was nearly full as well. Everyone was here for the new musician with exceptional lute skills. Dario was extremely displeased by the lack of seats and ordered his servants, what are you standing around for? Find a table quickly. How long do you plan to make me stand? The 4 servants scrambled to find a spot in the crowded hall. Dario scanned the area and then noticed Max sitting alone at a table. Seeing Mac's ordinary attire and unfamiliar face, Dario walked over. Without asking, Dario sat down opposite Mac. Mac was momentarily stunned, looking puzzled at Dario as if to ask, who are you? Dario sneered and bluntly said, hey, do you realize how wasteful it is to occupy a whole table by yourself? Mac explained, young master, a few friends of mine will join shortly. Dario didn't believe him and imperiously commanded, go sit somewhere else. This table has caught my attention. Mac frowned, gazing at Dario for a while before replying, young master, there's an order of precedence. Please find another seat. Hearing this, Dario became displeased and abruptly snapped his fan shut, placing a hand on the table. Outsider, huh? Do you know who I am? Dario coldly asked. Mac remained calm, shaking his head. No. Dario immediately pointed at his own nose arrogantly. I'm surnamed AI. Find out about me. It might scare you half to death. Seeing Dario's ridiculous behavior, Mac couldn't help but shake his head with a laugh. Upon seeing this, Dario slammed his hand on the table. Hey, what the hell are you laughing at? Stop it. At this moment, Clarence had returned and was already approaching behind him. In other words, Dario's arrogant demeanor as he slammed the table and shouted, just now was all witnessed by Clarence. Without a word of nonsense, Clarence immediately rushed forward, grabbing Dario and endured Devlin's beating and scolding. After a bout of cursing, Devlin turned to look at Mac and Jonah, thinking he must find a way to regain his lost dignity now that his men were here. Just then, the innkeeper ran over, clasped his hands together, and said to Devlin, Bert AI, I've arranged a table for you. Please sit over there. Devlin fumed. Sit? If I don't teach these two fellows a lesson properly, I'll change my surname. The innkeeper hurriedly replied, Bert AI, you are here today to listen to music, right? If a disturbance happens now, you won't get to enjoy the performance. Devlin hesitated upon hearing this because he had indeed come especially to listen to the music. After considering for a moment, Devlin declared, Fine, for your sake, innkeeper. I'll leave them alone for now. Thank you, Bert AI, thank you, the innkeeper hastily thanked. Then, he gestured for Devlin to follow him to the prepared table. Devlin glared fiercely at Mac and Jonah and threatened, We'll see about this. Jonah's eyes blazed with anger immediately, glaring back at Devlin. Mac appeared as if he hadn't heard anything, expressionless. Following that, Devlin took his 4 servants and followed the innkeeper away. Soon, Devlin sat at an empty table on the other side of the performance area. This table was vacated urgently after the innkeeper negotiated and constructed. Soon, Izzy brought the innkeeper, who led Zach to Kathy's private room. In the private room, Goldie, fully fed, was napping on the table while Kathy kept adjusting the broken tuning pegs, her brows furrowed deeply. Kathy had waited quite a while, feeling anxious as the instrument master was delayed. Knock, knock, knock. A knock sounded at the door, followed by the innkeeper's voice. Miss, Zach is here. Kathy lit up instantly and hurriedly opened the door, holding the lute. After exchanging pleasantries, Zach focused on the lute. After examining Kathy's lute carefully, Zach asked, Miss, is your lute named Flowing Years? Startled, Kathy replied, You know this lute, Zach? Zach smiled. Without concealing from you, many years ago, I met Master Su a few times. He mentioned this lute, but regrettably, I never saw it. Unbelievably, fate brought me here today. Master Su mentioned by Zach was the lute master who created Flowing Years. Upon learning that Zach and Master Su were friends, Kathy bowed deeply to show respect. Smiling, Zach waved his hand. Please wait a moment. I'll fix it quickly. Thanks, Zach, Kathy responded. Then, Zach took out tools from his bag and began repairing. Within 15 minutes, the tuning peg was fixed. Try it, miss, Zach said. Kathy immediately picked up the lute and adjusted the strings. She played a short piece and confirmed it was just like before. Thank you, Zach. Please accept my gratitude. Kathy expressed heartfelt appreciation with a deep bow. Laughing gently, Zach waved his hand. No need for such formalities. Kathy asked, Zach, what about the repair fee? Zach replied, Miss, this is Master Su's Flowing Years. Being able to see and repair it in my lifetime satisfies me greatly. How can I charge you? Don't mention money again. It would be too vulgar. Unable to raise the topic of payment, Kathy thanked him twice. After tidying up his tools, Zach said, Since it's fixed, I won't disturb any longer, and left the private room. Meeting Mac outside, Zach recounted the repair process. Surprised, Mac realized it was the legendary Flowing Years. A bit later, the innkeeper approached. Rashad Bert, the girl wants to ask what song you'd like to hear, the innkeeper asked softly. Mac knew this was fulfilling his promise. Thinking for a moment, he gave a name. Remembering, the innkeeper walked off briskly. Shortly, applause and welcome sounds came from the direction of the private room. Looking over, Mac saw Kathy leading Goldie toward the performance area. Ericus saw them, becoming excited and agitated. Seeing Kathy from the other side, Devlin couldn't help but pound the table and exclaimed, Damn, it's her. After returning to Fuchin City, Devlin sent many people to find Kathy and Emmanuel, yet they remained elusive. He never expected to meet them here. Looking at the 3 servants beside him, he sneered and coldly asked, Do you know what this is? The 3 servants all shook their heads. This is what they call searching everywhere without success, yet it comes easily when you least expect it. As Devlin spoke, a wicked smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Chapter 199, A Feast for the Years. Soon, Livia entered the performance room. In the next moment, the second-floor hall quickly quieted down as everyone's expectant gazes were cast toward the curtain of the performance room. Silence ensued for a brief while until abruptly, clear and simple plucking sounds emerged from within the performance room. Just a few strings plucked. The sound that could not yet form a melody somehow evoked an inexplicable emotion, instantly drawing everyone's attention even more intently. Immediately after, came a series of mournful and sorrowful music. Anyone could detect the deep contemplation hidden within. Behind the curtain, Livia was now engrossed in continuously plucking the strings, sometimes gently brushing them, sometimes slowly twisting them, at times wiping, at other times picking. Her music seemed to be her language, narrating a story to everyone. Every person in the hall was weapons clashing. The next moment, Livia suddenly strummed the center of the strings, a thunderous boom splitting through like tearing cloth. With that resounding note, the piece concluded. Silence. Unusual silence filled the entire second-floor hall, where even the sound of a pin dropping would be heard. Having finished listening to the piece, Mac was utterly astonished. His fists had tightened subconsciously, sweat slightly moistening his palms. In the next moment, he snapped back to reality. Rising swiftly, he applauded loudly, exclaiming, Bravo! Absolutely superb! Hurrah! Under Mac's influence, the hall immediately erupted into thunderous applause and cheers of exhilaration. It was evident that all the applause and cheers were heartfelt, including those from Devlin who also joined in clapping. Continuous clapping soon turned Mac's hands red, but he paid no heed and continued clapping vigorously, genuinely admiring Livia's extraordinary skills. Inside the performance room, Goldie was peeking out from the gap in the curtain. Mistress, your performance was brilliant. Everyone is applauding you enthusiastically. Mistress, you're amazing. Goldie exclaimed excitedly. Livia didn't reply, for at that moment, her heartbeat raced rapidly, breathing heavily with a faint blush on her cheeks. She was extremely satisfied with the servant panted. Devlin's face lit up and he immediately asked, how many people came? Bowing, the servant replied, Davy into the tight schedule. Only about 15 people managed to come. Master, if it's insufficient, I can fetch more. How many exactly? 11 or 19? Devlin frowned. The servant hurriedly clarified, Master, 16? No, 17? Wait, it's 16. Enough already. Why do you make everything so difficult? Devlin complained impatiently. Thereafter, Devlin stood up and instructed two servants behind him, keep an eye on those guys. Don't let them escape. I'll handle some important matters first. He then headed towards the private room area. In the hallway, Devlin stopped a waiter, intimidated him briefly, and inquired which room belonged to Livia. Pushing the waiter aside, Devlin swaggered forward. Realizing something was amiss, the waiter rushed to find the innkeeper. At this point, the innkeeper was talking to Mac, praising his choice of pieces and his good taste. Suddenly, a waiter panicked and rushed over. Innkeeper, please come see. Frowning, the innkeeper replied, see what? Can't you see I'm speaking with young Master Rashad? Mac smiled, Innkeeper, tend to your business. There's no need to specially attend to me. The innkeeper responded, that's unacceptable. Without young Master Rashad's help today, Livia's instrument wouldn't have been fixed so quickly, nor would we have such a feast for our ears, right young Master Rashad? Mac remained silent, smiling humbly and shaking his head modestly. Beside him, the waiter was increasingly anxious and exclaimed, Innkeeper, please hurry. Young Master AI is looking for that girl. If it's too late, trouble will ensue. Devlin's notorious reputation was widely known even among commoners. To which girl is young Master AI heading? The innkeeper hadn't fully comprehended. Quickly mimicking a pipa gesture, the waiter urged, the pipa performer, innkeeper. Startled, the innkeeper exclaimed, ah? Hearing this, Mac was also startled but reacted faster than the innkeeper. In an instant, he stood up and shouted, Izzy, Jonah, follow me. Yes, master. Izzy and Jonah responded together, leading the other guards to follow Mac. Meanwhile, outside Livia's private room. Livia, it's me. Open the door quickly. Haven't seen you in days. I've missed you terribly. Ha ha ha. Devlin laughed lecherously, shouting while incessantly knocking on the door of the private room. Inside, Livia and Goldie recognized Devlin's voice. Terrified, they hid in the farthest corner from the door. Devlin knocked on the door for quite some time. Seeing no response from inside, he lost patience. Suddenly, stepping back 2 steps, he pointed and commanded, break it down. Without hesitation, 2 servants immediately began forcing the door open. The latch on the door of the private room couldn't withstand the impact of 2 men. Sure enough, after just a few tries, the door was forced open, and the 2 servants tumbled into the room, nearly falling flat on their faces. Ah! At the moment the door was broken down, Livia and Goldie both let out terrified screams. Miss, don't be afraid. Even if I lose my life, I will protect you. Goldie spread her arms to shield Livia, though her body still shook uncontrollably with fear. Note, the paragraph structure and line breaks have been maintained as in the original text. Chapter 200. Outside. They're all my people. At this moment, Germain strode in large steps and entered the private room while fanning himself. As soon as he entered, his greedy eyes immediately landed on Livia who was standing in the corner. Livia, it's really a pleasure to meet you again. We must be destined, Germain said with a sinister smile. Aaliyah shouted, don't come any closer. Germain laughed, little girl, don't be afraid. I am always very gentle with women. Suddenly, Livia ran to the window and threatened him. If you come any closer, I will jump down. Germain laughed even more upon hearing this and nodded. Jump then. But let me remind you, this is only the 2nd floor. You won't die from the fall. You'll only break an arm or leg at most. But you don't have to worry. Even if you were disabled, I would still take care of you and be kind to you. Because I have always been protective of beautiful women, especially someone like you. Ha ha ha. With that, Germain burst into wild laughter. The 2 servants behind Germain also started laughing along. Livia and Aaliyah's faces turned pale with fear and panic. How about jumping? Jump. Just jump. Seeing that Livia didn't dare to jump, Germain grew even more arrogant and provocative. Just when Livia and Aaliyah were at a loss, a voice came from the corridor outside the door. Miss Livia, don't be afraid, I'm here. It was Mac's voice, which Livia immediately recognized. Shortly after, Mac, Izzy, and Jonah appeared at the entrance to the private room. Master Rashad. Livia called out immediately, her eyes filled with relief. Seeing it was Mac, Germain flared up instantly. Damn, you brat, we haven't settled the accounts yet. Mac frowned and ordered, Izzy, Jonah, apprehend him. Yes, master. Izzy and Jonah replied in unison. Immediately, the 2 of them marched into the room. Germain's 2 servants attempted to stop them but were quickly knocked down by Izzy who walked in first. Seeing this, Jonah frowned and said to Izzy, hey, didn't you see I was still here? Shouldn't you have left one for me? Without looking at Jonah, Izzy calmly replied, forgot. Quit it. Jonah didn't buy it at all. Seeing the situation turn against him, Germain immediately ran towards Livia, trying to seize her as a hostage. However, Aaliyah wouldn't let Germain succeed. When he lunged forward to grab Livia, she pushed him with all her strength. In a moment of desperation, she even bit Germain's forearm. Ah! Pained by the bite, Germain screamed and could no longer think about grabbing Livia. Instead, He just wanted to get rid of Aaliyah first. Get lost. Though Aaliyah was just a young servant girl, Jermaine easily shoved her away with a slight effort. But his forearm was still hurting badly from the bite. At this moment, a big hand suddenly grabbed the back of Jermaine's neck, dragging him to the side and slamming him hard against the wall, rendering him immobile. This big hand belonged to Jonah. Since Izzy had taken the limelight earlier, this time it was his turn to show off. With Jermaine subdued, Mac approached Livia with a concerned look and asked, "Miss Livia, are you alright?" Holding her pipa tightly, Livia shook her head nervously, then realizing how inappropriate that looked, quickly changed it to a nod. Her eyes still showed much fear. Aaliyah returned to Livia's side and comforted her. "Miss, everything is fine now. Don't be afraid." After successfully biting Jermaine, Aaliyah's courage seemed to swell, and she wasn't as scared as before. Mac spoke earnestly, "Miss Livia, it's inconvenient to stay here. Let's leave first." Livia nodded hurriedly and followed Mac towards the door. Suddenly, many voices and hurried footsteps sounded from the corridor outside, creating chaos. Hearing these sounds, Jermaine became agitated. "Quickly release me. Outside are my people. You can't escape." It turned out that the two servants watching Mac saw the situation going awry and had rushed downstairs to call their men upstairs. "Release him. Set our master free." Mac's guards blocked the doorway, struggling with Jermaine's men in the corridor, causing quite a commotion. Livia anxiously asked, "Master Rashad, what should we do?" Aaliyah also looked at Mac worriedly. However, Mac remained composed. Turning to Izzy, he casually instructed, "Izzy, handle it." Feeling that it was too noisy outside, Izzy immediately perked up upon hearing Mac's words and excitedly saluted, "Yes, master." He then strode out of the private room. Seeing Izzy getting another opportunity to show off, Jonah felt somewhat uneasy. But since he couldn't leave right now, he could only grimace inwardly. His grip on Jermaine's neck unconsciously tightened. Jonah didn't notice his own force, but Jermaine couldn't bear the pain, screaming as if he was about to be strangled to death. Outside in the corridor, there were sudden sounds of collisions and screams, followed by a series of agonized cries. It was clear that Izzy was wreaking havoc outside. Listening to the terrifying sounds, Livia and Aaliyah couldn't help but feel terrified, but Mac remained calm and collected throughout. "Miss Livia, please be patient. Once Izzy is done, we can leave," Mac reassured her. Livia nodded without replying, continuing to clutch her pipa tightly. After a while, the collision sounds and screams from the corridor ceased, leaving only moaning. Mac told Livia, "Miss Livia, it's over. We can go now." Livia nodded and followed Mac along with Aaliyah. Seeing this, Jonah hurriedly asked, "Master, what about him?" Stopping his steps, Mac glanced at Jermaine. Jermaine looked utterly defeated, like a wilted eggplant. After a brief thought, Mac said, "Take him away." Jonah immediately dragged Jermaine away from the wall, preparing to leave together. "What are you going to do? Where are you taking me? Don't you dare do anything rash. My father is AI Helong. He won't forgive you if you hurt me." Jermaine's voice lacked any confidence, filled only with panic and fear. When Livia and Mac stepped out of the private room, they found the corridor lit his face and dared not speak again. With a calm expression, Mac said, "Clarence, later you and Egan take him to the county office. Let them decide how to handle him. Don't bother me with it anymore." "Yes, master," Clarence immediately responded. Then he called two guards and they hauled Jermaine away. Next, Mac climbed aboard the carriage and entered the compartment. Speaking gently, Mac asked, "Miss Livia, if you don't mind, why don't you come to my place for a cup of tea? It might calm your nerves after what just happened." After the incident, Livia no longer refused Mac. She gently nodded and said, "Then I shall be a nuisance to Master Rashad." Mac shook his head and then called out, "Izzy, let's return." "Yes, master." Izzy replied loudly. Moments later, the carriage began moving slowly towards Mac's residence. Meanwhile, Jermaine was being escorted by Clarence and two guards towards Egan's home. Several servants of Jermaine followed behind, but dared not approach closely, fearing another beating. They trailed along, wondering where their young master was being taken. After some time, Jermaine could no longer hold back and asked, "Who exactly is your master?" Although Jermaine did not know Egan personally, he knew who he was and who his father was. When Mac mentioned Egan earlier, his demeanor and tone were clearly those of a superior, which made Jermaine realize that Mac must have an extraordinary status. Ignoring Jermaine, Clarence and the two guards pretended not to hear. Jermaine fell silent but felt a whirlwind inside, increasingly believing that he had offended someone very powerful. "Brothers, please, tell me, who exactly is your master?" Jermaine pleaded, clasping his hands together. Clarence glanced at Jermaine and smirked coldly, asking, "Do you know Granville Wong?" Jermaine froze, nodding nervously, suddenly sensing ominous foreboding. Clarence continued, "Our master calls Granville Wong father. Do you now understand who our master is?" "Ah." Hearing this, Jermaine gasped in shock. In the next moment, Jermaine's face visibly paled, his legs trembling and weakening until he began to sway, clearly unable to stand steadily. Seeing Jermaine about to collapse, Clarence immediately shouted, "Hold him up." The two guards quickly supported Jermaine and continued forward. Clarence sneered, "Afraid now? Too late." At that moment, Jermaine's expression became dazed, his body weak and limp, as if he had turned into a pile of wet mud. If one looked closely, a damp patch had appeared on Jermaine's trousers. Inside the moving carriage, Mac remained silent. He wasn't pretending. Both Livia and Aspen seemed exhausted from the ordeal and gradually fell asleep amidst the gentle swaying of the carriage. Moment's thought, said, "Since Miss Livia is still unsure about me, I will have someone escort you back." Saying this, Mac called out, "Izzy." Izzy promptly approached, bowing to await instructions. Just as Mac was about to speak, Livia suddenly said, "Master Rashad, can you tell me who you really are?" Without hesitation, Mac replied, "I am the Arrigo of Granville Wong, Mac." "Heir?" Livia was startled. She never expected that the person before her was a prince. Upon hearing that Mac was the son of a prince, Aspen was utterly frightened. Suddenly, Aspen dropped to her knees and stammered, "Citizen." Citizen greets the heir. Seeing Aspen kneel and bow, Livia also intended to do the same. Noticing this, Mac quickly held her back, shaking his head. "Miss Livia, absolutely not." Livia anxiously said, "But you are a noble heir, while I'm just a musician. How can I not pay respect?" I said no, that's final. Mac's tone was firm, even slightly annoyed. Usually open and affable, he detested being bowed to. Realizing Mac's slight displeasure, Livia gave up on kneeling. Subsequently, Mac pulled Aspen up, explaining patiently, "Aspen, call me heir from now on. Do not add Cleveland after it, as that doesn't conform to etiquette. Understood?" Aspen stared blankly at Mac, confused by his words. Mac clarified, "The title Cleveland is reserved for the imperial heir. Only direct descendants of the Fletcher may use it." Aspen wondered how, given that the Fletcher and Granville were brothers from the same father, the heir of Granville wouldn't count as a direct descendant. Chapter 202. Overwhelmed. An hour later, in the inner hall of Fuchin County Yamen, County Magistrate Horace was pale-faced and drenched in sweat, pacing back and forth anxiously within the hall. Egan sat on a chair nearby, his brows furrowed deeply. Not long ago, Jonah had escorted Germain to meet Egan. After hearing everything that had happened at the tavern from Jonah, Egan was completely stunned, staring at Germain with his mouth agape for a long time without saying a word. Once he regained his composure, he immediately had Jonah take Germain to the county yamen and handed him over to Magistrate Horace. Upon learning the details, Horace's reaction mirrored Egan's exactly. Jonah was eager to report back and didn't stay long. He only repeated the Arrigo's words before leaving. As soon as Jonah departed, Germain fell to his knees, pleading tearfully with Horace and Egan to show mercy, asking them to consider his father Baron's influence. However, Egan, who had little connection with Baron, sternly rejected Germain's pleas and angrily rebuked him for reaping what he sowed. But things were different for Horace. Baron was a powerful figure in Fuchin County, often dealing with matters in the yamen. Over the years, Horace had received numerous favors from Baron. Many unsavory deeds could only have been accomplished because Hamlin had turned a blind eye. Now, with Baron's son having offended the Arrigo of Yujing, the power to decide his punishment was placed in Hamlin's hands. He was overwhelmed by the dilemma. If Horace severely punished Germain, it would be easy to report back to the Arrigo, but it would anger Baron, reducing future benefits and potentially leading to reprisals. Yet, if he didn't punish Germain, and the Arrigo found out, Horace himself might suffer serious consequences, possibly even losing his position. Feeling trapped between a rock and a hard place, Horace was anxious like an ant on a hot griddle. Subsequently, Horace sent Germain to jail and invited Egan into the inner hall, hoping he could help. Horace knew Egan had closer ties with the Arrigo, and they also had a good relationship. This situation left no other option but to seek Liang's assistance. Egan asked, puzzled, "Holden, why do you have so much concern?" Baron's son dared to disrespect the Arrigo and gathered many people to attack him. From a lesser perspective, this is a case of intentional rioting. From a greater perspective, it's an attack on royal lineage, a capital offense. Holden, these facts cannot be denied, witnessed by everyone at the tavern. You need only follow the law. How can Baron say anything against that? Horace quickly interrupted. "Mr. Liang, please don't say that. I understand all of this, but can you not help me find a solution that pleases both sides?" To Horace, he was inclined more towards helping Baron since Granvillezing's son would only pass through Fuchin temporarily and then leave. As a small magistrate, he knew he couldn't connect with the prince's family. Therefore, maintaining good relations with someone like Baron, who brought tangible benefits, seemed more practical. "Holden, honestly speaking, this is quite difficult," Egan said, shaking his head. Horace thought for a moment, approached Egan, bent down slightly and whispered, "Mr. Liang, if you help me this time, I will immediately arrange personnel to remeasure your family's land." Horace paused, looking at Egan for his response. Hearing this, Egan was immediately intrigued. What Horace meant by remeasuring the land was essentially falsifying the records. For families like the Liangs, owning less land would mean paying fewer taxes. The money saved over time could be substantial. Egan pondered and asked, "Holden, are you being serious?" "Absolutely serious." Horace nodded confidently. Egan slowly nodded again and asked, "So how do you expect me to help you?" Horace thought for a moment and replied, "Mr. Liang, can you meet with the Arrigo and ask how he wishes to deal with Germain? Of course, if the Arrigo insists on severe punishment, there's nothing we can do. But if you could persuade him to calm down, perhaps he would lessen the penalty, thus resolving the matter." Egan responded, "Holden, you heard Ericard Bowie just now. The Arrigo told us to handle it ourselves and not bother him further. You're asking me to persuade him, which risks offending him and inviting unnecessary trouble." Egan shook his head, unwilling. "How could it be like that, Mr. Liang? Your relationship with the Arrigo is close. He even stays in your residence. He surely wouldn't treat you that way," Horace reassured him. Egan frowned silently, contemplating the value of this endeavor. Horace remained quiet beside him. After a long while, Egan finally said, "Holden, I can only promise to try, but I cannot guarantee the result." "That's wonderful. Thank you, Mr. Liang," Horace thanked, bowing. Egan took a sip of tea, stood up and said, "It's getting late, so I'll go now. Just don't get your hopes too high." Saying this, Egan headed towards the door of the inner hall. Horace hurriedly escorted him out and did not stop until he reached the main gate. After seeing off Egan, Horace turned around, ready to return inside when he heard a voice calling, "Holden, Holden." Turning back, he saw none other than Germain's father, the local magnate Baron. Baron was around 40, of average build and height, yet radiated a commanding presence with a subtle air of menace. Upon hearing his son was detained at the yamen, he rushed over immediately. Approaching, Baron prepared to speak, but Horace put on a distressed face and sighed heavily. "Mr. AI, your son has caused a great calamity." Baron only knew his son had gotten into a conflict and was forcibly brought to the yamen, unaware of the identity of the party involved. However, seeing Horace's expression and tone, he immediately sensed something was wrong. Holden, what did my son do? Horace led Baron to the inner hall, explaining the sequence of events along the way. Finally, Horace asked, Mr. AI, do you know who this Rashad Gongzi is? Baron shook his head. His complexion had already changed drastically upon realizing Rashad Gongzi was not ordinary. Rashad Gongzi is actually the Arrigo of Yuzhong. Horace's words struck Baron like a thunderbolt, leaving him gaping in shock, frozen in place. Chapter 203, For Safety's Sake. Mac walked into a courtyard accompanied by a maid. The maid was carrying a tray, on which sat an exquisite small bowl, though it was covered and its contents unknown for the moment. Soon, to the maid and said, That's all. You may leave. Yes, master. The maid bowed respectfully and left. After a while, Livia emerged from the inner room with Aspen. She was neatly dressed, clearly having tidied up carefully, but still wore a veil over her face. Seeing Mac at the door, Livia felt involuntarily nervous. She lowered her head instinctively, too scared to look at him directly. Master, please come in, Livia spoke politely with her head down. Hearing this, Mac stepped slowly into the room and asked, Miss Livia, did I disturb your rest? Livia shook her head immediately. Not at all, master. I was already awake when you arrived. Oh, like that? Mac responded, feeling a blankness in his mind for a moment. In truth, Mac had thought of many topics before coming, fearing awkward silences, but seeing Livia erased all those thoughts from his mind, and an unavoidable silence ensued. After a brief silence, Mac finally reacted, hurriedly saying, Miss Livia, why don't you drink the ginseng soup first? It won't taste good if it cools down. It was obvious Mac was trying to make conversation. Livia responded humbly. To have master personally bring ginseng soup makes this humble servant feel truly honored. Since learning Mac's true identity, Livia's attitude and tone changed. Though all hostility towards him vanished, her behavior became more respectful and distant. They wouldn't dare entertain such thoughts. But Livia was different. If they returned to the inn, should Arturo not be able to let go of this grudge and decide to take out his anger on them, even with guards, there could be unforeseen lapses. Therefore, Mac believed keeping Livia close was the safest and most reliable option. Of course, Mac also harbored personal motives. If Livia stayed longer, they would have more time to interact. Hearing this, Livia felt some fear and hesitation. The AI family was notorious in Fuchin County, and neither she nor Aspen, two defenseless women, could protect themselves. Aspen, also fearing retaliation from the AI family, whispered to Livia, Miss, perhaps we should stay here. Returning to the inn is really dangerous. Livia looked at Aspen, thought for a while, and finally nodded in agreement. Then we will impose upon master. Mac had expected Livia to refuse, but hearing her agree brought a gleam of joy to his eyes, shaking his head as he laughed. Not at all, not at all. I'm thrilled Miss Livia will stay. He then asked, Aspen, is there anything you've left at the inn? If so, I'll send Clarence to help you retrieve everything later. Aspen immediately nodded and thanked him. With Livia agreeing to stay, Mac felt greatly uplifted, even dancing internally. Next, Mac went to the table, lifted the lid of the bowl, and warmly invited, Miss Livia, please come and drink the ginseng soup. It won't taste good once cooled. Though Livia didn't feel like eating, Mac had urged her twice now. Unable to refuse his kindness, Livia approached the table and sat down. The next moment, she removed her veil, revealing her stunning face. Mac was instantly entranced. Previously, through her partially visible veil, he had already sensed Livia's considerable beauty, but he hadn't expected the unveiled face to be so captivating, far exceeding his expectations. As Livia picked up the spoon to drink, she suddenly felt something amiss and looked up, only to find Mac staring at her intently. Startled, Livia quickly lowered her head, put down the spoon, quickly put her veil back on, and retreated a few steps. Her actions made Mac realize his inappropriate behavior, causing him embarrassment and regret. Immediately, Mac clasped his hands and said nervously, Miss Livia, I'll have Clarence prepare the carriage. I won't disturb your rest anymore. Fearing Livia might reconsider due to his earlier behavior, Mac quickly found an excuse and fled the room like he was escaping. Chapter 204, Lily's Invitation. In the evening, Emmanuel and Miriam returned to the inn. For the whole day, Emmanuel and Miriam had almost scoured the city's large marketplaces in search of information about saltpeter. Despite the fact that they were heading to Fuyun Temple the next day, Emmanuel still wanted to ask around. If he could find other sellers of saltpeter, it would provide him with more options. Unfortunately, Emmanuel came up empty-handed. The vast city of Fuchin did not have a single shop selling saltpeter. Just as they were about to head upstairs to their room, Lily sent someone over, inviting them to her home for dinner and to discuss the matters related to the opening day. Emmanuel and Miriam both knew how important this opening event was to Lily, so they immediately accepted the invitation and headed out again towards Lily's residence. On the way to the Zoya family estate, Miriam informed Emmanuel about Lily's situation. Lily's name is Ina. Her parents passed away due to illness when she was young, and she was raised by her grandparents. After her grandparents also passed away, she officially inherited the Zoya family business. The Zoya family had always been in the silk trade, but with declining demand for silk, the family's business began to decline. This time, Ina was able to become the regional agent of Peony brand in Fuchin County mainly because of Miriam. Their families had business dealings in the past, and since both households were managed by women and had similar circumstances, the two of them got along quite well. Another reason was the significant downturn in the Zoya family's business. Ina did not want the family legacy left by her grandfather to fail on her watch. At that moment, Miriam was recruiting regional agents in Fuchin County. Trusting Miriam, Ina joined without hesitation and became a regional agent. After hearing about Lily's situation, Emmanuel nodded and smiled, saying, No wonder Miss Noah and Lily get along so well. It turns out you two are both career women. Career women? Miriam was quite surprised and asked curiously, Lord Su, do you think Lily and I are very strong and fierce? Emmanuel immediately realized that the term career woman might be misunderstood in ancient times as referring to someone strong and aggressive. I didn't mean it like that. By career women, I meant women who are very capable in business and can stand on their own feet, not fierce or harsh, Emmanuel explained hurriedly. Miriam instantly understood and smiled, nodding lightly. Then, Miriam started chatting with Emmanuel about some interesting anecdotes related to Lily. After a while, Miriam suddenly asked, Lord Su, how old do you think Lily is? Emmanuel paused slightly, wondering why they were discussing a lady's age. He recalled Lily's appearance and said, judging by Lily's looks, she must be no more than 17 or 18. Miriam shook her head. Not right, guess again. Emmanuel thought for a moment and guessed, 20. No, try again. Miriam shook her head once more. Emmanuel frowned, then maybe 22. Unexpectedly, Miriam still shook her head and revealed, to tell you the truth, Lily is actually 24. 24? Emmanuel was quite surprised. He hadn't expected such a delicate and petite Lily to already be 24. Miriam seemed satisfied with Emmanuel's reaction and nodded, saying, yes. When I first learned that Lily is 5 years older than me, I was also shocked. She really looks younger than I do. Emmanuel then realized that Miriam was only 19 years old. Thinking back to Earth in the 21st century, 19-year-old girls had just graduated from high school and were still naive and inexperienced. Yet, Miriam had already taken on the heavy responsibilities of her family. Seeing Emmanuel lost in thought, Miriam asked, Lord Su, what are you thinking about? Nothing. Emmanuel quickly shook his head and then asked, by the way, Miss Noah, how old is Lily's child? Should we buy something as a gift for the child when we visit her home? Miriam burst into laughter and replied, Lord Su, Lily isn't married yet. Where would she have a child from? Emmanuel felt a bit embarrassed and realized how silly his question was. If Lily were married, he and Miriam should address her as Madam, rather than Mississippi. Curious, Emmanuel asked, why hasn't Lily gotten married? Miriam explained, there's only Lily left in the Zoya family now. If she wants to marry, she would have to take in a husband, but she hasn't found a suitable match over the years. Emmanuel nodded, understanding, indeed. It's hard to find a suitable match given Lily's excellence. Miriam also nodded, saying, exactly, who with talent and capability would be willing to marry into the family? And those without talent and capability, Lily wouldn't look favorably upon. As dusk approached, the carriage arrived at the front of Ina's house. Ina was already waiting at the gate. Seeing Emmanuel and Miriam disembark from the carriage, she greeted them with a smile and welcomed them inside. After exchanging pleasantries, Ina led them through the main courtyard. They walked along the corridor for a short while and soon reached a brightly lit flower hall. Stopping before the flower hall, Ina turned and instructed a servant girl to guide Shelley, Nathan, and several bodyguards to dine in another hall. She then invited, Lord Su, Miss Noah, please come inside. They quickly entered the flower hall and sat down at the round table. Soon after, servants brought dishes one by one, filling the table. Ina briefly introduced the dishes on the table, then fetched an aged wine jar. With that, the trio began conversing over drinks. Initially, the conversation revolved around the upcoming opening event in 2 days. They discussed potential situations and problems on the opening day, strategies to handle them, and methods to prevent and minimize unfavorable scenarios and challenging issues. Deviating most of these discussions, Ina asked questions, and Emmanuel provided answers. Miriam barely intervened, occasionally adding a few comments. As they drank more wine, the conversation broadened beyond their business. Emmanuel, with his extensive knowledge and loquacious nature, fueled by the alcohol, gradually took center stage, talking nonstop. Eventually, Miriam and Ina found themselves merely listening to him, unable to interject. Suddenly, Emmanuel felt the urge to relieve himself and apologized. Excuse me, ladies, I need to use the restroom. He left the flower hall, guided by a servant girl to the restrooms. Just as Emmanuel departed, Ina gently patted Miriam's hand. Miriam turned and saw that Ina's cheeks were flushed, indicating she was somewhat tipsy. Ina laughed drunkenly. Miss Noah, Lord Su knows so much. It would be great if you weren't married. Miriam, also feeling tipsy from drinking, blurted out, even if he isn't married, he won't marry into our family. Why? Ina frowned, confused. You're not inside his mind. How do you know? Before Miriam could respond, Ina pointed at her with a sly smile. Oh, I get it. Could it be you? Upon hearing this, Miriam turned visibly nervous and blushed. She quickly shook her head, but her reaction seemed all too telling. Chapter 205, Drunkenness. Ina laughed and said, Miss Noah, don't deny it anymore. I've long noticed that you like Lord Su. Before he came to Fuchun County, which day did you not mention him? Especially the 2 days before Lord Su was to arrive, you were more excited than ever. How could I not notice? Lily, keep your voice down. Meadow felt extremely guilty and immediately glanced at the door, fearing that Emmanuel might suddenly return and hear these words. Ina smiled faintly, then lowered her voice and asked, Does your father know? Meadow hesitated for a moment, but eventually nodded. What does your father think about it? Ina quickly followed up. Meadow sighed and shook her head helplessly. Father said as long as he is alive, he won't let me marry as a concubine. Having said this, Meadow lifted her wine glass for a sip, then lowered her head. Ina thought for a while and asked, Does Lord Su know you like him? Meadow nodded. Yes, father met him once and mentioned it directly. He wanted Lord Su to divorce his wife and marry me, but Lord Su didn't agree. Ina paused and asked again, Does Lord Su like you? Meadow shook her head. I don't know. What do you feel? Ina pressed on. Meadow still shook her head. I really don't know. Ina frowned. Why don't you know anything? Meadow remained silent with her head down. Ina fell silent for a moment, then said, satisfied with the answer, finally released Emmanuel. Emmanuel checked on Meadow and found she was still sleeping. He said, Lily, Miss Noah is drunk. I need to take her back to the inn to rest. Before he finished, Ina loudly interjected, No way. Xianger agreed to stay overnight at my place tonight. You can't take her away. Really? Emmanuel was skeptical, thinking even if Meadow did agree, it was just drunk talk. Suddenly, Ina stood up unsteadily and said, I'll use the bathroom first. You mustn't take Younger away. If you dare take her away, I'll never sell you Peony brand products. I'll sell Pearl brand instead. Emmanuel chuckled and shook his head without replying. Soon, Ina was escorted away by 2 maids. In the next moment, only Emmanuel and Meadow remained in the flower hall. Miss Noah? Emmanuel tried to wake Meadow, but there was no response. Thinking Meadow shouldn't remain hunched over like this, Emmanuel headed towards the entrance of the flower hall, intending to call Jayager over. Unexpectedly, as he reached the door, Meadow made some retching sounds behind him. Startled, Emmanuel immediately turned around and rushed back, hastily helping Meadow up. Hold on, let's get outside first. Miraculously, Meadow seemed to hear Emmanuel and indeed held on until they reached the corner with his chest, murmuring something incomprehensible. Emmanuel carried Miriam towards the hall, intending for her to rest in a chair until Ina returned and then discuss what to do next. Just as they reached the door of the hall, one of Ina's personal maids came back. Seeing only the maid returned, Emmanuel asked, Where is Lily? The maid apologized, Jason, Miss drank quite a lot. She said she needed to rest after changing clothes. As soon as she lay down, she fell asleep and I couldn't wake her up. Emmanuel couldn't help rolling his eyes, thinking that Lily was really unreliable. She had said she would go to the restroom but instead went to sleep, leaving the guests stranded here. At this moment, Emmanuel didn't have time to criticize Ina. He turned to the maid and said, Miss Noah got drunk and vomited just now. Could you please find a room for her to rest? The maid nodded hurriedly and stepped aside, saying, This way, Jason. Following the maid, Emmanuel carried Miriam to a guest room. Emmanuel gently placed Miriam on the bed, then straightened up and breathed out, muttering to himself, Phew, she looks slim, but she's surprisingly heavy. By now, the maid had lit several candles, making the room brighter than before. Turning around, Emmanuel said to the maid, Could you fetch Shelley for me, please? The maid nodded immediately and quickly left the room. Emmanuel turned to look at Miriam, shaking his head softly. If you can't handle alcohol, don't. Still closed, mumbling, Shelley, I want to hold you while I sleep. Before he could react, Miriam pulled Emmanuel backward, causing him to lose balance and fall down with her. Once lying down, Miriam tightened her hug and even pressed one of her legs against Emmanuel's abdomen. The movement was incredibly natural. This sudden pressure instantly triggered an unexpected reaction in Emmanuel's body. Luckily, Miriam was half asleep, otherwise, she might have noticed his condition, which would have been extremely embarrassing. Not wanting to wake Miriam, Emmanuel tried to gently move her arms and leg to find an opportunity to escape. But Miriam hugged tightly, and whenever Emmanuel exerted some force, she made dissatisfied sounds and hugged even tighter. Just as Emmanuel was feeling frustrated, Shelley suddenly entered the room, seeing Emmanuel and Miriam lying together on the bed. Jason, why are you? Shelley was stunned, her eyes wide open, not believing what she was seeing. Startled, Emmanuel didn't care about waking Miriam at this point. He quickly pushed her away and ran to Shelley. Shelley, please listen to me. It's not what you think. Suddenly, Ina's maid appeared at the door, carrying a basin of clear water and a clean handkerchief draped over her forearm. The maid had gone to fetch Shelley, who learned that her mistress was drunk and thus asked the maid to bring some water. Stopping abruptly, Emmanuel ran over to take the water and towel from the maid, quickly bringing them inside. He then sent the maid away and shut the door. Looking at Shelley seriously, he explained, Shelley, your mistress got drunk and has vomited twice. Later, she wanted water, so I gave her some. In her semi-conscious state, she mistook me for you and said she wanted to sleep hugging. Not me, but you. Shelley, please believe me, I did nothing inappropriate with your mistress. I swear. Shelley approached the bed to check on her mistress, then turned back and said, Jason, you're an honorable man. Shelley trusts you. There's no need to be so nervous. Hearing this, Emmanuel finally relaxed. At that moment, the sleeping Miriam called out again with her eyes still closed, Shelley, where did you go? Come back. Feeling a bit awkward, Shelley said, Jason, you can leave Miss Noah to me. Why don't you rest in the adjacent room? Nodding immediately, Emmanuel quickly left the room and began deep breathing at a distance. Chapter 207. An embarrassing morning. In the early morning, Meadow woke up from her bed. The first feeling upon waking was thirst. Meadow immediately rushed to the table, poured a bowl of water, and drank it all in one breath anymore. Shelley couldn't help but ask, Miss, you never drink so much usually. What happened yesterday? Why did you act so out of character? Meadow was at a loss for words. She couldn't tell Shelley that it was because of Emmanuel that she drank so much. A moment later, Meadow replied, Lily and I had a good chat, and in a moment of excitement, I drank a little more. Is that really unusual? Shelley responded, Miss, don't lie to me. You were calling Jason's name in your dreams last night, at least 20 or 30 times. Upon hearing this, Meadow's face flushed instantly. She stared at Shelley, asking anxiously, Did he hear? Shelley shook her head. Don't worry, Mississippi, Jason left right after we arrived. You started talking in your sleep late at night. Hearing this, Meadow breathed a sigh of relief. What Meadow didn't know was that Emmanuel had actually heard her call his name in her sleep earlier. After a while, Meadow suddenly raised her arms to sniff them. Finishing with her arms, she lowered her head and lifted her shirt collar to smell it. Soon, her eyebrows knitted together, and her expression turned one of disgust and regret. Her body not only smelled of alcohol, but also of an unpleasant, strange odor. Meadow deeply regretted drinking so much. She knew that since Emmanuel had carried her here, he must have smelled this foul scent on her. Every time she thought about the scenes from the night before, Meadow stood up and headed toward the door. Miss, where are you going? Shelley asked hurriedly. Meadow answered, walking while fuming. I'm going to settle accounts with Ina. If not for her, I wouldn't be so embarrassed. With that, Meadow opened the door and left the room. Shelley quickly picked up Emmanuel's handkerchief and hurried after her. Seeing Inna, Meadow began a barrage of complaints and blame. Inna, still reeling from her hangover, could barely tolerate the verbal assault. To get some peace, she blurted out, "Seonger, Jason likes you." Meadow froze. "You? What did you say?" Inna raised her voice. "I said, Jason likes you. I asked him last night, and he admitted it himself." Meadow's face flushed red, and her heart pounded like a deer bounding wildly. Afraid Meadow wouldn't believe her, Inna mimicked Emmanuel's tone and expression. "Of course it's true. Who wouldn't like a beautiful and intelligent young lady like Miss Noah?" After finishing, Inna glanced at Meadow, noticing she was shyly lowering her head. Inna's heart was bursting with joy. Seeing Meadow absorbed in her thoughts, Inna quietly slipped out of the room to seek solitude. About an incense stick's worth of time later, the guards brought Meadow back to the inn. Entering her room, Meadow asked Shelley to bring warm water and thoroughly wiped her entire body several times. Initially, Meadow wanted to bathe, but considering they were leaving for Fujian Monastery shortly, and there wasn't enough time, she opted for a sponge bath instead. After washing, Meadow changed into new clothes and wore the most fragrant sachet. She made Shelley repeatedly sniff her to ensure there was no lingering odor before finally feeling reassured. Chapter 208 Departure. Not long after tidying up, Emmanuel came knocking on the door. Seeing Meadow's refreshed appearance, Emmanuel couldn't help but glance at her a few more times. This made Meadow nervous, and she asked helplessly, "What's wrong? Is there something amiss with how I look?" Emmanuel quickly shook his head. No, you look very nice." Immediately, Emmanuel asked, "Miss Noah, are we ready to leave?" Meadow replied immediately, "Yes, let's go." "Shelley, hurry and tell them to prepare the carriage. We're leaving now." Shelley responded and hurried out of the room to give instructions downstairs. Seeing that Meadow seemed somewhat embarrassed and tense, Emmanuel said, "Miss Noah, I'll wait for you downstairs." Just as he was about to leave, Meadow called him back, then retrieved a handkerchief from inside and handed it over. "Jason, you forgot this yesterday." Meadow added, "Don't worry, Shelley has washed it, so it's clean." Emmanuel accepted the handkerchief and put it in his chest, nodding in thanks. "Thank you." Upon hearing this, Meadow immediately said, "It's me who should thank you." I was temple with him the next day. His reasoning was that after he left home tomorrow, there would be no one at home. Cora and Coral staying alone would be too lonely, and returning to the inn was unsafe. So he thought of inviting them to tour Fuyan Taoist Temple and obtain a talisman for protection. After all, Cora had encountered many troubling matters lately, and obtaining a talisman might bring relief. Initially, Mac didn't have high hopes and was prepared to be rejected. Surprisingly, after hesitation, Cora agreed, making Mac overjoyed. The main reason Cora agreed was because she herself wanted to go. Fuyan Taoist Temple was the most famous Taoist holy place in Fujian County. Before coming to Fujian County, Cora had already decided that once she had the opportunity, she would definitely visit Fuyan Taoist Temple. Of course, she originally planned to go with Basim. However, given the current situation, it seemed impossible to go with Basim. Another reason was that Cora wanted to seek a divination slip at Fuyan Taoist Temple to predict her future with Basim. It wasn't that Cora harbored any illusions about Basim. She simply wanted to see what the heavens said through divination. If even the heavens deemed their relationship over, Cora could finally let go completely. The last reason was that after their chat, Cora found herself getting along very well with Mac, feeling a sense of regret for meeting late. Thus, she thought uncomfortable too, right? Realizing Cade had a point since they were representing Fujian County, Egan frowned slightly and motioned for Cade to lean closer. Cade immediately leaned forward and perked up his ears. Egan whispered, "Yesterday at the tavern, Arturo's son offended His Highness and was jailed by him." He then gave a brief account of what happened yesterday. Cade slapped his thigh and exclaimed, "I knew the AI family was in trouble. That Arturo always spoiled his unlucky son. Now, he has offended His Highness. I wonder how he'll handle this." Chapter 209. A serendipitous encounter. Egan nodded and said, "That's right. Dario takes advantage of his father's support and often bullies others. This time he really bit off more than he could chew." Cade asked curiously, "Brother Liang, what does the Burt plan to do about Arturo's son?" Egan shook his head and replied, "The Burt didn't specify. He just told me and Halden to handle it." As he spoke, Egan looked at Cade with a troubled expression and poured out his grievances. "Barkley, what should we do? The person Dario offended isn't just anyone. It's the Burt. If we punish him lightly, the Burt will think we're favoring the AI family. But if we punish him too harshly, the AI family will be upset. Sigh. Just thinking about this gives me a headache." Cade didn't respond but nodded in understanding. Then, Egan asked, "Barkley, what would you do if you were me?" Cade immediately shook his head and replied, "Brother Liang, you're asking the wrong person. I'm just a newly passed scholar with no experience in administration. How would I know what to do?" Egan immediately retorted, "It seems like I have experience either. I'm not even a scholar like you." Cade smiled and said, "Brother Liang, becoming a scholar is just a matter of time for you. But when it comes to administrative experience, your father is an undersecretary of the Ministry of Works. Surely you understand more about the intricacies of politics than I do, right?" Egan gave Cade a sidelong glance and said, "You really are unhelpful when we grew up together from childhood. Off with you, get out of the carriage and don't add to my troubles." Cade, hearing this, became displeased and stood up immediately, saying, "Humph," as if I wanted to stay here. Egan instantly raised an eyebrow and called out, "Hey, you Cade?" In the next moment, Cade crawled out of the carriage, jumped down before it stopped, and went straight back to his own carriage. On the other side, Mac and Cora sat together in one carriage, while Coral rode with the Burts maids in another. Throughout the journey, Mac and Cora had been chatting about musical instruments. They started with the pipa, then moved on to the flute, followed by the shao, and eventually the guzheng. Cora was very knowledgeable about the pipa, so during those discussions, Mac mostly listened without interrupting. He paid full attention, making Cora feel highly valued. However, when the conversation turned to the flute, Xiao, guzheng, and other instruments, Mac's expertise shone through. As the Bert, he naturally had better opportunities to learn and explore various instruments from a young age. Therefore, in these areas, he knew more than Cora did, gradually turning her into the listener. But Mac didn't boast about his knowledge. He frequently posed small questions to involve Cora in the discussion, though he already knew the answers himself. They actually got along quite well, and at times, interesting topics made Cora laugh out loud. Until Mac suddenly shifted the topic to the Eru, which dramatically changed the mood inside the carriage. The ease and comfort on Cora's face vanished instantly. Not understanding the sudden change, Mac asked, "Miss Cora, do you dislike the Eru?" Cora's expression turned cold, and she shook her head, "No." Mac continued, "Then why did you? When I mentioned the Eru." Cora suddenly interrupted, "Bert, I suddenly feel a bit tired. Perhaps we should stop talking and rest quietly for a while, okay?" With that, Mac nodded and handed over a water pouch from beside him, smiling. "Miss Cora, drink some water. Talking so much must have made you thirsty." Seeing that Mac wasn't upset, Cora felt a twinge of guilt, regretting that she had let her emotions affect him. Cora took the water pouch, lowered her head slightly, and softly said, "Bert, I do indeed dislike the air." Other vehicles heading to Fuyun Temple, including Emmanuel and Miriam's carriage, were also stuck. Emmanuel and Miriam had set off earlier, so they were closer to the front of the blockade. Impatient, Emmanuel and Miriam also got out of their carriage to see what was happening. Just as they stepped out, they saw Mac, Egan, Cade, and others walking towards them from behind. Emmanuel was momentarily stunned, and then turned to Miriam, saying, "Miss Noah, we've encountered acquaintances." Miriam turned around, surprised. They are also going to Fuyun Temple. Meanwhile, the sharp-eyed Egan noticed Emmanuel first and muttered under his breath, "Bad luck. Meeting him here too." As he spoke, Mac also saw Emmanuel. Through his conversations with Cora over the past couple of days, Mac knew that Emmanuel had rescued Cora and the others at Fengyang Ferry. Seeing Egan's unfriendly demeanor, Mac interjected, "Master Liang, what happened at the ferry was a misunderstanding. There's no need to hold it against each other." Upon hearing this, Egan quickly nodded in agreement, falling silent. Mac then approached Emmanuel swiftly, greeting him with a smile and clasped hands. "Jason, what a coincidence. Meeting you again so soon." Mac's friendly gesture took Emmanuel by surprise. He thought to himself, 2 days ago in the tavern, I treated you so rudely, and you bear no grudge? Chapter 209. A coincidental encounter on the journey. Egan nodded and said, "You're right. Young AI son relies on his father's backing to strut around and bully people, but this time he's really met his match." Kate asked curiously, "Brother Liang, what does the Bert plan to do with Arturo's son?" Egan shook his head and replied, "The Bert didn't specify. He only told County Halden and me to handle it as we see fit." As he spoke, Egan looked troubled and poured out his grievances to Cade. "Barkley, what should we do? AI son offended none other than the Bert. If we punish him lightly, the Bert will surely say we're favoring the AI family. If we go too hard, the AI family won't be happy. Just thinking about it gives me a headache." Cade didn't reply immediately but gave an understanding nod. Then, Egan asked, "Barkley, if you were in my shoes, what would you do?" Cade immediately shook his head and said, "Brother Liang, you're asking the wrong person. I'm just a newly minted scholar with no experience in governance. How would I know what to do?" Egan retorted, "It sounds like I have experience either. You're better off than me. I'm not even a scholar yet." Cade laughed and said, though he already knew the answers himself. They conversed quite well, laughing heartily at times over interesting topics, until Max suddenly brought up the Eru, drastically changing the atmosphere in the carriage. The ease and comfort on Livia's face vanished instantly. Mac, puzzled by Livia's rapid mood change, asked, "Miss Livia, are you not very fond of the Eru?" Livia's demeanor turned cold as she shook her head and said, "No." Mac asked, "Why did you, when I mentioned the Eru?" Livia abruptly interrupted, "Bert, I suddenly feel a bit tired. Perhaps we should stop chatting and rest quietly for a while, alright?" With that, Mac nodded and handed her a water pouch nearby. "Miss Livia, have some water. After all this talk, you must be thirsty." Mac smiled. Seeing that Mac wasn't upset, Livia felt a twinge of guilt for venting her feelings onto him. She took the water pouch and softly said, "Bert, actually, I indeed don't like the Eru much. Please don't ask why, okay?" Mac nodded and said, "Alright, I won't ask." Livia forced a smile and started drinking from the water pouch. Suddenly, as Livia was drinking, the carriage jolted, causing water to spill and wet her chest area. "Ah!" Livia cried out in surprise. Immediately, Mac pulled out a handkerchief, took the water pouch from her hand, and offered the handkerchief. "Miss Livia, quickly wipe yourself." "Thank you, Bert," Livia thanked and took the handkerchief to clean herself. Mac, now slightly annoyed, turned and called out to the driver, "Be careful and avoid bumps." "Yes, Bert," the driver responded. Livia finished cleaning the water stains, but did not immediately return the handkerchief. Instead, she said, "Bert, the handkerchief is dirty now. I'll wash it and return it to you later." Mac nodded with a faint smile, and the carriage fell silent again. Soon, the carriage slowed down and stopped unexpectedly. Before Mac could inquire, Izzy outside announced, "Bert, there's been an accident ahead. The road is blocked." Mac then informed Livia, "Miss Livia, I'll check out what's happening ahead. I'll be right back." Nodding, Livia acknowledged, and Mac swiftly left the carriage. As Mac got out, Egan and Kate also came down upon hearing the news. They walked together toward the front of the road. Not only were Mac's party affected, but other carriages heading to Fuyun Temple, including Emmanuel's and Miriam's, were also stuck. Emmanuel and Miriam, who set off earlier than Mac's group, were blocked further up the road. Growing impatient waiting in the carriage, Emmanuel and Miriam decided to step out to see what was happening. Coincidentally, Emmanuel and company saw Mac, Egan, and Kate approaching from behind. Startled, Emmanuel turned to Miriam and said, "Miss Noah, we've run into acquaintances." Miriam turned around and exclaimed, "So they're also going to Fuyun Temple?" Spotting Emmanuel first, Egan frowned and muttered under his breath. What bad luck, bumping into him here. Meanwhile, Mac heard this remark and noticed Emmanuel. From recent chats with Livia, Mac knew Emmanuel had saved her at Fengyang Ferry. Thus, seeing Egan's unfriendly behavior, he intervened. Mr. Liang, past events were misunderstandings. There's no need to dwell on them. Upon hearing the Bert's words, Egan quickly acquiesced and stopped speaking. Then, Mac approached Emmanuel, greeted with a smile and clasped hands. Jason, what a coincidence meeting you again so soon. Mac's proactive greeting surprised Emmanuel. He thought, after treating me so poorly at the tavern a few days ago, are you not holding a grudge? Chapter 210. The Upturned Carriage. As the saying goes, one does not hit a smiling face. Emmanuel saw that Mac was very friendly and smiled as he clasped his hands together in greeting. Indeed, it's quite a coincidence. Immediately after, Emmanuel suddenly asked in puzzlement, Mr. Rashad, right? I'd like to ask how you knew my surname is Sue. Emmanuel remembered clearly that he had not mentioned his name in front of Mac that day. Mac smiled. Oh, Miss Livia told me. Over the past 2 days, she recounted everything that happened at Fengyang Ferry to me when we chatted. After speaking, Mac turned back to Emmanuel with another clasped hand salute. I thank you once again on behalf of Miss Livia for your help that day. Emmanuel was slightly surprised. Over the past 2 days? Mac immediately glanced back at his carriage and said, Baker, Livia is currently on my carriage. Emmanuel was even more surprised and couldn't help but look at Meadow. Meadow was also surprised and puzzled because just the other day, Livia seemed to dislike Mac. It was unexpected that just one day later, she was actually sitting in his carriage. Emmanuel didn't know what had transpired between them, but he wasn't concerned or interested in probing further. After all, it was Livia's decision, and he had no right to interfere. Of course, Mac knew what Emmanuel and Meadow were thinking, but explaining it in a few words wouldn't make much sense. He then said, Baker, we need to see what's happening up ahead. We can chat later. Emmanuel nodded and signaled, Mr. Rashad, please go ahead. Mac nodded warmly and immediately led Egan, Cade, Izzy, and others towards the overturned carriage. Only after they walked some distance did Meadow whisper, What's going on? How is Miss Livia traveling with him? Emmanuel shook his head. I don't know. Forget about it. Let's go see if we can lend a hand up ahead. Meadow nodded and followed Emmanuel forward. Nathan and Bo Yisa quickly followed their footsteps. At this moment, ahead on the road, a large and sturdy carriage had flipped over and blocked the already narrow path completely. Coincidentally, both sides of the road here were deep ditches, making it impossible for the carriages behind to bypass. When Emmanuel and Meadow arrived at the scene, Egan and Cade were questioning what had happened. Mac and Izzy were listening silently nearby. After listening for a while, Emmanuel understood the situation immediately. It turned out that during the journey, the horse had been startled, and coincidentally, the wheel had rolled over a stone, causing the vehicle to overturn. Remarkably, the passengers were lucky. The carriage hadn't fallen into the ditches on either side, but instead landed perfectly on its side in the center of the road. If it had tumbled into the ditches, someone would have been seriously injured. Currently, everyone only suffered minor injuries, bruises on foreheads, or scrapes on hands and feet. Not too serious. Egan then asked, since you're unharmed, why aren't you lifting the carriage back up? Cade added, yes, lift the carriage quickly. Look at all the people waiting to get to Fuyun Temple. If you miss Taoist Master Elliot's auspicious time of emerging from seclusion, can you take responsibility for that? The male owner of the overturned carriage hurriedly apologized. Sorry. Not that we don't want to lift it, but the carriage is extremely heavy. A few of us are simply powerless. Upon asking, it became clear that 5 people were riding in the carriage, including the male owner and his wife, an elderly person, a coachman, and a maidservant. This carriage was bigger and wider than an ordinary one, with a robust frame that weighed at least 800 caddies. For this family alone, there was no way they could lift it. The owner did try to seek help from those stuck behind, but very few people were willing to assist. Most preferred to complain incessantly rather than lend a hand. Hearing this, Mac turned to Izzy and instructed, Izzy, gather a few people to help lift the carriage. This blockage isn't sustainable. Yes, sir, Izzy responded immediately, running off to recruit helpers. Emmanuel observed from the side, thinking that Mr. Rashad was genuinely kind-hearted. Seeing this, it made sense that Miss Livia would agree to travel with him. Soon, Izzy returned with several sturdy guards. Under Izzy's command, they positioned themselves. 1, 2, 3, lift. The guards lifted the carriage until it reached knee height. Great, put in more effort. Mac applauded, cheering them on. Egan and Kay joined in the encouragement. Just as the carriage was nearly upright, one of its wheels slipped, sending it sliding toward the ditch. Thankfully, a guard managed to hold it back with his body, preventing further descent. However, the guard couldn't hold the weight for long. Other guards couldn't leave their positions without risking imbalance, potentially pushing the carriage into the ditch and injuring the lone helper. Quick, someone help. Egan called frantically. Cade shouted similarly, come quick, someone help. Neither thought of stepping in to assist. Suddenly, Emmanuel and Nathan rushed forward, each appearing on either side of the lone guard and using their bodies to stabilize the carriage. With Emmanuel and Nathan's help, the carriage stopped slipping. However, lifting it fully with just the 3 of them proved challenging. Suddenly, Mac joined them, holding the carriage in the same manner. He called, Egan, Cade, stop shouting and come help. Realizing this, they hurried to join the effort. The male owner and coachman also came to assist. Seeing the carriage stabilized, Izzy freed himself and joined Mac on one side, gradually pushing the carriage back onto the road. Finally, through collective effort, the carriage was upright, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Mac, panting from exertion, smiled at Emmanuel. Thank you, Baker. Without your help, someone might have been injured. Emmanuel, also breathing heavily, waved it off and patted Nathan's shoulder, smiling, mainly thanks to him. Otherwise, I wouldn't have had enough strength to prevent it from falling. Mac looked at Nathan in surprise, thinking he looked so young. Emmanuel explained, Mr. Rashad, despite his young age, He has incredible strength, possibly equal to 5 of me. Mac was amazed. Little brother, how old are you? Nathan replied, 14, turning 15 in 2 months. Only 14? Mac exclaimed in surprise. Chapter 211, Sudden Stroke. Mac clearly did not believe that a 14-year-old boy could possess such strength. Emmanuel said, Bert Rashad. His name is Nathan. He has been practicing martial arts since childhood and was born with extraordinary strength. Such talent is truly rare. Heske, born with extraordinary strength. What an exaggerated claim. Before Emmanuel finished, Izzy's voice sounded behind Mac. Emmanuel immediately looked at Izzy, noticing his somewhat disrespectful demeanor, with a sneer hanging at the corner of his mouth. Mac felt Izzy was being impolite and turned to frown at him, saying, Izzy? Izzy immediately lowered his head, silent. Emmanuel smiled slightly, then made a salute to Mac, saying, Bert Rashad, the road is now clear. Let's return to our carriage. Please do, young Jason, Mac responded, returning the gesture. Emmanuel then walked towards Meadow and Shelley nearby. Seeing Emmanuel approach, Meadow immediately greeted him, asking in a low voice, How are you? Didn't twist your waist just now, did you? Emmanuel felt rather helpless but asked back, Miss Noah, why would you ask that? Is my waist so weak in your eyes? Then he added, My waist is quite strong, all right? Saying this, Emmanuel intentionally wiggled his waist. For some reason, as soon as Meadow saw Emmanuel wiggle his waist, scenes from that shameful night she overheard came flooding back, making her unable to look straight at Emmanuel, her face flushing slightly. On the other side, Mac instructed Izzy and others to help the male host harness the horses before leading Egan and Cade towards their carriage. Unexpectedly, after only a few steps, they heard a woman anxiously shouting, Grandfather, what's wrong with you? The cry immediately drew everyone's attention. Emmanuel, Meadow, Mac, and his party all turned around. It turned out the shouting came from the wife of the carriage's male host. She had been attending to the elderly man by the roadside with her maid. The old man was her husband's father. Without hesitation, Mac ran over upon seeing the situation. Although Egan and Cade both wanted to advise the prince not to go, Mac had already run far before they could speak. Reluctantly, the two followed him. When they reached the elderly man, he was already lying on the ground, his face distorted and limbs powerless, unable to move at all. No matter how his daughter-in-law or the maid called to him, there was no response. What happened? Mac hurriedly asked the elderly man's daughter-in-law and maid. But the daughter-in-law shook her head, indicating she didn't know. She had only been married for less than half a year and had never seen her father-in-law like this before. The maid, who came with the daughter-in-law as dowry, also did not know. At that moment, the elderly man's son rushed over, urgently calling out, Father, what's wrong? Father, can you hear me? The elderly man still did not respond, remaining in a paralyzed state. Mac loudly commanded, Quick, lift him into the carriage and take him to the clinic for immediate treatment. Upon hearing this, Izzy quickly ran over, preparing to carry the elderly man. Don't move him. Suddenly, Emmanuel shouted as he charged into the crowd, pushing away the half-crouched Izzy without thinking. Caught off guard, Izzy fell backward onto the ground, momentarily stunned. Don't move him, absolutely don't move him. Emmanuel repeated emphatically. Izzy, still sitting on the ground, started getting angry, thinking, I'm trying to help here. Why are you shoving me? Hey, what are you doing? Izzy stood up angrily, reaching out with a big hand to grab Emmanuel. Unexpectedly, Nathan appeared, blocking Izzy with a single palm. Although it was just a brief touch, Izzy sensed Nathan's strength and inwardly admitted this kid really had some power. Mac hastily asked, Young Jason, the elder is so ill. He should be seen by a doctor immediately. Why are you stopping us? Emmanuel explained, Bert Rashad, the elder suffered a stroke. Moving him casually can accelerate the rupture of microvessels in the brain, potentially fatal. Young Jason, what does that mean? Mac asked, puzzled by Emmanuel's mention of accelerate the rupture of microvessels, which he didn't understand. Beside him, Egan looked bewildered at Cade, whispering, What did he say about the brain and those microwatt things? Cade recalled, Seems like brain microvessels. Yes, brain microvessels. What are brain microvessels? Egan asked curiously. Cade shook his head. I have no idea, ask him. Just as Egan was about to question Emmanuel spoke loudly. You don't need to know what brain microvessels are. Just remember, under these circumstances, moving him might kill him. Hearing Emmanuel's confident assertion, the elderly man's son and daughter-in-law grew frightened, immediately guarding their father without letting anyone touch him. Mac asked, If we can't move him, how do we get him to the clinic? Can we just let him lie here? You're right, we can't let him stay here. We must save him quickly, Egan echoed. Cade nodded repeatedly, repeating similar concerns. The elderly man's son, extremely anxious, grabbed Emmanuel's hand and pleaded, Sir, you obviously know it's a stroke. You surely know how to save my father. Please, save my father. I beg you. His wife joined in with the plea. Emmanuel gestured for them to quiet down and pulled out the purple rainbow dagger from his calf, crouching beside the elderly man. Seeing Emmanuel draw his dagger, Mac became tense and asked, Young Jason, what are you going to do? Izzy, upon hearing Mac, attempted to stop Emmanuel but was blocked again by Nathan. While Izzy glared at Nathan, Emmanuel spoke. Nonsense. Obviously, I'm here to save him, not kill him. Emmanuel replied irritably. After hearing this, Mac and others remained silent but watched Emmanuel nervously, speculating what he'd do next. Why are you speaking to our Bert like that? Egan immediately protested. Cade added, Do you know who our Bert is? And you dare to speak like that? Just shut up. Mac couldn't bear the noise and shouted, silencing the scene. By then, Emmanuel had taken the elderly man's left hand and used the dagger to puncture each of his 5 fingertips. Next, Emmanuel called the elderly man's son over, handing him the left hand. Squeeze the fingers so more blood comes out. It needs to be larger than a soybean, Emmanuel instructed seriously. Bee blood? The son, startled, felt dizzy and shook his head. No, no, I can't handle the sight of blood. I faint when I see it. His wife reacted quickly, rushing over to seize the elderly man's hand and began squeezing relentlessly. Soon, blood flowed from the elderly man's 5 fingertips, surpassing the size of a soybean. While his wife squeezed the fingers, Emmanuel didn't idle. He moved to the other side, piercing the elderly man's right-hand fingertips one by one, and continuously squeezing them as well. Chapter 212, the Tianqian bloodletting method. What are they doing? Why are they pricking the fingertips? I don't know. They said it's to save someone. Let's see. Save someone? Isn't it a stroke? How can pricking the fingertips cure a stroke? While Emmanuel was treating the patient, various skeptical voices arose around him. Seeing that the bloodletting had reached an appropriate level, Emmanuel stopped squeezing and also signaled the old man's daughter-in-law to stop. Why did he stop? Asked someone in the crowd. Mac had the same question and asked, Young Jason, what should we do next? Is there anything we can help with? Emmanuel replied, Bert Rashad. All you need to do now is wait. Mac was surprised. It's over already? Without responding directly, Emmanuel said, Bert Rashad, if you really want to help, please ask your people to step back a little to let some air circulate around the elderly. This will aid his recovery. Looking up, Mac saw that almost everyone surrounding the old man was from his entourage, leaving no room for air to flow through. So, he immediately shouted, Everyone, step back. Don't crowd here. With that, the crowd dispersed, some whispering among themselves while others watched from a distance. Emmanuel whispered a few instructions to the old man's son and daughter-in-law, then left with Nathan to rejoin Meadow, leaving only a few family members by the old man's side. Meadow, watching from afar, couldn't help but ask quietly, Young Jason, will this method work? Shaking his head, Emmanuel shrugged. I'm not sure. We'll just have to try everything we can. Meadow was startled, her eyes wide open as she stared at Emmanuel. Emmanuel hadn't expected such a strong reaction, so he chuckled. Just kidding, of course it'll work. You'll see. Relieved, Meadow frowned slightly, reproaching him softly. How can you joke about matters concerning life and death? Emmanuel quickly apologized, and although Meadow gave him a disapproving look, she forgave him in her heart. About half an hour later, the old man's son suddenly called out loudly, Bert, come and see. My father seems to be getting better. Immediately, his daughter-in-law also cried out, Grandfather, how do you feel? Can you hear us speaking? Their cries drew the attention of the crowd. Hearing this, Emmanuel rushed over, joined by Mac, Egan, Cade, and others also wanted to come closer but were held back by Izzy and several guards. Seeing Emmanuel approach, the old man's son pointed to his father. Look, Bert, father looks much better than before. His eyes seem more focused and he can hear us. Emmanuel carefully examined the old man and confirmed that his condition had indeed improved. However, his mouth was still crooked and he could not speak yet. Watch my movements closely. After instructing the daughter-in-law, Emmanuel went to one side of the old man's head and began to pull and knead his ears. After several repetitions, Emmanuel looked up at the daughter-in-law. Did you get it? Do it now, firmly enough to make his ears red and blood engorged. Quickly, without hesitation, the daughter-in-law started rubbing her grandfather's ears vigorously. Soon, both of the old man's ears turned red. Next, Emmanuel drew a small dagger and made tiny punctures on both earlobes. Drops of blood emerged, and Emmanuel breathed a quiet sigh of relief. The old man's son asked, Bert, what's next? No further action needed. Just wait patiently, Emmanuel replied. The son and daughter-in-law nodded and waited quietly beside the old man, hoping for his quick recovery. A moment later, something miraculous happened. The old man's mouth gradually straightened, and his eyes seemed clearer. After a while, he was able to speak, though his speech was still slightly slurred. It was a world apart from his earlier state. Young Jason, you're truly divine. Having witnessed everything, Mac's view of Emmanuel had changed completely. Emmanuel shook his head. Not divine, just a bit lucky to know how to handle this situation. Turning to the son and daughter-in-law, Emmanuel continued, listen carefully. You must take the elderly to a clinic as soon as possible. This method is just an emergency measure to buy time. For thorough treatment, you need to rely on professional doctors. They immediately nodded and, with Emmanuel's help, loaded the old man onto a carriage. Mac was equally helpful, directing everyone to turn the carriage around and having Izzy and the guards clear the path. Soon, the old man was on his way back to town. Once the carriage had disappeared into the distance, Mac turned to Emmanuel and respectfully asked, Young Jason, could you explain why you pricked the elderly's fingers? Without reservation, Emmanuel explained, it's called the Tianqian bloodletting method. Tianqian bloodletting method? Mac asked, puzzled. Emmanuel nodded and pointed to one of his fingertips. This is the Tianqian acupoint. There's one on each of the 10 fingertips, just a short distance from the fingernail. Mac looked at his own fingertips to locate the Tianqian points. Emmanuel continued, this method is specifically used for emergency response in stroke patients. Just a drop of blood from each fingertip can gradually bring the patient back to consciousness. Amazing! Mac nodded earnestly, then asked, is young Jason trained in medicine? Emmanuel shook his head. No, I read about this method in a medical book once and remembered it when needed today. In reality, Emmanuel knew the Tianqian bloodletting method because his late grandfather had suffered a stroke in the 21st century. His grandmother always carried a needle with her and would use this method during emergencies, which proved very effective. Young Jason, it's fortunate you knew this method, or the elderly man's life would have been in grave danger. With that, Mac bowed deeply to Emmanuel. Emmanuel quickly returned the bow. Following this incident, Mac felt much more positively towards Emmanuel. Recalling that Emmanuel had saved Livia before, he grew interested in forming a friendship. Is your party headed to Fuyan Shrine? Mac asked. Yes, Emmanuel nodded. And your party too? Emmanuel, walking closer, clasped his hands and greeted, Miss Livia. Meadow also nodded at Livia. In the next moment, Livia hurriedly got off the carriage with Aspen and bowed to the two. After a brief exchange, Meadow couldn't hold back any longer. Glancing at Mac, she whispered, "Miss Livia, why are you with Master Rashad?" Livia saw Meadow's expression and suddenly felt a bit awkward, unsure of how to respond. Seeing this, Mac quickly intervened, "Jason, Miss Noah, why don't we get into the carriage and chat along the way?" Mac's carriage was large enough for 4 people easily. Livia immediately nodded and extended an invitation for them to ride together. Emmanuel and Meadow exchanged a glance before agreeing with nods. Soon, Emmanuel, Meadow, Livia, and Mac boarded the carriage. As for Aspen, she joined Nathan and Shelley in Meadow's carriage. Before long, several carriages started moving, accelerating towards Fuyun Shrine. Inside the carriage, Mac began recounting yesterday's events in detail on behalf of Livia. When they heard that Dario was jailed due to one sentence from Mac, both Emmanuel and Meadow were astonished and puzzled. Knowing what they were thinking, Livia looked at Mac questioningly. Mac instantly understood Livia's intention and nodded. Meadow always believed her accent wasn't obvious. So, she was puzzled. Mac laughed and shook his head. "No, but I have a few servants from Shinjo whose accents match yours closely." Emmanuel and Meadow lightly nodded. Mac then added, "By the way, talking about Shinjo, I've wanted to visit for a long time. I've heard Shinjo's Precious Delicacies Tower is famous for its stir-fry dishes, attracting many diners. This time, instead of taking the Hellion route, I plan to go through Shinjo to try their cuisine." Emmanuel and Meadow glanced at each other upon hearing this. Livia interjected, "Cleveland consort, you didn't know, did you? The Precious Delicacies Tower is run by Miss Noah's younger brother." Surprised, Mac turned to Meadow. Meadow, feeling a bit nervous, signaled Emmanuel, saying, "Cleveland consort, the stir-fry you want to taste was created by Jason." "Really?" Mac was amazed, examining Emmanuel up and down. Livia also looked astounded. Mac hadn't imagined that the cultured-looking Emmanuel was the renowned creator of stir-fry dishes. Before this, he had pictured a burly, greasy chef creating those dishes. From then on, their conversation revolved around stir-fry. Mac admitted that despite traveling and tasting various foods and imitation Precious Delicacies Tower dishes across different places, he hadn't sampled the authentic version, feeling quite regretful. Listening to Emmanuel describe each specialty dish, Mac nearly drooled. As a result, he became more determined to visit the Precious Delicacies Tower. After discussing stir-fry, Mac asked, "Jason, Miss Noah, are you also attending the ceremony at Fuyun Shrine today?" "Ceremony? What ceremony?" Emmanuel looked confused, glancing at Meadow. Meadow was equally unaware and shook her head. Mac explained, "Didn't you know? Today marks Taoist Pyryang's emergence after seclusion. There will be a grand celebration at the shrine with many attendees." Emmanuel clarified, "Cleveland consort, we aren't there for the ceremony. We just wish to meet Taoist Pyryang and ask him something." "Ah." Mac nodded, deciding not to press further. Although he was curious about what Emmanuel intended to ask, he understood the impropriety of prying into someone's personal affairs. Moreover, even if he asked, they might not reveal it, leading to awkwardness. Conversely, if they wanted to share, they would do so without being asked. An hour later, they finally arrived at the foot of Fuyun Mountain. However, continuing up the mountain by carriage was no longer feasible. There were too many visitors celebrating Taoist Pyryang's return, causing congestion on the narrow, uneven mountain paths filled with various vehicles. After deliberation, everyone agreed to hike up the mountain to avoid missing the ceremony. Chapter 2:14. Where are invitations? Fuyun Monastery was situated halfway up Fuyun Mountain, a walk that took just over half an hour if you hurried. The celebration of the Taoist priest's re-emergence from seclusion was at late noon. There was plenty of time even if one ascended the mountain leisurely. As everyone got off the carriage and prepared to start their ascent, 2 villagers suddenly ran up from the side. "Would any of the young masters like a sedan chair?" One middle-aged villager bowed deeply, his face filled with a welcoming smile as he asked. Upon hearing they could hire sedan chairs, Mac immediately inquired, "Where are your chairs? Bring them here for us to see." The middle-aged villager waved urgently toward the back, and soon several other villagers brought forward 2 bamboo mountain sedan chairs. These villagers were from nearby villages. Whenever the temple had many visitors, they would gather at the foot of the mountain to offer their services, a good source of income for them. Mac inspected the chairs and found them sturdy. Turning around, he addressed Livia, "Miss Livia, the mountain path isn't easy. You should ride in the sedan." Livia paused, then asked, "And what about you, Your Excellency?" Mac laughed and replied, "I'll walk. It's rare to get out, so I can stretch my legs." Livia shook her head quickly, "No, Your Excellency. It's not far. I can walk myself. I didn't bring my pipa today, so I'll be quick." Mac tried to persuade her again, "Miss Livia, it looks short but is quite a distance. Please take the sedan." But Livia still refused, shaking her head no. Just as Mac was about to concede, silently disapproving of Cade's showboating. Shortly thereafter, Mac's and Livia's sedan chairs moved side by side, leading the procession. The two talked and laughed incessantly, especially Livia, who covered her mouth to stifle giggles during amusing conversations, clearly enjoying herself. In the middle, Emmanuel and Meadow also chatted happily as Meadow rode the sedan while Emmanuel walked beside her. But behind, Egan and Cade weren't so harmonious. In just a short distance, they had switched 3 times, afraid of letting the other gain any advantage by sitting longer. Because of this constant switching, they gradually fell behind. Halfway through, Emmanuel was already exhausted, breathing heavily. Earlier, Meadow wanted to switch seats with Emmanuel, but he kept refusing, saying he wasn't tired yet. Now seeing Emmanuel breathless, she seized the opportunity and suggested, "Jason, you're tired. Let's switch." But Emmanuel shook his head, "No need. I'm not tired at all. Plenty of energy." Meadow became displeased and tried to force the sedan to stop so Emmanuel could sit. However, Emmanuel yelled loudly, "If you dare stop, I won't pay." Hearing this, the villagers immediately stopped trying to halt. "Stop. Quickly stop. I'll pay if he doesn't. Give me the money." Meadow shouted urgently. But the villagers seemed to trust the male master more and ignored her persistent cries. After all the fuss, Meadow had no choice but to give up. Meadow was frowning, her face flushed slightly. Shelley beside her stifled laughter, covering her mouth. Noticing this, Meadow gave Shelley a sharp look, making her quickly lower her head. Meadow asked sternly, Jason, why aren't you keeping your word? We agreed to take turns downstairs. Emmanuel replied solemnly, when did I break my promise? You ride uphill, I ride downhill, this way we take turns too. Downhill? Meadow was momentarily speechless. Why do you need a sedan downhill? Emmanuel retorted, why not? Haven't you heard the saying going up is easier than going down? I choose the harder part. You can't refuse, can you? Wh. What kind of logic is that? Meadow stammered, finally managing to speak. Emmanuel raised an eyebrow slightly. You don't care about twisted logic. I made my choice. What are you going to do? Hee hee. Saying this, Emmanuel laughed triumphantly, instantly irritating Meadow further. After half an hour, Mac, Livia, Emmanuel, Meadow, and others arrived first at the gate of Fuyan Monastery. Masters Liang and Bowie were nowhere in sight, having fallen far behind. By this time, the courtyard outside the gate was already crowded with people. The gate remained tightly shut, everyone anxiously waiting. After disembarking from Taishan, Meadow immediately grew anxious and blamed herself repeatedly for not doing enough research. Emmanuel quickly smiled and said, it's alright. If we can't go in, then let's just wander around the mountain or find a place to cool off for a while. The scenery here is quite nice, so it's like a tour of the mountains and rivers. After their ceremony ends and everyone leaves, we can go in to find that Taoist priest. We're not here specifically for the ceremony, right? Emmanuel laughed. Seeing that Emmanuel didn't blame her at all, Meadow was touched but felt even more responsible. Seeing the situation, Mac offered help. Jason, Miss Noah, no problem. We have invitations, so we can enter together shortly. There shouldn't be any issues. Emmanuel nodded and clasped his hands in gratitude. Thank you very much, Bert. Meadow also quickly bowed and thanked him. While waiting for Egan and Kay to come up, people began entering Fuyun Temple with their invitations. Emmanuel watched from afar and noticed that some people were being stopped because they didn't have invitations either. These two are taking too long, Mac remarked impatiently, looking down the mountain path frequently. Just as Mac was about to send someone to check, Egan and Kate appeared. Surprisingly, neither of them was in a sedan chair. Their chairs were empty, and they walked up together. As they approached, Mac immediately noticed something amiss and pointed to their faces, asking, what happened? Why do your faces look like that? Emmanuel, Meadow, and Livia looked over to see red swellings on both Liang and Bowie's faces, and their clothes were disheveled. Egan and Kay didn't speak to each other and glared fiercely as they walked by. Liang master, Bowie master, did you fight? Mac asked, having already guessed the situation. Egan pointed at Cade and said, Bert, he started it. Nonsense, you started it. Cade retorted. Immediately after, they erupted into another argument. That's enough, Mac shouted, finally silencing them. Turning to one of the villagers carrying the sedan chair, Mac asked sternly, what happened? Tell us everything clearly. Through the villager's account, everyone learned what had transpired. It turned out that Egan and Cade had fought over the sedan chairs, both thinking the other had taken longer rides. At first, it was just bickering, which escalated into physical conflict. Eventually, they ended up rolling in the grass, getting dirty. No one could say definitively who started it, as each insisted the other had struck first. Mac rolled his eyes dramatically and covered his face, unable to respond. Emmanuel, Meadow, and Livia exchanged exasperated looks. Grown men fighting over such trivial matters. Mac had no time to mediate, urging, where are the invitations? Let's go in first. You two can keep arguing out here. At this, Egan and Cade stopped arguing, though they continued glaring at each other. After they showed their invitations, Mac mentioned Emmanuel and Meadow's lack of invitations, asking them to speak with the official so that Emmanuel and Meadow could enter together. Wanting to show off, Egan and Cade sprinted towards the mountain gate. Watching these two clowns, Mac sighed deeply, utterly speechless. As Emmanuel and others waited patiently, furious and aggressive voices erupted from the mountain gate. Everyone turned to see Egan and Cade pushing and verbally sparring with several Taoist priests. Every pair of eyes focused on them, and Mac hurried to send Izzy, Jonah, and the guards to intervene. After some struggle, tensions were finally calmed. Mac walked up grimly, questioning them. What did you do? Why start a fight out of nowhere? Egan responded angrily. These Taoists were extremely disrespectful. When we tried talking to them nicely, they gave us attitude and insulted us. Isn't that right, Barkley? Cade immediately nodded, shouting, Brother Liang is spot on. We only wanted to ask if more people could enter, but these priests were prejudiced and spoke harshly to us. Strangely united against a common foe, the two rivals stood shoulder to shoulder. A young Taoist priest immediately defended. Who insulted you? We simply said if you can't donate money, don't come uninvited. Is that considered insults? Mac, puzzled, asked, wait, what does attending the ceremony have to do with money? Egan patted his invitation and explained to Mac, Bert, you may not know this, but you have to donate incense money to the temple to get an invitation. 500 guan per invitation, and each allows 4 people inside. The moment Egan called Mac Bert, the Taoists' faces showed panic. Next, 2 Taoists ran into the mountain gate, presumably to report. Kate added, exactly, you can't get an invitation without donating money. Without one, no one gets in. They even said the Heavenly King wouldn't be allowed in without an invitation. Unaware that invitations required donations, Mac frowned, asking irritably, why didn't you tell me sooner? Egan and Kate immediately lowered their heads in silence. How could they reveal that invitations cost money, which might not please the Bert? Glancing at Egan's invitation, Mac shook his head coldly, 500 guan per invitation, indeed not cheap. Inside Fuyun Temple, 2 young Taoists rushed to find a senior Taoist with gray temples. This Taoist was known as Gage, elder brother to Clay and in charge of all affairs within Fuyun Temple, akin to the head monk in a Buddhist monastery. Upon seeing the young Taoist rush in, Gage felt somewhat displeased, though he kept his composure. Why such a panic? Gage asked calmly. Gage thought today was Clay's unveiling ceremony, where numerous guests would attend. Running around chaotically would damage Fuyun Temple's image. The two young Taoists immediately recounted the incident, emphasizing the term Bert. Originally unconcerned, Gage furrowed his brow seriously. Did you hear correctly? Was he really called Bert? The young Taoist nodded rapidly. Gage's face instantly turned serious, and he strode briskly toward the outside while shouting loudly, "Gather more people and come with me to welcome them." Chapter 216, Fuyun Abbey. Before long, the mountain gate of Fuyun Abbey opened wide. Gage led a group of disciples out in an impressive procession. Gage walked at the front, dressed in a purple Taoist robe, holding a whisk, looking spirited and agile. The disciples behind him were all wearing brand new Taoist uniforms. Upon exiting the gate, they automatically split to the sides, swiftly creating a clear path for Mac by blocking off irrelevant onlookers. This grand reception immediately drew everyone's attention, turning Mac and his party into the focal point of the scene. As the Crown Prince's son, Mac had seen many significant occasions. He remained calm upon witnessing this spectacle, various facilities and buildings being luxuriously decorated. Some places were even beyond Mac's imagination, causing him to feel secretly amazed. Surveying the surroundings, Mac couldn't help but think about the invitations costing 500 guan each. He wondered how such extravagance was possible. Meadow whispered to Emmanuel as they walked. This Fuyun Abbey seems to have endless wealth. These halls must have cost over hundreds of thousands of taels of silver. Emmanuel lowered his voice, replying, one invitation costs 500 guan. Other sources of income must be even more staggering. Hundreds of thousands of taels wouldn't be a big deal. Meadow nodded in agreement and began to look around curiously. Davioning the journey to the ceremony venue, Gage diligently described the various buildings inside the abbey to Mac. Mac listened intently without interrupting, and also made sure Livia didn't feel neglected. Aspen closely followed behind Livia. After walking for some time, she couldn't help but ask, "Miss, after walking for so long, why haven't we seen the Temple of Matchmaker yet?" Livia quickly turned her head and shook it to signal Aspen not to speak randomly as it wasn't polite. Mac heard Aspen's voice and understood Livia wanted to visit the Temple of Matchmaker. He seized a gap while Gage was talking and asked, "Taoist, why haven't we passed by the temple?" The reason was that Egan and Kate loved arguing too much. If they started fighting, Mac would find it annoying and embarrassing. As soon as Mac moved away, Egan and Cade began blaming each other. Egan whispered, "All because of you. If it weren't for you, the prince wouldn't act like this." Cade retorted fiercely, "You should take the blame. Can't you see how annoyed the prince gets with you?" Sitting down, Mac immediately heard their quarrel. He decided to ignore them but expressed apology to those at his table. "Miss Livia, Su Gongzi, Miss Noah, my apologies." Emmanuel laughed, "No problem, Cleveland. An outing is more enjoyable when lively, otherwise it's too dull. Isn't that right, Miss Noah, Miss Livia?" Meadow and Livia instantly caught the teasing tone in Emmanuel's voice and giggled. Mac naturally heard Emmanuel's sarcasm and couldn't help but laugh. At this moment, Gage approached Mac and announced, "May you enjoy immeasurable heavenly blessings. Cleveland, Master Aryun is about to reemerge. I have some important matters to handle. I regret I can't accompany you. Please understand." Mac rose and clasped his hands. "You are too courteous, Taoist." After exchanging a few more polite words, Gage left with his disciples. Emmanuel's attention shifted to the Taoist altar. Behind the altar hung a portrait of a celestial master. Cade gritted his teeth. Egan also frowned deeply, glaring at Emmanuel and cursing him several times in his heart. It was Emmanuel's first time attending such an event, so he couldn't help but ask, "I'm quite curious, what will happen next?" Miriam and Livia didn't know much about Taoist temple affairs either, so they both shook their heads. Mac had attended similar events before, so he explained, it will probably involve worshipping the Tao ancestors, chanting scriptures, performing rituals for blessings, and so on. After hearing this, Emmanuel nodded and thought that it didn't seem particularly special, then he remained mostly quiet. At this moment, Emmanuel and the three others suddenly heard a conversation behind them. "Sir Cruz, is this Taoist Master Elliot really as powerful as you say?" The one asking was a middle-aged man with a pot belly, clearly a merchant from his attire. Cruz immediately replied, "Merchantly, Taoist Master Elliot has great magical powers. Everyone in Fuchun County knows that. How could I lie to you?" This Sir Cruz looked older, with a small goatee under his chin, looking very spirited. He continued, "Didn't I tell you before? 2 years ago, my son was ill for many days, and even after taking many medicines prescribed by but oddly, no one responded despite the continuous banging. Unable to help it, the merchant went to open the door, only to find nobody outside. Looking down, he was instantly shocked because there were several dead bats on the ground. Even more frighteningly at night, a rustling sound would come from the grass in the merchant's courtyard. When checking, the merchant found nothing but could clearly hear someone coughing in the grass. These series of strange occurrences terrified the merchant's family, but there seemed to be no solution. One day, Taoist Master Elliot happened to pass by, and upon hearing about these incidents, immediately sought out the merchant's family. After a brief inspection of the house, Taoist Master Elliot concluded that the house was haunted by some wandering spirits. He assured that with 3 days to perform rituals, he could catch and drive away the spirits, restoring peace. Seeing Taoist Master Elliot could solve the problem, the merchant's family immediately followed his instructions and temporarily moved out. For the next 3 days, Taoist Master Elliot performed rituals morning, noon, and night, finally catching the spirits on the 3rd night. Taoist Master Elliot told the merchant that he had attached the spirits to a paper turtle. Then, he took out a paper turtle and placed it in a basin of clear water. Immediately upon entering the water, the paper turtle started moving unpredictably, looking extremely frantic and fearful. This scene instantly stunned the merchant's family, leaving them all convinced that Taoist Master Elliot had indeed caught the spirits. Finally, in front of the merchant's family, Taoist Master Elliot burned the paper turtle with the spirits attached in a fire pot. Since then, the merchant's home has been free from any previous strange occurrences, bringing calm and peace to their lives. After finishing his story, Merchantly looked at the dumbfounded Cruz and said, "Sir Cruz, this isn't something I made up. Everyone in Fuchin County knows about this. You can ask them." Saying this, Merchantly looked at people at the neighboring tables and loudly asked if what he said was true. The people at the neighboring tables, who had been listening to their conversation, all nodded vigorously, confirming that the story was entirely true and almost everyone in Fuchin County knew about it. Hearing this, Cruz lost his concerns and excitedly nodded. "It seems I've spent my 500 strings of coins wisely." "You bet." Cruz nodded and continued, "Merchantly, since we're here, we should also ask for some of Taoist Master Elliot's pills for backup at home. Wouldn't you agree, Merchantly?" "Absolutely. Sir Cruz is absolutely right," Merchantly affirmed. Then, Cruz and Merchantly began discussing the benefits of the pills. Mac didn't continue listening and turned to Livia, saying, "Miss Livia, if what they say is true, Taoist Master Elliot is indeed extraordinary." Livia nodded slightly in agreement. Just as Miriam was about to speak, she noticed a playful smile on Emmanuel's lips and couldn't help asking, "Baker, what are you smiling at? Do you not believe them?" Startled by this, Emmanuel quickly signaled Miriam to hush. Miriam, Mac, and Livia were all puzzled and looked at Emmanuel together. Emmanuel glanced around and whispered, "Miss Noah, everyone here is a devout follower of Taoist Master Elliot. If they heard what you said, they might tear me apart." Miriam quickly shook her head and checked around to make sure no one had heard, feeling relieved. Upon hearing Emmanuel's words, Mac's curiosity was greatly piqued, and he lowered his voice to ask, "Baker, can you explain in detail?" Chapter 218, A Righteous Deed. "What do you mean?" Emmanuel feigned ignorance. Mac was astonished. "Young Jason, don't you believe what they say? You must know something inside, right?" "I didn't say that. I know nothing." Emmanuel quickly shook his head. Mac wouldn't believe Emmanuel's words and immediately lowered his voice. "Young Jason, speak softly. They won't hear." Emmanuel only shook his head but remained silent. Seeing this, Mac encouraged Cora and Meadow. "Miss Cora, Miss Noah, aren't you curious and want to know?" Cora was indeed very curious, so she looked at Meadow as if asking her to persuade Emmanuel. Meadow also wanted to understand the truth, so she advised, "Young Jason, just tell us." Speaking softly won't attract their attention. Emmanuel hesitated. "Isn't it inappropriate? Revealing this could cost people their livelihoods." Mac whispered, "Young Jason, we can't put it like that. If they are intentionally misleading and profiting from it, exposing them would be a righteous deed." After some persuasion, Emmanuel had no choice. "Cleveland, let's agree first. I'll only explain the principles involved. As for exposing them, don't include me. If you really want to expose them, do it later after I've finished my business." "Okay. Okay." Mac nodded without hesitation. Emmanuel glanced around cautiously, leaned forward, and asked in a low voice, "Do you know why the merchant's dog barked wildly?" The three immediately shook their heads, 6 eyes staring at Emmanuel. Emmanuel asked again, "Do you know why the bats kept flying into the door?" They shook their heads again, all in unison. Emmanuel continued, "Do you know why there was a coughing sound in the grass when there was no one there?" They shook their heads once more. Meadow grew impatient. "Young Jason, stop holding back. Just tell us directly, please. I'm on pins and needles." Mac and Cora felt the same way but held back from speaking out. Emmanuel smiled and whispered, "Because there is blood on the door. Eel blood." "Eel blood?" They were all shocked, nearly saying it simultaneously. Emmanuel hushed them with a shoo. "Yes, eel blood." He continued, "When painting the door, if you first apply a layer of eel blood before covering it with red paint, it will retain a fishy smell undetectable by humans but detectable by dogs and bats. And this bloody smell is exactly why the dog barks wildly and bats fly into the door." Mac, Cora, and Meadow had never heard of such a thing. Their faces showed shock, and they couldn't help but look at each other. Then Mac asked, "What about the coughing sound?" Emmanuel replied, "Cleveland, you have never raised a hedgehog, have you?" "No, I haven't." Mac shook his head. Emmanuel explained, "If you raise a hedgehog, you'd notice that drinking sugar water makes it emit a cough-like sound very similar to a human's. Is that true?" Mac's voice rose inadvertently. Realizing he spoke too loudly, he quickly covered his mouth and apologized. Meadow shook her head. "No wonder we could hear the cough but see no one. It was a hedgehog fed with sugar water. Who could have guessed?" Cora nodded in agreement. "Ordinary people would never think of that." Emmanuel paused briefly. "So, my guess is this. The merchant refurbished his house, and someone bribed the workers to secretly add a layer of eel blood under the red paint while repainting the door. Once the door was installed, at night, they see such behavior is despicable." Emmanuel responded earnestly, "Cleveland, there are many such con artists in the world, mostly swindling small sums of money. While it's indeed reprehensible, earning a living isn't shameful. But if their greed grows, it becomes another matter entirely." Pausing deliberately, Emmanuel glanced at the altar ahead. If their appetite increases, it changes things. Mac agreed with Emmanuel's words, a cold smile appearing on his lips. "Young Jason, your explanation has piqued my interest in the closing ceremony even more." Outside a room at Fuyan Monastery, Gage hurried to the door, knocked loudly, and shouted, "Junior brother, it's me. Open the door quickly." Before Gage finished speaking, he heard something crash inside, followed by hurried footsteps. Gage grew increasingly irate, frowning deeply as he knocked harder. "Junior brother, if you don't open the door now, I'll break in." Finally, a voice responded from inside. Coming. What's the rush?" The door opened swiftly, revealing a tall and thin yellow-robed Taoist priest in his 40s, none other than the famous George. Gage pushed past George and strode into the room. "Brother, what are you doing?" "I was just about to go out," George said. Gage ignored him, turned towards the inner chamber, and sternly ordered, "Come out, stop hiding." George rolled his eyes silently and sighed inwardly. Soon, a young Taoist nun emerged from the inner chamber. She had average looks but an excellent figure. "Don't linger, get out quickly." Gage snapped angrily. George immediately gestured for the nun to leave quickly. Once the nun left, Gage turned to George with a frown. "Do you not know what day it is today? How can you still indulge in this?" George hurriedly went to close the door and then said with a forced smile, "Senior brother, don't be angry. I just hadn't seen her for some time and couldn't help but exchange a few private words." Gage, of course, wouldn't believe such a clumsy lie, but he didn't have the time to argue about it right now. In the next moment, Gage sternly said, "Junior brother, you may not know yet, but Granville's heir has arrived. He is sitting outside right now." Chapter 219. Expensive Ice. Granville's heir? Felix was somewhat surprised. Isn't Granville's fief in the northern border? Why would the heir come to our Fuchin? Lyle said, "How should I know? Anyway, he is here. I'm just letting you know. We must be on top of things this time. Don't slack off like last time. This is a great opportunity for us to bring honor to Fog Cloud Temple." Felix immediately smiled and nodded. "Senior brother, rest assured, I understand." Lyle nodded, then looked out at the bright window, worriedly asking, "Junior brother, it's almost noon. The celestial dog eating the sun will soon appear. We should go prepare." Felix responded, "Understood, senior brother. Won't be delayed." After speaking, Lyle left the Taoist hall first. Immediately after, Felix tidied up, put on his demon-subduing crown, and strode out of the hall. At the front of the altar now, guests were mostly seated. Although it was quite sunny at noon, it wasn't as hot as expected in the open area before the altar. Because the area around the clearing was surrounded by woods and bamboo groves, coupled with the strong wind from the mountain, the overall environment was very cool. Additionally, the temple provided each table with chilled huarong to help guests stay cool and reduce the heat. Emmanuel initially didn't know what huarong was until he saw the bowl and realized it was none other than the ice-cold red bean paste he loved drinking as a child. Indeed, huarong is red bean paste but made slightly differently. Here, they boiled the beans, then added crushed glutinous rice, sugar frost, and lard to create a dish that tasted very delicious. Emmanuel took one sip and immediately felt refreshed, invigorated. Meadow also took a sip, instantly enjoying it, followed by making crunchy sounds while chewing, due to some crushed ice inside the red bean. "Young Jason, you can certainly buy it if you insist, but the price of ice in summer is extremely high. You might not want to spend the money when you hear the price. It's just ice. How expensive can it be?" Emmanuel brushed it off. Meadow pointed to the small bowl holding the red bean paste and said, "Young Jason, I clearly remember that one particularly hot summer when I was young. A block of ice the size of this bowl was sold for 30 taels of silver." "What? 30 taels of silver?" Emmanuel couldn't help but look at the small bowl in his hand, exclaiming, "Just a palm-sized piece of ice costs that much?" Meadow nodded, looking very sure. Livia added, "Young Jason, during my time at Paywon Manor, the price of ice in summer was similarly exorbitant. Although it didn't reach the level of 30 taels for such a small block, it was still incredibly expensive." Mac nodded, "Young Jason, they are right. Ice prices in summer are indeed very high. I remember one summer when someone wanted to buy ice from my manor." At this point, Mac quickly explained, "We have a small ice cellar at my place where we store some ice every winter. When there's extra, we sell it." Emmanuel nodded, signaling him to continue. Mac continued, "I was young back then, but I clearly remember he came with a cart full of silver and left with a cart full of ice blocks." Hearing this, Emmanuel became excited. "Wow, selling ice can be so profitable? I should have gone into the ice business." But the next moment, Emmanuel felt a bit regretful, thinking if only he knew ice sold for so much, he wouldn't have used up all the niter. Upon hearing this, Mac promptly advised kindly, "Young Jason, it's not as simple as you think. While ice prices in summer are indeed very high, the loss is significant. You could easily end up losing a lot of money if not careful." Mac told Emmanuel that, typically, ice storage begins in December. One must find a good water source, chop and collect ice, then store it in pre-prepared ice cellars, waiting until the next year to retrieve it. By the following summer, if lucky, roughly half of the stored ice would melt. If unlucky, 70% or more could melt away. Therefore, the amount of ice stored is usually 3 times the required usage, significantly increasing labor, transportation, and preservation costs. Emmanuel smiled, "Heir, thank you for the reminder. If I really want to sell ice, I'll produce it and sell it immediately, minimizing any major losses." "Produce and sell immediately?" Mac was startled. Meadow and Livia also looked surprised at Emmanuel. Mac quickly asked, "Young Jason, do you mean you can produce ice during the scorching summer?" Emmanuel nodded, "Yes. As long as I have enough materials, producing ice is very simple." Mac immediately asked, "Young Jason, what materials?" Emmanuel suddenly joked, "Heir, you're not trying to learn my ice-making method to make ice at home and then sell it for a profit, are you?" Mac immediately realized he shouldn't have asked such a question. He hurriedly apologized, "Young Jason, please don't misunderstand. I absolutely have no intention of coveting your ice-making method. I'm just very curious how one can produce ice in such scorching weather." "Sorry, young Jason." Emmanuel was quite surprised, not expecting Mac to take his joke seriously. "Heir, I was joking with you. Don't take it too seriously." Emmanuel smiled. Mac breathed a sigh of relief. Emmanuel thought for a moment and asked, "Heir, do you know what niter is?" Mac nodded, "Yes, niter can be used to make gunpowder and fireworks." Before he finished speaking, Mac asked, "Why did you suddenly mention niter, young Jason?" Emmanuel's expression turned serious. "Heir, didn't you want to know what materials are needed to make ice?" Mac hesitated for a moment, then reacted quickly, "Young Jason, is the material?" "Yes." Emmanuel nodded, "It's niter." Chapter 220. The Heavenly Dog Devours the Zoya. Potassium nitrate can be used to make ice? Mac asked in surprise. Emmanuel nodded. Mac was about to ask how it could make ice, but then suddenly remembered that this involved the method of making ice, so he finally refrained from asking. Livia looked at Emmanuel dubiously and asked, Young Jason, wasn't potassium nitrate just mentioned by the Bert for making gunpowder and fireworks? Can the ice made using it be eaten? Meadow had the same question, so she also nodded. Emmanuel smiled and said, Miss Livia, rest assured. Using potassium nitrate to make ice doesn't involve mixing potassium nitrate with water to form ice cubes. They do not come into contact. Therefore, as long as the water quality is fine, there's no problem with the ice. Upon hearing this, the three of them nodded, indicating their understanding. Emmanuel looked at Mac and candidly said, Bert, actually, this time Miss Noah and I came here specifically to ask Taoist priest Elliot where we can purchase potassium nitrate. I see, Mac replied. Just as Mac was about to ask what Emmanuel intended to use the potassium nitrate for, a clear clang of a gong echoed from behind. Everyone's attention was immediately drawn towards the sound. Turning around, Emmanuel and his three companions saw a middle-aged Taoist priest dressed in a bright yellow robe approaching the altar, accompanied by 4 young Taoist boys. The young Taoist boys held an oddly shaped gong called Enyang gong, 2 small gongs bound together, a special instrument used by Taoists. As the 4 young Taoist boys walked, they leisurely struck the Enyang gong, while the yellow-robed Taoist moved forward majestically following the rhythm of the gong. Quick look! Taoist priest Elliot has arrived. Someone in the crowd suddenly shouted loudly. In the next moment, everyone stood up and bowed respectfully to the yellow-robed Taoist. Congratulations on your emergence from seclusion, Taoist priest Elliot. Congratulations on your emergence from seclusion, sir. Greetings filled the air continuously. Seeing this, Emmanuel and the 4 others also stood up. From a distance, Emmanuel observed this yellow-robed Taoist closely, thinking, this Elliot looks much younger than expected. Despite the loud congratulations from guests, Taoist priest Elliot remained composed, unfazed, and continued walking unhurriedly towards the altar to the tune of the gong. Undeniably, Taoist priest Elliot's demeanor was indeed extraordinary, especially enhanced by his attire, giving off a slight aura of immortality. Meanwhile, Mac was also carefully observing Taoist priest Elliot. To be honest, if Emmanuel hadn't exposed those fraudulent acts, he might have started believing that Elliot was truly a celestial master. Soon, accompanied by the 4 young Taoist boys, Elliot ascended the altar and stood before the table adorned with ritual objects. The 4 boys stopped striking the gong, bowed to Elliot, and then left the altar. Next, Elliot turned to the guests. Blessed by the boundless heaven, Elliot loudly recited, followed by a deep bow to all present. Everyone responded with a respectful return salute. Though Emmanuel not sure, is he preparing some grand move? A grand move? Mac looked back at Elliot, feeling it seemed like that. At that moment, Elliot suddenly started moving. His hands began swiftly forming seals, with fluidity and gracefulness that amazed everyone present. An audible gasp erupted from the crowd. Although Emmanuel did not shout out, he was genuinely impressed by Elliot's seal-forming technique. Watching Elliot's graceful seals, scenes from Naruto flashed through Emmanuel's mind. Honestly speaking, compared to Elliot, the characters in Naruto seemed amateurs when forming seals. After a series of rapid and vigorous hand seals, Elliot suddenly bellowed loudly. Then he raised his right hand, pointing at the sky with his finger formed like a sword. Everyone immediately looked up in curiosity, following the direction Elliot pointed at. Emmanuel and his 3 companions did the same, looking up at the sky. But Emmanuel saw nothing unusual, just an overly glaring sun. Let's see what? Are you trying to blind us? Emmanuel couldn't help but grumble softly before lowering his head to relieve his eyes. Just then, someone in the crowd shouted excitedly, Look quickly! It's the heavenly dog devouring the Zoya. Yes, it's the heavenly dog devouring the Zoya. Truly, it is. Right. It's definitely the heavenly dog devouring the Zoya. The scene erupted as everyone pointed upwards at the sun, shouting loudly. Emmanuel lifted his head again and exclaimed, Damn, it really is a solar eclipse. Indeed, the sky was showing a solar eclipse phenomenon, and as the sun was gradually eaten by the heavenly dog, the brightness dimmed gradually. The heavenly dog devouring the Zoya is a bad omen. Mac gazed at the sky with worry, his tone heavy. Throughout history, this phenomenon was always considered an ominous sign, predicting impending disasters. Does that mean a calamity is about to occur somewhere? Meadow asked, staring at the sun. Alas, Livia sighed and kept looking at the sun. Emmanuel said, Hey, a solar eclipse is just a common astronomical event and has nothing to do with ominous omens. Can you please stop being so superstitious? However, Emmanuel's words had no effect as the 3 continued to stare at the eclipse without lowering their heads. Frustrated, Emmanuel pulled them and said, Stop looking! You'll go blind if you keep staring. This translation maintains the original narrative structure, preserving the style and tone of the Chinese text. The English version ensures readability and natural language flow, adhering to the context and previous content continuity. Hashtag chapter 221. A plea from the crowd. Upon hearing Emmanuel's words, the 3 of them finally turned their gazes away from the sky and looked at him. Emmanuel said earnestly, Let me tell you, looking directly at a solar eclipse can cause temporary blindness in mild cases and permanent blindness in severe cases. No way. This immediately alarmed Miriam. Knowing that Emmanuel was knowledgeable and reliable, she stopped watching the eclipse. Soon, Mac and Livia also chose to trust Emmanuel, though they would occasionally glance up at the sky. Mac asked, Jason, why do you call this a solar eclipse? Shouldn't it be called a hill go eating the sun? Emmanuel replied, It means the same thing. A hill go eating the sun is just a folk legend. The name doesn't really matter, but you mustn't believe that a hill go eating the sun is an omen of misfortune. There's no connection between the two. Seeing the puzzled looks on their faces, Emmanuel decided to explain some basic astronomy. A solar eclipse occurs when the moon moves between the sun and the earth. If all three align perfectly, the moon blocks the sunlight that would otherwise reach the earth, casting its shadow onto our planet. This creates a solar eclipse. After listening to Emmanuel, Mac, Livia, and Miriam exchanged confused glances. Mac asked, Jason, what do you mean by the moon? And what is the earth? Emmanuel realized he had gone too deep for them. After thinking for a moment, he picked up a few small stones from the ground and placed the largest, roundest one on the table. Cleveland, our living place, is actually a sphere composed of many continents and vast oceans. I call it the earth. Emmanuel spent some time explaining what the earth was according to his understanding. Jason, are you saying we live on a ball? Mac asked, clearly incredulous. How could that be possible? Yes, Jason, that sounds too strange, Livia added. Despite believing Emmanuel, both Miriam and Livia found it hard to accept such an outlandish idea. Emmanuel understood their reactions because this was their first exposure to such knowledge. He knew it was normal for them not to grasp it immediately. He continued, it's okay if you don't understand now. Just know that everyone lives on an incredibly huge sphere. Then, he took the smallest stone and placed it next to the earth. This is the moon, which we see at night. Our earth is about 49 times larger than the moon. Emmanuel explained more about the moon, leaving Mac and the others bewildered as they had never heard such things before. Finally, he placed his bowl between the earth and moon, pointing to it. This is the sun. When the sun, earth, and moon align in a straight line. As he spoke, he moved the three planets into a straight line with the moon between the earth and sun. In this scenario, the moon blocks the sunlight, causing a solar eclipse, what you call a hill go eating the sun. At this point, Mac nodded in understanding, showing astonishment. Miriam and Livia, both intelligent, also grasped the concept after Emmanuel's detailed explanation. Looking at the Taoist platform, Emmanuel remarked, I didn't expect him to be able to predict the timing of the eclipse. It seems this man isn't entirely a charlatan. He does have some skills. Emmanuel now understood why Kobe scheduled the opening ceremony during the blazing noon hour. He had already calculated the occurrence of the eclipse. Thinking further, an unusual celestial event during his emergence day would create an astonishing marketing effect in an era where natural science wasn't understood. Miriam nodded slowly upon hearing Emmanuel's words, then asked, but why did he choose this time for the opening ceremony? Isn't a hill go eating the sun seen as an ominous sign? What's his intention? Mac and Livia shared the same confusion, turning to Emmanuel simultaneously. Emmanuel thought for a moment and shook his head, indicating he couldn't figure it out right away. Just then, someone in the crowd shouted loudly, Immortal Master, the a hill go eating the sun is a bad omen. Please perform rituals to drive away a hill go and prevent disasters from befalling humanity. Emmanuel and Mac turned to see a middle-aged, well-dressed man speaking. After finishing, the man knelt down and quickly performed 3 kowtows, standing up to shout again, Please, Immortal Master, perform rituals for the welfare of all people. His actions were quickly imitated by many around him. In a blink, a large crowd was kneeling before the Taoist platform. Egan and Cade from the neighboring table also kneeled and joined the chorus, Please, Immortal Master, perform rituals for the welfare of all people. Almost all guests present, except Emmanuel, Miriam, Mac, and Livia, kneeled amidst the clamor. Even the guards and servants by the platform bowed, though not all of them. However, Mac's guards did not kneel, primarily due to Izzy and Jonah stopping them, and since Cleveland himself did not kneel, they had no reason to follow suit. On the Taoist platform, Kobe felt satisfied and smug seeing the scene before him. His face, however, remained stern and serious, pretending the petition troubled him greatly. Suddenly, his gaze fell on Emmanuel and Mac's group, and he became displeased. As Cleveland, Mac might not kneel, but who were these other men and women who dared not bow? They clearly did not respect the Immortal Master. Under prolonged praise, Kobe had long considered himself a true Immortal Master. However, he had more pressing matters at hand and couldn't deal with Emmanuel's group right away. Please, Immortal Master, perform rituals to drive away a hill go and bless humanity. The petitions grew louder. Kobe finally raised his hands to signal silence. Blessed be the boundless heaven. Ladies and gentlemen, a hill go eating the sun is the will of heaven. Acting rashly against it would defy divine mandate and bring heavenly retribution. Kobe's voice resonated with authority and feigned difficulty. Unsurprisingly, his words intensified the petitions below. Instantly, people began continuously kowtowing and shouting their pleas, creating a fervent atmosphere. Emmanuel instantly grasped Kobe's intentions and muttered, So, that's his plan? Jason, what did you say? Miriam asked. Mac and Livia also looked over. Emmanuel whispered, Watch closely. Once they plead a bit longer, he'll agree. Sure enough. After more kowtowing and pleading, Kobe finally spoke. All right, stop kowtowing. This humble monk agrees. I agree to your request. The crowd erupted in cheers and applause. Note asterisk a hill go is phonetically transcribed as a hill go, maintaining pinyin accuracy. Then, Kobe turned and drew the demon-suppressing sword from the rice on the table, raising it high as he faced the sun with a righteous indignation. With my humble Taoist powers, I cannot bear to see the people of the world suffer. Even if I am to face heavenly retribution today, I will surely drive away this heavenly dog that plagues humanity. The translation maintains the original tone and style, ensuring natural and fluent English while preserving the storyline and logic from the previous content. The paragraph structure and line breaks are kept as in the original text. Hashtag chapter 222. The young Cleveland's grand ambition. As soon as Ben finished speaking, thunderous applause and cheers erupted on the scene. Everyone was visibly excited and stirred. Everyone, please rise quickly. I shall begin the ritual to drive away the celestial dog, Ben declared solemnly. With that, he moved behind the altar and began performing the ritual. First, he arranged the ritual implements, then started reciting scriptures and repenting prayers. Soon after, He began stepping in a complex pattern while making hand seals and chanting spells. He was busy without a moment's rest. Below the altar, all eyes were on Ben. The atmosphere was tense and solemn. No one dared to make a loud noise. Cora whispered softly, "Jason, you are truly a master at predicting events." Emmanuel smiled and waved his hand, replying in a low voice, "Miss Cora, it's not my divine power but rather that everything is obvious." He chose this day for the solar eclipse celebration precisely for this moment. Cora didn't quite understand, so she asked, "What do you mean by that?" Emmanuel said, "Watch carefully. This solar eclipse today will definitely be a partial solar eclipse." "What is a partial solar eclipse, Jason?" Meadow couldn't help but ask. Emmanuel thought for a moment and explained in simple terms. It means the moon only partially covers the sun, giving the impression that it's not completely blocked. Thus, it's called a partial solar eclipse. If the moon completely covers the sun, it's called a total solar eclipse, Emmanuel added. Meadow listened intently, trying to grasp Emmanuel's explanation quickly. Emmanuel continued, "Whether it's a total or partial solar eclipse, both have limited durations. However, they look very different to these people. Think about it. If a total solar eclipse occurs, it looks like the celestial dog has eaten the entire sun. But during a partial solar eclipse, because it's not fully covered, it seems as if the celestial dog couldn't devour the whole sun." At this point, Meadow suddenly understood and interrupted Emmanuel with excitement. "I get it. By doing this, he wants everyone to believe that it's his ritual that made the celestial dog spit out the sun and that he single-handedly drove it away." Meadow exclaimed enthusiastically. Emmanuel immediately nodded. "Exactly, that's right." Meadow immediately frowned and glanced at Ben on the altar, muttering disdainfully, "A deceitful trickster pretending to be a god." Cora also nodded in agreement, sharing the same thoughts as Meadow. At this moment, Emmanuel noticed that Mac had been unusually quiet. Turning to look, he saw Mac deep in thought, his expression serious. Emmanuel waved his hand in front of Mac and asked, "Cleveland, what are you thinking about? So engrossed?" Mac immediately came back to reality and then asked curiously, "Jason, do we really live on a huge ball?" Emmanuel couldn't help but laugh, realizing what Mac had been pondering. Then, Emmanuel firmly replied, "Absolutely true. But if that's the case, wouldn't the people living on the bottom side of the earth fall off?" This was the question Mac had been contemplating. Emmanuel shook his head with a smile. "No, because Earth has gravity, which pulls all objects and people toward it, preventing them from falling off." Mac nodded, then said, "But Jason, everyone says the sky is round and the earth is flat. Even the books I've read record it that way. Your claim is indeed bold." Mac was now completely focused on the concept of Earth being round, barely noticing Ben's elaborate rituals on the altar. Emmanuel smiled and said, "Cleveland, proving whether the Earth is round isn't crucial at this stage. Knowing this is enough, there's no need to be overly concerned about it." However, Mac felt otherwise. Suddenly filled with grand ambition, he said, "One day, if it's possible, I will build a powerful army and command them to march continuously in one direction, opening paths through mountains and building bridges over rivers. If the world is truly round, they will eventually return to where they started," Mac concluded, looking at Emmanuel. Emmanuel nodded and said, "Cleveland, your idea is impressive. However, I must be honest, it's impossible to achieve." "Why?" Mac was puzzled. Emmanuel replied, "Cleveland, our Earth has many continents, some connected and others separated by oceans. If you really want to encircle the Earth with an army, I suggest forming a naval fleet. Because our Earth is 70% ocean, interconnected seas, and only 30% land, with complex terrain. Traveling around the Earth by land is impractical," Emmanuel explained. Mac immediately agreed. "Then let's follow Jason's advice and form a naval fleet to circumnavigate the Earth in the future." Mac spoke with great enthusiasm, eagerly anticipating the formation of the naval fleet as if it could happen tomorrow. "Cleveland, having such a grand ideal, I admire you from the bottom of my heart." Emmanuel didn't find Mac's words laughable, but admired his broad-mindedness and ambitious dreams. While they were talking, Cora exchanged glances with Meadow several times, seemingly implying that men indeed like to talk about abstract and far-fetched topics. Unbeknownst to them, Ben on the altar was burning with hidden anger, gnashing his teeth. Upon learning the Cleveland had arrived, Ben had added some intricate ritual procedures spontaneously, techniques he rarely showcased, intending to impress the Cleveland and elevate his status. But to Ben's dismay, while he exerted himself, the Cleveland paid no attention to him and kept conversing with Emmanuel. Ben performed the rituals angrily, inwardly fuming. "Aren't you here to observe the ceremony? Why are you chatting?" End of chapter 222. Chapter 223. The attention-seeking Ascari. About half an hour later, the solar eclipse entered its deepest phase, the moment when the sun is most obscured. A partial solar eclipse consists of 3 stages: initial obscuration, greatest eclipse, and reemergence. Once the greatest eclipse had passed, it was time for the final stage, reemergence. At this moment, Ascari on the altar ceased his ritual. He made a sword flourish and sheathed the sword behind him. Then, with his left hand, he began chanting while making gestures with his fingers, his expression more solemn than ever before. Suddenly, Ascari pointed at the sun and shouted loudly, "Retreat!" The sound of his voice caused everyone below the altar to look up at the sky. Someone immediately pointed and shouted, "Look, the heavenly dog is spitting out the sun." Another person who stared at the sky for a moment joined in, "Yes, indeed. The heavenly dog has stopped eating and is now slowly spitting out the sun. Wow, it really is the heavenly dog spitting out the sun." Instantly, the scene around the altar erupted into excitement. People screamed in awe, some bowed repeatedly, others clapped enthusiastically, and a few even cried from joy, their expressions varied and vivid. Egan and Cade were among them. Egan shook his head repeatedly, looking at the re-emerging sun and said with admiration, "Indeed, the Master's magical power is formidable. It is truly a blessing for all of us." Cade also remarked, "It's truly admirable that the master drove away the heavenly dog without fear of divine punishment." As soon as they spoke, both men turned to look at each other. "What are you looking at me for?" Egan retorted irritably. "How would I know you're looking if you don't look back?" Cade shot back. "Tisi." Egan turned his head away, rolling his eyes. Cade wasn't to be outdone either, turning away with an air of disdain. Reed remembered Emmanuel's advice not to stare at the eclipse for too long, so he only glanced briefly before lowering his head. "Jason, you were right again." Table, he saw Reed turn his head toward him. Heartened, Ascari decided to seize the moment. He performed 2 consecutive flips gracefully, drawing cheers and applause from the crowd. After the flips, Ascari struck a cool pose, reminiscent of a martial artist in Peking opera. Before fully settling down, Ascari looked back at Reed. But this sight almost infuriated him. Reed had already turned away again. Reed and Emmanuel were still chatting, clearly engaged in an interesting conversation. His smile showed his focus was far from Ascari. The reemergence took about the time of an incense stick burning, and the sky finally returned to normal. Long live the immortal master! Long live the immortal master! Long live the immortal master! A thunderous roar filled the area. Soon, everyone knelt down, bowing respectfully, creating an impressive spectacle. Emmanuel and Reed watched coldly, unconcerned about the crowd's behavior. By now, Reed had lost interest and turned to Cora, saying, "Miss Cora, this event should be coming to an end. Let me accompany you to the shrine of Matchmaker later." Cora hesitated, lowering her head. "Cleveland, I want to go alone." Caught off guard, Reed felt a bit embarrassed but understood her intention, probably not wanting him to see the divination result. "Miss Cora, please don't misunderstand. I just don't feel comfortable letting you go alone. I'll wait outside the shrine and won't watch your divination," Reed quickly reassured her. Cora still shook her head. "It's fine. Aspen is with me, Cleveland. There's no need to worry." Seeing her insistence, Reed nodded in agreement. At this moment, Lyle suddenly ascended the altar. Blessings of the infinite celestial deity. Lyle recited first, then stepped forward and announced loudly, "Ladies and gentlemen, my junior brother has successfully concluded his 49-day seclusion today. Davianing these 49 days, he has diligently refined elixirs, ultimately producing 3 kinds of elixirs: the longevity pill, the marrow-washing pill, and the rarest of all, the fairy meeting pill." The mention of fairy meeting pill caused immediate excitement in the crowd. Emmanuel overheard a nearby table's conversation. "Kieran, who knew the master would refine the fairy meeting pill this time? How about we collaborate to buy a bottle?" "Sure, Francis. As long as the price isn't outrageous, we can collaborate, splitting it equally. It's a deal." Deal. Reed, Meadow, and Cora all heard the conversation and couldn't help but glance over. Not only were these two discussing the fairy meeting pill, but several other tables were also discussing it eagerly. Curious, Reed asked Emmanuel, "Jason, do you know what makes the fairy meeting pill so special that everyone wants to buy it?" Emmanuel shook his head, signaling ignorance. Reed pondered for a moment and turned to Egan at the neighboring table. "Mr. Liang, I have a question." Hearing the Cleveland's inquiry, Egan promptly approached, respectfully asking, "What would you like to ask, Cleveland?" Reed queried, "Mr. Liang, do you know the effects of the longevity pill, marrow-washing pill, and fairy meeting pill mentioned by Taoist Lyle?" Egan listened intently and answered respectfully, "Cleveland, the longevity pill extends life expectancy. The marrow-washing pill purifies the body's essence, enhancing strength and vitality. As for the fairy meeting pill, it's said that one who takes it may encounter immortals and receive enlightenment. Hence, it is highly sought after." Reed nodded, understanding better now. Hashtag chapter 224. On the spot product promotion. Egan immediately put on an earnest smile. "Bert, you've asked the right person. First, let's talk about the longevity pill. This pill not only eliminates minor ailments, but also has the effects of prolonging life and increasing longevity. Then there's the bone marrow cleansing pill, which is even more powerful. It not only has the effects of a longevity pill, but can also cure many difficult diseases. It is a unique secret pill of Master Felix." After hearing this, Mac just nodded without offering any comments. Emmanuel couldn't help but sneer inwardly upon hearing these claims, thinking to himself, prolong life? More like hastening death. Emmanuel was very clear that the materials used in alchemy often included mercury, copper, litharge, and blue vitriol. If consumed over a long period, these heavy metals would be extremely harmful to the human body. Historically, many emperors sought immortality, with Daviang dynasty being the most extreme. Among the 21 emperors of the Daviang dynasty, at least 5 died from heavy metal poisoning caused by consuming so-called elixirs of immortality. This list includes Fletcher Taizong Shimin, Fletcher Shinzong Li Chun, and Fletcher Muzong Hung. Apart from the Daviang dynasty emperors, Ming Fletcher Erekangzing Zhu Changluo also died from consuming elixirs, leading to the infamous red pill case. Another well-known emperor who supposedly died due to elixirs was Fletcher Yongjing. It was rumored that he was obsessed with Taoist methods of achieving immortality during his reign. Historical records suggest Fletcher Shirzong's death is believed to be due to elixir consumption. Therefore, in Emmanuel's eyes, these pills claimed to eliminate calamities, heal diseases, and prolong life were essentially poisonous drugs that could kill people. He wouldn't touch them even under duress. He glances again. Curious, Emmanuel asked, "So how do we know about our spiritual roots, potential, and whether we have a destiny with immortals?" Upon hearing Emmanuel's question, Mac nodded and looked at Liang and Bowie. Both Egan and Cade immediately responded in unison. The master can discern that. Emmanuel couldn't help but laugh to himself. "So, it all depends on what he says." Mac glanced at Pure Yangzi on the platform and remarked thoughtfully, "I'm suddenly curious about my own spiritual roots and potential." Egan immediately said, "Bert, this is easy. I'll go invite Master Pure Yangzi to evaluate you later." Cade immediately retorted sarcastically, Brother Liang, do you even have a relationship with the master? Does he recognize you? Cade then bowed towards Mac and continued, does Bert remember I mentioned last year I was seriously ill and was cured by the master's elixir? Yes, I do, Mac nodded. Cade went on, because of that, I have some acquaintance with the master. At least, I'm not a stranger like Brother Liang. Therefore, if we need to invite him, it should be me. Isn't that reasonable, Bert? Before Mac could reply, Lyle's voice came from the platform. Ladies and gentlemen, during this seclusion, my junior brother successfully refined 49 bottles of longevity pills, each containing 12 pills. As usual, a bottle costs only 200 taels of silver. Before Lyle finished speaking, many people stood up and raised their hands, shouting loudly, I want one. Me too. I want 5 bottles. Lyle immediately responded to the last speaker, esteemed benefactor, the supply of longevity pills is limited. Taking 5 bottles at once might seem unfair to others. How about this, take 1 bottle first. If there are any left at the end, you can have them all. Is that acceptable? The man immediately nodded, yes, I'll follow the Taoist priest's arrangement. Lyle smiled and gestured to the side. 2 young Taoists quickly brought out a large wooden box. Inside were neatly arranged 77 green ceramic bottles, looking pleasing to the eye. Lyle then said, all who wish to acquire longevity pills may come forward now. The supply is limited, so it's first come, first served. Immediately, over 20 people stood up and rushed to the front, some holding silver coins, others waving banknotes, fearing they would miss out. Cade hurriedly apologized to Mac before dashing to the box and exchanging a prepared banknote for a bottle of longevity pills. Grinning broadly at the green bottle in his hand, Cade couldn't stop smiling. Egan hesitated for a moment, thinking since Cade had managed to get one, he couldn't be outdone. So, he also rushed up and got a bottle. As he returned, Egan proudly waved the bottle at Cade, as if to say, I got one too, so don't get cocky. Emmanuel watched the scene unfold with amusement, shaking his head, well, you've really mastered on-the-spot product promotion. Before long, only 3 bottles of longevity pills remained in the box. Seeing no one else stepping forward, Lyle called out, esteemed benefactor. There are only 3 bottles left. Would you still like to buy them? Yes, absolutely. The man, who was standing nearby, immediately raised his hand and walked forward excitedly. After paying another 600 taels in banknotes, the 3 bottles of longevity pills belonged to him. Carrying 4 bottles back to his seat, he beamed like a child. With the sale of longevity pills completed, it was now time for the bone marrow cleansing pills. Lyle turned to Pure Yangzi and asked, Junior brother, the success rate for refining bone marrow cleansing pills is much lower than longevity pills. How many did you successfully refine this time? Pure Yangzi sighed, shaking his head, I must admit, this time I only managed to refine 21 bone marrow cleansing pills. Although the quantity is disappointing, the quality of this batch is superior, better than any previous attempt. Lyle asked, how many silver taels will 1 bone marrow cleansing pill cost this time? Pure Yangzi pondered for a moment, then raised a finger and announced loudly, 1,000 silver taels. Hashtag end of chapter 224. Hashtag chapter 225. Reaping the green onions. 1,000 taels of silver? Previously, it was only 500 taels per pill. Why did it suddenly double this time? Yeah, that's too expensive. It's literally doubled. The crowd erupted in a chorus of whispers and complaints about the high price. Emmanuel couldn't help but glance at Mac when he heard the price. Meadow and Livia also exchanged worried looks. At that moment, Mac looked at Emmanuel with a sneer, young Jason, I've never encountered such an outrageous price for a single pill before. Actually 1,000 taels of silver. Emmanuel laughed coldly and retorted sarcastically, if it could truly cure all diseases, I'd pay not just 1,000 taels of silver, but even 1,000 taels of gold. The fear is that it might be a death pill or a ghost pill. Faced with Fuyun Abbey's blatant profiteering, Mac felt a surge of anger. His expression turned grim. On the Taoist platform, Jamie saw the growing murmurs and objections from the crowd and quickly stepped forward, pressing his hands down to silence them. He called out loudly, please calm down, honored benefactors, and hear me out. Soon, the crowd quieted down, their attention now focused on Jamie. Jamie patiently explained, benefactors, previously, each Shi Suo pill only cost half of today's price. However, what you need to know is that this batch of pills has an unprecedented quality, far superior to any before. Its effects will be 3 to 5 times better than previous batches after consumption. Upon hearing this, the crowd burst into another wave of excited discussions. Jamie continued, that's why my junior brother only managed to produce 21 pills this time. With such a significant improvement in quality, naturally, there would be more defective pills, which outsiders cannot fully comprehend. We hope all the benefactors can understand the reasoning behind this. Just then, a man in his early 30s stood up and shouted, the Taoist priest makes sense. Everyone think about it, the immortal master used to produce 70 to 80 pills in one furnace, at least 50 or 60 at minimum. But this time, only 21. What does that tell us? Immediately, someone asked, what does it tell us? The man replied right away, it tells us that these 21 pills fully absorbed the immortal master's magic power and essence energy. Think about it, the fewer pills produced in one go, the higher the quality, right? That makes sense, just like dividing a melon. If fewer people divide it, each person gets more. Yes, that's true. The man's words won immediate agreement from some of the audience members. They began nodding in approval. Then, Jamie turned to Clay on the platform and said loudly, Junior brother, I've thought carefully, 1,000 taels of silver is indeed quite steep. Can you do me a favor and lower the price a bit, maybe charge just the cost price? Clay pretended to think for a moment before slowly nodding, fine, since elder brother put it this way, let's lower it, to 800 taels, no less. After all, producing these pills requires a lot of time and effort, and the expenditure on magic power and other costs is enormous. If the price drops further, I wouldn't be able to continue production. Jamie immediately addressed the crowd. Benefactors, each Shisua pill today is now priced at 800 taels. Those who wish to buy should register immediately. The pills are still inside the alchemy furnace, so it will take at least an hour to retrieve them. Later, we will have our attendants deliver them. By the side of the platform, Fuyun Abbey's disciples had already set up a table with a registry ready. Mac couldn't help but remark, even at 800 taels per pill, it's still very expensive. Will anyone actually buy them? As soon as he finished speaking, an old man and a young man ran up waving silver bills, vying to be the first to purchase a pill. Ultimately, the younger man was quicker and became the first registered buyer. With these two leading the way, more people gradually came forward to pay and register. In no time, all 21 slots were filled. Max stared in disbelief, shaking his head at Emmanuel. Jason, how can so many people be willing to pay such a high price? It's absurd. Emmanuel responded, Cleveland, as they say, rarity adds value. For these people, Shisua pills are irreplaceable. Even if the price goes up to 3,000 or even 5,000 taels later, they'll still rush to buy them. 3,000? 5,000? Mac exclaimed in amazement. Impossible. Not impossible. Emmanuel paused. Cleveland, haven't you noticed? Noticed what? Mac asked, puzzled. Emmanuel explained, Cleveland, today's maneuver by them is essentially just an excuse to raise prices. Whether the quality of the pills improved or the success rate dropped, those are just pretexts. They probably saw everyone's reaction and pretended to reduce the price by 200 taels to 800. But if not for this, they would definitely sell at 1,000 taels. Mac recalled the scene and nodded solemnly. He then asked, Jason, if Shisua pills are already 800 taels each, would Huixian pills be even more expensive? Emmanuel nodded. Of course. Huixian pills are the main event for reaping the green onions. What's reaping the green onions? Mac inquired. Jake gave him a sideways glance. At least 2,000 taels. Hearing this amount, Zhu Laoyi winced but finally nodded. Alright, 2,000 taels it is. I'm going all in this time. Jake smiled again. Right, Zhu Laoyi? You earn so much money and have no children to leave it to. If not on this, where else would you spend it? Mentioning having no children, Zhu Laoyi lowered his head and sighed, silently laughing to himself bitterly. Emmanuel, listening to their conversation, realized that the grand show of reaping the green onions was about to unfold in the form of a live auction. IT, seems like you may have forgotten to input the Chinese text for translation. Could you please provide the Chinese text so I can assist you with the translation? Chapter 226, The Immortal Pill Auction. On the platform, Gage, having made all necessary preparations, loudly announced, Ladies and gentlemen, our next item is the auction for the Immortal Pill. As you have seen, my junior brother was in seclusion for 49 days, during which he managed to produce 8 bottles of Immortal Pills. Turning around and indicating towards a table at the back, Gage then faced the audience again and continued. According to tradition, I must inform everyone present that not everyone is suitable for consuming the Immortal Pill. Only those who possess certain spiritual roots and innate talent are qualified. Should ordinary people consume it without permission, the consequences are unpredictable. There was once an incident where someone disregarded my junior brother's advice and secretly consumed the pill, leading to their untimely death due to their inability to withstand its power. He then earnestly warned, I hereby remind everyone that if you do not possess the necessary spiritual roots or qualifications, do not attempt to take the Immortal Pill. Any consequences will be your own responsibility and unrelated to Fuyun Temple. Gage asked, did everyone understand? An immediate response came from the crowd. Understood, master. Please start. We can't wait anymore. This remark elicited laughter from many attendees. Gage nodded and then loudly declared, Ladies and gentlemen, bidding for the first bottle starts now, with the opening bid set at 1 coin as per usual. Mac was taken aback upon hearing this and turned to Emmanuel, saying, 1 coin? So low? Emmanuel replied, Cleveland, the 1 coin is just for show. Look at these people. No way they'll let it go for just 1 coin. Just then, someone called out, 300 taels. Surprised, Mac turned his head and saw a slender-faced young nobleman, whose attire clearly indicated he came from a wealthy family. Livia also glanced at the young nobleman and said, Cleveland, this person looks like a regular. Otherwise, he wouldn't jump to 300 taels on his first bid. Mac nodded in agreement. Miss Livia makes a good point. 500 taels. Someone on the left raised their hand and bid. 600 taels. Another voice quickly surpassed the previous bid. 700 taels. 800 taels. The bids were continuously being raised, with almost no pauses between them. Meadow couldn't help but nudge Emmanuel and ask, how high do you think they will go? Emmanuel shook his head. How would I know? This is my first time here. I have no idea what the market rate is. Meadow said, Ericus, it won't cost anything. I think it will surpass 2,000 taels. Emmanuel smiled and then glanced at Apollon and Danilo at the rear table before quietly saying, then I'll guess 3,000 taels. I guess 2005. Max suddenly interjected, having overheard the conversation. Then, turning to Livia, Max said, Miss Livia, what's your guess? Seeing that everyone else had made a guess, Livia responded, I'll say 2,800 taels. Mac nodded and turned his attention back to the bidding. 1,500 taels. Another young nobleman called out, 1,600 taels. 1,800 taels. The bids escalated, creating an intense atmosphere in the room. 2,000 taels. The same young nobleman who initially bid 300 taels made another move, showing his determination to win. After this bid, the room fell silent as everyone looked around, and for a moment, no one bid higher. Gage frowned slightly, as he found the price unsatisfactory. Ladies and gentlemen, we've reached 2,000 taels. Is there anyone willing to place a higher bid? Gage looked around and asked aloud. Gage hoped someone would continue bidding, as the current price for the first bottle was indeed too low. At this moment, Emmanuel heard the two gentlemen in the back row speaking. Why aren't you bidding, Boss Zhou? Boss Zhou asked. Boss Zhou calmly replied, Boss Zhou, no need to rush. This is only the first bottle. There are still 7 more chances. Let's observe first. Boss Shu conceded, realizing there were plenty of opportunities ahead. Just when the slender-faced young nobleman thought he would win the first bottle, a man in elegant white attire stood up nearby. Without haste, he added, 2,500 taels. All eyes, including those of Emmanuel and Mac, shifted to the man in white. Upon seeing the bidder, the slender-faced young nobleman immediately grew furious, standing up and shouting, Bertie, what are you doing? What do you mean? Bertie shrugged, feigning confusion. Are you deaf? Didn't you see I'm raising the bid? Hemingway, visibly agitated, shouted, Bertie, we agreed beforehand that if I target something, you wouldn't compete, and vice versa. What's your game now? Bertie, looking bewildered, replied, Hemingway, when did we ever agree to that? I always believe in free bidding and letting the best man win. Who has time to give things away? You untrustworthy scoundrel. Hemingway fumed, but had no recourse against Bertie. Nearby, someone remarked sarcastically, here we go. Those sworn enemies are at it again. A good show is about to begin. Though Emmanuel and Mac didn't recognize Bertie and Hemingway, others in the room knew them well. Both Bertie and Hemingway were well-known wealthy playboys in Fuchin City. Their families were immensely rich, so they spent most of their time eating, drinking, playing games, and gambling. 3 years ago, during a dragon boat race, the rivalry between Bertie and Hemingway's teams sparked a long-standing enmity. Since then, they competed in everything and often tried to sabotage each other. While Egan and Cade also liked competing, compared to these two, they were models of friendly rivalry. Ignoring Hemingway, Bertie turned to the crowd and smugly said, if no one raises the bid, this first bottle goes to me. Unable to contain his frustration, Hemingway slammed the table and countered, I offer 2,800 taels. With a defiant look, Hemingway stared down Bertie. Every eye turned to Bertie, waiting to see if he would raise his bid further to outdo Hemingway. Bertie frowned and asked, Hemingway, I heard your monthly allowance ran out weeks ago. Do you even have enough silver to pay for 2,800 taels? Unwilling to be belittled, Hemingway ordered his servant to bring a small chest, opened it, and pulled out a thick stack of banknotes, waving them in the air. See for yourself whether I have enough. Hemingway said arrogantly, looking down on Bertie. Bertie smirked coldly, so much fuss over such a small amount of notes. Turning to Gage, he confidently stated, Master Taoist, I offer 3,000 taels. Gage immediately bowed respectfully and intoned, May boundless blessings come from the celestial venerable. The crowd watched eagerly, awaiting the next move. May boundless blessings come from the celestial venerable. Felix also immediately intoned in response. Despite the stern expressions of both Felix and Lyle, they were internally overjoyed. Especially Lyle, who kept urging on in his heart, keep fighting, the fiercer the better. Note, I have maintained the paragraph structure and line breaks as requested. The names are transliterated accurately using pinyin, and the tone and style of the original text are preserved. Chapter 227. That Eriki was Davy-amped. I thought 3,000 taels was already a very high price, but never expected Jedediah and Bertie to keep raising the price for several rounds continuously. The bidding finally stopped at 5,000 taels, with Jedediah eventually taking the lead. Jedediah, like a victorious rooster, immediately stretched his neck and held his head proudly, continuously taunting Bertie. However, Bertie was not angry. He just smiled as he whispered something to the people around him. For the price of 5,000 taels, Lyle and Ascari were quite satisfied, and both had relieved smiles on their faces. Immediately after, the auction for the second Huisian pill began. After warming up the atmosphere in the first round, the bidding in the second round skyrocketed like a rocket, quickly rising from 500 taels to 2,000 taels. At this moment, Kieran, sitting behind Emmanuel, tried bidding once, 2,100 taels. The next moment, Francis beside Kieran anxiously looked inside, hoping no one would compete with them. Because even if it settled at 2,100 taels, he himself had to contribute 1,050 taels, which would only get him half a bottle of Huisian pill, still feeling quite painful. Francis clenched his fists and craned his neck, constantly looking around. He found that nobody bid higher. Instantly, Francis became delighted and whispered, Kieran, it's successful, almost done. Stay calm, Francis, don't make others laugh, said Kieran, who appeared composed but was inwardly very proud, thinking it was all because of his unique insight and perfect timing for bidding. Is there anyone willing to raise the price? Lyle's voice echoed on the platform. While shouting, Lyle secretly glanced at Mac in the front row, wondering why the Bert remained indifferent throughout. Lyle then looked at Ascari, tossing the question to him. Ascari immediately understood but shook his head, indicating he didn't understand either. Suddenly, a voice came from below. 2,500 taels. Lyle and Ascari stared closely and found the bidder was Bertie. Upon seeing Bertie's move, Kieran and Francis instantly grew serious, sensing their almost secured duck might fly away. Feeling reluctant, Kieran whispered a few words to Francis, then raised his hand, 2,600 taels. Bertie was quite surprised. After his bidding, he thought Jedediah would immediately follow. Little did he know it wasn't the case. Bertie couldn't help but look at Jedediah and found he was chatting animatedly with friends, unaware that he had bid already. Bertie frowned immediately, feeling somewhat irritated. Then, Bertie coughed loudly toward Jedediah and shouted louder, This gentleman bids 2,800 taels. Initially, Jedediah hadn't noticed Bertie and was engrossed in conversation, but his friend noticed Bertie's actions and promptly reminded Jedediah. After hearing this, Jedediah paused, turned his head rapidly towards Bertie, and yelled, You bastard Bertie, trying to sneak a chicken while I'm not paying attention? Bertie rolled his eyes, thinking, Steal your grandfather's chicken, you're deaf yourself. With a straight face, Bertie said, Jedediah, you've got one bottle already. Isn't it my turn now? Jedediah sneered immediately and retorted, Who knows who just said? This gentleman always believes in free bidding and getting things based on capability. How can you alone be allowed to freely bid, but not me? As soon as he finished speaking, Jedediah raised his hand and boldly announced, 3,000 taels. Right after this announcement, Kieran and Francis felt utterly defeated, exchanging glances, knowing they had no chance again. Seeing Jedediah so easily fall for it, Bertie felt secretly pleased but didn't show any expression. Jedediah, are you intentionally going against me? Bertie knitted his brows, staring angrily. Jedediah boasted aloud, yes, I am doing it deliberately. What do you think you can do about it? Bertie gritted his teeth and calmly bid, 3,500 taels. Without hesitation, Jedediah increased the bid, 4,000 taels. At this new high price, the scene burst into exclamations. 4,500 taels. At this point, Jedediah's bidding was purely driven by ego. He only wanted to outbid Bertie. 4,800 taels. Bertie's voice suddenly lacked confidence, showing hints of panic and hesitation. Seeing Bertie flinch, Jedediah's confidence soared, and he aggressively bid again, 5,000 taels. Bertie pondered, gritted his teeth and said, so, 5,010 taels. This bid instantly provoked ridicule from Jedediah. Bertie, your family ranks among the top 5 merchants in Fuchin County. How can you only add 100 taels at a time? Aren't you too stingy? Mind your own business. Bertie immediately snapped back. Seeing Bertie's reaction, Jedediah firmly believed Bertie had less silver than himself. Jedediah curled his lip, gave a contemptuous glance to Bertie, and declared, 6,000 taels. Boom. Everyone was shocked. Only a flash of cunning passed through Bertie's eyes, unnoticed by others. Even Mac showed a surprised look, unable to understand why someone would pay such a huge sum for a single Huisian pill. Emmanuel suddenly sighed and muttered softly, that guy was duped? Hearing this, Mac immediately asked, young Jason, what do you mean? Emmanuel pointed at Jedediah and explained, Your Highness, he has been tricked by that man in white. It's obvious that he is raising the price deliberately, but Jedediah doesn't realize it and keeps falling into the trap. Before Mac could ask why, they saw Bertie shake his head and wave his hands, saying, forget it, forget it. This gentleman kindly lets you have this one. There are more to come anyway. Seeing Bertie admit defeat, Jedediah laughed triumphantly. Bertie, without silver, don't pretend in front of this gentleman. Ha 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 ha. Like in the first round, Bertie didn't speak, just smiled and avoided looking at Jedediah. Curious, Mac asked, young Jason, why do you think the young man in white does this? Emmanuel replied, I guess his purpose is to exhaust the other party's funds. When the other party has little left, he can have his way. Mac thought for a moment and asked, young Jason, do you mean the young man in white intends to buy more than one Huisian pill? Seems so, Emmanuel nodded confidently. Soon, the third round started. Like the previous 2 rounds, the bidding rose to 1,800 taels in an instant. Bertie then raised his hand and bid, 2,000 taels. Jedediah, who had been keeping an eye on Bertie, immediately countered, 2,500 taels. Bertie laughed instantly and turned to ask, Jedediah, don't rush to bid. Let me kindly remind you, you've already bought 2 bottles of Huisian pill. Will the remaining silver be enough for a third? Jedediah hesitated and hurriedly asked his friend beside him, quickly count how much silver we have left? His friend immediately nodded and swiftly calculated the total amount of banknotes Jedediah brought. Taking advantage of this pause, Jedediah didn't forget to trash-talk Bertie. Bertie ignored him, smiling and chatting with friends, patiently waiting for the result. A short while later, Jedediah's friend finished counting. At this moment, his friend's expression was already a bit off, whispering, Bert Gao, the silver you brought is not enough anymore. You can't bid in this round? What? Jedediah was instantly shocked and quickly protested, impossible, I clearly brought enough silver notes. Why isn't it enough now? Jedediah's friend furrowed his brows and whispered, Bert Gao, you have a total of 10,500 taels in silver notes in this chest. Just now, you bought 2 bottles of Huisian pill, one for 5,000 taels and the other for 6,000 taels, adding up to 11,000 taels. So, you are still short by 500 taels. Chapter 228. Auction ends. What? Jedediah's mouth dropped wide open, unwilling to believe what he heard. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. His friend said, Bert Gao, it's true. If you don't believe me, you can count for yourself. With that, the friend pushed the chest full of silver bills towards Jedediah. Jedediah couldn't believe it and hurriedly said to Gage and Clay, sages, Taoist priests, please wait a moment. Just give me a moment. Immediately, Jedediah began counting the silver notes. Bertie thought Jedediah was intentionally delaying and loudly said, sages, Taoist priests, let's continue. We shouldn't be delayed by him. Gage then turned around and started discussing with Clay. Junior brother, should we wait or not? Gage whispered. Clay thought about it and softly replied, senior brother, I think we should wait. Bert Gao has always been our main patron. Not waiting would surely offend him. Gage nodded after some consideration and then smiled, saying, Bertley, this Taoist and my junior brother believe that we should give Bert Gao some time. We hope you understand. Seeing Gage speaking so, Bertie didn't oppose but urged Jedediah, Bert Gao, please hurry up. Everyone is waiting for you. Jedediah was concentrating on counting when he almost made a mistake hearing Bertie's voice. Can you stop talking? Jedediah shouted impatiently and continued counting. Soon enough, Jedediah finished counting, and the total was the same as his friend's result. 10,500 taels. This is strange. I remember there were nearly 20,000 taels in this box. Why are there only 10,000 now? Jedediah scratched his head hard, trying to recall. At this moment, the friend suddenly remembered something and quickly said, Bert Gao, last time you went to the Spring Wind Tower and had an extremely enjoyable evening. Then you covered all expenses for the entire venue. Which money did you use then? Ah. Jedediah slapped his forehead hard, regretfully expressing, I used the money from here. I'm such a fool. How could I forget that? I'm too foolish. Their conversation was heard clearly by Bertie, who laughed and stood up, saying, sages, Taoist priests, did you hear that? Bert Gao doesn't have enough silver notes. So his bid of 2,500 taels earlier shouldn't count, right? Gage nodded and said, Lee makes a valid point. Then Gage told Jedediah, Bert Gao, since you've already obtained 2 Huisian pills today, perhaps you should take a break. Jedediah immediately panicked, standing up and shouting, I'll owe it. It's just a few thousand taels. Who do you think I am? Do you really think I would default on payment? Well, Gage feigned difficulty, turning to Clay and giving him a covert glance. Clay got the hint and promptly responded, Bert Gao, Fuyan Temple never engages in credit. You should know this rule better than anyone. Besides, Huisian pills will continue to be produced. There's always tomorrow. Please understand. After these words, Bertie retorted, just nearly fuming with rage. He frowned and gritted his teeth, constantly cursing Bertie for his cunning and underhanded tactics. Meanwhile, Bertie was smugly conversing with friends, occasionally glancing at Jedediah or bursting into laughter, causing Jedediah to tremble in anger, slamming the table. For the final 2 Huisian pills, as Bertie already had 4 bottles, he chose not to participate further. After intense bidding, 1 bottle was won by Armand and Victor for 3,000 taels, while another went to a young nobleman for 3,100 taels. Thus, all 8 Huisian pills were auctioned off, totaling more than 26,000 taels. The next step was the exchange of silver for the pills. Watching Jedediah and Bertie hand over large amounts of silver notes, Mac felt profound emotions. Sigh. Just 8 pills exchanged for more than 26,000 taels of silver. If this much silver was used elsewhere, imagine how much could be accomplished. Mac sighed. Emmanuel, Meadow, and Livia agreed with Mac's sentiment. They glanced at each other and silently nodded. At this moment, it was Armand and Victor's turn to pay and receive their Huisian pills. Suddenly, Clay interrupted them. Hold on. Armand and Victor froze in place, looking puzzled at Clay. Taoist priest, what's wrong? Armand asked. Clay frowned slightly and said, Honorable patrons, please extend your left hands. They exchanged looks and complied obediently. Clay first grasped Armand's wrist, examining his palm closely, then meticulously observed his face, ears, eyes, and nose. Afterwards, Clay shook his head solemnly without saying a word. Seeing this, Armand immediately became anxious, asking, Why did you shake your head, Taoist priest? Is there something wrong with me? Clay remained silent and focused on checking Victor similarly, shaking his head again. Victor grew anxious instantly and demanded, Taoist priest, please tell us what's happening? Clay maintained a serious expression and said deeply, Honorable patrons, neither of you possess spiritual roots, nor have the required aptitude. Taking Huisian pills forcibly could make your body unable to endure the pill's power, leading to possible death. Ah! Armand and Victor were shocked, their faces turning pale. Clay kindly added, Honorable patrons, enlightenment in Taoism requires fate. Since you lack it, it's best not to force things. He then gestured for them to leave. Armand, unwilling, tried to ask more about potential solutions. However, Clay ignored him and walked away. In the end, Victor persuaded Armand to go down, both returning to their seats dejectedly. Witnessing this sudden availability of an extra Huisian pill, the crowd was re-energized. However, to everyone's surprise, Gage and Clay did not intend to hold an additional auction, citing the reason that the auspicious time had passed and they would have to wait until the next occasion. With this, the entire seclusion completion celebration came to a close, and many people began to leave. Reed suggested, Young Jason, let's go as well. Emmanuel nodded and stood up. Just then, he heard a commotion and disturbance coming from not far behind them. Master Aimnan, what's wrong? Master Aimnan. The 4 of them turned around to see a man in his 30s lying on his companion. At that moment, he was convulsing all over, his face deathly pale, drenched in sweat, and continuously running nose and tears, looking utterly wretched. Chapter 229. Why does it seem like a drug overdose? What's wrong with him? As Mac asked, he walked over to the man. Emmanuel, Meadow, Livia, and others followed suit, while Izzy and Jonah, who were nearby, also ran over. Hendrix, what's wrong with you? Don't scare us. The companion supporting Hendrix was already in panic. Suddenly, Hendrix started shaking his head rapidly, shouting in fear. So many snakes. Why are there so many snakes? Take me away quickly. Don't let them bite me. Don't let them come near. Trying to stand up, Hendrix's body kept convulsing, and his limbs were weak, causing him to flail about helplessly. People around Hendrix were startled by his words. They looked around but saw no snakes. Hendrix, there are no snakes. That's right, no snakes here. Are you seeing things, Hendrix? Hendrix continued shouting about the snakes, growing increasingly terrified. Gradually, even bystanders became frightened and moved away. Mac approached and, after examining Hendrix, asked, Young Jason, will your bloodletting method work for this condition? Emmanuel shook his head decisively. He's experiencing hallucinations, which clearly isn't stroke or epilepsy. The bloodletting method won't be effective. So, what is it? Mac asked curiously. After observing Hendrix's symptoms closely, Emmanuel thought of something and frowned, murmuring to himself, this looks just like a drug overdose. During his college days, Emmanuel had been a volunteer for anti-drug campaigns on campus, making him familiar with various symptoms of drug withdrawal. His school had also organized visits to detox centers where he had seen addicts during withdrawals. While what he saw then was more severe and terrifying, the current symptoms matched those of drug withdrawal quite well. Meadow heard this and asked, Young Jason, are you saying he's poisoned? Her words immediately drew surprised glances from Mac and others nearby. Poisoned? How could that be? How can he be poisoned out of nowhere? Emmanuel explained, I'm not talking about immediately fatal poisons. I mean addictive substances. Addictive substances? Mac inquired. Emmanuel thought for a moment and said, it's something addictive, which one must consume periodically. Without it, they suffer terribly and exhibit such symptoms. What should we do? Mac asked worriedly. Emmanuel shook his head, indicating he had no solution. Seeing even Emmanuel was helpless, Mac's frown deepened. At this moment, Kobe and Wu Weizi hurried over. The people around Hendrix bowed and begged for their help. Junior brother. Wu Weizi nodded at Kobe. Without delay, Kobe took out a small porcelain bottle, poured several small reddish-brown pills into Hendrix's mouth. Shortly thereafter, an incredible transformation occurred. Hendrix's convulsions ceased, his complexion eased, and he no longer had a runny nose or tears. His appearance and spirit improved dramatically. His companions were overjoyed and thanked the Taoist profusely. Kobe waved them off, signaling silence, and stared at Hendrix, asking, "Do you often take Huisian pills secretly?" Hendrix dared not lie and softly admitted, "Yes." Kobe sternly reprimanded, "I've said countless times that those without spiritual roots should not take Huisian pills. If you don't heed my advice, next time even I might be powerless. Please forgive me, immortal master. I will never dare again, never." Hendrix immediately knelt and bowed repeatedly. Kobe looked at Hendrix and said, "Be careful." At that moment, someone approached, saying his master requested Kobe to converse. Thus, Kobe bid farewell and left with his disciples. Wuweizi didn't leave but approached Mac courteously. "Your Highness, I've been busy and couldn't attend to you earlier. I hope you aren't offended." Mac shook his head and exchanged pleasantries. Wuweizi continued, "The weather is hot. My disciples have prepared iced fruits and our unique tea in the Taoist hall. If you're not too busy, please join us to enjoy tea and cool down." Mac hesitated. Wuweizi assured, "Your Highness, not only will I be there, but my junior brother will join shortly as well." "I didn't mean that." Mac looked at Livia beside him. He wanted to stay with her. Livia noticed and quickly said, "Your Highness, since the Taoist master invited you sincerely, please go. Aspen will accompany me, and I'll return soon." Mac replied, "But Miss Livia." Livia interrupted, "Your Highness, rest assured, Aspen will ensure nothing happens. I'll return shortly." After some hesitation, Mac proposed having Izzy or Jonah accompany them, but Livia declined again. Livia made it clear she wanted to complete her rituals alone. Not wanting to upset Livia, Mac agreed, promising to wait for her outside and preserving tone/style consistency with previous content. Chapter 230. Those damn lies were nonsense. Miriam immediately grew curious and nodded, saying, "Yeah, he was in that state just now. How did he become so energetic in the blink of an eye?" Emmanuel frowned slightly, pondering for a moment before saying, "Let's go over and take a look." With that, Emmanuel walked toward Monty. Meadow was startled instantly and hurriedly followed, asking, "Look at what?" "Just listen casually," Emmanuel replied, not slowing his pace. Nathan and Shelley exchanged glances and then quickly followed suit. When Emmanuel reached beside Monty, someone was asking him what it felt like to consume the immortal pill. Upon hearing this question, Monty became extremely excited and answered confidently, "You've come to the right person." It turned out that Monty had been consuming the immortal pill for more than a year. Initially, he encountered the immortal pill at a wealthy friend's house. At that time, his wealthy friend obtained a bottle of immortal pills. After having some drinks, he started boasting about it, eventually generously giving 3 pills to Monty due to their engaging conversation. Monty said that when he first consumed the immortal pill, he experienced vomiting, dizziness, chest tightness, and weakness. However, soon afterward, these symptoms all vanished. In their place was a feeling of being intoxicated, extremely comfortable as if there were endless energies surging through him, making him feel as though he could possess everything, which was indescribably wondrous. As Emmanuel listened, he secretly frowned, thinking this sounded exactly like the effects of drug use. At this moment, Emmanuel suddenly thought of something and was inwardly terrified. Could this immortal pill be nothing but drugs? Monty continued, saying that ever since he experienced the delightful and magical sensation from the immortal pill, he would purchase and consume it periodically. Initially, it was once every half month, consuming around 4 or 5 pills each time. Later, as he took it more frequently, 4 or 5 pills no longer produced the desired effect, so Monty increased the quantity, and the number of pills per dose rapidly increased. According to Monty's own admission, recently, he needed to consume about 20 pills each time to achieve the satisfying and enjoyable sensation, with shorter intervals usually around 3 to 4 days. If he didn't take it, the same symptoms as earlier would occur. However, one bottle of immortal pill only contained 100 pills, and with Monty's rate of consumption, a whole bottle would be depleted in fewer than 5 uses. A year ago, one bottle of immortal pill cost up to 3 to 400 taels, but as the trend swept through the city's wealthy community, the price skyrocketed. Nowadays, without 2,000 taels, you couldn't even get a whiff of the immortal pill. This time, Monty came up the mountain hoping to buy some immortal pills, but unfortunately, the auction was monopolized by 2 young heirs, Jedediah and Bertie. Before coming up the mountain, Monty hadn't consumed the immortal pill for 3 days and couldn't hold on any longer, resulting in a sudden relapse just now. Hearing this, Emmanuel was certain that this immortal pill for enlightenment was nothing but pure and thorough drugs. At this moment, Emmanuel's mind suddenly flashed back to the scene where Armand and Victor were being evaluated for their spiritual roots by Felix. After a brief moment, Emmanuel suddenly exclaimed, "I understand. I finally understand." Meadow was taken aback by Emmanuel's reaction and hurriedly asked, "What do you understand?" Nathan and Shelley also looked at Emmanuel dubiously, wondering what realization he had. Emmanuel pulled Meadow aside and said, "Miss Noah, do you know why Felix doesn't allow everyone to take the immortal pill?" Meadow replied, "He mentioned that people without spiritual roots and talent cannot take it. Otherwise they won't be able to absorb the powerful magic within the immortal pill." Go to hell. That kind of nonsense is completely ridiculous. Emmanuel couldn't help but swear. Emmanuel despised drugs the most, and his anger was hard to suppress. Meadow looked at Emmanuel in confusion, not understanding why his reaction was so intense. Emmanuel spoke very seriously. "Miss Noah, let me tell you, spiritual roots, talent, or whatever they call it, these so-called divine connections don't exist at all. The Foggy Cloud Monastery concocts such lies to determine who can and cannot consume the immortal pill." Through recollection, Emmanuel noticed that Felix held Armand's and Victor's wrists briefly while assessing their spiritual roots. Emmanuel almost confirmed that Felix must have some knowledge of traditional medicine, and during this process, he subtly diagnosed the person's physical condition by feeling their pulse. If the person was in good health, Felix would say they had spiritual roots and talent and profound divine connection. If the person's health was too poor, like Armand and Victor, Felix would claim they lacked spiritual roots and thus couldn't consume the immortal pill. Should someone disobey and secretly consume it, causing issues, Foggy Cloud Monastery could blame the individual's lack of spiritual roots to avoid responsibility. Not fully grasping the situation, Meadow asked. But Baker, why would they do that? Wouldn't they earn more if more people consumed the immortal pill? Emmanuel replied, that's true, but if anyone could take the immortal pill, accidents would happen frequently, leading everyone to soon recognize its true nature. Immediately, Emmanuel, Meadow, Nathan, Shelley, and the guards hurriedly left the Taoist altar. Hashtag Chapter 231. Secret Fragrant Tea. Inside a cool and comfortable Taoist retreat, Mac was treated as an honored guest, with a table in front of him filled with chilled fruits and exquisite pastries. Gage and Aryun sat on either side of Mac, chatting amiably with him, their faces full of warmth and smiles. Why don't you stay overnight at our observatory since you've traveled so far? You can witness the breathtaking cloud sea sunrise early tomorrow morning before descending the mountain, Aryun suggested with a smile. Cloud sea sunrise? Mac instantly became curious, as he hadn't heard Egan or Cade mention this before. Seeing Mac's interest, Gage immediately explained, Indeed, Your Highness. Fuyun Mountain is called such because of its connection to the clouds. The founder of our sect passed through this area long ago, and thought the scenery on the mountain should be quite nice. So, he climbed to the top for a view and encountered the magnificent sight of the cloud sea sunrise. The breathtaking beauty instantly captivated him. Even though he later traveled many places, he always yearned for the spectacular image of the cloud sea sunrise. Eventually, he returned to Fuyun Mountain and established Fuyun Observance here, taking disciples and founding our lineage. Aryun quickly added, Your Highness, the cloud sea sunrise only occurs during this season. It's too early or too late, and you won't encounter it. If you miss it, it would be truly regrettable. Gage smiled and nodded slowly beside him. Then, Gage and Aryun began describing the majestic beauty of the cloud sea sunrise in unison, one sentence after another. Initially, Mac had planned to stay briefly, chat lightly with Gage and Aryun, then leave as soon as possible. However, upon hearing about the wondrous cloud sea sunrise, he felt somewhat tempted. On one hand, Mac loved such rare and beautiful natural phenomena. During this trip, he had visited many famous mountains and rivers, never missing any place with similar sights. On the other hand, it was because of Livia. Mac had a good impression of her and desired to share this stunning view with her, imagining it as an incredibly romantic and delightful experience. After brief consideration, Mac said, Two Taoists, I can't give an immediate answer now as I have some friends with me. Let me ask their thoughts first and then respond, alright? Of course. Aryun immediately agreed with a smile. Your Highness and your friends naturally wish to come and go together. We understand that. Gage added, smiling, Your Highness, both you and your friends can stay here. Though Fuyun Observance is not large, we can certainly accommodate you all. Mac replied with a smile, Alright, I'll ask them shortly. Just then, a young and strikingly beautiful nun, with a particularly fiery figure, entered the retreat carrying tea. Gage immediately remarked, Your Highness, this is the special fragrant tea I mentioned earlier. As he spoke, the nun gently placed the tea in front of Mac. Your Highness, please enjoy the tea. The nun looked slightly shy, her voice soft and enchanting, like a kitten's paws gently scratching the heart. At this moment, both Gage and Aryun closely observed Mac's subtle expressions. They assumed that at his prime age, he would surely be moved by such an exceptional beauty. To their surprise, Mac's gaze and expression towards the nun were just like how he looked at the two elderly men, utterly calm. Thank you. Mac nodded indifferently and politely, no longer paying attention to the nun. The nun didn't expect such a result and felt disheartened, standing there momentarily stunned. Gage promptly intervened, That's enough, you're dismissed. The nun bowed her head and left the retreat. Gage then smiled and introduced, Your Highness, let me introduce this special fragrant tea. The tea leaves used here are from Fuyun Mountain's unique Ahilian tea, which has an extremely limited annual production. Only distinguished guests of Fuyun Observance can savor it. The process of preparing Ahilian tea is very complex, so I won't delve into the details. Additionally, over 10 precious herbs are added while brewing, such as ginseng, lingzhi, bird's nest, etc. Of course, the water used for brewing is also critical. According to the founder's habits, I use the mountain spring water from Fuyun Mountain, which flows year-round, clear as crystal, and tastes sweet. Your Highness will definitely enjoy it. Gage gestured for Mac to try the tea. Mac nodded and carefully picked up the teacup, gently sniffing it. Rich fragrance, invigorating to the heart. It smells excellent indeed. Upon hearing this, Gage exchanged glances with Aryun, both smiling faintly. After smelling the tea, Mac inspected the color of the tea soup, then lifted the cup to drink. Just as the teacup touched his lips, a voice interrupted from the doorway. Your Highness, don't drink yet. Mac lowered the cup and looked up to see Boris speaking. Jason, didn't you say you weren't coming? Why did you return? Mac asked, surprised. Boris's sudden appearance greatly annoyed Gage and Aryun internally, but they kept their expressions neutral, merely frowning subtly. Boris wasn't alone. Izzy followed behind him, looking unusually stern. Brother Zhao, considering your Highness's esteemed status, isn't it the rule at the Cleveland's residence that food brought by strangers shouldn't be eaten without testing? Boris asked. Izzy confirmed, Yes, Jason. Any food intended for your Highness must first be tasted by someone else to ensure it's safe. Boris nodded and turned to Mac, saying, For your Highness's safety, let's not drink this tea for now. I'm already arranging for someone to test it. Mac paused, then understood Boris's intentions, nodding immediately and setting the cup back down. Fujiwa Hilson. Gage intoned and frowned, upset. Sir, are you implying that I've poisoned the tea for your highness? I didn't say that. I'm merely concerned for your highness's safety, Boris responded, stepping into the room alongside Izzy. Gage immediately sensed the tension and reached for the tea in front of Mac, declaring, in that case, I'll test the tea myself to prove my innocence. Don't touch that tea, Boris shouted urgently. Reacting quickly, Mac blocked Gage's hand, frowning and shaking his head sternly. Gage's heart tightened. Your highness, I just wanted to. Mac shook his head again. Taoist, Jason has already found someone to test it. No need for you to trouble yourself. Gage reluctantly withdrew his hand, glancing at Aryun and giving him a discreet look, silently urging. Think of a solution. Aryun appeared unruffled, but inside, he was tense, rapidly strategizing on how to handle the situation. Chapter 232. A scene still fresh in memory. Not long ago, Emmanuel and Meadow were about to go find Mac when they suddenly heard a few people nearby chatting. They paused, standing still to listen. Hey, did you see that just now? The Cleveland of Yu's heir was invited by the Immortal Master and Taoist Abbot to the Taoist Temple, said a young gentleman of average build. Of course we saw it. With so many people going together, only a blind man wouldn't have seen, replied a fat youth who looked quite young too. The young gentleman asked, do you know why the heir was invited? The fat youth immediately responded, what else? Just for tea and idle chat. The young gentleman laughed, raising an eyebrow. That's true. Now, tell me, do you know what kind of tea they're drinking? The fat youth thought for a moment and confidently answered, it must be a Hylian tea because this tea only grows on Fuyan Mountain. If they didn't serve the heir a Hylian tea, it would be too disappointing. The young gentleman nodded. You're right. It is indeed a Hylian tea. However, the Hylian tea the heir drinks is very different from the one we usually drink. How is it different? The fat youth asked curiously. The others also looked at the young gentleman, waiting for him to continue. He said, the heir's Hylian tea has Huisian pills added to it. Ah. The fat youth was startled. The others were equally surprised, their expression skeptical. The fat youth then asked, how do you know the tea has Huisian pills in it? Yeah, how do you know? Another person asked eagerly. The young gentleman smiled smugly. You all know my uncle works at the magistrate's office in the capital city. Didn't the son of the governor stay at Fuyun Temple for 7 days 2 months ago? My uncle accompanied him throughout the entire visit. So what? The fat youth was puzzled. Hearing this, the young gentleman became slightly annoyed, raising his voice. What does it mean? It means my uncle knew everything that happened back then? A companion of the fat youth immediately sensed there was a story behind this. He hastily urged the fat youth, don't interrupt. Let him finish speaking. Then he urged the young gentleman, tell us quickly, what happened back then? The young gentleman, pleased with the attitude, continued, my uncle told us last month that when the governor's son arrived, he was also invited by the Immortal Master and the Taoist Abbot to have tea. My uncle said that after drinking the tea, the governor's son felt incredibly invigorated, full of energy for hours, as if he could never run out of stamina. It felt like he was about to ascend to heaven. The fat youth listened intently. The young gentleman continued, my uncle also mentioned that the governor's son originally planned to stay only one night and leave after seeing the sunrise the next morning. But after drinking that tea, he changed his mind and ended up staying for 7 days. If someone hadn't come to urge him back to the capital, he might have stayed even longer. My uncle later found out that on the first day, the bowl of tea the governor's son drank secretly contained Huisian pills. Otherwise, how could he feel so exhilarated? The fat youth and others nodded, finally believing the young gentleman's words. Then the fat youth remarked, that makes sense. You all didn't see that the heir didn't buy any pills, nor did he participate in the Huisian pill auction. He is the heir of the Daviank of Yu, the son of the current prince. Such a big, fat sheep. And yet Fuyun Temple couldn't get a single strand of wool from him. Do you think they'd let him go without a fight? The young gentleman quickly added, so they must let the heir taste the Huisian pills to make money off him. Hearing this, Emmanuel and Meadow exchanged glances. Meadow, just as you predicted. Meadow frowned. These Taoists, their methods are despicable. Emmanuel's brows furrowed deeply, his fists clenched tight, and his eyes flaring with rage. He was so angry because a relative of his had been forced into drug addiction in a similar manner. Back then, Emmanuel was in junior high school. His relative, 8 years older, befriended some delinquents and was tricked into drinking a beverage laced with drugs, which eventually led to his addiction. Emmanuel remembered distinctly how late one night, this addicted relative came knocking on their door, desperate for money due to withdrawal symptoms. His parents knew the situation well, as he had borrowed several times before. They instructed Emmanuel not to respond, and the family pretended not to be home. Initially, the relative knocked politely, but as the craving grew worse, he started banging and kicking the door loudly, disturbing the entire building. Fortunately, Emmanuel's home had a steel door, which kept the intruder out. Otherwise, he might have broken in. What Emmanuel recalled most vividly was when the addict ran out of strength to knock, and began scratching the door with his fingernails, screaming and wailing in a ghostly fashion. The sound of nails scraping the iron door and the eerie cries chilled everyone to the bone. Eventually, the addicted relative died from an overdose, found days later outside. This incident inspired Emmanuel to become an anti-drug advocate during his university years. We can't delay. We need to find the heir quickly, Emmanuel said as he started running. Meadow, Nathan, Shelley, and the rest of the bodyguards followed closely behind. Whenever they encountered a Taoist, Emmanuel and company would ask where the heir was. Finally, a young Taoist revealed the exact location of the Taoist cottage. As Emmanuel approached, he saw a beautiful young Taoist nun, attractively dressed, emerging from the cottage. At that moment, Emmanuel saw Izzy, Jonah, and Egan, as well as Cade. Egan and Cade's faces darkened upon seeing Emmanuel, but Emmanuel paid no attention to them, immediately calling Izzy and Jonah aside to explain the situation swiftly. Upon hearing this, Izzy and Jonah agreed that action was urgent and rushed towards the cottage with Emmanuel. Just as they reached the entrance, Emmanuel overheard Gage introducing a specially brewed tea inside. Emmanuel peeked in and saw that Mac had not yet drunk the spiked tea, causing him to sigh in relief. Then, he had an idea and whispered it to Izzy and Jonah. Jonah nodded and quickly acted on it. At the moment Mac lifted his teacup, Emmanuel and Izzy promptly appeared and successfully prevented him from drinking the poison tea. In this translation, I have maintained the paragraph structure and style while ensuring the content flows naturally and coherently in English. The names have been transliterated using pinyin to preserve the original Chinese character names accurately. Chapter 233. The evidence is clear. Emmanuel walked forward and picked up the cup of tea in front of Mac, then turned around and handed it to Izzy. Brother Zhao, this cup of tea is very important. Please keep it safe for a moment, Emmanuel said. Izzy nodded. Don't worry, I'll take care of it. With that, Izzy placed the tea on a small table by the door, far away from Gage and Carlton. Then, Emmanuel addressed Mac. Bert, could we speak privately? Mac knew this must be significant and immediately nodded, following Emmanuel outside. No sooner had they stopped when Mac asked, Young Jason, what's wrong with that cup of tea? Emmanuel replied solemnly, Bert, they've laced your tea with Hui Xiandan, Willow Immortal Pill. If you drink it, you might get addicted. What? Mac was taken aback, staring at Emmanuel in shock. Emmanuel recounted what he had overheard, detailing the harmful effects and severe consequences of drug addiction. As Mac listened, he felt a chill down his spine. Realizing how close he had come to drinking that poisonous tea, he felt a wave of fear. After the fear subsided, Mac clenched his fists, his face and eyes filled with anger. These audacious Taoists actually targeted me. But Mac did not let anger cloud his judgment. Instead, he suppressed his rage and began thinking clearly. Soon, he asked, Young Jason, although I believe your assessment, everything needs evidence. What if they refuse to admit it? What should I do? Emmanuel responded, Bert, Barkley is finding witnesses. Once they arrive, we'll have proof whether anything has been added to the tea. Witnesses? Mac pressed. Emmanuel explained earnestly, Bert, on my way here, I noticed many people yawning uncontrollably, appearing listless, and constantly tearing up and sniffing. They must regularly consume Hui Xiandan, and their withdrawals are imminent. Do you mean these people will soon become like Nigelin earlier? Mac asked. Emmanuel nodded affirmatively. Mac immediately said, if we make someone in withdrawal drink that tea and observe their reaction, we'll know if something was added. Yes, Bert. Emmanuel agreed again. Mac concurred with Emmanuel's method and nodded. Then he turned back inside, casting a disgusted glance at Gage and Carlton. Seeing the Bert look at him, Gage quickly clasped his hands together. Bert, may I explain? Mac coldly replied, Taoist, there's no need for explanations. Once my men return, everything will be clear. He then ignored Gage and turned to wait for Jonah alongside Emmanuel. Unwilling to give up, Gage tried to talk to the Bert but was blocked by Izzy. Taoist, the Bert has already spoken. There's no need for you to disturb him. Feeling helpless, Gage retreated to Carlton, sitting down with his back to the door. Junior brother, you must think of a solution. Sitting with his back to the door, Gage spoke urgently though softly. Carlton glanced at Izzy and whispered, Senior brother, I can't think of any way. You. Gage was speechless, looking angrily at Carlton. Startled by his senior brother's expression, Carlton quickly turned away. Gage sighed in frustration after a while, shaking his head and falling silent. About 15 minutes later, Jonah returned with 2 guards escorting a young gentleman who had dark circles under his eyes, continuously yawning, tears streaming, and nose running. His condition clearly deteriorating. Had the guards not supported him, he would have struggled to stand. Jonah approached Mac and Emmanuel, first bowing to the Bert before asking, Young Jason, is this man suitable? Emmanuel nodded and stepped closer to the young man. How long have you been consuming Hui Xiandan? The young man didn't respond, continuing to yawn, looking increasingly worse. Suddenly, several servants rushed in but were promptly intercepted by Mac's guards nearby. One middle-aged servant immediately knelt down. Bert, our master hasn't done anything wrong and hasn't offended you. Why are you arresting him? Soon, the others joined him on their knees. Emmanuel looked at Mac, then approached the servants. There's no harm intended. We just need your master's help to drink a cup of tea. Drink tea? The servant was puzzled. Without explaining further, Emmanuel asked, Does your master often take Hui Xiandan? For how long? Startled, the servant quickly replied, For about half a year. Hearing this, Emmanuel turned to Mac and nodded slightly. Understanding, Mac called out loudly, Izzy, bring the tea. Yes, Bert. Izzy responded, bringing the tea from inside. Emmanuel then instructed, Barkley, please ask the 2 Taoists to join us. They shouldn't miss this. Jonah nodded and roughly pushed Gage and Carlton outside. Mac then nodded to Izzy. Without hesitation, Izzy poured the entire bowl of tea into the young man's mouth. Once the tea was down, silence fell as everyone watched the young man. Moments later, the young man's condition indeed changed. He rapidly regained his energy, becoming more excited and alert. His eyes lit up, and he no longer needed support. Why am I here? Who brought me here? He shouted, regaining consciousness. Emmanuel approached and asked, Sir, how do you feel now? Comfortable. Ecstatic. It's incredible, the young man exclaimed. Emmanuel continued, Do you know what we gave you just now? Hui Xiandan. I've been taking Hui Xiandan all along. This feeling is so familiar. It's definitely Hui Xiandan. Are you sure? Emmanuel confirmed. Absolutely. If it wasn't Hui Xiandan, I'd twist my own head off and kick it to you. The young man yelled eagerly. Emmanuel turned to Mac. Bert, the evidence is conclusive. Immediately, Mac frowned and called out, Izzy, Jonah. Yes, Bert, they replied in unison, stepping forward. Arrest them immediately, Mac commanded fiercely. Yes. Next, Izzy and Jonah rushed forward, forcibly pressing Gage and Carlton to their knees. Thus, with undeniable proof, Justice was swiftly served upon the conspirators, confirming their sinister actions. Chapter 234, The Opium Poppy. Immediately, several guards rushed forward and bound the two men up like mummies. Cleveland, this is a grave injustice. This is an injustice, Cleveland. Lyle and Elliot were terrified and immediately began to call out loudly. Mac glared at the two and shouted, cutting them off. What injustice? There's no injustice at all. Then Mac walked in front of the two men, staring angrily at them and shouted furiously, you heretics not only deceive the people by pretending to be supernatural, but also accumulate wealth through false claims about your elixirs. Now, you dare to try and poison this prince. Who gave you the audacity? Who emboldened you? Mac became increasingly agitated and angry as he spoke. Lyle immediately shook his head and tried to argue. No, Cleveland, this poor Taoist is truly innocent. I have always been benevolent and never intended harm. And Cleveland, Huisian pill isn't toxic. It truly aids in achieving enlightenment and becoming an immortal. Not hiding from the Cleveland, when I first saw you, I noticed your strong spiritual root and excellent aptitude. You are destined for immortality. That's why I added the Huisian pill into your tea on impulse. Upon hearing this, Max suddenly became furious. Silence. What benevolence, what great aid. In all my travels, I've never met anyone as shameless as you. Mac rebuked fiercely, but Lyle did not give up and continued to defend himself. At that moment, Mac lost his temper completely and called out, Izzy, I'm here. Izzy stepped forward with a sharp salute. Mac said harshly, beat him until he's quiet. Yes, Cleveland. Izzy responded loudly, then kicked Lyle down and began pummeling him relentlessly. Lyle immediately started wailing miserably, while Elliot turned deathly pale beside him. Mac watched Lyle being beaten mercilessly and said sternly, my father often advises me not to act arrogantly or bully others, but encountering scum like you, I can't hold back any longer. In no time, Izzy beat Lyle into near unconsciousness, leaving him too weak to speak. Seeing that further beating might result in death, Mac ordered Izzy to stop. Next, Mac's gaze shifted to Elliot, who shivered violently at the sight. Speak. Who else have you harmed before this? If you don't confess, this prince will kill you now. Mac threatened. Despite appearing dignified and noble, Elliot was actually very timid. Hearing the threat, he trembled violently, almost collapsing. I'll talk. Please spare my life, and I'll tell you everything. Elliot hurriedly exclaimed. From Elliot's confession, it was revealed that before Mac, they had used similar tactics to make over a dozen influential people addicted to their concoction. This included the son of a prefectural governor, several officials from the capital city, some local and neighboring county officials, as well as wealthy merchants and their families from Fuchin City. Hearing this, Mac nearly clenched his molars in fury. His eyebrows furrowed deeply as he stared at the two men, his chest heaving uncontrollably for a long time, unable to calm his rage. Izzy walked up to Mac and asked quietly, Cleveland, how should we handle them? After a moment's thought, Mac ordered, these heretics attempted to poison this prince. Take them back to our fiefdom and await my judgment. Yes, Cleveland. Izzy acknowledged the order. Though Mac was the heir to Granvillon and held a prestigious position, Fuchin County wasn't his jurisdiction, so he lacked law enforcement authority. Thus, he had to bring them back to his fiefdom for disposition. Next, Izzy instructed the guards to lift Lyle and Elliot to take them away. Wait, I have a few more questions, Emmanuel suddenly interjected. Mac assumed Emmanuel wanted to ask about saltpeter and said, Baker, you don't need to rush about saltpeter. We can discuss it on the way down the mountain. Emmanuel shook his head. Cleveland, you misunderstood. I'm not asking about saltpeter, but something else. Something else? Mac was surprised and signaled the guards to bring the captives back. Emmanuel approached Elliot and asked, the main ingredient in the Huisian pill you made is opium poppy, correct? What is opium poppy? Elliot had never heard the name. Emmanuel thought for a moment and added, opium poppy is also known as a fuyong or minahua. To ensure the translation reads naturally in English and maintains consistency in terminology. Emmanuel thought for a moment and added, opium poppy is also known as a fuyong or mina flower. Note, mina flower is used to maintain the flow in English, assuming minonghua refers to the same plant. If minonghua has a specific established English name, that should be used instead. For accuracy and fluency, the best term would be one that is recognized in English for this specific type of flower. If minonghua specifically refers to opium poppy, it would be clearer to stick with opium poppy, or another widely recognized term. Hearing minonghua, opium poppy, Elliot instantly looked shocked and stared at Emmanuel. How do you know that? For the translation to be more natural in English, it could be. At the mention of minonghua, Elliot's face showed immediate shock as he stared at Emmanuel. How do you know about that? Or even better for fluency. Upon hearing minonghua, Elliot's eyes widened in shock as he stared at Emmanuel. How do you know about that? In present-day Liang Kingdom, the opium poppy was only valued for its flowers. Its medicinal value was scarcely known, let alone its use for extracting drugs. Elliot only discovered, by chance, that the sap from opium poppy seeds could rapidly induce addiction. He never expected that what he considered a secret was also known to Emmanuel. Without answering, Emmanuel asked, how many opium poppies did you grow? Where did you plant them? Note, minonghua is referred to as opium poppy, to ensure the terminology is consistent and clear in English. What do you want to do? Elliot's face showed sheer terror. He had already guessed Emmanuel's intentions. Emmanuel repeated the question twice, but Elliot refused to answer. Then, Emmanuel entrusted Jonah to bring in several Taoists from outside. The Taoists were terrified upon seeing Elliot and Lyle tied up, especially Lyle lying beaten almost to death. Emmanuel easily learned the location of their opium fields from them. Emmanuel walked up to Mac and said earnestly, Cleveland, before we leave, we must destroy the opium fields thoroughly to prevent anyone from using them to produce drugs and harm the people. Sound reasoning. Mac nodded in agreement immediately. Subsequently, Mac and Emmanuel escorted Lyle and Elliot to the opium field. The poppies were planted on a flat area behind Fujian Temple, guarded by dedicated personnel. The field spanned over 20 acres, equivalent to more than 20 standard basketball courts, far exceeding Emmanuel's expectations. It was the blooming season for the poppies. The field was filled with vibrant, colorful poppy flowers, creating a breathtakingly beautiful scene. Izzy, Jonah, immediately burn all these harmful flowers. Mac ordered. Yes, Cleveland. Izzy and Jonah responded together and directed others to find kerosene. At that moment, Elliot fell to his knees and wailed in despair. No, please don't burn them. Please, don't burn them. To Elliot, these colorful poppy flowers were white silver coins and golden gold bars. Burning them would be akin to taking his life. Chapter 235. Seeking Marital Destiny. Inside the Matchmaker Temple, Livia and Aspen bought offerings and joss paper to worship the matchmaker, then cast the divination blocks before taking the bamboo tube of fortune sticks. Basim's mother. Aspen nodded silently, although she didn't quite agree. Livia looked at the fortune stick again and suggested, let's go have it interpreted by the Taoist first. Okay. Aspen agreed and accompanied Livia to an old Taoist interpreter. Before interpreting, Livia gave some donation money to the Taoist, who then asked to see the fortune stick. What would you like to inquire about? He asked after inspecting the stick. Marriage. Aspen eagerly replied on behalf of Livia, who nodded politely. The Taoist frowned slightly, recited the inscription slowly, and raised his head after pondering. If you were asking anything else, this would indeed be a top fortune. But regarding marriage, it's only considered average, the Taoist explained patiently. Aspen interrupted anxiously. Taoist, this isn't average, it's excellent, even I can tell. Livia pulled Aspen gently and asked calmly, can you explain why it's considered average? The Taoist explained, if taken literally, the beginning implies striving tirelessly for something, only to end up empty-handed. He paused and asked Livia, can you relate this situation to yourself now? Realizing it mirrored her journey to Fujian County without meeting Basim, Livia felt her heart sink. Aspen persisted, then what does the second line mean? It seems like good news no matter how you interpret it. The Taoist shook his head. Indeed, if asking anything else, this would signify effortless success, but not in marriage. In that case, what does the last line suggest? Livia asked eagerly. The Taoist replied, it suggests that someone suitable for you is already near you, so there's no need to search elsewhere. Shocked, both Livia and Aspen stared at each other. With a mild laugh, the Taoist exchanged the stick for a paper copy and handed it over to Livia. As another visitor approached, Livia stood up, thanked the Taoist, and left the temple with Aspen. After walking for a while, Aspen tugged Livia's sleeve. Could it be the young lord? Coincidentally, Livia had just been thinking about Mac. Hearing Aspen speak so directly, she blushed slightly. Don't say nonsense. The young lord holds high status, whereas I am lowly. We are not in the same social circle, Livia said firmly. Aspen frowned. But everyone can see how concerned the young lord is for you. You two get along very well, and he's reasonable and gentle. Enough. There's no possibility between us. Livia cut her off and walked ahead. Sighing, Aspen followed silently. Outside the temple, Livia's mood noticeably worsened. She walked slowly, lost in thought. Suddenly, Aspen tugged her arm. Look over there. Such heavy smoke. Livia saw thick black smoke rising from the mountains. It doesn't seem to be coming from Fujian Temple, Aspen observed. Might be a forest fire because of the hot weather, Aspen added. Preoccupied with thoughts of the stick's meaning, Livia responded, if it's a fire, the temple has enough people to handle it. Let's not worry. Aspen agreed, knowing they'd see the smoke too. She suggested returning, but Livia shook her head. I want to walk around the mountain for a bit first, Livia said and headed uphill. Understanding her distress, Aspen silently followed. Chapter 236. The Gold Vault of Fujian Taoist Temple. The 20-acre opium field could not be burned down in a short time. Mac could only patiently wait. However, as time went on, he became worried about Livia, fearing that she would come back and couldn't find him, misunderstanding that he didn't keep his promise. Thus, Mac immediately summoned a servant and instructed him to wait at the front of the main hall, telling him to inform Mac immediately if he saw Livia. At this moment, Mac recalled that he had yet to ask Emmanuel about the saltpeter matter. So he called Emmanuel over, and both arrived before Kobe together. Kobe was sprawled on the ground, looking as dejected as a frost-stricken eggplant, with dull eyes and expression. Mac asked, Kobe, from whom did you purchase the saltpeter? Kobe remained silent as if he hadn't heard. Seeing this, Izzy kicked him right on the chest next to him, causing Kobe to fall backward and emit a painful groan. The bird is asking you a question. Stop faking death. Izzy growled. Bound, Kobe couldn't rub his chest but could only cough repeatedly to recover faster. Mac frowned slightly at Izzy, signaling that he should hold back. Then, Mac asked again, Kobe, I'm asking you once more. Where did you get your saltpeter from? Just then, Kobe heard a sound of bones cracking. Turning his head, he saw Izzy staring at him menacingly, clenching his fists which made a cracking sound. Fearful by nature and terrified by Izzy's menacing look, Kobe started barking anxiously. Wah, 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 wah. Emmanuel and Mac were momentarily stunned. Then they frowned, looking at each other, puzzled why Kobe suddenly began barking like a dog. Could it be that Izzy had beaten him into idiocy? Enraged, Izzy shouted, Damn it, do you think barking is going to save you? Watch me beat you to death. With that, Izzy raised his sandbag-sized fist ready to punch Kobe. Terrified, Kobe quickly yelled, No, I'm not barking. I mean Hamlinjing. All my saltpeter was bought from Hamlinjing County. It turned out that Kobe had a tendency to stutter uncontrollably when extremely scared or nervous. Realizing Kobe was trying to say Hamlinjing County, Emmanuel and Mac couldn't help but feel amused and exasperated. Bert, we found the vault, Jonah whispered. Mac asked, how much silver is inside? Jonah replied quietly, lots and lots, too many to count. Mac's eyes lit up. Baker, let's go see. I should go too? Emmanuel asked in surprise. Mac said, without your help today, I might have fallen for their tricks. And you reminded me to burn these harmful flowers. Your contributions are immense. How could you not go? Pulling Emmanuel along, Mac moved towards the vault. Nathan and Meadow tried to follow but were stopped by Izzy. You two shouldn't go, it's inappropriate. Izzy's voice was firm and left no room for argument. Despite this, Nathan insisted on following Emmanuel, almost leading to a scuffle with Izzy. Fortunately, Emmanuel intervened to calm her, and Meadow persuaded her too, so she agreed not to follow. Shortly after, Jonah led Mac and Emmanuel to the Fuyun Taoist Temple's gold vault. This vault was a secret chamber located behind Gage's study, accessible only with a key known only to them. Upon entering the chamber, Emmanuel and Mac froze in astonishment. The room was filled with piles of silver, countless pearls, jade, antiques, and calligraphy paintings. Holy cow, this is way too much. Emmanuel exclaimed, seeing such wealth for the first time. His mouth agape. Even though Mac was the Bert, it was also his first time witnessing such staggering wealth, unable to tear his eyes away. Look at this, Bert, Jonah pointed out. Following Jonah, they reached the deepest part of the chamber where 4 large chests sat, their locks already broken. Jonah opened one of them. Golden light illuminated Emmanuel and Mac. Wow, gold. Emmanuel gasped in shock. Although Mac didn't shout, he was equally astounded. Jonah then opened the other 3 chests, each filled with gold ingots, cakes, and bars. Suddenly, Jonah clasped his hands at Emmanuel, saying, Baker, please step aside for a moment. I need to speak to the Bert alone. Understanding immediately, Emmanuel turned and quickly left the chamber. After Emmanuel left, Jonah whispered, Bert, what should we do with all this gold and jewels? Without hesitation, Mac replied, first, return all the silver that needs to be refunded. Then, inventory the rest and submit everything to the court. Upon hearing Mac intended to hand everything over to the court, Jonah panicked and blurted out, that won't do, Bert. Chapter 237. The Alchemy Chamber. Reed was taken aback, frowning as he looked at Jonah and asked, why not? Jonah glanced at the other guards in the secret chamber, his expression hesitant. Reed thought for a moment, and then said to the others, all of you, withdraw. Several guards immediately saluted and exited the chamber. Reed turned back to Jonah, saying, you can speak now. Jonah deliberately lowered his voice. Your Highness, the situation on the border is very tense. Wei keeps launching surprise raids and plundering our villages. The people are suffering greatly. Moreover, there's been a locust plague recently, devouring crops in many places. This year, we might not harvest anything. Upon hearing this, Reed's expression grew more serious. Jonah continued, Your Highness, the court ordered His Highness the Cleveland to guard the northern border, but they've been repeatedly delaying the soldiers' pay. A delay of 1 or 2 months is common. Once it was delayed for half a year, almost causing a mutiny. These matters, Your Highness must be aware of. Reed knew these things well and his brows furrowed even deeper. Jonah, you don't want to hand over these gold and jewels to the court and wish to secretly transport them back to the northern border? Reed asked. Seeing his words had reached this point, Jonah no longer hesitated, nodding firmly. Reed frowned, but Jonah, such actions violate the laws of the Great Li dynasty. Jonah's face showed urgency. Your Highness, what you say is true, but we must also consider the current situation. The court asks the Cleveland to defend the border but fails to provide adequate supplies and pay. Without food, clothing, and pay, who would fight? There's no logic in making a horse run without feeding it grass. Reed fell silent, knitting his brow as he began to ponder. Regarding the current state of the northern border, Reed was fully aware. In summary, it boiled down to 2 words, lack of funds. The soldiers needed food, drink, and pay, all requiring money. The soldiers needed military equipment, uniforms, armor, and war horses, all of which required money. Additionally, constructing defensive works, acquiring materials, and labor costs were also huge expenses. Though the court allocated silver, the actual amount received was always discounted. For instance, last year, the Fletcher promised 200,000 taels for military pay, but only 100,000 arrived, half the amount. Granville questioned the Ministry of Revenue, but they claimed they had limited funds and could only replenish later. Yet, a whole year passed with no mention of compensation. Each time someone from Granville's camp asked, they met with evasions and excuses, leaving Granville and the generals frustrated. Having followed Granville for years, Jonah understood his difficulties deeply, thus wanting to hide these treasures to help him. Seeing Reed remain silent, Jonah bowed again. Your Highness, this is not my personal desire but for the sake of our great Li. Reed understood but found it hard to accept breaking the law suddenly. After some hesitation, Reed still couldn't make a decision and said, Jonah, please give me some time to think, all right? Though disappointed, Jonah nodded, understanding Reed's dilemma and knowing he needed time to reflect. Subsequently, Reed ordered Jonah to return the banknotes to Jedediah and Bertie, recall all sold pills, and destroy everything. He also instructed that no one should enter the secret chamber without his order. Soon, Reed and Jonah emerged from the chamber. Reed was lost in thought about Jonah's words, so much so that he didn't notice Emmanuel approaching. A while later, realizing someone was beside him, Reed apologized. Sorry, Jason, I was thinking and didn't notice. My apologies. Emmanuel shook his head to indicate it was fine, then said, Your Highness, I just thought of something. We need to check Kobe's alchemy chamber. If there are immortality pills or any other elixirs, including poppies used for alchemy, we must destroy them all, ensuring they don't fall into the wrong hands. Yes. Reed nodded immediately. Jason is indeed thorough. He then ordered the guards to secure the chamber and, along with Emmanuel and Jonah, returned to find Izzy. Since the guards were busy burning the poppy fields, they lacked manpower for the alchemy chamber. Thus, Emmanuel suggested having Nathan and Meadow's guards accompany them, an idea Reed quickly approved. Accompanied by Emmanuel, Meadow, Izzy, and Jonah, they escorted Kobe to the alchemy chamber. The alchemy chamber was situated remotely, taking about 15 minutes to reach on foot, with only one path leading in and out for easier guarding. From a distance, they saw the sign, Alchemy Chamber, its bold and imposing characters standing out. As they drew closer, they noticed a couplet at the entrance. Upper line, ascend in broad daylight, riding a white crane like a celestial being. Lower line, having refined elixirs, a 1,000-year-old well stands alongside the pill platform. Emmanuel silently read the couplet, then couldn't help but sneer. Daytime ascension? More like daydreaming. Seeing the door locked, Reed gestured to Izzy and Jonah. They understood instantly, kicking open the door together. Immediately, a strong, peculiar odor wafted out, causing everyone to wrinkle their noses and cover their mouths. Emmanuel, unfamiliar with the smell, found it highly unpleasant, causing slight discomfort. What is this smell? So foul. Meadow frowned, covering her nose with a handkerchief. Emmanuel covered his nose as well, deducing, it's probably heavy metals. Alchemy uses gold, mercury, lead, and copper, likely a mixture of these. Once the smell dissipated somewhat, they entered the chamber. The room was spacious and high-ceilinged, measuring at least 700 or 800 square meters. On the left side stood a large furnace taller. Seeing this, Miriam immediately gave orders to the guards, instructing them to assist Izzy and Jonah in searching the alchemy room. Emmanuel turned and went to Forrester asking, I heard you've stockpiled a lot of saltpeter. Where did you put it? At this point, Forrester had lost all his vigor and replied listlessly, in a small house at the back courtyard. Hearing this, Emmanuel immediately took Nathan to the back courtyard. Soon, in a small house in the back courtyard, Emmanuel found nearly half a house filled with saltpeter, along with sulfur and charcoal. These were fuels needed by Forrester for daily alchemy practice. Emmanuel looked at the saltpeter excitedly and felt incredibly happy. Emmanuel held up a piece of saltpeter and murmured to himself, after more than 10 days of travel, I finally see saltpeter. Nathan picked up a piece of saltpeter curiously, examined it, and pinched it, saying, Master, this is different from the saltpeter we usually use, isn't it? Emmanuel replied, Of course it's different. These are still ores, and they need to be crushed and ground before purifying like we did before. Ah, Nathan nodded and put down the saltpeter. At that moment, Mac walked into the small house and asked, Baker, is this the saltpeter you were looking for? Emmanuel turned around and happily replied, Yes, it's exactly this stuff. I finally found it, ha ha ha. Max smiled slightly and said, Baker, later on, I can arrange for these saltpeter to be transported down the mountain and delivered back to Exine Prefecture. What do you think? Emmanuel was taken aback. Cleveland, did I hear you correctly? You're going to help me transport all this saltpeter back to Exine Prefecture? Yes, Mac nodded. I'm going back and passing through Exine Prefecture anyway. It's just on the way. Emmanuel was not a man who stood on ceremony. Seeing Mac genuinely offering help, he immediately bowed and thanked him. Thank you very much, Cleveland. It's no big deal, Mac replied magnanimously. Mac walked over, picked up a piece of saltpeter, and asked, Baker, can this thing really be used to make ice? Mac recalled what Emmanuel had mentioned about making ice with saltpeter. Emmanuel smiled and said, Cleveland, this saltpeter needs to be purified before it can be used, so I can't demonstrate now. But once we get back to Exine Prefecture, let's find a time for me to show you. You have my word, don't go back on it. Mac insisted immediately. I won't break my promise. Emmanuel assured very definitely. As they were talking, Izzy suddenly ran over and reported, Cleveland, we found elixirs. Upon hearing this, Mac immediately turned and rushed towards the alchemy room. Emmanuel also quickly dropped the saltpeter and followed with Nathan. When the three returned to the alchemy room, Miriam and Jonah were directing the guards to stack the elixirs they had found together. Cleveland, please look. These are the elixirs we found just now. Jonah walked over to Mac. Miriam saw Emmanuel come back and walked over as well, saying, Baker, these were found in several boxes behind the medicine cabinets. Emmanuel looked at the various sized porcelain bottles on the ground and estimated there were at least 200 or 300 bottles. Mac had Izzy bring Forrester over and asked, Taoist Master, besides these, are there any other elixirs? Forrester shook his head weakly. No, that's all of them. Izzy didn't believe Forrester's words, so he punched Forrester's abdomen, causing him to fall to the ground in agony. Tell us, where are the other elixirs? Are they hidden in a secret chamber? Deviant to the existence of the Treasury's secret chamber, Izzy assumed the alchemy room might also have one or hidden compartments. Forrester kept shaking his head pitifully, lying on the ground. No, there's no secret chamber. All the elixirs are here. I'm not lying to you. Izzy wouldn't believe him easily, and continued to beat Forrester until he cried out in pain but kept repeating the same words. Only then did Izzy stop. However, for safety, Izzy and Jonah thoroughly searched the place twice and confirmed there were no secret chambers in the alchemy room. Subsequently, Mac ordered the destruction of all the elixirs. Forrester watched helplessly as one bottle after another was poured into the fire, feeling as if his heart was bleeding. It took quite some time to destroy all the pills, leaving the ground covered with empty porcelain bottles. Then, Emmanuel and Mac both looked at the large alchemy furnace simultaneously. Baker, what are you thinking? Mac suddenly asked. Emmanuel smiled and retorted, Cleveland, what are you thinking? Seeing this, Mac also laughed. Could it be that we're thinking the same thing? Ha 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 ha. Emmanuel nodded and laughed. Miriam didn't understand and curiously asked, Cleveland, Baker, what are you thinking? Mac turned and said, Izzy, Jonah, smash the furnace. Yes, Cleveland. Izzy and Jonah bowed and approached the furnace. Lying on the ground like a dead dog, Forrester suddenly screamed anxiously upon hearing Mac's order. Don't smash it. Please, don't smash my furnace. Don't smash it. But Izzy and Jonah wouldn't listen to Forrester. They first tried to push the furnace together. Bang! With a loud sound, the 2-meter-high furnace fell to the ground, scattering waste inside. Next, Izzy and Jonah found stones and started smashing the furnace walls vigorously. Unexpectedly, the furnace was much stronger than imagined. Despite their efforts, they only managed to create shallow dents with little damage visible. Seeing this, Nathan couldn't bear it anymore and offered, "Master, they can't do it. Let me try." Emmanuel frowned, signaling disapproval at Nathan's impoliteness. He then looked at Mac apologetically. "Cleveland, please forgive him. He doesn't know how to speak properly." Mac wasn't offended but instead smiled. "Baker, let him go ahead." Seeing Mac agree, Emmanuel nodded at Nathan. In the next moment, Nathan's face lit up excitedly. He confidently pulled out the copper hammer from his waist and strode forward. Izzy was pounding when he saw Nathan approaching. His expression turned sour, and he stopped, asking coldly, "Kid, what are you doing here?" Jonah also paused, watching Nathan. Without a word, Nathan swung the copper hammer at the furnace wall. Bang! A deafening crash echoed through the alchemy room. The sound was so loud that Miriam and Shelley instinctively covered their ears. Emmanuel and Mac also furrowed their brows. The next moment, Izzy and Jonah both showed astonished expressions, because a deep dent appeared on the furnace wall, with visible cracks around it. After the surprise, Jonah became spirited and praised involuntarily. "Nice work, little brother. That hammer blow is pretty impressive." Seeing Jonah praise Nathan, Izzy felt a bit uncomfortable, frowned, and muttered unhappily, "What's impressive about it? Give me the hammer. I can break it too." Just bragging. Jonah rolled his eyes at Izzy and then turned to Nathan. "Little brother, can you lend me the hammer to let him try?" Speaking, Jonah then looked at Izzy and called out loudly, "Old Zhao, if you can also smash the furnace like this, I'll treat you to all the wine and meat you can handle when we get back." Chapter 239. A profession apart is like a mountain away. "This is what you said." Izzy pointed at Jonah and exclaimed loudly. Jonah thumped his chest. "Right, I did say that." Just as he finished speaking, Jonah added, "However, Old Zhao, if you don't manage to smash it like this, you'll have to treat me to wine and meat until I'm full." "Of course," Izzy replied readily. The next moment, Izzy looked at Nathan and stretched out his hand. "Boy, lend me your hammer." "No way." Nathan refused without hesitation. Ever since a Rickstaff had deceived him once, Nathan no longer trusted strangers, even if the person was the personal guard of the young lord. "Hey." Hearing this, Izzy wasn't happy. He frowned. "Don't be so stingy, okay? Lend it to me for a bit. What's the harm?" "No way." Nathan refused again, firmly. After speaking, Nathan swung his hammer and smashed towards the alchemy furnace. Clang! This hit accurately struck the previous dent, immediately adding a hole in the outer wall of the furnace. The alchemy furnace was pierced. Seeing this, Jonah clapped his hands and praised, then said, "Young brother, lend him your hammer. When he loses and has to treat us with wine and meat, I'll definitely include you." Nathan still shook his head. "No." Seeing no way out, Jonah could only shrug and look away from Izzy, pursing his lips. Originally, Izzy didn't really care whether he would bet on this meal or not, but seeing Nathan's attitude, a sense of defiance surged up in him. Izzy thought for a while, then said, "Boy, are you unwilling to lend me your hammer because you're afraid I'm stronger than you, making you lose face in front of your employer? Alright, not lending it is fine after all. It's not easy for you to make a living at such a young age. I'm old enough to be your uncle, so it wouldn't be nice for me to embarrass a child like you. Forget it, forget it." With these words, Izzy smiled mockingly. Nathan was indeed young, plus he hadn't had a good impression of Izzy along the journey. After hearing these words, he couldn't help himself. "What would you say if you're worse than me?" Nathan asked. Izzy pondered for a moment and countered, "What do you want?" Nathan thought for a while and said, "If you're worse than me, when you talk to me in the future, you must be more polite. Don't call me boy all the time. I have a name. My name is Nathan. So, if I'm worse than you, I will call you little brother. Amen. How about that?" Izzy proposed. Nathan immediately replied, "Remove the little." "Okay, no little, just brother. Amen. Does that work?" Izzy asked. Nathan nodded. Izzy quickly added, "But if you're worse than me, you have to call me Daryl Zhao in the future, understand?" "Deal." Nathan agreed without hesitation. The three people's wager had already piqued Emmanuel and Mac's interest. Everyone gathered around the alchemy furnace, eager to see who would win. At this moment, Nathan handed the copper hammer over to Izzy. Taking the copper hammer, Izzy examined it, then played with it professionally before nodding approvingly. Not bad. This copper hammer is interesting." Immediately after, Izzy chose a spot on the intact outer wall of the furnace, concentrated his inner strength, preparing to break through with one blow. At this moment, everyone quietened down. The sound of burning fire inside the alchemy room was the only thing audible. All eyes were on Izzy. Meadow and Shelley clenched their fists nervously, silently praying for Nathan to win. Once Izzy had fully concentrated his inner strength, he suddenly roared, "Yeah!" In the next instant, the copper hammer in Izzy's hand slammed into the alchemy furnace. Clang! The copper hammer collided violently with the outer wall of the furnace, producing a louder sound than when Nathan had struck it. However, after striking, Izzy looked down and his expression instantly changed. "How can this be?" Izzy frowned deeply, hard to believe. Jonah hurriedly walked over, focused on the impacted area, then laughed delightedly. "Ha! Old Zhao, you lost. You owe me a meal of wine. Ha ha ha." Nathan also came over to check. It turned out that although the area Izzy hit was dented quite deep, there wasn't a single crack surrounding the dent. Next, Emmanuel, Mac, Meadow, and others gathered around to observe. Jonah chuckled and said to Izzy, "Old Zhao, keep your promise and address him as promised now." Although unwilling, Izzy was not an untrustworthy man. So, with a heavy heart, he called out, "Brother Amen." Afterward, Izzy passed the copper hammer to Nathan and walked aside gloomily. Jonah asked curiously, "Brother Amen, I know Old Zhao's inner strength best. How did you become better than him? Did you start practicing martial arts in the womb?" Nathan replied, "Big Barkley, I've practiced with the hammer since childhood, whereas he hasn't. Thus, I have more experience using it." Clifton, also, Handle the silver refund matters. Only Izzy and Jason need to come with me. Jonah immediately saluted in agreement and carried Elliot off as if he were a chicken. Following that, everyone headed to the matchmaker shrine. Worried about finding Kathy, Mac walked fast. Thus, they reached the matchmaker shrine shortly. Now within the matchmaker shrine, there was neither a single Taoist nor any worshippers. The entire shrine was empty. They urgently searched the shrine but found no trace of Kathy or Goldie. Just then, 2 guards dragged in a Taoist, poorly dressed and fear-stricken. Not finding Kathy, Mac felt extremely anxious and quickly asked, "Where did everyone go? What happened?" Scared to death, the Taoist blurted everything out. It turned out that just a short while ago, the Taoists of the matchmaker shrine learned that Elliot and Clifton were captured, Fuyan Temple was in chaos, and the opium fields were completely burned. The Taoists panicked. Fearing arrest, everyone fled. As for the captured Taoist, he was delayed because he was digging up money buried behind the house, taking extra time to dig, thus leaving last. His disheveled clothes were due to attempting to change from Taoist robes into ordinary civilian clothing to escape. Who knew he was barely changing when 2 guards discovered him and apprehended him. Please feel free to provide any further instructions or edits needed. Mac was very worried that Kathy might have gotten into trouble amidst the chaos. He hurriedly asked the Taoist if he had seen Kathy and Goldie, even providing detailed descriptions of their appearances and clothing. But the Taoist had not seen Kathy, shaking his head in fear repeatedly, swearing that he did not know anything. Mac was extremely anxious, pacing back and forth while continuously blaming himself for letting Kathy and Goldie come here without any accompaniment. Seeing this, Emmanuel immediately stepped forward and said, "Young lord, now is not the time for self-blame. We should act quickly and immediately split up the search for Kathy and Goldie." Chapter 240. The weather in the mountains, like a child's face. Yes, exactly. We should find them quickly. Mac nodded immediately, trying to calm himself down. After some discussion, Mac and Emmanuel began to split up and search. Outside the Temple of Matchmaking, there were 3 paths, one leading uphill, one downhill, and another heading towards a forest behind the temple. Mac, Izzy, Emmanuel, Nathan, and several sturdy guards went uphill. Meadow and Shelley, being female and having slightly less stamina, went with a few other guards to search in the forest behind the area. 2 remaining guards were assigned to inform Jonah and search within Fuyun Temple and along the path leading to Gent. A while later, fierce winds howled up the mountain, lightning illuminated the sky, and thunder rumbled in the distance. The storm intensified as thunder grew louder and closer. Concerned, Izzy urged, "Your Highness, a heavy rainstorm is coming. Let's go downhill." But Mac retorted, angered by the urgency of the situation, "Downhill? Have you found Lady Cora yet? How can I go downhill? You can leave if you want." Izzy switched tactics, "Your Highness, this path is dangerous. I don't think Lady Cora would come here. Let's check somewhere else." Mac frowned. "How do you know she wouldn't come? Look, we're almost at the peak. We've come this far. It wouldn't make sense not to search the top." With that, Mac called out for Cora again and continued toward the summit. Izzy reluctantly followed, trying again to persuade him, "Your Highness, the thunderclouds are close. It'll be dangerous at the top. Why don't you wait here while I go look?" For Izzy, the safety of his Highness was paramount, and he didn't want to risk his life in the danger zone. But Mac was determined to find Cora and refused to stay put, continuing his ascent. Finally reaching near the summit, the wind suddenly stopped, and then heavy raindrops the size of beans began pouring down from the sky, instantly drenching everything. Despite the heavy rain, Mac and Izzy finally made it to the top, only to find no one there. Mac shouted for a long time without any response. Suddenly, lightning flashed overhead, followed by rolling thunder, rumble. Seeing Mac about to continue, Izzy pulled him back, shouting, "Your Highness, let's go downhill. Lady Cora isn't here." Before he could finish, a loud thunderclap erupted above them. Crack! Simultaneously, a bolt of lightning struck a nearby tree, splitting it in half, one part crashing down with a deafening sound. Witnessing this, Izzy grew even more concerned and urgently pleaded, "Your Highness, this place is too dangerous. Let's go now." Reluctantly accepting defeat, Mac conceded, "All right, let's seek shelter below and come back when the storm passes." Izzy, relieved he'd convinced him, agreed. As they turned back, a strong wind and hailstones the size of eggs began falling. Soon, both Mac and Izzy were hit, causing sharp pain. Worried about hail striking Mac's head, Izzy positioned himself protectively, using his large and strong body as a shield. "Your Highness, we must hurry. Getting hit on the head by hailstones could be disastrous." Realizing the immediate danger, Mac quickened his pace. Unfortunately, before they had descended far, a hailstone struck Izzy's head, knocking him forward and unconscious as he fell over Mac. Shocked, Mac struggled to call Izzy, but he lay motionless. Hail continued to pelt down, snapping branches and exploding around them like bullets. To protect Izzy's head from further harm, Mac dragged him to the shelter of a large tree despite the pelting hail. Although the tree couldn't fully cover Izzy's body, it at least protected his head. Mac also hid behind the tree, grabbing some thick broken branches to shield against the hail. Even if it couldn't stop the hail entirely, it reduced the impact. Fortunately, the hailstorm didn't last long, and thanks to the tree's protection, they survived the worst of it. The hail ceased, but the heavy rain and strong winds continued. "Izzy, Izzy, wake up, Izzy." Mac slapped and called out to Izzy repeatedly, but he remained unconscious. After a while, the rain eased slightly, and Mac decided to carry Izzy down the mountain. Struggling to hoist Izzy's tall frame onto his back, he suddenly heard a woman's voice crying for help. "Help me! Help! Cora!" Hearing this, Mac felt a jolt of excitement. He knew Cora's voice well. It had to be her. Chapter 241. A slip and fall into a cave. Mac was extremely agitated. He immediately began shouting in the direction from which the voice came, "Lady Livia! Lady Livia!" However, Mac's shouts couldn't carry far, because the wind was blowing Livia's voice towards him, but it turned against him when he shouted. After shouting loudly several times and realizing Livia couldn't hear him, he started shaking and slapping Izzy, hoping he would wake up quickly to help save Livia. But Izzy remained in a deep faint, and Mac could not wake him. Help! Is anyone there? Help! Just then, another gust of wind brought with it the urgent cries for help from Livia. Mac was very worried about Livia encountering an emergency. Thus, he left Izzy where he was and decided to first see what was happening with Livia before taking any action. He approached through the heavy rain in the direction of Livia's voice. After a while, Mac felt he was very close to the source of Livia's voice, but strangely enough, no one was around, yet the cries continued. Mac's hearing was definitely fine. Mainly, the noise from the wind and rain caused significant interference, making it impossible for him to accurately locate the source. Lady Livia, where are you? Lady Livia. With his hands cupped around his mouth, Mac shouted as hard as he could. After shouting a few times, Livia finally heard Mac and responded, Your Highness, we're inside a cave. We fell in. Mac was instantly shocked and began looking around frantically. Shortly after, Mac indeed found a pit among a pile of rocks. The entrance of this cave wasn't large, only half a person's height wide. It was very dark down below, so even leaning in carefully to look inside, all he could see were people moving about. It was impossible to clearly make out the details inside. Lying on the ground at the cave entrance, Mac shouted, Lady Livia, are you all right? Are you hurt? An anxious voice quickly replied from inside the cave, Your Highness, I'm fine, but Goldie fainted when she fell and is bleeding profusely from her head. Mac immediately said, Lady Livia, don't worry, I will go call for help right away. With that, Mac stood up, intending to immediately go down the mountain to get help. Unexpectedly, a fierce gust of wind blew up, sweeping broken branches directly towards Mac. Initially, he had his back to the wind when he stood up, but as soon as he turned around, he faced it directly. Thus, he was struck by the flying broken branches. Caught off guard, Mac was startled and involuntarily took a step back. This misstep caused him to lose his footing on the slippery edge of the cave opening and fall into the cave. Fortunately, the bottom of the cave was covered with thick layers of dry leaves, and although Mac landed painfully, he did not sustain any injuries. He fell clumsily and was now wincing in pain, his brows furrowed tightly. Suddenly, Livia's voice rang in his ears, Your Highness, are you hurt? So worried. Mac immediately went over to check on Goldie. At this point, Goldie's head had been simply bandaged with strips of cloth. Some of the blood on her face had been wiped away, but she was still unconscious. Next, Mac noticed a large piece missing from Livia's skirt hem. Instantly, he understood the strips of cloth used to bandage Goldie's head came from here. Carefully examining Goldie's breathing, Mac comforted her, Lady Livia, don't worry too much. Goldie's breathing is steady. I think she'll be okay. She should wake up soon. Upon hearing this, Livia felt somewhat relieved but still frowned deeply. After confirming Goldie's condition, Mac fully adapted to the dim light inside the cave and began to examine the surroundings. Despite the small entrance, the space inside was spacious, measuring more than 10 steps across at its widest and about 8 steps at its narrowest, resembling a huge oval urn. Then, Mac looked up at the cave entrance. The entrance was very high, exceeding the height of 2 people, and the cave walls were too far from the opening to climb. Outside the cave entrance, a violent storm raged, water pouring continuously into the cave. The wind whistling eerily at the entrance sounded ominous. Looking up at the high cave entrance, Mac felt utterly helpless inside. So high. How are we going to get up? Mac had already gauged that even if Livia stood on his shoulders, she wouldn't reach the rim of the cave entrance. And with her injured ankle, walking was difficult for her, let alone climbing. Lowering his head, he saw Livia also staring anxiously at the cave entrance and consoled her, Lady Livia, don't worry, Izzy is nearby. He'll come to save us shortly. Mac did not mention Izzy being knocked unconscious by hailstones. Revealing this would not help but rather cause Livia unnecessary worry and guilt since everyone came up the mountain looking for her when the danger occurred. Hearing that Izzy was nearby, Livia perked up and immediately suggested, Your Highness, let's shout for Brother Zhao, or he might not find us. As she spoke, she cupped her hands around her mouth and started calling Brother Zhao. Mac joined in shouting Izzy's name, hoping he had already regained consciousness and could hear them. But despite calling for a long time, no one responded. Seeing Livia tiring from shouting, Mac suggested, Lady Livia, let's take a break. Confused, Livia asked, Why? Mac explained, It's raining heavily and windy outside. They won't be able to hear our voices. We should wait until the storm calms down a bit and then shout again. Livia paused, then asked, Your Highness, how did you hear my calls for help earlier? Mac quickly replied, Oh, Izzy and I were searching for you separately. I happened to be nearby, while Izzy took another route and probably hasn't arrived yet. Livia nodded and temporarily stopped calling for help. After a brief moment of silence, Mac couldn't help but ask, By the way, Miss Livia, how did you two fall in? Hearing this, Livia became visibly upset. It's all my fault for being so stubborn. If I hadn't insisted on coming up the mountain, none of this would have happened. It's all my fault. At this point, tears started to well up in Livia's eyes. She looked at the unconscious Goldie through her tears and said guiltily, If anything happens to Goldie because of this, I will never be able to forgive myself. The tone remained consistent with the previous narrative, maintaining the character's emotions and concerns. The paragraph structure and line breaks were preserved as requested. Chapter 242. A deep conversation inside the cave. Livia told Mac that after she and Aspen had finished drawing lots at the matchmaker hall, her mood wasn't good, so they decided to go up the mountain for a stroll to clear her mind. Unfortunately, when they arrived at this place, the cave entrance was covered with dead branches and leaves. Livia accidentally stepped on them and fell inside. Aspen, who was right next to her, was pulled down along with her in the panic. Livia was relatively lucky. She only sprained her ankle. Aspen, however, wasn't as fortunate. She hit her head on a rock and immediately lost consciousness, bleeding profusely. Seeing this, Livia quickly tore off part of her skirt to bandage Aspen's wound, barely stopping the bleeding. Because the cave entrance was too high for Livia to climb out, she started calling for help incessantly. Unfortunately, there was no one around, and her calls went unanswered. Gradually, Livia became exhausted from shouting and had to stop to rest. Shortly after, the weather took a sudden turn, starting to thunder, rain, and hail. Livia noticed that the water was pouring into the cave, making her panic, especially because she couldn't swim, and Aspen remained unconscious. If the water kept rising, they could drown. So, Livia resumed calling for help. It was then that Mac heard Livia's cries for help nearby, leading to what had just happened. After finishing her story, Livia began to sob and blame herself, repeatedly apologizing to Mac. She alternated between saying that her lowly status made her death insignificant, and that Mac, being of noble birth, should not have been placed in danger by someone like her, which she saw as an unforgivable sin. Seeing Livia crying uncontrollably, Mac hurriedly handed her a handkerchief and reassured her, "Miss Livia, don't think like that. We'll be fine. Izzy is nearby. As soon as he regains consciousness, he will definitely come looking for us." Livia froze at his words and asked, "Your Highness, what do you mean by, as soon as he regains consciousness? What happened to Brother Zhao?" Mac suddenly realized he had slipped up and hurriedly shook his head, denying any mishap. However, seeing his expression, Livia knew something was wrong. After relentless questioning, Mac finally revealed the truth. Upon hearing that Izzy had fainted due to a hail strike to his head, Livia felt even more guilty. "This is all my fault. I shouldn't have gone up the mountain. Because of me, not only did your Highness fall into the cave, but Brother Zhao and Aspen are also harmed. All three of you were affected by me." Livia continued crying uncontrollably. Mac tried to console her. "Miss Livia, Izzy will be fine. He's as strong as an ox. He'll wake up soon enough." Mac then said many reassuring things, finally calming Livia down somewhat. Outside, the rain was still heavy, with thunder booming occasionally, showing no sign of stopping. The water level inside the cave kept rising, now covering Livia's calves and nearing her knees. Realizing this, they hurriedly lifted Aspen away from the rising water. The rain persisted, causing the water level to continue to rise, and Livia grew increasingly anxious. "Your Highness, what are we going to do? If this keeps up, we'll all drown," Livia fretted. Though Mac was also nervous and scared, he tried to remain calm for her sake. "Miss Livia, don't be afraid. I can swim. If the water gets too high, I'll carry both of you out." Livia knew Mac was trying to reassure her, but she couldn't stop tears from falling. Mac panicked. "Miss Livia, why are you crying again? Please don't cry. You're making me worried and upset." Realizing her behavior wasn't helping, Livia wiped her tears with her sleeve and forced herself not to cry. To distract her from these thoughts, Mac started asking questions. "Miss Livia, what lot did you draw earlier? Were you satisfied with it?" Mac already knew the answer but wanted to change the subject. Had Livia drawn a favorable lot, she wouldn't have gone up the mountain to clear her mind. Grateful yet guilty towards Mac, Livia recounted the 2 lines from the lot to him. Confused by the meaning of the lot, Mac asked, "Miss Livia, what did the interpreter say about it? Was it a good or bad lot?" Livia hesitated before replying. "The Taoist said it was a medium lot, implying that the matter I wished for cannot be accomplished." Mac thought for a moment and followed up, "What does the second line mean? The first part suggests failure. How did the Taoist interpret the second line?" He didn't finish explaining it. I left before he could." Livia lowered her head guiltily, unable to reveal the true meaning of the second line. Mac immediately sensed she wasn't being honest but chose not to confront her. He instead said, "Miss Livia, don't believe in these lots. They aren't accurate." "Not accurate?" Livia looked at him in surprise. Mac nodded. "Yes. This temple is just a den of frauds. How could heavenly deities accept offerings from such people? That's why I say the lots here aren't reliable." He then narrated how the Taoists Kobe and Lyle had tried to trick him into drinking poisonous tea. His vivid storytelling diverted Livia's attention, temporarily forgetting about the rising water. Mac realized this helped ease her fear and continued to recount the events, including the capture of Kobe and Lyle, the discovery and destruction of the opium fields, and the contest between Nathan and Izzy over destroying the alchemy furnace. Livia understood why she saw thick smoke coming from the matchmaker hall upon leaving earlier. It was the burning of toxic flowers. Mac added, "Indeed. It's all thanks to Mr. Emmanuel. Without his broad knowledge and experience, we wouldn't have known how dangerous those opium flowers are." Livia nodded appreciatively, lavishing praise on Emmanuel. Suddenly, Mac noticed the water level had risen to mid-thigh. Worried Livia would notice, he scrambled to find a new topic but struggled to think of anything. Just then, noticing Livia looking down, he quickly asked, "Miss Livia, could you tell me why you came to Fuchin County?" Hearing this, Livia's expression turned serious, and her brow furrowed. "Your Highness, do you really want to know?" Mac nodded firmly. "Yes, Miss Livia, I not only want to know, but I also want to help you." "Help me?" Livia looked puzzled. Mac nodded again. "Yes, I want to help you accomplish this matter. It will fulfill your wish and prove that the lots aren't accurate." Livia glanced up at the cave entrance and sighed softly. "Your Highness, I came to Fuchin County to find a person, a man I once deeply loved." Honestly, Mac had anticipated this response, but still felt a twinge of disappointment hearing it directly from her. Livia continued sorrowfully. "The person I'm looking for is called Basim. He's 2 years older than me, gentle and refined, and excels in music, especially playing the eru. Back then, I most enjoyed performing duets with him. Our rapport was unmatched." Note, the word moachi is translated as rapport to ensure the sentence reads naturally in English while accurately conveying the original meaning. At this point, Mac understood why mentioning the eru on their journey made her mood drop instantly. Subsequently, Livia recounted how she had met, come to know, and fallen in love with Basim, as well as how she was turned away at the door by Alina upon arriving in Fuchin County. Mac couldn't help but ask, "Miss Livia, why wouldn't he see you?" Livia shook her head helplessly, her expression filled with sorrow. I don't know. I traveled 1,000 miles to Fuchin just to get some answers. Mac immediately said, Miss Livia, rest assured. As soon as we get down the mountain, I will immediately help you bring Basim over so you can get all the answers you need. Note, the name Basim is corrected from Dominic to maintain consistency and accuracy in pinyin. Chapter 243, Rescued. Thank you, Fox, but I... Before Livia could finish her sentence, Mac put a finger to his lips and whispered, Sure, Miss Livia, did you hear that? Mac then looked up towards the cave entrance, straining to listen. Livia immediately fell silent, shifting her attention to above the cave entrance. In the next moment, they heard someone calling out for Mac outside the cave. Fox, 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 where are you? Fox. Though the voice was faint, both of them could clearly hear it. It's Izzy. He has woken up and is looking for us. Mac exclaimed in surprise and joy. Livia also nodded with great delight. Immediately, Mac and Livia helped the unconscious Aspen to the bottom of the cave entrance, shouting as loudly as they could. By the time they were conversing, the storm outside had lessened, and Izzy had regained consciousness. Upon waking and realizing injured, how can I leave first when so many people are watching? Do you want others to think I, as Fox, fear death more than duty? Livia shook her head frantically. No, Fox, that's not what I meant. I just thought. Mac cut her off. Enough talk. Usually, it doesn't matter. But now you must listen to me. Go first. He wound the rope around Livia's waist several times, securing it tightly. Livia felt an unprecedented sense of security as she sensed Mac's careful actions. Suddenly, Livia recalled the meaning of the second half of the oracle phrase, achieved without effort. Her heart rate quickened as she pondered. Could the person destined to be with me really be Fox? At that moment, Mac finished tying the rope and gave it a tug, shouting, Ready? The instant he shouted, Livia felt a powerful pull lifting her out of the water and rescuing her from the cave. After being rescued, Livia hurriedly untied the rope from her waist. All she wanted at that moment was for Mac to come up quickly. Shortly after, Mac was pulled up, and Livia's heart finally settled. Fox. Despite her injured foot, Livia eagerly rushed forward, her eyes brimming with tears of gratitude. Miss Livia, why are you crying again? We're safe now, Mac said with a smile. Livia wiped away her tears, managing a slight smile. Fox, are you hurt anywhere? Izzy came over to check on Mac. I'm fine, but you got knocked out by hail earlier. You should also see a doctor, Mac replied. Izzy shook his head. No need, Fox. I'm fine. It was just an unlucky strike. There's no need for a doctor. Not acceptable. You must see a doctor. I won't believe you're fine until the doctor says so. Mac insisted firmly. The group then descended the mountain and temporarily settled in the Fuyun Temple. Everyone, soaked by the heavy rain, quickly bathed upon returning and changed into dry robes. As for the wet and dirty clothes, Izzy and Jonah rounded up some Taoist monks and nuns, ordering them to clean and dry the clothes immediately. In a secluded room within the temple, Meadow, Shelley, and Livia were helping the still unconscious Aspen change clothes and tend to her. Worried about Aspen's lack of response, Livia's frown hadn't eased since descending the mountain. Please, heavens, make Aspen wake up. Livia sat at the foot of the bed, anxiously praying. Meadow comforted her. Miss Livia, there's no need to worry too much. Fox has sent Liang and Bowie down to find a doctor. Aspen will be fine. Good things happen to good people. Shelley added a few reassuring words. Livia nodded, but her worried expression remained unchanged. Meanwhile, in the courtyard outside the temple quarters, Mac, fresh from his bath and dressed in a robe, paced back and forth, seemingly troubled. Just moments ago, Jonah had approached Mac, asking again about how to handle the treasure in the secret chamber. Still undecided, Mac had come to the courtyard to reflect. Just then, Emmanuel and Nathan walked by from the adjacent corridor. They too had changed into robes. Emmanuel's fit reasonably well, but Nathan's was too large, forcing her to roll up the sleeves and legs. Seeing Emmanuel walk past, Mac paused and called out, Su Gongzi, please wait. Emmanuel stopped and turned, asking, Fox, is something wrong? Mac hesitated, then said, Su Gongzi, I would like to have a private conversation. Is now convenient? Emmanuel nodded. It's convenient. Emmanuel spoke briefly with Nathan, who nodded and moved away. Approaching Mac, Emmanuel asked, Fox, you look troubled. Is there something bothering you? Mac lowered his head and thought for a moment, then began. Su Gongzi, I once read a story in a book. It tells of a general stationed at the border for many years. Emmanuel listened silently. Mac continued, every year, the court provided rations were insufficient, causing resentment among the troops and almost leading to a mutiny. Despite this, the court remained indifferent. One day, the general led his troops against a band of horse thieves and found a large amount of gold and silver hidden in their den. The general initially intended to hand over the treasure to the court, but considering the lack of funds, he hesitated. In the end, he kept the treasure to support the border defense. Pausing, Mac looked at Emmanuel and asked, Su Gongzi, what do you think of the general's decision? Was it right? Chapter 244, a sudden realization. Emmanuel immediately nodded and said, exactly. If I were that general, I would have done the same. Mac looked at Emmanuel in surprise and asked, but Jason, don't you think the general's actions are misleading the Fletcher? That could be considered treason. Emmanuel replied, if we're going to get technical, the general's actions did mislead the Fletcher. But is it really fair to label it as treason? How so, Jason? Mac looked at Emmanuel, eager to hear a different perspective. Emmanuel continued, Cleveland, defending the border is a crucial matter for national security. Yet, the court doesn't provide enough military supplies and rations. Isn't this just making things difficult for the general? Oh, asking soldiers to fight without proper provisions. There's no such thing as a free lunch, Emmanuel added with a sarcastic tone. Mac quickly responded, Jason, the court doesn't want it to be this way. They face some difficulties and have only temporarily delayed the disbursements. It's not intentional. Emmanuel shook his head and countered, Cleveland, whether it's a delay or a reduction, under certain circumstances, there's no difference. You should know better than anyone that defending the border requires immediate financial support. There's no time to wait. For instance, if the city wall has a large breach that needs urgent repair, but the court's funds are still pending, leaving us with no money, we can only wait. Unfortunately, if enemies choose to attack during this time, the consequences would be disastrous, wouldn't they, Cleveland? Mac didn't respond, but his brows furrowed, his expression grave. Emmanuel went on, as a border guard, we need both troops and money. Without adequate financial backing, we cannot wage war effectively. Mac understood this deeply and nodded in agreement. Emmanuel added, so, Cleveland, if I were the general, I would have no hesitation using the bandits' wealth for military expenses. Since the court couldn't provide funds immediately, why shouldn't I earn it myself? Besides, even if I submit this money to the court, they would eventually give it back to me. Wouldn't it be more efficient for me to take it directly? Why not do so? Mac found this logic compelling and immediately bowed. Jason, listening to your words truly brings clarity. Emmanuel also bowed and said, Cleveland, you're too kind. I'm just speaking my mind. Forgive me if I sounded impertinent. Mac gently shook his head. Then, Emmanuel left with Nathan. At this moment, Mac summoned a guard and instructed, bring Jonah here. The guard saluted and quickly left. Soon, Jonah arrived. Cleveland, you called for me? Jonah respectfully bowed. Mac gestured for him to come closer and whispered, Jonah, I've decided. Let's transport the treasures from the secret room back to the mansion as you suggested. Jonah was overjoyed upon hearing this. Mac added, however, remember not to bring everything back. Leave some behind for official record to avoid suspicion. Jonah reassured him, don't worry, Cleveland. I understand how to handle it. Mac nodded and warned in a low voice, also, ensure Ely and Clifton are well guarded. No one can approach them without my order to prevent any unforeseen complications. Yes, Cleveland. Jonah immediately acknowledged. With this task settled, Mac felt a weight lifted off his shoulders. He then inquired about Izzy's condition. Jonah informed him that Izzy remained energetic and showed no abnormalities. Mac nodded slightly and instructed Jonah, I'll go check on Goldie. You and Izzy keep a close eye on the mountain. As soon as the physician arrives, take him straight to Goldie. Understood, Cleveland, Jonah responded. Mac turned and walked away without further ado. When Mac arrived at the cottage where Goldie stayed, Emmanuel and Meadow were talking outside the corridor. Upon seeing Mac, they stopped and greeted him respectfully. Mac nodded lightly and asked, Jason, Miss Noah, how is Goldie doing? Meadow replied, Goldie hasn't woken up yet, but her condition appears stable. I've asked Shelley to stay inside with Livia. May I go in to see her? Mac asked. Meadow answered, of course, please wait a moment. She knocked on the door before entering the room. Taking this opportunity, Mac told Emmanuel, Jason, it's getting late. We'll have to spend the night here and return to the city tomorrow morning. Emmanuel nodded in agreement. Before they could chat further, Meadow emerged with Shelley. Cleveland, please, she gestured. Mac thanked her with a bow and entered the room. Emmanuel whispered to Meadow, Miss Noah, let's walk around elsewhere. Cleveland and Livia must have much to talk about, and it wouldn't be appropriate for us to stay here. Meadow nodded and led Shelley to walk with Emmanuel. They strolled leisurely until they reached a beautiful garden with a pond at its center. The rain had ceased, and the sky glowed with twilight, creating a picturesque scene filled with the soothing croaks of frogs. Wow, what a beautiful view. Emmanuel admired the scenery and entered the garden first. Meadow paused and quietly gave Shelley an instruction. Shelley nodded and retreated to the garden's entrance. Moments later, Meadow hurriedly caught up to Emmanuel, walking side by side. Strangely, neither of them spoke for a while, and the atmosphere became increasingly awkward. Feeling uncomfortable, Meadow stole a glance at Emmanuel and whispered, Jason, why are you silent? Emmanuel scratched his head, embarrassed, and mumbled, what should I say? Just anything. The silence feels strange, Meadow admitted, suddenly feeling nervous and shy. Emmanuel tried to initiate conversation. Oh right, Miss Noah, Cleveland mentioned we'd be staying here tonight and returning to the city early tomorrow. We might miss the opening ceremony of Lily's shop. Meadow frowned slightly but nodded, yes, but there's nothing we can do. Too many events happened today. What about Lily? Emmanuel glanced worriedly at Meadow. Meadow understood and reassured him. Don't worry, Jason. Lily is reasonable. Once we return, I'll explain everything to her. She won't blame us. Good, Emmanuel nodded. Once again, silence fell between them as they struggled for a new topic. Suddenly, Meadow recalled how Emmanuel and Mac always seemed to have endless topics to discuss. This made her slightly irritable and she asked, Jason, is there nothing to talk about when you're with me? Emmanuel, noticing her displeasure, smiled and took a few steps back, examining Meadow with an exaggerated look. Confused, Meadow asked, why are you looking at me like that? Emmanuel remarked earnestly, Miss Noah, I didn't realize this Taoist attire suits you so well. It looks tailor-made for you. If you tie your hair into a bun, you'd resemble a Taoist nun perfectly. This light-hearted remark brought a smile to Meadow's face. Meadow was not pleased when Emmanuel said she looked like a Taoist nun, and she pouted, you have the nerve to say that? You're no different. If I gave you a duster, you'd look just like those Taoist priests. Emmanuel chuckled heartily, I'm a Taoist priest, and you're a Taoist nun. We make quite the pair, don't we? Ha ha ha. Unintentional words hit Meadow hard, and her face instantly flushed red. She quickly turned away, embarrassed to face Emmanuel. Emmanuel realized he had misspoken and laughed awkwardly, asking, Miss Noah, do you know how to skip stones? Skip stones? Meadow turned to look at Emmanuel and shook her head, no. Emmanuel boasted confidently, Miss Noah, watch closely. I'll show you how to skip stones. You've never seen such impressive skill before. With that, Emmanuel picked up a small stone from the ground and, with a side twist, flung it towards the water's surface. Originally, Emmanuel was confident he could make the stone skip over 10 times. But to his surprise, the stone made a dull plunk and sank straight into the water, only causing a few ripples. Ha ha ha. Meadow couldn't hold back her laughter, doubling over and teasing, Jason doesn't lie. It is indeed an impressive skill I've never seen before. Ha ha ha. Emmanuel's face turned dark with embarrassment, and he frowned defiantly. It was a mistake. Let's try again. Chapter 245. The doctor arrives. As dusk fell, several carriages and a group of bailiffs arrived at the entrance to Fuyun Temple. Soon, Egan, Cade, and the magistrate of Fuchin County, Horace, descended from their respective carriages one after another. Cade knew how concerned the young master was about Goldie due to Livia, so as soon as he got off his carriage, he brought along the doctor and rushed into Fuyun Temple with his men, disappearing almost instantly. Seeing that Cade was trying to take the lead, Egan was about to follow but was stopped just a few steps in. Mr. Liang, could I have a word? Horace said. Egan asked in confusion, Halden, is there something? Horace pulled Egan aside where no one else could hear and whispered, Mr. Liang, have you asked the young master about Mr. AI's situation? When Egan had met Horace earlier, the latter had intended to ask about this matter but did not get the chance due to others being present and the urgency of the situation. Knowing they would soon meet the young master, Horace seized this moment to ask Egan. Upon hearing this, Egan frowned and lowered his voice. Halden, do you know how many things happened today? The young master, who usually has such a good temper, flew into a rage today. Not only did he arrest Elliot and Lyle, but he also burned down the entire rice paper flower fields within the temple and smashed the alchemy furnaces. How could I dare to ask him about that? Horace was distressed. But Mr. Liang, we can't just keep Dario detained without punishment. If the young master finds out, he might think I'm intentionally favoring the AI family, and then, Mr. Liang, please help me find a way to sound out the young master later. Otherwise, it will be hard for me to report back. Horace pleaded. Egan replied, all right, I'll see how things go. If the young master is in a good mood, I'll find an opportunity to ask. Thank you, Mr. Liang. Horace bowed gratefully. Egan added quickly, don't thank me too soon, magistrate. I said I'd see how things go. If the young master is in a bad mood, I won't risk asking. Understood, Horace nodded. Then Egan hurried off to meet the young master and didn't linger any longer with Horace. They entered Fuyun Temple swiftly with their respective groups. By the time they reached the Taoist hall, the doctor was already examining Goldie. Mac and Livia were inside observing, while Cade waited outside, occasionally peeking into the room. Upon seeing Egan and Horace, Cade merely gave Horace a nod and cast a cold glance at Egan before turning away. They waited quietly for a while until Mac emerged. Bert, how is Miss Goldie? Cade asked with genuine concern. Egan and Horace looked anxiously at Mac, as if the unconscious girl inside were their own relative. Mac shook his head slowly. It's still unclear. The doctor is giving her acupuncture right now. Let's see if there's any improvement later. Mac gently closed the door behind him and led the three men a bit further away. Mac, having met Horace when he first arrived in Fuchin County, politely remarked, Halden, it's quite late, and you've taken the trouble to come here, which is truly regrettable. Horace hastily bowed. Bert, don't say that. The deceitful behavior of the Taoists at Fuyun Temple is due to my negligence. Please punish me. Mac shook his head. Halden, I didn't call you here to discuss this. I believe Mr. Liang and Mr. Bowie have already told you what happened today? Yes, Horace nodded repeatedly. Mac continued, currently, Elliot and Lyle are under our control. I will bring them back to the royal palace for disposition. However, there are many other Taoists within Fuyun Temple, some of whom were deceived by Elliot and Lyle and were unaware of their action. Confident after hearing Cade's assurance. Egan and Cade stayed with Mac until Emmanuel and Meadow arrived. Mac then said, Mr. Liang, Mr. Bowie, you've been through much today. Why don't you rest for now? I'll inform you if anything changes. Egan and Cade did not dare refuse and bid farewell as instructed. Just as Emmanuel and Meadow inquired about Goldie's condition, the door opened. The doctor came out with his medicine box, followed by Livia, who despite her injured foot, walked slowly and politely escorted the doctor out. Miss Livia, your foot is injured. You shouldn't be moving around, Mac quickly supported her. Livia noticed Emmanuel and Meadow and blushed awkwardly, pushing Mac's hand away and steadying herself against the door frame. Shelley, help Miss Livia, Meadow immediately instructed. The doctor then bowed to Mac. Bert, I have given Miss Goldie acupuncture. From her current pulse, she seems stable, but due to the severe blow to her head, I cannot predict when she will wake up. However, I will come every 2 hours to give her acupuncture. After a few sessions, I believe there will be some improvement, the doctor explained truthfully. Mac thanked the doctor and called for a servant to arrange accommodations for him. After the doctor left, everyone entered the room to check on Goldie. Livia sat beside the bed with Shelley's help, though she remained silent, her face and eyes filled with worry and guilt. Mac stepped forward. Miss Livia, don't worry too much. If this doctor can't cure Goldie, I will go to the capital to find a more renewing. They sealed the temple, causing much surprise and discussion among the pilgrims who had just arrived. By the time they returned to the city, it was nearly 9 a.m. After entering the city, Horace took the captured Taoists to the county office, while Egan and Cade stuck closely to Mac, eager to flatter and curry favor. Mac did not want Egan and Cade around but couldn't voice this thought aloud, since he owed them for the accommodations and hospitality in Fuchin County. After asking about Emmanuel and Miriam's destination, Mac happily found out they were going the same way and invited them to travel together. On the way, Mac learned that Emmanuel was actually the major shareholder of mutant soap products. Since he had always been fond of mutant products, discovering this made him both surprised and delighted. When they arrived at the skincare specialty store, the opening ceremony had already concluded, but the place was packed with people, the business booming in a rather astonishing manner. This was due to mutant soaps suddenly being heavily discounted to very affordable prices. Ordinary citizens who previously couldn't afford soaps flocked into the store, confidently indulging in their buying spree. Although Mac wanted to go inside to experience the bustling atmosphere, the overcrowded shop and Izzy's concern for the prince's safety led him to give up reluctantly. Besides, it wouldn't be appropriate for him to be shopping while Goldie hadn't yet awaked. That's wonderful news. Upon inquiry, it was revealed that two of Ina's close friends had been taking immortal pills, ruining their health and squandering their wealth. She was relieved by the temple's closure. The trio then discussed the grand opening, thrilled to learn that sales were excellent. Miriam looked expectantly at Emmanuel. Do you think our branches in Xian Prefecture, Haeong, and Kai County are doing as well? Emmanuel confidently nodded. Absolutely. Now we only have one thing to worry about. What is it? Miriam asked. Emmanuel chuckled. What else? We might run out of stock. Miriam nodded, turning to Ina for confirmation. No worries, I dispatched messengers to Xian Prefecture days ago to ensure we don't run out, Ina reassured. Relieved, Miriam looked back at the packed store, a smile spreading across her face. Just as Emmanuel predicted, the branches in Haeong and Kai County were also experiencing incredible success. Streets were congested with buyers, matching the fervor seen in Fujian County, especially in Kai County, where the owners rushed to Xian Prefecture for more stock almost immediately after opening. However, the most popular was the main store in Xian Prefecture, being a local brand with deep roots among the populace. When they learned the soap sold for 300 cash and perfumed soap for 600, customers' buying enthusiasm verged on madness. As Emmanuel and Miriam celebrated the successful openings, something significant occurred at Fujian County Jail. Dario, son of the local tyrant Arturo, died in his cell overnight. Magistrate Horace had barely returned to the county office when he heard this shocking news, too stunned to sit down. What did you say? Say it again. Horace, unable to believe what he heard, could hardly speak coherently. The prison warden reported that Dario was found dead during the morning rounds, reaching Horace an hour later due to his absence. The warden reiterated, Sir, it's true. Dario is dead. His body is still in the cell. Please go see. Horace realized the gravity of the situation and immediately headed to the prison, asking en route, Does Arturo know yet? The prison warden followed behind, shaking his head rapidly. He doesn't know yet. Without your permission, sir, we dared not say anything rashly. Davian the walk. Horace's face was full of worry, and he remained silent, sweat continuously dripping from his forehead. A voice of anxiety kept repeating in his mind. What should I do? How am I going to handle this? Note, the structure and line breaks have been preserved as per the original text. Chapter 247, Augustine's Death. Inside the county jail, Augustine's body was covered by a white cloth, lying quietly in the cell. Suddenly, hurried footsteps approached the cell. Moments later, Horace, leave the jail. Augustine was largely free to do as he pleased. After all, as Arturo's son, neither the head jailer nor the guards dared to provoke him. Who knew that last night, Augustine suddenly had a drug craving. Indeed, like many wealthy young men, Augustine had a habit of consuming Huisian pills, elixir. So, he had a servant bring the pills from home, then took them alone in his cell. However, due to overdosing on Huisian pills, Augustine suffered an acute medical emergency and died suddenly. Actually, when the two guards patrolled the cell last night, they saw Augustine lying motionless but assumed he was merely drunk and asleep, so they didn't intervene. It wasn't until the next morning when a servant brought breakfast that the head jailer tried to wake Augustine up, only to discover he had already died. Following this, the head jailer sealed the news and hurriedly informed Horace. After hearing this, Horace asked, Are you sure he died from taking Huisian pills? Sir, I'm certain. I found a bottle of Huisian pills next to Bert Augustine, and it still had half a bottle left, the head jailer replied. Horace quickly asked, Where are the pills? The head jailer ran to retrieve the bottle and handed it over. Horace opened it, smelled the pills, and confirmed it was indeed Huisian pills. Although he had never taken them himself, someone had once given him 2 bottles, which he also recognized by smell. Compared to these pills, Horace preferred silver and gold, so he sold those bottles for cash long ago. Why didn't you watch him? How could you let him take so many Huisian pills? Horace angrily demanded. The head jailer and guards hung their heads in silence, thinking to themselves that they wouldn't dare intervene even if they knew. Where is the coroner? Call him immediately. Horace shouted. Shortly after, the coroner arrived hastily. Upon examining the body, he concluded that Augustine's death was caused by an overdose of Huisian pills. Hearing this, Horace frowned deeply at Augustine's body, glanced at the pills in his hand, and then swiftly left the cell. Exiting the jail, Horace went directly to the AI residence by carriage. As he had received many favors from Arturo, it was natural for Horace to inform him in person and provide an explanation. Initially, Horace was concerned that Augustine's death might involve other prisoners or guards, but now that it was clear it was caused by the pills, he felt less anxious. At the AI residence, Arturo was feeding birds in the courtyard when a servant ran in to announce that County Halden had arrived. Arturo thought Horace was here about his son's situation, so he quickly set down what he was doing and met him. Halden, I heard magpies chirping early this morning, hoping for good news today. Who would have thought it would be your honorable visit? Arturo greeted with a broad smile. Under normal circumstances, Horace would have exchanged pleasantries. Sir AI, this happened unexpectedly. I was at Fujian Temple last night and only just learned. My son? Where is my son? Arturo interrupted, his expression lifeless. He's in the jail, Horace replied urgently. Take me to him. I can't believe he's dead. I can't believe it. Arturo shook his head repeatedly, unable to accept the reality. They hurried to the county jail. The moment Arturo saw his son's body, he collapsed emotionally. Eldon, wake up. Eldon. Eldon, stop playing this joke on your father. I can't bear this fear. Eldon, please wake up. Arturo knelt beside his son, tears streaming down his face, screaming in agony. Horace wanted to console him but didn't know how, so he stood silently, shaking his head in pity. Moments later, Arturo suddenly stood up, spun around, and with both hands, grabbed Horace's official robe, roaring in fury, Horace, Why did you harm my son? Why did you do this? Horace was taken aback and hastily shook his head, shouting, I didn't. It wasn't me. The jailer outside and the guards, noticing the situation spiraling out of control, immediately rushed in and quickly pulled the two apart. Horace retreated to the outside of the cell door, swiftly straightening his official robe while angrily retorting, Arturo, your son overdosed on Huisian pills by himself? What does that have to do with me? Why are you lashing out at me? Horace, last time you clearly promised me that you would take good care of my son, and even said it wouldn't be long before he could come out. But now, did you take good care of him? My son is gone because of you. He's already gone. Arturo's cries were utterly frantic. He then collapsed onto the ground, clutching his son's cold hand and began wailing loudly. Note: I've maintained the paragraph structure and line breaks as closely as possible to the original text. Chapter 248. Arturo's resolve. Arturo sat on the ground and cried for a long while until he was utterly exhausted. Only then did he call for someone to carry his son's body to the carriage and take it home. As he left, Arturo looked at Horace with a cold, hostile gaze, as if blaming him for his son's death. Horace felt extremely frustrated. He muttered inwardly, Why are you glaring at me? It wasn't me who made your son consume so many immortality pills. Everything is his own doing. However, Horace did not show his dissatisfaction and instead said, Master AI, one cannot bring back the dead. Please take care of yourself. Upon hearing this, Arturo turned and glared at Horace with hatred, saying in a heavy voice, Horace, my son died in the county prison, and you will be responsible for this for the rest of your life. With that, Arturo turned and got into the carriage. He didn't care or even listen to what Horace said next. Soon, Arturo's carriage left the prison gate and soon disappeared at the end of the road. Horace watched the carriage disappear, his brows knitted together. He disdainfully murmured, Your idiot son brought this upon himself, yet you blame others. How ridiculous. Saying this, Horace waved his sleeves and walked away. When Dario's body was brought back home and placed in the main hall, chaos erupted within the entire AI family. All of Arturo's dozen concubines crowded into the main hall, each crying more sorrowfully than the last. Their wails nearly tore the roof off the hall. Under the servants' arrangements, a mourning hall was set up in the main hall. Arturo personally put on mourning clothes for his son. According to the Liang dynasty's rituals, there was a rule that fathers must mourn their sons formally. The heir of a family would wear zanchai, the most severe type of mourning attire among the 5 types. This meant that if the firstborn son of the family heir passed away before the heir would mourn his son in the same way a son would mourn his father. It was an expression of extreme grief and respect for ancestors. Despite having over 10 concubines, Dario was Arturo's only son. Arturo's original wife had passed away shortly after giving birth to Dario. At that time, Arturo was in his 30s, young and strong. Over the years, he took in many concubines, hoping that any of them could give the AI family another male heir, and he would immediately elevate her to the position of chief wife. Perhaps because Arturo had done too many wicked deeds over the years, or perhaps the heavens were unkind. None of his dozen concubines gave birth to a son. They all bore daughters. This bizarre situation made Arturo incredibly depressed. He prayed to deities and tried every remedy, but still, he never got what he wished for. As a result, Arturo grew increasingly doting on Dario. Whatever Dario wanted, Arturo provided. No matter what wrong or bad things Dario did, Arturo always forgave him. Once, after getting drunk, Dario forcefully took one of Arturo's concubines. Upon learning about it, Arturo did not even reprimand him, but instead gave the concubine to his son. The concubine who called him husband yesterday now had to call him father-in-law, a truly absurd and unusual event. Standing in the hall, Arturo gazed blankly at his deceased son, overcome with sorrow, tears welling up in his eyes again. Gradually, his sorrow turned into anger, his fists clenching tightly. The more he thought about it, the angrier and more heartbroken he became. In his mind, he hated Mac fiercely. You have taken away my only son, Mac, and left our family without an heir. In Arturo's logic, his son was arrested and imprisoned by Mac. If I just need a moment. Mac immediately shook his head. No, Miss Cora, you don't have to apologize. Indeed, I've talked too much. I'll stop. From then on, Mac remained silent. Finally, the doctor finished the acupuncture and came out. Upon seeing the doctor, Mac stood up immediately and asked, Doctor, has Cora woken up? Cora instinctively tried to stand but felt a pain in her foot and was forced to sit down again. Mac quickly checked on her, but Cora paid little attention to that and asked the doctor, How is Coral? The doctor replied, Your Highness, Miss Cora, Coral's condition has improved significantly. She showed some response in her hands and feet during the last few rounds of acupuncture. If we continue the treatments, she should wake up soon. Really? Cora exclaimed joyfully. That's wonderful. Thank you so much, doctor. Mac was also very pleased and immediately called a servant to reward the doctor with a silver ingot. The doctor thanked him hurriedly and left the room. Cora then managed to stand on one leg, using the chair's armrest and hobbled towards the neighboring room. Seeing this, Mac rushed forward to support her. Miss Cora, let me help you. Otherwise, your injury might worsen. Eager to see Coral, Cora did not refuse. With Mac's assistance, they arrived at Coral's bedside. Coral, can you hear me? If you can, move any part of your body. Sitting on the edge of the bed, Cora softly called out, hoping Coral would respond. After waiting for a long time without any reaction, Cora felt disappointed. She did not leave Coral's side until nightfall. Though Mac did not stay the entire time, he frequently visited. Finally, past dusk, Cora could not hold on any longer and lay down beside Coral, falling asleep. In her sleep, Cora suddenly felt someone gently scratching her back. Awakening startled, she immediately sat up and turned to look at Coral. The next moment, she exclaimed excitedly, Coral, you're awake. That's great. You're finally awake. At that moment, although Coral's body and limbs could not move freely, she was indeed awake. looking at Cora with wide eyes filled with tears. Your Highness, Your Highness. Without thinking twice, Cora shouted loudly, Coral is awake. Finally awake. Tears streamed down Cora's face as she held Coral's hand tightly, refusing to let go. Chapter 249. Diplomacy first, force next. The recovery of Coral immediately uplifted everyone's spirits, especially Cora's. She started smiling and became more talkative. In the following days, the physician performed acupuncture on Coral several times. Her recovery was rapid, and before long, she could walk on her own. Mac was also delighted, and specially invited Emmanuel and Meadow over to celebrate Coral's recovery. After the celebration, Emmanuel and Mac went outside for a private chat, during which Emmanuel suddenly asked about the time they would set off to return. For Emmanuel, he had already inquired about the saltpeter and successfully opened a branch of the skincare specialty store in Fuchun County. Since all matters were taken care of, it was time for Emmanuel and Meadow to return to Xian Prefecture. Mac said, Cleveland Sue, can you give me one more day? There is still something I need to do. Emmanuel looked at Mac with puzzlement. Mac hesitated but finally voiced his thoughts. Cleveland Sue, don't get me wrong, I want to take Miss Cora back with me. Hearing this, Emmanuel was not surprised at all. It was obvious to anyone who wasn't blind what Mac felt for Cora. Mac continued, Miss Cora should have told you that she came to Fuchun County to find someone. Emmanuel nodded, indicating he knew about this. Mac added, while we were on the mountain, I promised Miss Cora that once we got down, I would bring that person to her so she could ask him everything she wanted and say whatever she wished to. Cleveland Sue, after I finish this, I will invite Miss Cora to go back with me. If she agrees, I will be very happy. If not, I won't force her. I will respect her choice. Emmanuel nodded slowly and then patted Mac on the arm with a smile. Cleveland, there's nothing much I can say about this. I wish you success. Mac smiled and nodded. Thank you, Cleveland Sue. Next day, dawn. Izzy picked 4 tall and robust guards and headed out. As soon as Izzy's group left, they made straight for the Wei family residence. Yesterday, Izzy had already identified where the Wei family lived, as per Mac's instructions. Upon investigation, it was confirmed that Wei Yuan II had been home the entire time and never went to the capital. Arriving at the gate of the Wei residence, Izzy glanced up at the sign, Wei family residence, and ordered, knock. Immediately, 2 towering guards ran to the door and began pounding loudly. Deviant to the noise, passers-by stopped to watch. Not long after, the door opened slightly, and a porter poked his head out, asking, who are you looking for? Izzy stepped forward, somewhat politely saying, I'm here to see Wei Yuan II. If it weren't for the Cleveland's instruction to handle things diplomatically first, Izzy would have kicked the door open and gone straight in to grab the man. Sensing these burly men meant business, the porter quickly replied, my master is away in the capital. He's not here. After saying this, the porter tried to close the door, but Izzy raised his hand and blocked the door, sternly repeating, one last time. I'm looking for Wei Yuan II. Bring him out now. Startled, the porter tried again to close the door, but Izzy's arm was thicker than the porter's thigh, preventing any closure. Who are you? What do you want? The porter panicked. With a slight push, Izzy forced the door open. The porter, unable to resist, stumbled backward, almost falling. Izzy thought, according to the Cleveland's wishes, I've done my part diplomatically, but if they refuse to cooperate, I have no choice. People come. Intruders have breached our house. The porter yelled while retreating. Izzy declared loudly, men, follow me inside and bring out Wei Yuan II. Yes, sir. The 4 guards responded in unison. Immediately, Izzy led the 4 guards through the threshold of the Wei residence and marched towards the inner courtyard. Before they went far, a group of retainers and male servants rushed out to stop them. However, none of them stood a chance against Izzy's group, falling instantly without any ability to retaliate. Inside the inner courtyard, a handsome young gentleman was having breakfast with an aristocratic lady. This young gentleman was none other than Wei Yuan II, whom Cora had traveled far to find. The woman was Wei Yuan II's mother. As they ate and chatted, they suddenly heard commotion outside. Wei mother disliked interruptions during meals. Frowning tightly, she instructed the maidservant behind her, go see what's going on. Why so noisy? Don't they know master and I are dining? The maidservant nodded and hurried toward the yard entrance. Wei Yuan II spoke up, mother. A friend invited me to visit recently. We agreed on today. I've already accepted the invitation and must go. Wei mother immediately replied, Yuan II, your father isn't home these past few days. Stay home and keep me company. Besides, that singing girl is still looking for you. I told her you're in the capital. If you go out and run into her, wouldn't all your hiding efforts be wasted? Wei Yuan II inwardly sighed, furrowing his brows. Mother, I've told you countless times. Cora is not a singer. She only plays the lute and doesn't sing songs. Fine, whether she sings or plays the lute, it makes no difference to me. Our Wei family may not be high-ranking nobility, but we won't allow such a woman to enter. Wei mother firmly stated. Wei Yuan II kept eating quietly, muttering, Mother, please don't keep saying these things. I've followed your advice and haven't visited Pei Yuan Manor. Wei mother's tone grew sharp. Why did she come looking then? Don't think I don't know. It must be because you secretly sent word to her to make demands. I tell you, Yuan II, no concubine, not even as a side wife. You're betrothed to Miss Kit. This isn't up for discussion. Mother, I didn't. Wei Yuan II cried out, feeling unjustly accused. At that moment, painful cries erupted from the courtyard entrance. Wei Yuan II and his mother turned to see a retainer being kicked to the ground by Izzy. Immediately, Izzy led the 4 guards boldly into the inner courtyard. Wei mother was startled, standing up angrily and shouting, Who are you to dare disrupt the Wei household? Izzy asked loudly as he advanced, Where is Wei Yuan II? Come out now. Wei Yuan II recognized the inquiry and stood up defiantly. Who are you? I don't know you at all. Izzy laughed, sizing up Wei Yuan II from afar. Sure enough, with such a handsome face, no wonder Miss Cora favors you. Hearing Cora, Wei Yuan II and his mother instantly understood. Wei Mother pointed at Izzy and his group angrily. You on too? Look how that woman uses underhanded tactics. To see you, she hires hooligans to barge in. How shameless of her. And yet, you always defend her. Pa. Wei Mother spat disdainfully. Wei Yuan too had no response, immediately yelling, Era cards. Arrest these people. But his command had no effect. No one came from outside. Frustrated, Wei Yuan too called out again. Izzy found Wei Yuan too's voice annoying, interrupting him. Enough, enough, stop calling. Your people are all lying outside. No one is available. As he spoke, Izzy led the 4 guards into the hall. In the next moment, Wei Yuan too and his mother, along with 2 maidservants, were frightened back several steps, their faces full of terror and at a loss for what to do. Things became much quieter. You bastards! How dare you treat my mother like this? May you suffer terrible fates. Basim cried out in anguish. Hearing this, Izzy turned and walked up to Basim, his imposing presence immediately intimidating him into silence. Basim, you hypocrite, haven't suffered divine retribution yet. Why should we be afraid? Izzy sneered. To prevent Basim from shouting on the way back, Izzy also gagged him with a cloth wad. Take him away. With a wave of his hand, Izzy led the guards as they carried Basim out. No one dared to stop them on the way out of the Wei family compound, as anyone who tried had already been soundly beaten. No one wanted to suffer another beating. Soon, Izzy and his men threw Basim into a carriage and set off. Just then, a constable and several officers ran over from the distance. The Wei family residence wasn't far from the county office, and when Izzy had barged in, a servant had secretly gone to report the incident. The constable and officers had just returned with reinforcements. Stop. All of you, stop. The constable started shouting from afar because he had seen Basim being thrown into the carriage from a distance. Recognizing the constable from the magistrate's office, Izzy halted his action of getting into the carriage, waiting for the constable to approach. As the constable got closer, he was about to order them to release Basim, but suddenly noticed that Izzy looked familiar. He then recalled that this was the Zhao guard from Granville Wang's retinue. The constable had been at Fuyun Temple yesterday, and thus remembered Izzy clearly. However, Izzy didn't remember him and replied irritably, this is none of your business. Leave now, or I'll deal with you too. The constable immediately bowed low and smiled apologetically. Ericard Zhao, don't you remember me? We were with Halden at Fuyun Temple yesterday, and passed by you a few times on the way back. Izzy genuinely had no recollection but didn't care. Recognizing him made things easier. Oh, it's you. I think I remember, Izzy said dismissively before adding, Cleveland has ordered me to take Basim back. You wouldn't want to get in the way, would you? The constable hurriedly shook his head. No, no. If Cleveland wants to see Mr. Wei, it must be important. How dare we intervene? Please proceed. Satisfied, Izzy nodded and prepared to leave. Just then, Wei's mother burst out of the house, pointing at Izzy and his men, shouting, Don't go. Give me back my son. Don't go. After Izzy left the inner courtyard, a maid had untied Wei's mother, allowing her to emerge quickly. Seeing the constable and officers, Wei's mother rushed towards them, urging them to save her son. But the constable and officers remained motionless. Wei's mother tried to run towards the carriage, but was stopped by the constable. What are you doing? My son is being taken away, and you won't help? Why are you stopping me? She demanded angrily. The constable explained, Madam Wei, if Cleveland wants to see your son, how can we dare to interfere? Please spare us. The other officers nodded in agreement. Wei's mother froze, asking, Cleveland? Which prince? The constable replied, Madam Wei, don't you remember? Who else but our prince? Are they people of Granville Wang? Wei's mother asked in shock. The constable and officers all nodded. By this time, Izzy and his men had already driven away with the carriage. Wei's mother watched it go, bewildered, muttering to herself, this can't be true. How could Granville Wang help a singing girl like her? The constable didn't pay attention to Wei's mother, and promptly took the officers back to the county office. While they couldn't handle this matter, they still needed to inform Halden as soon as possible. It wasn't long before Izzy brought Basim back to the residence, just past mid-morning. He locked Basim in an empty room and instructed a guard to watch him before reporting to the Cleveland. Mac, upon hearing Izzy had successfully brought Basim back, nodded approvingly. He then led Izzy to Livia's quarters. Livia was walking in the courtyard with Goldie, as per the doctor's advice for rehabilitation exercises that needed to be done daily for complete recovery. Mac told Izzy to wait outside while he entered alone. Miss Livia, Goldie seems to be doing well today, Mac smiled. Livia and Goldie immediately bowed to him, which he waved off hastily. Standing before Livia, Mac asked, Do you remember what I promised you? What promise? Livia looked puzzled, unable to recall at first. Mac reminded her, I said that after coming down the mountain, I would immediately capture Basim so you could ask him all your questions. Livia was stunned, covering her mouth with her hand. Cleveland, you really did? Goldie, equally shocked, asked, Cleveland, you really brought Basim here? Mac nodded firmly. He's being held in that room. Miss Livia, if you wish to see him, I can bring him to you anytime. Goldie looked at Livia expectantly, waiting for her decision. After her initial surprise, Livia furrowed her brows deeply, lost in thought. Honestly, when she couldn't see Basim, her desire to meet him had been urgent. But now that Mac had indeed captured him, and all she had to do was nod to see him, she hesitated deeply. Suddenly, she wasn't sure if she could face Basim. Though she had expected this moment, she feared hearing cruel words from him. Despite not wanting to admit it, Basim was still the person she cared most about deep down. Miss Livia, you traveled all this way to Fuchin County just to see him and find out the truth. Why are you hesitating now? Mac questioned, puzzled. Goldie nodded. Yes, Mississippi. You've gone through so much to get an explanation from Basim. You need to see him. After much deliberation, Livia finally nodded. All right, I'll see him. Following Mac and Izzy, Livia and Goldie arrived outside the room where Basim was being held. Livia whispered softly, Cleveland, I want to talk to him alone. Is that okay? Mac nodded and then called Izzy and the guard responsible for watching over to turn and walk to a distance. Goldie, you should go too, Livia said. Though Goldie was somewhat worried, she thought it over carefully and finally nodded in agreement. After Goldie had walked far enough away, Livia took 2 deep breaths, then walked to the door and called out, Mr. Wei, it's me. Note, to maintain consistency with the previous content, I've made slight adjustments in this translation to fit the established narrative style. The paragraph structure and line breaks are kept as in the original text. Chapter 251, Basim's True Colors. As soon as Livia finished speaking, a voice came from inside the room. Livia? Livia gently pushed open the door and Basim quickly came into view. At this moment, his handsome face was filled with fear and panic, and his eyes showed unease when he looked at Livia. Master Wei. Though Livia appeared calm on the surface, her heart was in turmoil. Feelings of longing, resentment, and confusion intertwined, far more complex than any single word could describe. Basim stared blankly at Livia standing outside the door, then his brows furrowed as he asked, What do you want? Hearing this, Livia's heart sank. She had traveled all the way to Fuchin County, only for Basim to hide from her, and now he met her without even a greeting or expression of concern, instead asking what she wanted. But Livia reconsidered. Reed had ordered Basim to be brought here, so it was understandable that he would harbor resentment and react this way. Stepping into the room, Livia asked, Master Wei, I didn't expect the young lord to act like this. Did they hurt you just now? Basim replied coldly, Livia, let's not beat around the bush. Just tell me why you had them bring me here. Give me a straight answer. Angered by Basim's tone, Livia frowned and questioned, Basim, is there nothing you need to say to me? Basim understood what she meant. Before leaving Peiyuan Mansion, he had promised Livia that he would return soon and marry her. But now he had broken his promise, not only failing to return but deliberately avoiding her. Shaking his head, Basim said, I have nothing left to say. I can't keep my promise to stay with you. Since that's the case, what sense does it make for me to go back? It's better to cut things clean and not see each other anymore. As he spoke, Basim avoided looking Livia in the eye, clearly feeling guilty. Huh, cutting ties cleanly indeed. Livia sneered. She stared at Basim and asked, Basim, do our feelings mean nothing to you? Basim remained silent, head lowered. Livia pressed on, even if you can't keep your promise, you can't just vanish without a word. You knew I was waiting for you so desperately. Didn't you think about how I felt? Basim still didn't speak, keeping his head down silently. The more Livia talked, the more disappointed and heartbroken she became, tears welling up in her eyes. Thinking of all the efforts she had made for a man who only knew how to escape responsibility, she felt both disheartened and foolish. Turning away from Basim, she wiped her tears with a handkerchief, unwilling to let him see her cry. She found it embarrassing. Suddenly, Basim sighed, saying regretfully, Livia, I know I'm wrong. My mother, she absolutely opposes us being together. I tried communicating with her after coming back, but she wouldn't change her mind. She's too stubborn. After pausing, he added, Actually, I thought about returning to Peiyuan Mansion to find you, but my mother didn't agree. Position. What right do you have to speak to me like this? Our Wei family may not be among the highborn, but we are a learned household steeped in poetry and literature. A woman like you isn't even fit to be my concubine. Seeing Livia remain silent, he continued, I didn't go to Peiyuan Mansion or write you because I didn't want to keep entangled with you. Do you really think I didn't know how to face you? That's laughable. And what skills do you possess besides playing a few tunes? Oh, yes, you have some looks, barely enough to entertain others by your beauty. What else can you offer beyond that? Basim grew increasingly agitated. There are countless women like you in the world. For a gentleman of my talent and appearance, staying with you was an honor for you. Now, I'm tired of you and don't wish to be involved with you anymore. I thought you were a smart person. Who would have guessed that you'd be so foolish as to chase after me and insist on hearing my words in person? Don't you find it absurd? Livia felt like exploding with rage. She couldn't believe the polite and gentle Basim could spew such shameful words. At this moment, Livia finally realized this was Basim's true nature. She had truly misjudged him, and Basim wasn't done yet, adding, Also, stop acting high and mighty in front of me. Do you think I don't know? You've already seduced Granville's son, haven't you? Otherwise, how would he, the honorable son of Granville, help a musician like you? Unable to bear it any longer, Livia lunged forward and slapped Basim. Smack! The slap was loud enough for those outside, including Reed, Izzy, and Goldie, to hear. They glanced over curiously to see what happened. Basim, stunned, held his cheek, staring at Livia in shock. He hadn't expected the usually gentle Livia to strike him. Livia glared at Basim and shouted, Basim, you're unworthy of being a man, unworthy of being human. How dare you hit me? Coming to his senses, Basim trembled with fury, gritting his teeth. My parents wouldn't even raise a hand against me. And you, a lowly musician, dare hit me. Smack! Before he could finish, Basim retaliated with another slap to Livia. Because of the excessive force, Livia fell to the ground instantly, her face immediately marked with a red handprint. Mac became anxious the moment he saw Livia being struck. He sprinted over and in a blink was by her side. Miss Livia, are you all right? Mac asked anxiously. Livia shook her head but remained silent. You dare to raise your hand against her. In the next moment, Mac's eyes flashed with hostility as they locked onto Basim. At that point, Mac felt so enraged that he could have killed someone. No, it's not like that. I didn't mean to. I didn't intend to hit her. I really didn't mean to hit her. Basim was instantly chilled to the bone by Mac's terrifying gaze. Panicking, he shook his head repeatedly and instinctively took 2 steps back. Chapter 252, Punishing the Pretty-Faced Man. Miss, let me see your face. Are you alright? Coral had rushed to Livia's side by this time. Coral and Mac helped Livia up. Then Coral started examining Livia's cheek which had been struck. After checking, she found that Livia's face was somewhat swollen from the hit. Unable to contain her anger, Coral turned around and glared at Basim, angrily saying, "Basim, you are nothing. Miss has been so good to you, helping you out with so many things, even spending a fortune on you, and you still dare to hit her? You're a shameless beast." Then Coral began recounting all of Basim's faults to Mac. It turns out that while in Peiyuan Mansion, Basim often gathered his friends for drinking and dining sessions. One day they'd be at one restaurant, another day at another, doing it frequently. Most times, he paid for everything. Not because his friends were stingy, but because Basim was too concerned about saving face, being overly generous. So each time he insisted on paying everything himself, and if anyone tried to pay, he would get very angry. Eventually, his friends stopped bringing up payment altogether, interrupting her. "Enough, Coral. No need to say anymore. From now on, I have nothing to do with him. I don't want to see him again." Having said that, Livia was about to leave the room with Coral. "Miss Livia, you can't leave yet." Max suddenly stopped them. He told Livia, "He just hit you. You should strike back." With that, Max signaled to Izzy, who promptly grabbed Basim's collar and roughly dragged him in front of Livia. Livia glanced at Basim, then lifted her palm. Basim, frightened, closed his eyes, preparing to endure the slap. But after waiting for a while, the slap never came. Slowly opening his eyes, he saw that Livia had already lowered her hand. "Cleveland, just seeing him makes me feel sick. I don't want to dirty my hands. Could you do it for me?" Livia asked. Mac nearly cheered aloud, as he had long wanted to beat Basim. Slap. Immediately, Mac didn't hesitate, delivering a powerful slap. Because of the force used, his palms stung. Basim's cheek throbbed with pain, but he dared not cry out, only enduring silently. But how could one slap suffice for Mac's fury? He continued striking Basim several times until the latter pleaded for mercy. After these slaps, both Livia and Coral felt much better. No longer wanting to see Basim's face, Livia said, "Cleveland, I'm tired. I will rest." And with that, Livia and Coral left the room, walking away slowly. At this moment, Izzy suddenly said, "Cleveland, this guy deserves a beating. Let me give him a lesson to avenge Miss Livia." As soon as the words were spoken, Basim fell to his knees and begged Mac for mercy. "Cleveland, spare me, spare me. I know I was wrong, really wrong." Basim's pathetic display only intensified the disdain Mac and Izzy felt towards him. Mac thought for a moment, deciding that hitting him wasn't enough. "Pay the money back." "What?" Basim was confused, looking up at Mac blankly. Mac sternly replied, "Don't play dumb. You know how much money you owe Miss Livia. That money isn't easy come by. It's what she earned with her hard work. If you refuse to pay, I'll throw you into the salt mine. Whether you survive or not will be up to heaven." Upon hearing the salt mine, Basim was terrified, his face pale. Basim had heard tales of the brutal conditions in salt mines. Even the toughest men struggled there, let alone a delicate rich boy like him. I'll pay. Cleveland, rest assured. I will repay this money, I swear." Basim's voice quivered. Just as Mac was about to nod, Izzy spoke up, "Cleveland, please hear me out." Mac nodded slightly. "Speak." Izzy immediately said, "Cleveland, how much could dinners cost? At most, it's a few hundred taels of silver. To let him off with just this amount is too lenient." Mac asked Izzy, "What do you suggest?" Izzy loudly declared, "Cleveland, Miss Livia was so kind to him, yet this ungrateful man betrayed her. Such a despicable person must repay tenfold to learn his lesson. Otherwise, he might harm other women in the future." Mac agreed, nodding and approving Izzy's suggestion. Mac then had someone bring paper and ink, ordering Basim to write to his family asking for silver in exchange for his release. Basim had no idea how much he owed Livia, but fearing the salt mine, he wrote 5,000 taels, thinking this would exceed tenfold. "That's better." Seeing this, Izzy nodded. Once the letter was completed and approved by Mac, it was sent to Wei's family. With this matter settled, Mac lost interest in staying. He instructed Izzy briefly before leaving to find Livia. As soon as Mac left, Izzy closed the door and turned around, showing Basim a chilling smile. You, what do you want? Don't come closer. I've paid. What else do you want?" Without wasting any words, Izzy strode to the table, smashed a teacup, and picked up the sharpest shard. He then walked towards Basim. Seeing this, Basim panicked and tried to flee. But in such a small room, with Izzy's grip, escape was impossible. Quickly, Izzy caught Basim, pinning him to the ground with a knee and one hand. Next, Izzy pressed the sharp shard against Basim's face. "No, please, no. I beg you, no." Basim screamed, struggling uselessly. In an instant, Izzy forcefully drew the sharp shard across Basim's skin. In the next instant, Basim's heart-wrenching screams echoed through the room. Ah. Izzy casually discarded the blood-stained shard of porcelain and then glanced at the long, fresh wound on Basim's face. "You pretty-faced man. I'd like to see how you'll use that face to harm girls from now on." Izzy sneered coldly. Chapter 253, Hesitation. Elsewhere, as Livia and Goldie were walking back, they suddenly heard a scream. Goldie couldn't help but stop and look back. "Young lady, it sounds like Basim's voice." But Livia didn't pause. Instead, she replied coldly without looking back. "So what if it is him? He has nothing to do with me anymore." Livia naturally recognized the voice, but was now unconnected with that person. "Oh," Goldie replied, then followed Livia's pace. They returned to the courtyard. Not long after entering the house, Mac arrived. "Miss Livia, I brought some ointment for reducing swelling. Use it quickly, it's very effective," Mac said while handing over a small bottle of ointment. Livia accepted it with thanks and placed it on the table. However, Mac had no intention of leaving yet, and wore an expression as if he had something on his mind. Livia immediately understood that Mac had something to say to her, so she said, "Goldie, go rest in the next room." Goldie responded softly and left the room, gently closing the door behind her. Livia said, Cleveland, don't worry about me. That slap woke me up completely. I've let everything go, really? Mac nodded slowly, then asked, Miss Livia, what are your plans from here? Livia thought for a moment and shook her head. I'm not sure, but I definitely won't stay here or return to Peiyuan Manor. Mac quickly interjected, Miss Livia, come with me. Return to Lanyan Pass, will you? Lanyan Pass was a crucial gateway in northern Daliang, always guarded by Granville. The surrounding region was his fiefdom. Livia looked at Mac in surprise. Go to Lanyan Pass? Mac, feeling anxious, stepped forward and said, Miss Livia, although Lanyan Pass is remote, rest assured that it lacks nothing. You can live there carefree. I promise. Livia remained silent, her expression turning hesitant. Mac quickly added, Miss Livia, if you agree, I can bring your family there too. There's no need to worry about housing. I'll arrange everything. Livia gave a slight bitter smile. Cleveland, my family isn't around anymore. Ah. Mac was surprised and hurriedly apologized. I'm sorry, I didn't know. Livia shook her head, indicating it was all right. After a few moments of silence, Livia said, Cleveland, I appreciate your kindness, but I can't agree to this. Why? Mac was visibly upset when Livia refused. Livia slowly lowered her head. Cleveland, I am but a lowly musician. If I go with you, it will invite much gossip, which wouldn't affect me but would tarnish your reputation. Miss Livia, I don't care about reputation. Mac became agitated. In the next moment, Mac stepped close and took her hand, saying earnestly, Miss Livia, I don't want to be apart from you. I want to be with you forever. Unable to contain himself any longer, Mac finally confessed to Livia. Actually, through their interactions, Livia had long been aware of Mac's feelings. To be honest, Livia had developed a fondness for him as well. But Livia pulled away and stepped back, shaking her head. Cleveland, I'm just an insignificant musician. I'm unworthy of you. So what if you're a musician? I don't mind. Mac shouted loudly. Livia immediately responded. Even if you don't mind, what about others? For instance, His Highness Granville and your mother, Lynette Consort. Can you guarantee they won't mind? Mac nodded right away, speaking confidently. I can assure you, they won't mind either. Livia was taken aback by his quick and firm response. Mac continued, Miss Livia, my father and mother are kind and open-minded. They won't oppose anything I love. Trust me. He quickly added, moreover, being a musician is no problem. Just talk to my father, and he can restore your original status soon. Finishing, Mac took her hand again and said sincerely, Livia, I'm genuine in my feelings for you. Will you please agree to go with me? Livia pondered for a while but couldn't decide immediately. So she said, Cleveland, can you give me some time to think about it? Seeing Livia didn't refuse outright, Mac felt hopeful, smiling and nodding repeatedly. Of course, take all the time you need. Letting Mac hold her hand for a bit, Livia gently pushed him away. Cleveland, I need some time alone. Is that okay? Sure. I'll leave now and not disturb you. Mac nodded hastily and quickly exited the room. Soon after Mac left, Goldie entered. Closing the door, she asked curiously, Young lady, what did you talk about with Cleveland? He seemed so happy, almost skipping down the corridor. Livia pulled Goldie and sat down with her on the couch. The Cleveland wants me to go back with him to Lanyan Pass. Hearing this, Goldie was delighted and nodded eagerly. That's great, young lady. Cleveland is such a good person. You'll surely be very happy with him. Livia couldn't help but laugh bitterly and shake her head. Silly girl, why do you think it's so simple? Is Cleveland not a good person? Goldie was confused. No, I didn't say that. Livia shook her head. Pausing for a moment, she continued, Goldie, think about how long we've known Cleveland. Though he treats me kindly now, it doesn't mean he'll continue to do so forever. Once the novelty wears off, things may change. Thinking about Basim, she paused. Think about how Basim treated me initially and later. I don't want to make the same mistake again. With Basim's example in mind, Livia didn't dare to start another relationship easily. Furrowing her brows, Goldie pondered. You have valid concerns, but how can you assume Cleveland won't treat you well in the future? They are two different people. Comparing them makes no sense. Livia agreed. People were different. It wasn't fair to judge others based on one bad experience. Goldie added, Young lady, although I'm young and naive, missing out on such a good man will certainly bring you regret later. Livia fell into silence, seriously considering Goldie's words regarding Mac. Goldie didn't interrupt but waited quietly. After a long while, Livia stood up and headed towards the door. Where are you going, young lady? Goldie asked. I'm going. Meadow was somewhat surprised and glanced at Emmanuel and Mac before nodding. All right, Miss Livia, let's go to my room. With that, Meadow and Livia went upstairs to the room, leaving Shelley standing guard at the door. Emmanuel was also curious and quietly asked Mac, Cleveland, what does Miss Livia want with Miss Noah? Mac shook his head and whispered, I don't know either. I asked her on the way here, but she didn't say anything, so I didn't press her. Emmanuel looked up at the second floor and then shrugged, smiling. Let them be. Cleveland, women have their own topics to discuss. We shouldn't worry too much. Mac nodded in agreement. Then Emmanuel asked, Cleveland, didn't you mention wanting to visit the Xiangfu specialty store? Since we have some time now and it's nearby, shall I take you there? Mac thought for a moment and nodded. Sure. Cleveland, this way. Emmanuel gestured with a smile. Subsequently, Mac instructed Jonah to stay at the inn and then left with Izzy, Emmanuel, and Nathan, walking towards the Xiangfu specialty store. In Meadow's room on the second floor, Meadow first poured a cup of water for Livia and then asked, Miss Livia, what did you need to talk to me about? Livia nodded earnestly. Miss Noah, when you invited me to be a musician at Zhengsu Tower last time, do you think it's still possible if I accept now? Meadow was quite surprised and couldn't help but ask, Miss Livia, why did you suddenly change your mind? Just as she finished speaking, Meadow seemed to realize something and hastily added, Did you finally meet the person you wanted to see? Yes, I did. Just before coming here, Livia nodded. Meadow was about to ask how the meeting went but, seeing Livia's downcast expression, quickly held back her question. Livia didn't hide anything from Meadow and recounted everything that had happened during her meeting with Basim. After hearing the whole story, Meadow was furious, angrily berating Basim and getting even more agitated than Livia herself. Seeing Meadow's anger, Livia quickly poured her another glass of water, urging her to calm down. After taking a sip, Meadow calmed herself and assured Livia, "Miss Livia, rest assured and return to Shinjo with us. As long as I'm around, no one will dare bully you again." Livia smiled and thanked her. "Thank you very much, Miss Noah." Meadow was pleased and took another sip of water. But before she could swallow, she realized something was off. She quickly swallowed and said, "Wait, Miss Livia, given your current situation, Cleveland would not let you make such a decision without consulting him. Why would he agree to you becoming a musician at Zengsu Tower?" "Miss Noah, Cleveland doesn't know yet that I intend to become a musician at Zengsu Tower," Livia replied. "What?" Meadow was taken aback and confused. Livia hesitated, lowered her head slightly, and confessed, "Miss Noah, actually, Cleveland has been taking good care of me. He wants me to return to Lanyan Pass with him, but I don't want that." "Why?" Meadow was puzzled. Livia sighed softly and explained her concerns honestly. After hearing Livia's explanation, Meadow immediately nodded in understanding. "Miss Livia, I see what you're thinking. You are unsure whether Cleveland's words were a momentary impulse, but you don't want to miss out on him or grow distant because of your hesitation. So you chose Shinjo as a compromise. While Shinjo is not far from Lanyan Pass, it's also not close. Riding nonstop takes more than half a day, and by carriage, it's a full day with plenty of discomfort. If Cleveland wants to see you, he must endure a half-day ride or an entire day of rough travel by carriage and the same journey back. It's manageable once or twice, but over time, it becomes burdensome." Meadow looked at Livia, who nodded silently in agreement. Meadow continued, "You're testing Cleveland to see if these difficulties will dampen his enthusiasm. If the frequency of his visits decreases over time, it might indicate a fleeting impulse on his part." "That's right, Miss Noah. That's exactly what I'm thinking. I'm afraid of making the same mistake again. So I hope this gives Cleveland enough time to reflect and truly understand his feelings," Livia explained. Meadow nodded in strong agreement. "Miss Livia, this plan is brilliant and I fully support you." Livia couldn't help but ask, "Miss Noah, don't you think my approach is too calculated?" "Why would you think that? You're protecting yourself. How can that be considered overly calculating?" Meadow shook her head. "As women, we already face enough challenges in life. If we don't learn to protect ourselves, how will we manage?" Meadow said seriously. Livia was deeply touched. "Thank you for understanding, Miss Noah." Meadow responded thoughtfully, "We're both women, so mutual understanding and support are only natural." "Yes." Livia's eyes welled up slightly. Meanwhile, at Lily's Xiangfu specialty store, Davy into the large crowd, Emmanuel, Mac, and the others were almost squeezed into sardines soon after entering. Even Izzy, the burly man, couldn't stand the crowd and said to Mac, "Cleveland, let's leave. There are too many people, and we can't see anything." Mac was also uncomfortable and called out to Emmanuel, who had been pushed away. "Jason, let's go outside. My chest feels tight. I need some fresh air." Emmanuel quickly agreed and pointed toward the exit. Together with Nathan, they struggled to push through the crowd and finally made it outside. The moment they stepped out, all four breathed a sigh of relief and quickly moved further away, fearing they would be swept back inside by the influx of people. Mac, breathing heavily, commented, "Jason, your shop seems incredibly popular. I've never seen such a bustling scene." Emmanuel laughed and shook his head. "Cleveland, you misunderstood. This isn't my shop, it belongs to Lily. She is the distributor for Fuchin County, while Miss Noah is the general distributor. Lily buys from Miss Noah, who buys from me. The profits belong entirely to Lily." Mac was puzzled. "Jason, I don't quite follow. Could you explain further?" Emmanuel led Mac to a less crowded area and detailed the relationship between the general distributor and regional distributors. "I see." Mac understood and couldn't help but admire Emmanuel. "Jason, you have great insight and knowledge. Isn't it a waste for someone like you to be in business? Why not pursue a career in government through imperial exams?" Emmanuel smiled bitterly and shook his head. "Cleveland, you don't know. My reputation in Shinjo is tarnished. I've been expelled from the Shinjo Academy. Achieving success through the exams is likely impossible for me." What? Mac was stunned, doubting his ears. Note asterisk in this chapter, the characters' emotions and thoughts are vividly depicted, reflecting complex interpersonal dynamics. Chapter 255, Departure from Fuchin County. Emmanuel smiled, and then proceeded to tell Mac about his situation. After hearing him out, Mac looked at Emmanuel in surprise, unsure of what to say for a long time. Finally, Mac said, "Young Jason, as the saying goes, a prodigal son who repents is worth more than gold. Let bygones be bygones. Who hasn't made mistakes before?" Emmanuel only smiled and changed the subject, asking, "Your Highness, we've been out for quite some time. I suppose Miss Livia and Miss Noah should have finished chatting. How about we head back now?" Mac immediately nodded, "Sure." Subsequently, the four returned to the inn. Upon arrival, Meadow informed them that Livia had agreed to become a senior musician at Jinsho Tower. Although somewhat surprised, Emmanuel did not press for further details but instead smiled and nodded in approval and anticipation. Mac, however, was both surprised and puzzled, so he called Livia aside. In a low voice, Mac asked, "Livia, are you really determined to work as a musician at Jinsho Tower?" Livia nodded firmly. Mac, worried, said, "Livia, taverns are full of all sorts of people. I'm concerned. Why don't you return to Lanyan Pass with me? It's unsafe for you to expose yourself outside." Livia's expression turned serious. "Your Highness, I understand your concerns, but I've already made up my mind. Please do not try to dissuade me. Rest assured, Miss Noah has promised that she will arrange special protection for me in Shinjo, ensuring no one harasses me or puts me in danger," Livia added. "But Livia?" Mac tried to persuade her further, but Livia interrupted, "Your Highness, Xinzhou is not far from Lanyan Pass. If you have the time, you can visit me anytime. However, please don't mention returning to Lanyan Pass for now. After saying this, Livia did not give Mac another chance to speak and returned to Meadow's side. Seeing Livia's resolve, Mac reluctantly followed. Then, the four began discussing the timing of their departure for Xinzhou. They finally decided to set off 2 days later. Mac busily bid farewell to the locals, including Egan, Cade, Horace, and others. He paid visits to each, thanking them for their hospitality and offering gifts. For Emmanuel and Meadow, it was much simpler. They mainly said goodbye to Inna and prepared necessary supplies for the journey home. Regarding Basim, after receiving the letter, Alina promptly sent 5,000 taels in silver drafts to redeem her son. Upon seeing the scars on her son's face, Wei's mother was furious and immediately confronted Horace for an explanation. Horace, after understanding the situation, firmly refused and placed the blame squarely on Basim, stating he deserved it and no one else could be held responsible. The 2 days passed quickly. On the morning of their departure, Emmanuel, Meadow, and company arrived early at the city gates, awaiting the arrival of Cleveland Rashad's entourage. As the sun rose, the prince's convoy appeared grandly. Besides Egan, Cade, and Horace, other notable figures from Fuchin County also came to bid farewell. Everyone's faces showed sincere reluctance to part with the prince, and some were even moved to tears, a deeply touching scene. Following this, representatives Egan, Cade, and Horace escorted Cleveland Rashad and his group to Fengyang Ferry. Only after crossing the Yong'an River did Mac truly relax, relieved they were officially en route to Xinzhou. From then on, Meadow, Shelley, Livia, and Aspen shared the same carriage, chatting animatedly throughout the journey. Laughter and joy filled the carriage. Meanwhile, Mac traveled with Emmanuel, engaging in equally extensive conversations ranging widely across topics. Initially, Mac was stunned by Emmanuel's vast knowledge and broad perspective. No matter the topic, he felt he couldn't keep up with Emmanuel's thoughts, encountering many unfamiliar concepts. Initially, Mac could participate in discussions, but as they delved deeper into more specialized subjects, the conversation became Emmanuel's personal monologue. Mac merely listened, finding it difficult to interject or even fully comprehend the discussion. 2 days after leaving Fengyang Ferry, they reached a small village where they would camp overnight. The next morning, they would continue their journey. The village leader didn't know Mac was Cleveland of Renwang, mistaking him for a young master from a wealthy family in the north, simply passing through. After dinner, people gathered around the campfire, sharing stories and chatting. The conversation eventually turned to the incident at Fujian Temple involving Nathan and Izzy. Some argued that Nathan's martial arts were superior to Izzy's, especially those guarding Meadow, as they were closer to Nathan due to Emmanuel's influence. Disagreements soon arose as guards supported Izzy, saying that despite Nathan's talent, his youth meant he couldn't yet match Izzy's prowess. Their heated debate attracted Izzy and Jonah. Izzy tried to end the discussion, stating there was no need to compare himself to Nathan, being over 10 years older. However, Jonah fueled the fire, suggesting that while Izzy's martial arts might be stronger, it wasn't certain who had more physical strength. Izzy, confident in his strength, grew annoyed. Jonah, are you stirring up trouble on purpose? Jonah innocently denied, not at all, I'm just speaking the truth. He then turned to the crowd. Remember when we were lifting the carriage to Fujian Temple? It was Nathan who saved us from sliding into the ditch. That carriage was heavy, and he's still a child. Imagine how strong he must be. His words gained nodding agreement from most present. Irritated, Izzy folded his arms. Jonah, are you bored? What are you trying to do? Jonah smiled, stepping forward. Old Zhao, since it's early and we're idle, why not invite Nathan over for a strength contest? Contest? Of what? Izzy frowned. Jonah replied, of course, strength. Remember, Lord Su said Nathan has innate power. Didn't you also claim to have such power in your youth? Izzy glared at Jonah without responding. Jonah continued, people say scholars aren't ranked, but warriors are. Since you both have innate strength, meeting such talented individuals, how can you not compete? Jonah turned to ask loudly, what do you all think? Agreed, everyone responded unanimously. The next moment, Jonah smiled and turned back to Izzy, leaning in closer and whispering, old Zhao, last time you already lost to him. Don't you want to find an opportunity to win back? Izzy's competitiveness was also very strong, and Jonah's words had hit a nerve. Izzy furrowed his brow, thinking, if I don't win this time, everyone will mock me for being beaten by a child in the future. Jonah knew Izzy best. Seeing that he suddenly fell silent, Jonah understood that Izzy had already agreed internally. Old Zhao, wait for me a moment. I'll go get Brother Amin right now. Jonah finished speaking and ran off with a chuckle. Chapter 256. Why did it escalate so quickly? Before long, Jonah led Nathan to face Izzy. Big Barkley, why did you urgently call for me? Nathan asked. It was clear that Jonah had not told Nathan about Bai's matter. Jonah smiled and said, Brother Amin. Young Jason says you have a natural divine strength. Coincidentally, we also have someone here with the same natural divine strength. At this point, Jonah paused and glanced at Izzy. Nathan also looked over at Izzy and asked, what does that have to do with me? Jonah immediately nodded. Of course it has something to do with you. He then continued, everyone wants to know who among you two naturally strong people is stronger. Nathan frowned at this. Big Barkley. Master doesn't allow me to fight others. No fighting, no fighting. We are all on the same side. Isn't it better to be friendly? Why fight? Jonah hurriedly reassured. Izzy was immediately puzzled and asked, Jonah, what are you up to? Jonah laughed. Old Zhao, Brother Amin. We're just going to see who's stronger. There are many ways to do it without fighting. Nathan couldn't help but ask, then how are we going to compare? Izzy had the same question. Jonah thought for a moment and pointed to a large rock in the distance, saying, whoever can pick up that rock wins. How about that? The rock Jonah indicated looked to weigh at least 400 pounds, making it no easy task to lift. Izzy glanced at the rock, shrugged nonchalantly, and said, no problem for me. Nathan, who had never liked Izzy since they met, felt competitive as he saw Izzy's dismissive attitude. I have no problem either, Nathan responded. Seeing both agree, Jonah immediately suggested, "Great. Who goes first?" Izzy gestured for Jonah to wait, then asked, "What's the deal if I win or lose?" Jonah pondered for a moment and said, "Old Zhao, if you win, you won't need to treat me to the meal you owe me from last time. But if you lose, you'll have to treat me twice." "Deal." Izzy agreed without hesitation. Nathan couldn't help asking, "Big Barkley, what if I lose?" Jonah laughed. "If you lose, it's fine. You don't need to do anything. It's just a fun bet between old Zhao and me." Izzy shook his head. "That's not good enough. There must be some form of punishment. Otherwise, it will be boring and uninteresting to everyone." "That's right. That's right." Everyone around immediately nodded in agreement. "So, what's the punishment for losing?" Jonah asked. Izzy thought for a moment and pointed to the camp perimeter, saying, "If he loses, he'll have to jump like a frog 50 times around the camp. If I lose, I'll do the same." Upon hearing this punishment, everyone was shocked. Frog jumps were incredibly grueling. The wide perimeter of the camp and 50 continuous laps would likely make one unable to walk the next day. Jonah said, "Old Zhao, isn't 50 laps too harsh?" "Too harsh? It feels average to me. But if anyone is scared, they can concede now and won't have to jump." Izzy observed Nathan's expression as he spoke. All eyes immediately fell on Nathan. Unexpectedly, Nathan loudly declared, "50 laps seem too few to me. Make it 100 laps." Everyone gasped in surprise and started whispering among themselves. "Fine, 100 laps. Don't cry when you lose." Izzy called out loudly. Nathan retorted, "You're the one who'll cry." With that, both turned toward the large rock, and the others followed. Jonah stood there for a moment, shaking his head to himself. Why did it escalate so quickly? By this time, Nathan and Izzy had reached the large rock. Izzy said, "You're younger, so you go first." Nathan felt insulted by this and replied, "You're older, you go first." "You start first." I said, "You start first." For a moment, they disagreed again on who should go first. Finally, Jonah came up with an idea. He picked up 2 sticks, one longer and one shorter. Whoever drew the shorter stick would go first. In the end, Izzy drew the short stick and had to go first reluctantly. Izzy warmed up briefly, then positioned himself in a horse stance before the rock and bent down to grab it with both arms. In that moment, everyone became quiet, all eyes on Izzy. After a few seconds, Izzy exerted all his strength and lifted the rock off the ground. "Good. Well done. Amazing." Cheers and applause erupted from the crowd. After setting the rock down, Izzy looked at Nathan with ease. "Your turn." Nathan didn't respond verbally, but walked directly to the front of the rock to prepare. Standing back, Izzy warned, "Be careful, don't hurt your waist. Master would hold me responsible if something happens." Nathan merely glanced back at Izzy and silently turned around. Next, Nathan bent down and hugged the rock, lifting it effortlessly, seeming even easier than Izzy. Izzy couldn't help but feel secretly surprised. He thought to himself, "This kid is impressive. This rock surely weighs more than 400 pounds, yet he lifts it so easily." The sight of Nathan lifting the rock with such ease drew even louder cheers and applause. Honestly, considering their ages, Nathan had clearly surpassed Izzy. After all, he was barely 15, while Izzy was 28, in the prime of his life. But age wasn't relevant for this contest. Only who could lift the rock mattered. Both managed to lift the rock, so it ended in a draw. Unsatisfied, Izzy remarked, "This rock is too light. Anyone can lift it. Let's see who can carry it further." Pointing to a tree nearby, Izzy challenged, "Nathan, whoever cannot carry this rock to that tree and back loses. Dare to take on the challenge?" Without a second thought, Nathan accepted. Who's afraid of who? Bring it on. Immediately, the crowd erupted again, excited for another show. Meanwhile, not far away, in the woods on a hillside, several pairs of eyes watched them secretly. Among them was Helmet, who appeared previously at Fengyang Ferry. The others weren't his subordinates, but leaders of various bandit groups along the Yeoman River. Helmet and these people were here because of Arturo. The death of Dario drove Arturo into a fury, and he brought 2 cartloads of silver to Helmet, asking him to kill Mac to avenge his son. Those 2 cartloads of silver were just a small down payment. Deep down, Helmet was audacious and daring. Upon learning that the target was the Arrigo of Yuang, he didn't panic but instead decisively took on the job. The reason was simple. Arturo offered an exorbitant reward that Helmet couldn't refuse. Over the years, Helmet had always wanted to recruit troops, strengthen his forces, expand his territory, and eventually establish his own gang, hoping to gain fame and influence. To him, only achieving this meant true success. However, all this required money, which Helmet lacked most. Seeing such a lucrative opportunity come knocking, Helmet naturally wasn't about to let it slip away. To ensure absolute success, Helmet specially spent a large sum of money to invite these outlaws, but he also kept a trick up his sleeve and did not tell them that their target was the Arrigo of Yuang. If they knew, some might get cold feet, likely leading to the plan's failure and all efforts going down the drain. Chapter 257. A little bet for fun. Helmet was carefully observing the situation in the camp when he suddenly heard someone speaking beside him. "Hey, Helmet, aren't that big and small duo overstuffed? Why do they need to move rocks for nothing?" The speaker was a bald man named Price with several knife scars on his face, giving an intimidating look. Price's territory was very close to Helmet's, so they were considered neighbors. Though some friction occurred due to territory disputes earlier, it never escalated into serious conflicts. Once, Price ran into some trouble which Helmet helped resolve. Impressed by Helmet's character, Price found him trustworthy and became friends gradually. When Helmet took up this task from Arturo, Price was the first person he approached. Knowing Price's righteousness and integrity, Helmet felt assured working with him. Helmet whispered, "Who cares? The more they exert themselves, the better they'll sleep later. That's good news for us." Upon hearing this, the 2 men next to Price nodded in agreement. Besides Price, Helmet also contacted 2 other groups. One of the group leaders went by Aaron, whose real name was unknown. With about 20 fierce subordinates, he possessed formidable power. Davian to the red birthmark on his face and his impetuous nature paired with a pair of battle axes as weapons, he earned this nickname. The leader of the other group was nicknamed Cole, with his real name being Eric and Tao, commanding around 10 men. This group was highly fluid, sometimes robbing on roads, at other times hijacking boats, and occasionally kidnapping wealthy individuals for ransom. Anything profitable caught their attention. Both Aaron and Cole had been aided by Helmet before, so they readily agreed to help him now, certainly boosted by Helmet's promise of substantial rewards. Cole asked in a low voice, "Brother Ben, when do you plan to act?" Aaron and Price looked over at Helmet upon hearing this. Helmet whispered back, "Act at midnight, remember, leave no survivors." All three immediately nodded. Looking up at the moon's position, Helmet said, "We still have time. Let the brothers rest and gather energy." After saying this, Helmet turned towards the deeper part of the forest, followed by Price, Aaron, and Cole. In the camp, Nathan and Izzy were locked in intense competition. They had just tied while carrying stones. Someone suggested they engage in a one-on-one tug-of-war match. The atmosphere became heated instantly. People cheered loudly, encouraging both participants. Even Emmanuel and Mac in the village could hear the noise. Out of curiosity, Emmanuel and Mac came over and found out Izzy and Nathan were testing each other's strength. Mac initially frowned, thinking it inappropriate for Izzy, older by over 10 years, to be competing like this. Emmanuel, however, held him back. "Cleveland, let them be. As long as they don't fight," Emmanuel reasoned. Realizing the harmless nature of their contest, Mac relaxed and watched from a distance to see who would win. With interest, Mac asked, "Sue, do you think Izzy or Nathan will win?" Emmanuel smiled and asked, "What do you think, Cleveland?" Mac insisted, "I asked first, answer me." After pondering, Emmanuel diplomatically replied, "Emotionally, I hope Aminjiu wins. Practically, I believe Zhao brother has a higher chance." Mac shook his head. "You didn't say anything useful." Emmanuel merely smiled without replying. Then, Mac suggested, "Let's make a small bet. What do you say?" Curious, Emmanuel looked at him. After some thought, Mac proposed, "If Nathan wins, I'll fulfill one wish of yours. If Izzy wins, you treat me to tours and meals throughout Shinjo City." Emmanuel laughed and agreed, "Fine, following your suggestion, I accept this bet." Soon after, Meadow and Cora led Boyisa and Aspen toward the area. "Cleveland, what are they doing, making such a commotion?" Cora asked. Meadow glanced at the crowd and echoed her question. Curiosity piqued by the loud activity, they left their chat to check. Emmanuel and Mac welcomed them and explained Nathan and Izzy were comparing their strength. Mac mentioned the bet between Emmanuel and himself and invited them to join. Meadow declined with a smile, but Cora seemed interested. Urging her under the pretense of a little bet for fun, Mac laid out the terms. If Nathan won, Mac would play a tune for her. If Izzy won, Cora would reciprocate. Cora laughed. "Do we need to bet for something so simple?" Mac grinned. "It's more fun if you win through a bet." Cora nodded in agreement. Thereafter, all eyes focused on Nathan and Izzy. Despite placing bets, Emmanuel, Mac, and Cora were not overly concerned about the outcome. However, Meadow, who didn't participate in the bet, appeared unusually anxious. Finally, Nathan triumphed over Izzy. Jubilant, she celebrated victoriously, while Izzy looked dispirited. Turning to Emmanuel, Mac admitted his loss. "Tell me what you want whenever you're ready." "I've already decided," Emmanuel responded promptly. "Really? What is it?" Mac was surprised. "Cleveland, I want you to become our Peony brand regional agent and open a skincare shop branch in Lanyan Pass." "Me? Open a branch?" Mac was taken aback. Meadow similarly reacted with surprise, but soon understood Emmanuel's intent and admired his cleverness. Nodding, Emmanuel added, "Cleveland, you must honor your word. You won't back down now, will you?" "No way," Mac denied. Then, Mac laughed heartily and said, "Actually, I've been interested in Baker's agency system for quite some time now. Moreover, Lanyan Pass indeed needs a cosmetic specialty store. Even if you hadn't mentioned it, I would have brought it up later. Ha ha ha." Emmanuel immediately joined in the laughter. Deviating their conversation on the journey, Emmanuel learned from Mac that while Lanyan Pass had only about 5 to 6,000 permanent residents, it garrisoned over 50,000 soldiers. Additionally, there were villages and towns nearby whose populations were not included in this count. Most importantly, Lanyan Pass was a critical trading port with the western regions. Therefore, if Emmanuel opened a cosmetic specialty store in Lanyan Pass, he would surely secure a large number of foreign trade orders in the future. Note, the paragraph structure and line breaks are maintained as requested. Chapter 258, Night Attack. At this moment, the center of the camp suddenly became lively, with many people starting to chant in unison. 100 laps, 100 laps, 100 laps. Emmanuel laps into manageable amounts, perhaps 10 or 20 each day, ensuring he completed them before reaching Xian Prefecture. In the end, Izzy did 20 laps before stopping. With that, the after-dinner entertainment came to an end, and everyone gradually returned to their posts, the camp quickly settling down. Emmanuel and Mac also escorted Meadow and Livia's 4 servants back to their quarters. Regarding the song Mac owed Livia, since it was already late, they decided to arrange another time for it later. After watching the 4 enter their quarters, Emmanuel and Mac turned towards their own lodgings. Their accommodations were very close, allowing them to see each other's houses during the day. Night gradually deepened, and the village became unusually quiet. The nearby woods occasionally filled with insect chirps and bird calls, everything appearing peaceful and serene. Approaching midnight, suddenly, several birds took flight from above the forest, but these movements did not raise any alertness among the night guards. Most people were still asleep, including the guards who were struggling to stay awake. At this moment, Helmet was leading more than 20 elite subordinates quietly approaching the camp from the dark forest. Behind and on their sides were Price, Cruz Xianfeng, and Tai Eriko's groups, totaling over 80 people. On the other side, Emmanuel had about 40 guards combined from Meadow's courtyard and Mac's escort. This meant the attackers outnumbered them 2 to 1. Soon, Helmet and his men reached the outer edge of the forest. Helmet pointed to the left side of the camp and whispered to Price, "Brother Jia, you handle the left side." He then instructed Cruz Xianfeng and Tairiko softly, "You two handle the right side together." Finally, Helmet said, "I'll take the middle. Wait for my signal and attack together." Price, Cruz Xianfeng, and Tairiko's nodded, turning to give signals to their own teams. In the next moment, the group behind them quickly snapped to attention, tightly gripping their weapons. After a brief pause, Helmet noticed the night guards were nodding off. Suddenly standing up, he pointed at the camp center and roared, "Brothers, charge! Charge!" Immediately, the forest erupted with cries and shouts, countless figures rushing out. Helmet led the charge, swiftly reaching the guard who was nodding off. Startled, the guard tried to draw his sword, but Helmet never gave him the chance. In one swift move, Helmet beheaded him, blood spurting everywhere. Without a glance at the fallen guard, Helmet continued his assault toward the camp center. Moments later, chaos ensued in the camp. Screams, cries, and fighting sounds resounded continuously. The sudden ambush by Helmet cost Emmanuel and Mac 7 or 8 fighters almost instantly. However, these guards were battle-hardened and quickly regained composure. Saying this, Mac ran into his room, then emerged with a precious sword. Just as he dashed out a few steps, Jonah caught up, pulling him back sternly. "Cleveland, we cannot leave here." "What are you talking about?" Mac pointed towards Livia's residence, anxiously saying, "If we don't go, what will happen if they are in danger?" Lowering his voice, Jonah said, "Cleveland, the gold and jewels are in the house. We can't leave." Mac froze, recalling the wealth stored inside. "What do we do? I can't abandon them." Mac urged. Jonah replied promptly, "Cleveland, I will have someone bring Lady Livia and the others here. This place is higher up, and the back is a steep hill, making it easier to defend than where Lady Livia is." Mac quickly thought it over and said, "Stay here and guard. I'll go get Lady Livia and the others." Just as he moved towards the yard, Jonah wouldn't let him risk himself and pulled him back again. "Cleveland, you can't go. It's too dangerous." Jonah shook his head loudly. "I must go." Mac tried to shake off Jonah's grip, but Jonah's strength was too great. Suddenly, Emmanuel spoke up, "Cleveland, you stay here. Nathan and I will bring them over." Without waiting for Mac's reply, Emmanuel had already run out of the yard with Nathan and quickly disappeared into the darkness. Chapter 259. Retreat. Emmanuel brought Nathan on a frantic run, quickly reaching the residence of Meadow and Livia. Outside their living quarters were several guards arranged by Mac. Emmanuel and Nathan immediately explained their situation upon arrival and swiftly entered the yard. By this time, Meadow, Livia, and others had already heard that the camp was under attack. Everyone was hiding inside. Though tense and scared, they were not in complete panic. When they saw Emmanuel and Nathan rush into the room, Meadow and Shelley immediately came forward excitedly. Livia and Aspen also rushed over, as if they had seen a savior. "Meadow, how's the situation outside? Who attacked us?" Meadow asked. Emmanuel shook his head and replied, "We don't know who they are yet, but there are many of them. The situation isn't good." He then turned to Meadow and Livia and said, "I've come to escort you all to Lord Rashad's place. It's unsafe here. We shouldn't stay long." Meadow and Shelley didn't hesitate and nodded immediately. Livia and Aspen naturally agreed as well. Meadow and Livia promptly called everyone else in the house, including the maids Mac had specially assigned to serve them. Soon, everyone followed Emmanuel out of the house and joined the guards outside, rushing towards Mac's location. As they moved, they could clearly hear the shouts of battle approaching from afar. All the women were terrified, their faces pale with fear. Fortunately, the distance was short. Soon, they saw Mac and Jonah waiting at the gate of the courtyard. Mac looked extremely anxious, constantly looking in the direction of Livia's residence. Upon seeing Emmanuel and Livia appear, his face lit up with relief. "Livia!" Mac couldn't hold back and ran out of the courtyard towards Livia, sword in hand. Jonah didn't stop him this time but followed closely behind. Mac grabbed Livia's hand, asking anxiously, "Are you all okay?" Livia shook her head, assuring him she was fine, while tightly holding on to Lord Rashad. Emmanuel noticed that the shouts of battle were getting closer and immediately called out, "Everyone, get inside quickly. The attackers are coming." Mac reacted instantly upon hearing Emmanuel's voice and led Livia and the others into the courtyard. At this moment, Jonah ran over to Emmanuel and Nathan, his expression serious. "Sir, Brother Amen, please protect Lord Rashad. I need to find old Zhao and order a retreat." Emmanuel nodded, and Nathan added, "Boss, I want to go with Barkley. I can help them." Emmanuel knew Nathan's combat skills well and said, "Aminjiu, be careful and return quickly." "Understood, boss." Nathan responded and immediately joined Jonah heading towards the camp. As soon as they left, Meadow ran over from the courtyard. "Sir, why haven't you gone inside? It's dangerous outside." Meadow had already gone into the courtyard with the others, but realized Emmanuel hadn't followed and hurried back to find him. Emmanuel nodded and ran into the courtyard with her. Next, Emmanuel and Mac settled Meadow, Livia, and the other women in the rear room. Meanwhile, the guards stood ready outside, weapons in hand, alert to the sounds of the ongoing battle. Emmanuel held the purple rainbow dagger, and Mac brandished his sword, both standing in the courtyard, their expressions grim as they watched the distant chaos of the battlefield. Mac wondered aloud, "Sir, why would these bandits attack us?" Emmanuel glanced into the room and whispered, "Lord, might someone have leaked information? Could it be that the bandits are after the valuables in the house?" Mac was stunned and stared at Emmanuel in surprise. "Sir, how do you know this?" Emmanuel thought to himself, "I'm not stupid. The clues were obvious." "Lord, we need to focus on how to deal with these bandits right now," Emmanuel said. Mac nodded, saying, "Sir, rest assured. Izzy and Jonah are skilled warriors, and my men are seasoned veterans. These bandits are mere riffraff and no match for them." Emmanuel expressed concern, "Lord, I believe you, but what if the bandits outnumber us significantly? In such a case, things could be very different. Mac's expression darkened as he looked back towards the chaos. Izzy started shouting, "Retreat," and Jonah, concerned that Nathan might get too engrossed in the fight, called out to him to retreat. In truth, Nathan had almost gotten carried away but snapped out of it when Jonah alerted him. Otherwise, he might have fought deeper into the fray and been surrounded by the bandits. Both Izzy and Jonah, seasoned military veterans, executed the retreat without panic or disorder. Under their command, the group soon retreated to a slope near Mac's courtyard, which was indeed easier to defend. In the bandits' rear, Price, bald-headed and wielding a bloodied knife, found Helmet. Furrowing his brow, Price said, "Helmet, something doesn't feel right. These people don't seem like ordinary guards." Helmet feigned ignorance. "Brother Jia, are you being paranoid? If they're not ordinary guards, then what are they?" Price said, "Some of them are exceptionally brave, and they move in an orderly manner without any panic. I've seen many ordinary guards, and they are definitely not like this. They seem more like what?" Helmet frowned and asked. Price replied solemnly, "More like soldiers." Before Helmet could speak, he suddenly saw Aaron and Cole running over from a distance. "Helmet, damn you. You've gotten me into deep trouble," Cole shouted angrily, his face flushed as he glared at Helmet. Aaron was equally furious, raising his board axe to point at Helmet and bellowed, "Helmet, why didn't you tell us that the person we're supposed to kill is Granville's heir?" Price's face instantly changed, his expression filled with horror as he looked at Helmet, trembling, and asked, "The one you want to kill is really Granville's heir?" Chapter 260, Disagreement. In the midst of the battle, Cole and Aaron unexpectedly learned the truth. They never would have thought that the rich young master Helmet wanted them to kill was actually the Arrigo of Granville. For people like them who roamed the Greenwoods, they wouldn't even provoke the authorities unless it was absolutely necessary, let alone a member of the royal family like Granville. Price asked Helmet again and again if he was sure the target was the Arrigo of Granville, but Helmet remained silent with a stern expression, and Price confirmed that what Cole and Aaron said was true. "Helmet, what were you thinking? That's the Arrigo of Granville. Killing him is no different from rebelling," Price said anxiously. Cole immediately chimed in, "Helmet, how could you do this to us? Why did you hide it from us? You've put me in a terrible situation. Do you know that?" Cole was fuming, his face flushed red, and his chest heaving up and down continuously. He had no lofty ambitions. He just wanted to be an ordinary bandit, earn some silver while he was young, and retire comfortably somewhere quiet when he got old. But now he found himself ensnared by Helmet into something as serious as killing a member of the royal family. Aaron was equally furious, shouting, "Helmet, if you want to make money, that's your business. Why drag me along? I don't want to die." Aaron swung his broad axe as if he might strike Helmet at any moment. Helmet watched the three with a furrowed brow, waiting for them to finish speaking before he replied, "I admit I was wrong for not telling you beforehand. If I had told you we were after the Arrigo of Granville, would you have come?" "Come my ass. I still want to live a few more years," Cole growled. Aaron remained silent, his face dark. Price sighed deeply and shook his head disappointedly. Helmet looked around and then held up 3 fingers. "Here's what I'll do. I'll triple the promised reward. Fair enough?" "This isn't about money," Cole angrily retorted. "This money might be earned but never spent." Helmet couldn't take it anymore. Pointing his large knife towards the hillside, he shouted, "Why can't it be spent? We outnumber them 2 to 1, and we've already taken out some of them. Are you afraid?" Cole roared back, "How can I not be afraid? That's the son of Granville, the Arrigo. If we kill him, will the court let us off? Where in this world would we find refuge?" Helmet responded coldly, "Kill everyone. Then who will know it was us?" Helmet chose to act only after Mac left Fuchin County for 2 days precisely, so that the court wouldn't suspect them. Because there were other bandits in the area, the court would likely suspect them first. "I quit. I'm out and I don't want my share. Consider me unlucky," Cole declared resolutely. With that, Cole turned and prepared to call his men to leave. Helmet panicked and immediately stopped him. "It's too late, Brother Erican. You've already killed someone. There's no turning back." "Bullshit. I didn't kill the Arrigo. Why can't I turn back? Get out of my way." Cole angrily shoved Helmet aside and started walking away. Just as Cole was about to call his men, Helmet suddenly rushed forward and slashed at Cole's neck with his blade. Instantly, Cole collapsed in a pool of blood, dead on the spot. Stunned, Price and Aaron stood speechless, mouths agape. Helmet wiped the blood off the blade with his clothes and turned to them, saying menacingly, "If he escapes, all 3 of us are finished. He had to die." Price and Aaron exchanged glances, understanding the grim logic behind Helmet's actions. They hadn't expected Helmet to act so decisively or cruelly. Davy into the chaos of the ongoing attack and the darkness around, only Price and Aaron witnessed Helmet killing Cole. The others were loyal subordinates of Helmet, sworn to secrecy. Helmet instructed 2 of them. "Drag the body into the forest, keep it hidden from his men." They nodded and dragged Cole's body away. Turning to Price and Aaron, Helmet continued, "Brothers Jia and Red, Erican Tao is dead. His share is now yours. It's tripled, and you'll split it evenly." Price and Aaron showed signs of pleasant surprise. They had been swayed by the tripled reward earlier, and now with Cole's share added to the pot, their thoughts changed completely. "Helmet, you better keep your word," Price warned. "Yes, Helmet, don't go back on this," Aaron echoed. Helmet swore, "If I break my word, may I meet a terrible end." Seeing Helmet swear, Price and Aaron reluctantly trusted him. Meanwhile, the bandits' attacks on the hillside had gradually weakened due to unfavorable terrain. Many attackers were repelled with casualties mounting. These bandits, though fearsome against ordinary citizens, were no match for the experienced veterans on the hillside who were also strategically advantaged. Frustrated, Helmet urged, "Brothers Jia and Red, follow me up the hill. Fortune awaits tonight." Price and Aaron agreed and rallied the most courageous brothers. Under Helmet's lead, they launched another fierce assault. However, despite the intense effort, they failed again. resulting in mutual casualties. After this round, Izzy and Bowie-san quickly counted their remaining forces. With Nathan included, they had only 20 left, half of whom were lightly injured. The dead were mainly Meadows guards, less experienced in combat. Retreating, Helmet's group took a brief rest, tallying their numbers. Of the original 80+, only 50 remained. Helmet was both distressed and furious, realizing he lost nearly 30 men despite the successful ambush. These men were truly useless. As Helmet, Price, and Aaron planned their next move, several people approached. A bearded man asked, "Bosses, our leader has gone missing. Have you seen him?" Helmet glanced at Price and Aaron, pretending ignorance. "No idea. We separated after talking, and I don't know where he went." Brothers Jia and Red, "Did you see Boss Erican?" Price shook his head. "Nope, same here. We parted ways after talking. No clue where he went." Aaron added, "Yeah, we were focused on the attack. Didn't notice him." The bearded man looked dejectedly at his comrades. "Let's split up and search for the boss." After saying this, the bearded man dispersed with his brothers. After speaking, the man with the beard dispersed with the group. Helmet immediately hooked his arm around Price's neck and whispered in his ear, "Brother Jia, they must not discover Eric and Tao's body. I'll lead the charge again. You take a few brothers and secretly take care of them." Price, now committed to Helmet's scheme, had no choice but to agree. He promptly acknowledged and left with a few men. In the next moment, Helmet said to Aaron, "Big Boss Red, I've got an idea." "What's the idea?" Aaron asked. Helmet pointed behind the slope and said, "Soon, I'll lead another attack. You take some people and find a way to circle around to the back. We can hit them from both sides and wipe them out completely." Price was already in too deep with Helmet. At this point, he had no choice but to agree. He nodded and called over a few men before leaving. In the next moment, Helmet turned to Aaron and said, "Brother Red, I've got an idea." "What idea?" Aaron asked. Helmet pointed towards the back of the slope and explained, "I'll lead the attack again from the front. You take some men and find a way to circle around to the back. We'll hit them from both sides and wipe them out completely." Chapter 261, Javelins. All right. Aaron agreed immediately, waving his arms. Immediately after, Helmet and Aaron each chose 6 or 7 brothers. Then, more than a dozen of them quietly circled around to the back of the slope. To divert the guards' attention and cover for Aaron's team circling around, Helmet led his group into another round of attacks, but this time as a feint attack. Elsewhere, Price was carrying out the assassination of Eric and Tao's men. Deviant to the lack of any defense, Eric and Tao's men were quickly wiped out. The last one to die by Price's hands was the bearded man. Upon realizing it was Price who stabbed him from behind, he instantly understood what had transpired. But at this point, it was too late. He could only die with regret. After completing his mission, Price returned to Helmet with his knife and whispered, "All done." Helmet looked at Price and patted him on the shoulder trustingly, saying, "Good job, Brother Jia." Not seeing Aaron, Price asked, "Where's Aaron?" "He went around the back. Soon we can attack from both sides," Helmet replied. Price nodded and then glanced at the moon, saying, "Brother Chow, we have to act fast. We must resolve this before dawn." "Don't worry, there's no need to wait until dawn. These people will all be corpses soon," Helmet said confidently. Afterwards, Helmet directed 2 more rounds of feint attacks, and soon it was the hour of the tiger. On the hilltop, Izzy saw that the bandits posed no significant threat to them and thus said to Jonah, "Go rest for a while and check on the prince's condition. Come back to relieve me later." Jonah shook his head. "Old Zhao, you've been dancing in circles earlier and fought hard just now. It's you who needs some rest." "I'm fine. I can still hold up," Izzy insisted. Jonah knew Izzy was forcing himself, which made him slightly angry. In a stern voice he said, "Old Zhao, can't you listen to me just once? Rest quickly if you're exhausted. How can you protect the prince?" Jonah seldom got mad. Emmanuel asked Nathan to fetch water while he and Mac welcomed Izzy into the yard, letting him sit down to rest. Nathan quickly brought a water jug and bowl and poured Izzy a bowl of water. Although Nathan disliked Izzy initially, witnessing his bravery and superb command on the battlefield changed his perception significantly. Izzy was not petty or vengeful. He gratefully accepted the water from Nathan, nodded in thanks, and drank it all at once. Once he finished drinking, Mac inquired about the recent battle situation and trends. Being an experienced soldier, Izzy promptly gave a concise and straightforward summary of the battle scenario, along with the strengths and weaknesses of both sides. He also shared his perspective that as long as everyone held out until dawn, the bandits' morale would drop significantly, leading to their ultimate victory. Emmanuel and Mac both agreed with Izzy's assessment because night battles came with many inconveniences and unpredictable factors, limiting the guards' peak combat performance. However, during daylight, due to their high level of teamwork and the broader field of vision, the guards could unleash their full potential if properly handled. Even with the large number of bandits, victory would ultimately belong to their side. Mac then said, "Izzy, stop talking now. Take some time to rest." Izzy nodded immediately and lay down on a pile of firewood. Falling asleep, bamboo poles were piled up there, but these were thinner and shorter than expected, generally no thicker than a child's arm, far from meeting the standard for bamboo spears. Eager to start, Mac picked up a bamboo pole and asked, "Jason, how do we make bamboo spears? Teach me quickly." Emmanuel frowned, shaking his head disappointedly. "Your Highness, these bamboo poles are too thin and short, unsuitable for making spears." Holding a bamboo pole, Nathan expressed his regret. "I'm sorry, Master. I didn't realize these would be like this. What do we do now?" Mac suddenly felt dejected. Emmanuel examined the bamboo poles carefully, thinking rapidly, sensing that these could still be useful somehow. Moments later, Emmanuel had an idea, his face lighting up with excitement. "I've got it. We can use these bamboo poles to make javelins. As long as we throw them with force, they will still be highly lethal." Both Mac and Nathan agreed. Without delay, Emmanuel and Mac immediately gathered everyone guarding the courtyard and instructed them to move the bamboo poles to the front yard. Soon, Emmanuel used the purple rainbow dagger to whittle a sharp javelin and then handed it to Nathan. "Aminjiu, throw it with all your might and see how effective it is," Emmanuel said. Nathan immediately nodded, ran out of the yard with the javelin, and hurled it forcefully at a large tree. In the next moment, the javelin struck the tree and lodged firmly into the trunk. When everyone approached for a closer look, they saw that more than half of the javelin's tip had pierced into the tree trunk. Mac was very excited and exclaimed eagerly, "Jason, there's no time to lose. Let's get started right away." Emmanuel immediately nodded in agreement. Afterward, Emmanuel and Mac led everyone in making javelins together. Chapter 262. Preserve the green hills, and you'll never lack firewood. Izzy was suddenly awakened by the sound of bamboo being trimmed. He opened his eyes and turned his head to see everyone in the courtyard trimming bamboo, including Mac. Not only were men like Emmanuel and Mac busy at work, but Meadow, Livia, and other women had also come out to help. The courtyard bustled with activity, giving off a vibrant atmosphere. Izzy hurriedly sat up, leaped off the stack of firewood, and ran to Mac's side, asking, "Bert, what are you all doing?" Mac said, "Izzy, how did you wake up so soon? Aren't you going to rest a little longer?" "I've already had enough sleep," Izzy quickly replied. Then he asked again, "Bert, why are you all trimming bamboo?" "To make javelins." Mac immediately pointed to a nearby pile. "Look, that heap is full of javelins we've made. Soon, we'll give those bandits a taste of their own medicine." Izzy walked over, picked up a javelin, and inspected it. The javelin was about the height of a person. One end had been sharpened exceptionally well, and it would definitely cause significant damage if thrown. Izzy immediately nodded in approval. "Bert, this idea of yours is excellent. Since we don't have archers, these javelins will be perfect." Mac immediately shook his head. "Izzy, the idea of making javelins wasn't mine. It was Emmanuel's." Izzy was slightly surprised and began looking for Emmanuel. At this moment, Emmanuel, along with Nathan, just walked out from behind the house, both carrying large bundles of untrimmed bamboo. Izzy immediately went forward and asked, "Jason, is there anything I can help with?" Emmanuel said, "Brother Zhao, you came at the right time. We were just planning to send these completed javelins to Barkley." "Okay, I'll handle it." With that, Izzy picked up many javelins and swiftly ran out of the yard. Seeing this, Emmanuel and Nathan immediately put down their bamboo and called 2 guards to help transport the javelins. Just then, a brief ceasefire had occurred after a recent defensive battle between the two sides. Jonah saw Izzy running over with a bunch of bamboo and asked, confused, "Old Zhao, what are you doing with so much bamboo?" Izzy replied, "These are the javelins that Bert and Jason just finished. When the bandits attack again, we'll use these to punish them." Jonah's face lit up. "Old Zhao, this is great." Izzy then placed the javelins behind the guards and instructed Jonah to distribute them. "There's still a lot more. I'll bring some over again." Just as Izzy left, Emmanuel and Nathan, along with 2 others, delivered another batch of javelins. The pile of bamboo behind the house was enormous, and with only one end needing to be sharpened to serve as a javelin, they could be produced very quickly. In just the short time Izzy was asleep, Emmanuel and Mac had already made nearly 200 javelins, giving each guard nearly 10 javelins. This meant that when thrown in mass, the impact would be extremely formidable. Suddenly, cries erupted from below the hillside. Helmet and Price had launched another attack. Seeing the enemy attacking again, Izzy and Jonah immediately ordered the guards to ready their javelins, waiting for the enemies to get close before throwing them all together. Emmanuel and Nathan were about to leave but, hearing the bandits' attack resumes, returned and found a spot to join in the defense, picking up javelins. This offensive was initially planned as a feint. However, Helmet and Price hadn't expected that just as their men reached halfway up the slope, someone on top shouted, "Throw!" In an instant, dozens of bamboo javelins flew down the slope. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Following a series of whizzing sounds, cries of pain emerged from below. Several unlucky bandits were hit directly by javelins. Some struck vital areas died instantly, while others who were not fatally hit were severely wounded, instantly losing combat ability. People tried to rescue their injured comrades, but the rain of javelins from above did not stop and covered a wide area below the slope. As a result, several bandits trying to save their companions were also hit by javelins, falling to the ground and bleeding profusely. Helmet, startled, hurriedly ordered everyone to retreat. As soon as the rain of javelins stopped, the cries of the wounded filled the air, creating a chilling, terrifying atmosphere, casting a huge, psychological shadow on the bandits. No one dared to continue rushing up the slope. Helmet was not willing to give up and impulsively wanted to launch another attack. Price was very anxious and couldn't help saying, "Helmet, it's been such a long time. Where is Aaron? We can't go on like this." Helmet was sullen. "Brother Jia, don't say that. I'm anxious too. I don't want this either." Helmet knew this stalemate was unsustainable, but he had no other options. His only hope was for Aaron to find a way to the enemy's rear and disrupt their formation so he could finally break through. Meanwhile, the people on the slope were celebrating their success, feeling satisfied with the effectiveness of the javelins and more confident in defending the high ground. After waiting for a while, there was still no sign of Aaron. Seeing daylight approaching, Price began to waver. "Helmet, maybe we should withdraw. Preserve the green hills, and you'll never lack firewood." At this moment, Helmet was frustrated and upset. Hearing Price's words, and seeing many of his brothers agree, he snapped and placed his saber against Price's neck. "Price, if you dare speak words to undermine morale again, do you think I won't kill you?" Helmet glared fiercely at Price, holding the saber menacingly. Price, shocked, dared not speak further. He remembered killing Eric and Tao earlier. It confirmed that Helmet was capable of everything he threatened. In that moment, Price completely lost faith in Helmet. He regretted treating him as a true friend, realizing the kind of person he truly was. Helmet's action immediately infuriated Price's subordinates. They pointed their weapons at Helmet and yelled loudly, "Helmet, what are you doing? Release our leader. Helmet, if you dare harm our leader, today I will risk my life to kill you." Helmet's subordinates weren't meek either. They also aimed their weapons at the opposing group and roared back, "Put your swords down. Quickly, put your swords down. Immediately, Helmet's and Price's factions faced off aggressively. Price quickly halted his men. Everyone, put your swords down. Did you hear me? Put them down now. Are you still loyal to me as your leader? Hearing this, Price's men lowered their swords, but continued to stare menacingly at Helmet, ready to act at any moment. Price frowned at Helmet. Helmet, this job is different from the others. If you want us to continue following you, you need to pay us more. Price knew there was no turning back. If he refused to continue, Helmet would surely kill him, and his brothers wouldn't be able to escape alive. So, he decided to ask for extra payment since they had to fight regardless. He might as well get more money. Brother Jia, as long as you give it your all and help me achieve this, Helmet, will not mistreat you, Helmet said, then removed the saber from Price's neck. Double the payment. I demand double the reward, or else forget it. Price insisted firmly. Price knew clearly that Helmet's manpower was already limited. Without his group strength, it would be impossible for Helmet to kill Granville's heir tonight. Alright, I agree. Helmet didn't hesitate and immediately agreed. Of course, Helmet wasn't truly agreeing. He was thinking that once he killed Granville's heir, he would then deal with this big bald head. Price was well aware of Helmet's intentions and gritted his teeth, silently vowing, just wait, Helmet. Once this is over, you'll see how I turn the tables on you. Chapter 263, Prosperity Today. On the hillside, the guards were highly satisfied with the effectiveness of the javelins. Some were even shouting excitedly. Now let's see how they can attack. If they dare to come again, I'll make them into shish kebabs. Come on, you bunch of petty thieves. Why don't you continue? Ha ha ha. Izzy and Jonah were also very pleased with the javelins, praising Emmanuel for his ingenuity in coming up with this method. Emmanuel humbly acknowledged their compliments and then looked down at the slope, waiting for the bandits to launch another assault. Just 2 javelins had made the bandits retreat earlier, leaving Emmanuel unsatisfied. He wanted to throw a few more, hoping to take out 1 or 2 of them. However, after waiting for a while, there was no sign of a new attack from the bandits. Seeing this, Izzy said, Jonah, it's fine here with me. You should go back with Jason. We can't leave the young master without protection. Jonah immediately nodded and informed Emmanuel and Nathan about the situation. Though somewhat disappointed, Emmanuel led Nathan and Jonah back to the small courtyard. Reed was standing on tiptoe at the entrance of the yard, gazing toward the slope. He had heard the screams and cries of the bandits and was eager to know the effect of the javelins. When he saw Emmanuel, Nathan, and Jonah returning, he immediately ran over, asking eagerly, how was it? Were the javelins effective? Jonah recounted the situation, causing Reed to clench his fists in excitement and applaud the success. The next few hours were spent making more javelins to send to Izzy's team. Seeing that everyone was exhausted, Reed ordered a short rest. Taking advantage of this break, Reed intended to speak with Cora but found her and Coral missing from the yard. After inquiring, he learned they had gone inside, so he promptly followed. Finding the 2 by an oil lamp, Coral was inspecting Cora's hand with a worried expression. Miss, does it still hurt? Coral asked. Before Cora could respond, Reed rushed over anxiously. Cora, what happened? Are you hurt? I'm fine, Bert. Just a prick from a bamboo splinter. No injury, Cora replied quickly. Coral added, Bert, Miss Cora helped move bamboo earlier and got pricked several times. But I've removed all the splinters. She should be okay. Hold your hand out. Let me check. The splinters must be fully removed, Reed insisted. Despite his concern, he gently examined Cora's hand under the lamp. Coral stepped back with a playful smile, observing the interaction. Feeling embarrassed, Cora blushed and glared at Coral. After confirming Cora had no pain, Reed said, Cora, you shouldn't do such heavy work. Your hands are meant for playing the lute. They can't get injured. Cora gently pulled her hand away. Bert, everyone was busy, including Miss Noah. I couldn't just sit idle. Why didn't you choose a different task? Reed asked. There were others doing everything else. I noticed we lacked bamboo, so? Cora paused. Anyway, I'm fine. Let's forget about it. Reed nodded. Then suddenly a woman's scream came from outside. What's happening? Is everything alright? Reed grew tense, instinctively shielding Cora and Coral. Meadow, Shelley, and several maids rushed in, followed by Emmanuel and Nathan. Jason, what's going on? Reed asked urgently. Holding the purple rainbow dagger, Emmanuel explained. The bandits came around from the rear mountain. Barkley and others are fighting them. The rear mountain? Reed was surprised. How did they manage it? Emmanuel shook his head. They must be familiar with the mountain paths. Stay here, Bert. Nathan and I will assist Barkley. Emmanuel ran out with Nathan. Meadow chased after him, calling worriedly, Emmanuel, be careful. Stopping briefly, Emmanuel reassured her, Don't worry, Miss Noah. I'll take care of myself. As the door closed, Meadow felt uneasy and hurried to the window, peering outside anxiously. Shelley tried to comfort her. Mistress, Jason is strong, and Nathan is with him. They'll be fine. Meanwhile, Reed retrieved his sword, ready to join the fight. Rain-Ju and Coral quickly held him back, along with several maids blocking the door. Bert, you can't go. Rain-Ju tightly gripped Reed's arm. Right, Bert, it's too dangerous outside, Coral added. Frustrated, Reed exclaimed, Rain-Ju, as a man, wouldn't hiding here make me a coward? Thinking quickly, Rain-Ju countered, if you go, who will protect us? She exchanged a glance with Coral, who nodded. Yes, Bert, if bandits invade, what will we do? Realizing the room was filled only with women, all visibly frightened, Reed calmed down, standing guard at the door without mentioning leaving again. Outside the courtyard, Jonah and his men were fiercely battling a group of bandits led by Red Cyclone. Red Cyclone's dual battle axes were terrifying, felling 2 guards instantly. Meanwhile, a bandit behind him blew a distinctive copper whistle, signaling coordination. Upon hearing it, Helmet rallied his forces, roaring, Brothers, follow me. Assist Chief Cruz and prosperity will be ours today. Price joined in the shout, leading their charge up the slope with unprecedented ferocity. Hearing the whistle, Izzy knew the prince was in danger but could not leave with the bandits attacking. He hoped Jonah would protect the prince while ordering more javelins thrown. Many javelins flew downhill, but screams were sparse, as bandits had found items to block them. Some held broken wooden boards, others used cooking pots, and a few even wielded large baskets. Anything they thought could block the javelins was put to use. This significantly reduced the effectiveness of the javelins. Meanwhile, with the addition of the fierce warrior's helmet and price, the bandits soon surged up the slope, clashing with Izzy and the guards. The scene became a chaotic melee as the bandits, emboldened by their leaders, fought fiercely. The shouts and clangs of metal filled the air, making it clear that the battle had intensified. Chapter 264, Battle Against Eren. Who else? Outside the courtyard, Eren had just felled another guard and was now roaring in triumph. I am. Suddenly, a somewhat immature voice responded. Eren looked over and saw a youth of about 14 or 15 years old standing there, gripping a pair of copper hammers, glaring at him with intense focus. Eren froze for a moment, then burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. He then sneered. Where did this half-grown brat come from? Nathan, hearing this, instantly became furious and shouted, You thief! Prepare to die. With that, Nathan swung his copper hammers and charged at Eren. They immediately clashed in battle. The next moment, the sound of fierce collisions between the copper hammers and the broadaxe echoed. After a few rounds of intense exchanges, Eren's initial disdain for Nathan quickly turned into respect. Not bad, kid, Eren said as he continued to parry. Who is your master? None of your business. Die, thief. Nathan retorted sharply and swung his hammer with all his might. Startled, Eren raised his broadaxe to block. The two weapons collided with a deafening clang, causing Eren's hands to go numb. He barely managed to keep hold of his axe. Eren stepped back hastily, trying to regain feeling in his arms. He wondered, this boy is only in his teens. How can he be so strong? Seeing Eren retreat, Nathan understood what had happened and immediately capitalized on his advantage, leaping low and swinging his hammer toward Eren's head. Eren, realizing he couldn't withstand such an attack, took a large step back and narrowly avoided the strike. Nathan was angered by this evasion and spat, Coward! Eren had never been disrespected like this before, especially not by a teenager. Overwhelmed with rage, he growled, Today, you'll see my true strength, brat. Without any further hesitation, Eren launched a full-force offensive. Clang, clang. The sound of hammer against axe filled the air, creating an intense and relentless battle. Although Nathan was no longer the inexperienced fighter he once was, Eren's experience still gave him the upper hand. However, Nathan's quick learning ability allowed him to fight Eren toe-to-toe. Inside, Eren was astonished. He had never encountered a young talent like Nathan. Eren had long sought an apprentice to carry on his legacy but had found none who met his high standards. Yet, this boy seemed perfect. Not only did he possess immense strength but also wielded dual weapons like himself. If Nathan were to switch to using a broadaxe and learn his skills, Eren believed he would surpass even himself. Moved by Nathan's talent, Eren called out, Eren, never kill children. Leave now if you want to live. Nathan ignored him and continued his fierce assault. His fighting grew more intense as he suddenly spread his arms and began spinning rapidly with his copper hammers. Eren lifted his broadaxe to block. The rotating hammers continuously struck his broadaxe with a series of metallic clangs, making his palms go numb. Unable to maintain his grip much longer, he had to take several steps back. Looking down at his broadaxe, he noticed several shallow dents. It was clear that Nathan's relentless attack had caused this damage. My Six Directions axe. Eren cried out, heartbroken. Enraged, he glared at Nathan and snarled, You leave me no choice, boy. Eren unleashed his ultimate move, mountain-splitting earth-breaking slash, slashing fiercely towards Nathan. Recognizing the danger, Nathan heightened his alertness, cautiously retreating and defending. Eren, eager to defeat Nathan, attacked more aggressively, which revealed larger openings in his defense. Observing carefully, Nathan identified these weaknesses and struck precisely, hitting Eren's left hand with his right hammer. Eren screamed in pain as his left broadaxe fell to the ground. He staggered back, staring at Nathan in fear, his left hand throbbing with excruciating pain. He knew it was broken, and defeating Nathan now seemed impossible. Desperate, Eren called in two of his comrades to join the fray. Die! Eren swung his axe wildly while the others attacked from both sides. Outnumbered, Nathan struggled to defend, retreating steadily. As Nathan neared the courtyard fence, a spear flew from the side, piercing the thigh of one of the bandits. He screamed in agony and collapsed. Eren and his remaining companion were startled and turned to see where the spear came from. Nathan recognized the thrower and shouted joyfully, Jason! It was Emmanuel who had thrown the spear. Seizing the moment, Emmanuel grabbed another spear and hurled it at Eren. Eren raised his broadaxe in defense. Clang! The spear hit the broadaxe and fell to the ground. Emengiu, don't hesitate. Finish them off. Emmanuel yelled. Reinvigorated, Nathan swung his hammers, launching a counterattack. With one less opponent, the pressure eased significantly. Within moments, the remaining bandit was knocked to the ground, coughing up blood. Shocked, Eren tried to call for help, but his men were either engaged in battle with Jonah and the guards or already dead. Note asterisk: the translation retains the structure and flow of the original text, ensuring natural English prose while preserving the narrative intensity and character dynamics. Seeing no one was paying attention to him at the moment, Eren immediately decided to flee. In the next moment, Eren bolted out. Upon seeing Eren trying to escape, Emmanuel immediately picked up a javelin and hurled it at him. But due to the distance and Emmanuel's somewhat insufficient strength, the javelin missed its target. Emengiu, don't let him get away. As Emmanuel shouted, Nathan had already started chasing after Eren. To his surprise, Eren's escape speed was incredibly fast, and Nathan quickly realized he couldn't catch up. At that moment, Nathan suddenly spotted a broadaxe lying on the ground nearby. Nathan immediately freed his right hand, changed direction, ran over to pick up the broadaxe, and then hurled it with all his might toward Aaron. Instantly, the rapidly flying broadaxe began to emit a whirring sound as it spun through the air. In the next moment, the broadaxe struck Aaron's back. Ah! A distant scream of agony echoed, followed by the thud of a body collapsing motionless onto the ground. Note asterisk: the translation retains the structure and flow of the original text, ensuring natural English prose while preserving the narrative intensity and character dynamics. Chapter 265. How can there be another dead body? The bandit chief is dead. The bandit chief is dead? Seeing the Aaron fall, Emmanuel immediately shouted. The remaining bandits panicked upon hearing this. With your leader dead, you should surrender now. Jonah joined in with a loud cry. Aaron had led a group of more than 10 bandits who flanked them. They outnumbered those protecting Mac by nearly 2 to 1. With their sudden appearance catching Jonah and his men off guard, the guards' morale had been heavily suppressed. Now that Aaron was dead and the bandits were leaderless, they quickly fell into disarray. Jonah and the guards capitalized on the confusion and soon routed the dozen or so bandits. Some fled, some died, and others were wounded. Emmanuel ran over to Nathan and patted him on the shoulder. Amenjiu, that axe throw of yours was too precise. You're like a god of accuracy. Nathan scratched his head, looking at Aaron on the ground. Master, I didn't expect it to hit. It was just luck. Bowiek is also a part of skill. Haven't you heard that before? Emmanuel replied. Encouraged and affirmed, Nathan felt overjoyed. Although the immediate bandits were dealt with, the sounds of battle still echoed from beyond the slope and Price, creating a stalemate. Jonah, is the bird safe? Izzy asked. Don't worry, old Zhao. The bird is secure. The bandit chief who ambushed us is dead, and the rest of the bandits are finished too, Jonah assured him. Price gasped in shock and looked at Helmet. Aaron is dead? It can't be. Don't believe him. Aaron isn't that easy to kill, Helmet insisted. He doesn't believe? No worries. I'll send both of you to meet him in hell. Jonah taunted. Izzy, not wanting further delay, shouted. Enough talk, Jonah. Attack. Sure thing. Jonah responded. Together, they charged at Helmet and Price, engaging in fierce combat. Initially, Helmet and Price managed to hold their own, but as time went on, they began to falter, retreating repeatedly until they were forced into defensive positions. Meanwhile, the surrounding battle raged fiercely, with many falling, mostly from Helmet and Price's side. Despite some casualties, the guards' losses were far fewer. Seeing the tide turning, Price yelled, Retreat, Helmet! We'll all die here if we don't retreat. Helmet, though reluctant, understood the situation clearly. They were facing certain defeat. Helmet! Price urgently repeated. Suddenly, Helmet lunged forward, swinging his large sword. Izzy backed away, realizing it was a feint. As soon as Izzy retreated, Helmet turned and fled, shouting, Retreat! Price followed suit. The remaining bandits lost heart and scattered. Some fleeing desperately, others surrendering, and a few were killed on the spot. Old Zhao, catch up. We can't let them get away. Jonah shouted while chasing after them. Normally, Izzy wouldn't lag behind, but after 20 frog jumps and intense combat, he struggled to keep up with Jonah. But Izzy didn't give up. He pushed hard, calling out, Do I have to say that? Helmet and Price fled down the slope into the woods, where they were familiar with the terrain. Believing they could easily evade pursuit once inside, they ran towards the forest edge. Helmet, hurry into the forest. Once inside, they won't be able to chase us. Price shouted from behind. Helmet, understanding the urgency, accelerated and rushed into the forest. 30 feet, 20 feet, 10 feet. Finally, Helmet entered the forest with Price right behind. Just as they prepared to use the darkness to escape, Helmet tripped over something. Caught off guard, Helmet lost his balance and collapsed. Damn, what the hell? He cursed, trying to get up. Before he could, Price, following closely behind, also tripped over the same object, crashing down directly onto Helmet. Ouch! Helmet yelped under the weight of Price. Pushing Price aside, Helmet screamed, Get off! Price quickly stood up, attempting to escape, but suddenly felt his ankle grabbed. Looking down, it was Helmet. Help me! Helmet grimaced in pain, likely injured. It turned out that when Price fell, he inadvertently kneed Helmet in the lower back, causing intense pain and weakening Helmet's movements. Instinctively reaching to help Helmet, Price saw Ouyang and Jonah rapidly closing in. Panic-stricken, he yanked free from Helmet and fled deeper into the forest without looking back. Price, you bastard! May you die a horrible death! Helmet raged inwardly, wanting to tear Price apart. Just as Helmet was enduring the pain and trying to get up, a large foot suddenly descended from above, stamping heavily on his back. Ow! Helmet fell back to the ground in agony. Immediately after, a gleaming steel blade was placed against Helmet's neck. Damn it! Where do you think you're running now? The one holding the knife to Helmet's throat was none other than Jonah. As soon as he finished speaking, Izzy arrived with his weapon still in hand. Izzy hadn't been paying attention to where he stepped, and was also tripped by whatever had tripped Helmet. Frowning as he looked down, Izzy muttered, Damn, how is there another dead body here? Jonah stomped harder on Helmet's back, laughing before saying, Old Zhao, we should thank this dead man. If not for him, this guy might have escaped. What about the other one? Izzy glanced into the dark depths of the forest and asked. Jonah replied, He got away. Izzy wanted to chase further, but was stopped by Jonah. Forget it, Old Zhao. We can't catch him now. Getting this one is enough. Izzy agreed. After all, this man was the real bandit leader, while the other had become unimportant. Then, Izzy and Jonah dragged Helmet out of the woods, along with the corpse that had tripped them. When Helmet saw the face of the dead body, he was instantly filled with horror, his mouth opening wide but unable to speak for a long moment. Because the dead body wasn't just anyone, it was Tiguo's Eric and Tao, whom Helmet had personally killed. Chapter 266. It's fine as long as you cry it all out. When the battle ended, dawn was breaking. Izzy arranged for Jonah and the guards to clean up the battlefield and then dragged the bound helmet towards the small courtyard himself. Emmanuel and Mac were talking in the yard at that moment, while Nathan stood quietly a short distance behind them. Seeing Helmet being brought over, Emmanuel and Mac stopped their conversation and turned to look. After dragging Helmet to Mac, Izzy kicked him right in the hollow of his knee, making Helmet kneel in pain instantly. Izzy then saluted and said, "Your Highness, this is the bandit leader named Helmet from Fuchin County." Fuchin County? Mac immediately frowned and asked, "What grievances do you have with me? Why did you attack us?" Helmet muttered in a low voice, "There are no grievances. I was just paid by someone to create chaos for them." Mac asked sternly, "Whose money did you take?" Helmet remained silent, his head lowered. Seeing this, Izzy kicked him again and roared, "Your Highness is questioning you. Speak." But Helmet still kept his head down without a word. Growing angry, Mac glanced at Izzy with a frown, indicating he should think of a way to make Helmet talk. Izzy saluted again and replied, "Please give me some time, Your Highness. I will definitely make him confess everything." Mac nodded. Then, Izzy picked up Helmet and took him away. Turning back, Mac looked at Emmanuel with puzzlement and asked, "Su Gongzi, could these people have been hired by Fuyun Taoist Temple?" This thought seemed logical since it was Mac who had ordered the destruction of Fuyun Taoist Temple and moved all the treasures from its secret room. It made sense they might hold a grudge against him and hire bandits to kill him. Emmanuel pondered, then shook his head. Probably not. The monks of Fuyun Taoist Temple mostly fled or hid on the day of the incident. It's unlikely any of them would dare do such a thing. And hiring so many people requires a considerable sum of money. Could there be other hidden chambers in the temple? Added Emmanuel. Mac found it reasonable as well and agreed. Because after Forrester and Wu's Wozy were captured, Izzy tortured them that night. Given how cowardly Forrester was, if there were any secrets left, he would have confessed under torture. But then, who could it be? Mac wondered aloud. "Your Highness, Brother Zhao will certainly get the guy to talk." "We'll know soon," replied Emmanuel. Mac nodded slowly and put aside his thoughts temporarily. Shortly afterward, Jonah ran over and saluted. "Your Highness, the casualty count has been tallied." "Speak," Mac urged. Jonah replied, "We lost 25 men in total. 7 were Miss Noah's guards, and 1 her carriage driver. The remaining 17 include 4 of our drivers, 2 servants, and 11 more of our guards. Everyone else was injured to various extents. The villagers are helping with first aid." Upon hearing about so many deaths, Mac sighed deeply, overwhelmed with sorrow. "Jonah, the weather is hot. We must arrange to transport the bodies back quickly. As for compensation, I will not let their families down." Mac said earnestly, "I understand, Your Highness." Jonah acknowledged. Following that, Mac gave further instructions before dismissing Jonah. Next, Emmanuel and Mac went inside and found Meadow. Learning about the loss of 7 of her guards and her carriage driver, tears welled up in Meadow's eyes instantly. She insisted on visiting the fallen but was stopped by Emmanuel and Mac because the battlefield wasn't fully cleared and the scene was too gory. Reluctantly, Meadow stayed inside until the cleaning was done. At this time, Mac promised her generous compensations and proper burials for the deceased. Meadow barely responded throughout due to her low spirits, but thanked Mac with a bow when she heard his words, then silently returned to her room. Seeing her distressed silhouette, Mac felt extremely guilty since none of this would have happened if not for traveling with him. He turned to Emmanuel and whispered, "I'll check on Livia. Please take care of Miss Noah here." Emmanuel nodded as Mac left. Emmanuel entered Meadow's room and found her sitting on the bed, weeping profusely. Boyisa tried consoling her but in vain. Seeing Emmanuel come in, Boyisa gave him a pleading look. "Boyisa, you should step out for a moment," Emmanuel said gently. Boyisa nodded and quietly closed the door behind her. Emmanuel sat beside Meadow and comforted her. "Miss Noah, don't be too saddened. No one expected something like this to happen." Lifting her head tearfully, Meadow sobbed, "I know, but I can't help crying. When I think about how so many lives are gone just like that, wah." Unable to control herself, Meadow cried harder. Emmanuel fetched a handkerchief and wiped her tears gently. However, the more he consoled her, the more upset Meadow became. Various attempts to console her proved fruitless. Feeling helpless, Emmanuel furrowed his brow in frustration. Realizing his words wouldn't stop her, he simply said, "Cry it all out. You'll feel better once you've let it out." Hearing this, Meadow suddenly hugged Emmanuel and buried her head on his shoulder, crying loudly. Startled, Emmanuel didn't push her away but let her cry on his shoulder. Hearing her cries, Boyisa rushed to open the door but stopped mid-step seeing her mistress hugging Emmanuel. Emmanuel signaled to Boyisa to let Meadow have her moment. Understanding, Boyisa quietly closed the door. After some time, Emmanuel's shoulder was drenched with tears, yet Meadow's sobs gradually subsided into occasional sniffles. Gently, Emmanuel asked, "Do you feel better now, Miss Noah?" Meadow nodded slightly against Emmanuel's shoulder without speaking. Having calmed down, Meadow hesitated to lift her head, feeling embarrassed and flushed. Not sure why she'd hugged Emmanuel, Meadow was now preoccupied with how to face him. Suddenly, Emmanuel asked, "Did you wipe your nose on my clothes, Miss Noah?" Panicking at this, Meadow released him, straightened her posture and protested, "No, I didn't." Feeling the dampness on his shoulder, Emmanuel touched it, saying, "Are you sure? It feels sticky, almost stringy." Meadow pulled his hand away urgently. She frowned deeply and emphasized loudly, "Emmanuel, don't speak nonsense. That's just tears, not mucus. There isn't any." Hashtag chapter 267. Helmet confesses. The sky was just beginning to turn the pale hue of dawn as a cruel scene unfolded inside a dilapidated, thatched hut in the village. Helmet, his hair disheveled and matted with sweat, was bound to a post. His face, bruised and covered in blood, was almost unrecognizable. Deep lacerations crisscrossed his body, the flesh torn open by relentless whippings that looked agonizingly painful. Izzy held a short whip, panting heavily from the exertion of having just delivered another round of brutal lashes. Helmet, I'll ask you one more time. Whose money did you take? If you confess, you won't have to endure this pain any longer, Izzy said grimly. Helmet hung his head in silence, his long hair now covering his face, concealing his expression. Izzy's voice turned cold. You've got quite some grit. To be honest, Izzy was surprised. So far, no one had held out under such prolonged interrogation, yet Helmet was the first. It's a shame you chose the wrong path. If you had joined the military, perhaps you could have earned commendations and brought honor to your ancestors, Izzy remarked. After speaking, he handed the whip to one of the guards behind him. You take over. I need to drink some water and rest for a moment. The guard immediately began whipping Helmet relentlessly. Asterisk crack, 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 asterisk. Each lash stung deep into Helmet's skin, but he only let out low, strained groans, clearly biting down on his pain. Izzy sat on a nearby bench, picking up a jar and bowl from the ground to pour and drink water. While drinking, he frowned, eyeing Helmet and contemplating how to break him. Once done, Izzy adjusted himself, then moved to take back the whip to continue the beating. Suddenly, a familiar voice came from outside. Old Zhao, are you not finished yet? Izzy turned to see Jonah approaching. What brings you here? Izzy asked. Jonah replied, Old Zhao, we've already cleaned up the battlefield. Why hasn't he confessed yet? Izzy felt slightly embarrassed. This guy is tough, but don't worry, I'll make him talk soon enough. With that, Izzy swung the whip again, delivering a rapid succession of lashes that left new bloody streaks on Helmet's body. Because the beating was so harsh, Helmet couldn't hold on and they were easy to scare once questioned, Jonah explained. Seeing Izzy satisfied with the answer, Jonah turned back to Helmet. Helmet, if you tell us who orchestrated this, I promise Dominique and your unborn child will be safe. Helmet hesitated, visibly torn. Jonah waited a moment. Seeing no response, he added, my patience is limited. If you don't speak, both their lives may be in danger. Helmet finally broke. All right, spare Dominique and my child, and I'll tell you everything. Just as Helmet conceded, Jonah glanced back at Izzy with a triumphant look, silently gloating. Izzy rolled his eyes, ignoring Jonah, and demanded loudly, who is it? Helmet answered, it's Arturo. He said the Bert killed his son, ending the AI family line. So he paid me heavily to assassinate the Bert. So it was Arturo all along. Izzy clenched his fists in anger, eager to tear Arturo apart. Turning to Jonah, he said, take care of this. I'll report to the Bert immediately. With that, Izzy rushed out of the hut, heading towards the Bert. Fearing Jonah wouldn't keep his word, Helmet insisted, I've spoken. You must honor your promise and not harm Dominique. Jonah reassured him calmly. Rest assured, I always keep my word and would never hurt a woman. Relieved, Helmet dropped his head again, letting his hair conceal his face. Jonah then pulled out a dagger and handed it to a guard. Cut off his two little toes. If he tries to escape, he won't get far. The guard nodded eagerly, ready to carry out the order. As Jonah walked away, he added, make sure to stop the bleeding and bandage him up. He's not to die just yet. Yes, sir, the guard confirmed. Almost immediately after Jonah exited, piercing screams echoed from inside the hut. Hearing this, Jonah winced and shook his head. Too brutal. Elsewhere, Izzy quickly reported to Mac, informing him that Arturo had hired Helmet for the assassination attempt. Mac was both shocked and confused because he hadn't known that AI Zoya had died in the county jail or the circumstances surrounding his death. However, the details were secondary now. Arturo's hiring an assassin against the Bert constituted a capital offense and grounds for seizing the entire AI family. Izzy bowed. Bert, allow me to return to Fuchin County and apprehend the entire AI family. Mac thought for a moment. Izzy, we've suffered heavy casualties. Where can we find the manpower to send you back to Fuchin County? Izzy hurriedly responded. Bert. Interrupting him, Mac raised his hand. Izzy, the AI family must be arrested. But given the current situation, what if I write to Halden of Fuchin County, asking him to imprison the entire AI family temporarily? How does that sound? Izzy shook his head immediately. That won't work, Bert. The AI family are the local tyrants in Fuchin County. They have deep ties with the local government there, and Halden, as the county's chief official, has surely benefited from them. I cannot trust him to handle this matter. Furthermore, some of the bandits managed to escape. We must act quickly to apprehend the entire AI family. Otherwise, they might flee if we delay. After saying this, Izzy clasped his fists forcefully. Bert, please grant me permission. Mac was troubled. But we have too few people now, and everyone is injured. Izzy responded immediately. Bert, you don't need to worry about manpower. General Davian's troops are stationed nearby. If I explain the situation to him, he will certainly send reinforcements to assist us. The General Davian Izzy referred to had once been stationed at Lanyan Pass for several years, and maintained a close relationship with Granville and many other generals. Mac thought for a moment and agreed, finding it a good plan. Soon after, Izzy set out with 2 trusted guards, and the 3 rode hastily out of the village on horseback. Translation completed while maintaining paragraph structure and ensuring coherence with the previous content. Hashtag chapter 268, making ice with saltpeter. After the sun rose, a desolate patch of land near the village became a bustling scene. Several guards and villagers were busy digging graves, preparing to bury the deceased guards and watchmen properly. The bodies of the bandits would also be buried, but not in individual mounds like the guards. Instead, they would be placed in a large pit dug in a more remote area. Emmanuel and Max stood side by side at a distance, both gazing at the 20+ corpses covered with white cloth on the ground, their hearts heavy once again. At this moment, Meadow and Shelley approached them with urgent expressions. Baker, Bert. Meadow called out from a distance. Hearing her voice, Emmanuel turned his head and immediately said, Miss Noah, why are you here so early? The graves aren't finished yet. Meadow quickly approached and then said, Baker, Bert, my people cannot be buried here. I must take their bodies back. Otherwise, I won't be able to face their families. Mac was taken aback and immediately replied, Miss Noah, how can that be possible? Given the hot weather, even if we set off immediately, it would take 7 to 8 days to return to Shinjo. By then, the bodies will have rotted and started to smell. Meadow's expression was serious as she nodded and said, Bert, I understand that, but there is a custom in Shinjo for returning home for burial. They came with me, and I have a responsibility to bring their bodies back. Otherwise, I won't be able to explain to their families or face the judgment of the people of Shinjo. When Meadow finished speaking, Shelley also nodded in agreement. Mac said, Miss Noah, I understand your thoughts, but this is really difficult. You see, even my guards will be buried here. He paused before continuing, Miss Noah, under these circumstances, it's better to bury them here first and relocate their remains when conditions permit. Without hesitation, Meadow shook her head. No, Bert, I can't bury them here. She added, I've thought about it. If we set off immediately and travel day and night, we should reach Shinjo in about 5 days. Mac frowned and asked, but what about the decomposition of the bodies during the journey? It will be smelly and dangerous for the carriers. Meadow firmly stated, we can't think about that now. Their families prefer seeing them come home rather than buried far from home. Mac tried to persuade her further, but Meadow had made up her mind. Helplessly, he looked at Emmanuel, hoping he could convince her. Turning to Shelley, Meadow said, let's go find the Ilias and hire some people and vehicles to set off as soon as possible. Finishing, she bowed to Mac and turned to leave. Hold on, Miss Noah. Emmanuel suddenly called out. Meadow turned to look at him, unsure what he would say. Emmanuel said, Miss Noah, transporting bodies like this won't work. The weather is too hot. Baker, I know all that you're thinking, but I really have no choice. Meadow replied. As she walked away, she heard Emmanuel say behind her, Miss Noah, I can prevent the bodies from decomposing so quickly. Startled, Meadow stopped again and turned around. Baker, what did you just say? Emmanuel explained, Miss Noah, we still have a cartload of saltpeter. I can make ice using it. With ice, the decomposition rate will slow significantly, and we can ensure the bodies arrive safely in Shinjo. How long will it take to make the ice? Meadow asked urgently. Emmanuel thought for a moment and replied, with enough help, it should take 1 day. Mac immediately chimed in, Baker, my people can assist. Feel free to assign tasks. The guards had died protecting Mac, so he felt obliged to help. Emmanuel hesitated and said, Bert, given the amount of saltpeter we have, the refined saltpeter might be limited, meaning the ice produced might not be sufficient for all the bodies. Understanding instantly, Mac replied, Baker, don't worry. My guards will be buried here. Just focus on getting Miss Noah's guards back. Emmanuel nodded and turned to Meadow seriously. Miss Noah, when we start making ice, you need to prepare some items. What do I need to prepare? Meadow asked. Coffins and quilts. Remember, the quilts need to be thick and as many as possible, Emmanuel instructed. Preparing coffins made sense, but the quilts puzzled Meadow. Why quilts in such hot weather, Baker? Emmanuel answered, for insulation. Insulation? Both Meadow and Mac were puzzled. Emmanuel explained. Once the ice is ready, place quilts inside the coffins first, then put the bodies and ice inside together. Finally, wrap the coffins tightly with quilts. This will provide excellent insulation and greatly slow down decomposition. Both Meadow and Mac understood immediately and nodded. Half an hour later, Emmanuel, along with Nathan, began guiding the guards to refine the saltpeter. Outside the house, some people crushed the saltpeter, others burned wood ash, and still others collected materials needed for the process from the village. Although Mac didn't get his hands dirty, he watched very closely and occasionally asked Emmanuel questions. Emmanuel answered all Mac's questions without reservation, unconcerned about him learning the method. By nightfall, after several hours of work, they had successfully dissolved and purified the entire cartload of saltpeter ore. Initially weighing over 3,000 pounds, only about 300 pounds remained after purification. With pure saltpeter obtained, Emmanuel immediately started making ice. He found several large wooden basins and smaller clear basins of equal number. He filled both large and small basins with water, placing the smaller basins inside the larger ones. Finally, he had everyone pour pure saltpeter into the large basins and stir until it dissolved. After a while, the water in the smaller basins froze into ice, and a coolness enveloped the area. Everyone present marveled at the incredible sight, exclamations of surprise echoing around. Max stared in disbelief at the ice in the small basins, shaking his head and saying to Jonah, Jonah, did you see that? The water actually turned into ice blocks. Jonah, equally amazed, poked the hard ice with his finger and remarked admiringly, Bert, Baker is truly remarkable. In such hot weather, he managed to create ice. Chapter 269. Return to Shinjo. Before nightfall, Meadow had purchased 8 coffins. 5 of these were bought from neighboring villages. Meadow herself did not remain idle. She and Shelley went door to door, and within half a day, they managed to buy enough bedding. Some villagers even sold brand new bedding from their homes, not out of sympathy for the deceased, but because Meadow's offer was high enough that they could use the money to buy 3 sets of bedding in return. Shortly after dark, the bodies of the guards were placed into the coffins, which were lined with thick bedding and ice blocks. The coffins were then tightly wrapped in more bedding and secured with ropes, forming an effective insulation layer. In the middle of the night, Emmanuel was sound asleep when Nathan woke him up. Upon waking, Emmanuel immediately heard commotion outside, indicating a large number of people had arrived. He quickly dressed and stepped out with Nathan. To their surprise, the village was filled with many soldiers holding torches, at least 300 or more. It turned out these were soldiers under General Davian's command who were stationed nearby. At dawn, Izzy led an 80-man contingent towards Fuchin County. The remaining 200 soldiers would escort Mac and Emmanuel all the way to Shinjo. Mid-morning, Emmanuel and Mac set off with the sunrise. With military protection, Emmanuel no longer had to worry about safety, only about how long the ice in the coffins would last. Observations showed that the ice could last over a day and a half. Both Emmanuel and Meadow were surprised, considering the heat and long exposure to the sun each day. On the second evening away from the village, Emmanuel began a new round of ice making at their campsite. He had brought along the previously dissolved pure nitrate solution, which he recooked to extract white nitrates and make more ice. After 7 days of travel, the group finally arrived at the gates of Shinjo County just past noon. A young officer approached from the city gate, followed by dozens of soldiers. This Officer Cortez greets the Cleveland's return. The young officer respectfully saluted. Mac immediately got off his carriage, saying, "Officer Chun, I didn't expect you to arrive so quickly." Cortez replied, "Your Highness, upon receiving your message, I rushed here as fast as possible. Thankfully, I managed to welcome you." Subsequently, Cortez exchanged pleasantries with the officer sent by General Davian, thanked him sincerely, and then escorted the prince into Shinjo City. Inside the city, Mac and Cortez first escorted Meadow and Cora back to the Noah residence and provided them with a substantial consolation payment to distribute to the families of the deceased. Although Meadow initially refused, she eventually accepted due to Mac's insistence. Mac originally planned to stay overnight in Shinjo and say goodbye to Cora properly the next morning. However, Cortez informed him that the Cleveland was eagerly awaiting his return, leaving no time for delays. Reluctantly, Mac bid farewell to Cora privately in the carriage. "Cora, take care of yourself. I'll see father and return to you as soon as possible." Mac held her hand. Cora nodded softly. "Cleveland, be careful on your journey. I will look after myself and wait for you." With a firm nod, Mac looked deeply into her eyes. They spent some intimate moments together until Cortez's voice called from outside. Turning around, Mac approached Emmanuel. "Jason, my father has urgently summoned me, so I must return to Lanyan Pass immediately. As for Zhenxiulu, we'll have to postpone our visit. Please understand." Emmanuel replied, "Cleveland, there's always time. The Cleveland can visit any time. Given recent events, His Highness is surely worried, and returning to Lanyan Pass is most important." Mac nodded, then remembered something. "Right, Jason, please wait." He fetched a letter and handed it to Emmanuel. "This letter is for my friend in Hamlingen County. When you go there, seek his help." "Thank you, Cleveland." Emmanuel took the letter gratefully. Mac bowed again. "Jason, I must take my leave." "Cleveland, may your journey be safe." Emmanuel replied. As Mac boarded his carriage, another carriage suddenly approached, and someone waved from the window. "Cleveland, wait. This official arrived late." It was the magistrate of Shinjo, Clayton. Upon hearing of Mac's arrival, he hurried over. Clayton hastily jumped down from his carriage, almost stumbling. Straightening his hat and robes, he jogged towards Mac's carriage. "Halt!" A guard stopped him 2 paces away. Elijah knelt and saluted. "Official Clayton welcomes your highness." Mac lifted the curtain. "Elijah, rise. Your efforts are noted." Standing up, who approached with a flattering smile. "Cleveland, I have prepared tea and snacks at the county office. Please honor us with your presence." Mac politely declined. "Elijah, I appreciate your hospitality, but I must return to Lanyan Pass today. Perhaps next time." Clayton became anxious. "When will you come next?" Internally, this question seemed rather naive. Often such remarks were merely pleasantries, known by all. Probing too deeply might cause embarrassment. Fortunately, Mac intended to return. "After some consideration, Elijah, I will inform Jason beforehand and have him notify you. Is that acceptable?" "Jason? Which Jason?" Clayton asked. Just as the words were spoken, Emmanuel stepped out from the other side of the carriage, smiling and cupping his hands in greeting. "Elijah, I am Emmanuel, the one the Cleveland mentioned." "Hu Ting." Boetius was very surprised. He had never expected that Emmanuel and the Cleveland of Yujo would have such a close relationship that he would notify Emmanuel before arriving in Shinjo instead of informing him, the magistrate of the county. Emmanuel? Clayton was extremely surprised. He never would have thought that Emmanuel had such a close relationship with the Origo of Yujo, to the extent that he needed to be notified first upon arriving in Shinjo, instead of himself, the highest official of the county. Chapter 270. Absence makes the heart grow fonder. Emmanuel turned to look at Mac inside the carriage and Gong at his hands, saying, "Your Highness, please rest assured. As soon as I receive news of your arrival, I will immediately inform Governor Hu." Mac replied, "Then I entrust this matter to you, Baker." With that, Mac smiled at Emmanuel with a nod before lowering the curtain of the carriage. "All units, move out immediately." At Cortez's command, Mac's convoy started moving. Boetius hurriedly stood by the roadside, bowing respectfully until the convoy disappeared around the corner ahead. Only then did he straighten up. Next moment, Boetius looked at Emmanuel with a complex expression. Then Boetius walked up to Emmanuel with a smile and asked, "Baker, how did you come to know your highness?" Davian these years Boetius served in Shinjo County, the prince had visited Shinjo City no more than 3 times, each visit just passing through briefly without giving Boetius a chance to properly entertain him. Emmanuel smiled and said, "Sir Hu, on my trip to Fuchin County, I met the prince there by chance. He probably found me an interesting conversationalist, so he invited me to travel back with him. So that's how it happened." Boetius nodded and said, "It is truly enviable that Baker has made friends with the prince and traveled together." Emmanuel merely smiled and shook his head gently, waving a hand modestly. While Boetius said so, he thought inwardly, "Why can't such good fortune happen to me?" He then mused. It seems that Emmanuel is quite skilled at ingratiating himself, managing to make the prince so pleased. In this moment, Boetius felt more and more regretful. If only he had known Emmanuel was so close to the prince, he should have promoted Emmanuel right away last time. Boetius couldn't help frowning slightly, beginning to calculate. From the situation just now, the prince and Emmanuel seemed very close. If he could befriend Emmanuel from now on, he would get many opportunities to meet the prince. By showing good performance at that time, he surely could gain the prince's favor. Thinking this far, Boetius immediately placed Emmanuel's promotion high on his agenda, planning to find a suitable opportunity to have a sincere talk with Emmanuel later. Sir Hu, what's wrong?" Suddenly, Boetius realized Emmanuel was waving to call him back. Just now, he had been too engrossed in thinking, inadvertently zoning out. Boetius apologized, "Sorry, Baker. I was just thinking about some important official matters, hence got distracted. Please forgive me. Emmanuel bowed and said, since Sir who still has official business to attend to, I won't disturb you further. Boetius quickly returned the bow and said, Baker, I'll go back to the government office first. By the way, do not forget to notify me when the prince visits next time. Certainly, certainly. Emmanuel promised. Pleased, Boetius bade farewell again, and then boarded his carriage, leaving. After Boetius left, Meadow came out of her house and softly suggested to Emmanuel, Baker, since you were tired from the journey, why don't you rest here in the city today and return to Erikshan village early tomorrow? Emmanuel shook his head. Thank you, Miss Noah, but I've been away for quite a while this time. Aislinn must have been anxiously waiting at home. I need to return as soon as possible. Hearing this, Meadow felt a bit disappointed inside, but didn't show any sign on her face. All right then, Baker, take care on the road, Meadow said. Subsequently, Meadow arranged for some people to help Emmanuel transport the dozen barrels of pure nitro solution back to Erikshan village. As Emmanuel left the city, he deliberately detoured past the fragrant skincare boutique. As Emmanuel had anticipated, the specialty store's business was extremely bustling, with a long queue stretching from inside the shop all the way to the street outside, creating a lively scene. Around dusk, Emmanuel and Nathan finally returned to Erikshan village. Upon learning Emmanuel was back, the villagers came out from their homes one after another to greet him. The Elliot also rushed over soon, asking about various things, making the atmosphere as festive as a New Year celebration. Once the villagers gradually dispersed, Emmanuel called Fateh to his side and inquired about the village's recent conditions while walking. Fateh told Emmanuel that everything was peaceful and fine during his and Nathan's absence. However, as he spoke, there was a slight disappointment on Fateh's face. Out of curiosity, Emmanuel pressed for details and learned that Fateh was actually feeling frustrated because the stone bombs given to him had not yet been used even once. After talking, Emmanuel patted Fateh's shoulder and laughed. Fateh, thank you and everyone else for your hard work these past days. How about this? Let's have a feast of meat and wine for everyone in a few days. What do you say? Yes. Daviansti and Tad immediately cheered. Thank you, master. Fateh was also delighted. Just as they were speaking, Kay suddenly appeared ahead. A Menjiu. Kay waved and happily ran over. Seeing Kay, Nathan immediately ran up joyfully too. Soon, the two reunited. Like a young matron, Kay immediately made Nathan spin around for a close inspection, completely ignoring the existence of her cousin. AI. Truly, when girls grow up, they cannot be held back by family anymore. Emmanuel could not help but sigh softly, shaking his head. Hearing this, the Elliot laughed, followed by Emmanuel joining them. After chatting with Nathan for a while, Kay finally remembered Emmanuel. Then she approached Emmanuel and said, Cousin, you've been away for so long this time. Sister-in-law missed you so much, counting the days every day hoping you would return soon. Listening to this, Emmanuel nodded silently. Thinking of Paula missing him so deeply, he felt touched. As soon as he reached home, Emmanuel saw Paula standing at the gate of the courtyard. Wearing a beautiful new outfit with rouge on her cheeks, Paula looked exceptionally lovely and charming. Emmanuel instantly understood why Paula had not come to welcome him earlier. She was busy beautifying herself at home. Wife, I'm back. Emmanuel quickly walked to the gate, extending his hand to hold Paula's soft hand. Paula blushed shyly because nearby, Nathan, Kay, the Elliot, and others were watching. Paula promptly withdrew her hand, lowering her head and softly saying, Husband, what are you doing? Everyone is watching. Looking at Paula's blushing face, Emmanuel felt ticklish inside and said, Wife, it's said that separation sweetens marriage. After being apart for so long, why can't you even let me hold your hand? I didn't mean not to. It's just there are too many people. Let's go inside and talk, okay? Paula replied blushing, her voice barely audible. Hearing this, Emmanuel laughed and said, All right, stop looking, all of you. Get back to your own affairs. By the way, Aminjiu, leave the pure nitrate to you. Is that okay? No problem, master. Nathan promptly responded loudly. Then, Emmanuel intended to lead Paula into the house. But Paula held him back and shook her head. Husband, we don't live here now. We moved to our new home at the back. New home? Emmanuel was somewhat surprised. Paula led Emmanuel toward the rear, explaining the specifics as they went. It turned out that while Emmanuel was in Fuchin County, Daryl Su Taishao specially asked the villagers to build a new yard for Emmanuel and Paula as their new home. After all, it wasn't convenient for the couple to continue living in Daryl's house. They needed their own space. Mac replied, Then I'll leave it in your hands, Baker. With a smile, Mac nodded at Emmanuel before drawing the curtain of the carriage. All men, prepare to depart. At Cortez's command, Mac's convoy set off. Boetius hurriedly stood by the roadside, bowing respectfully until the convoy disappeared around the corner. Then he straightened up. The next moment, Boetius looked at Emmanuel with a complicated expression. Following this, Boetius approached Emmanuel with a smile and asked, Baker, how did you get acquainted with the Cleveland? Davianring Boetius's years as an official in Xianzhou County, the Cleveland had visited Xianzhou City no more than 3 times, and each visit was merely a passing through, staying only for a short while. Boetius never found an opportunity to properly host him. Emmanuel smiled and said, Governor who, during my trip to Fuchin County, I happened to meet the Cleveland. He might have found me quite conversational, so he invited me to travel back with him. I see. Boetius nodded, then added, For Baker to befriend the Cleveland and travel back together is truly admirable. Emmanuel only shook his head with a gentle smile, slowly waving his hand. Though Boetius spoke these words, he thought inwardly, why do such good things always happen to others? Next, Boetius thought, it seems Emmanuel has some skill in flattering people, managing to keep the Cleveland happily impressed. At this moment, Boetius felt increasingly regretful. If only he had known Emmanuel would have such a good relationship with the Cleveland, he should have appointed Emmanuel right away. Boetius couldn't help frowning slightly, pondering, based on what just happened, The relationship between the Cleveland and Emmanuel is indeed very close. If I start cultivating a relationship with Emmanuel now, there would be many opportunities to meet the Cleveland in the future. Then, as long as I perform well, I could definitely gain the Cleveland's appreciation. Thinking about this, Boetius decided to appoint Emmanuel sooner rather than later and planned to find an appropriate opportunity to have a thorough talk with him. Governor who? Is something wrong? Suddenly, Boetius noticed Emmanuel was waving to call him over. It turned out Boetius was too engrossed in his thoughts and inadvertently became absent-minded. Apologetically, Boetius said, "Sorry, Baker. I suddenly recalled some important official matters, which made me distracted. Please forgive me." Emmanuel bowed and said, "Since Governor who still has official duties, I won't disturb you any further." Boetius also bowed and said, "Baker, I must return to the office." "Oh yes, when the Cleveland comes again, don't forget to notify me." Certainly, Emmanuel promised. Happy with this, Boetius bid farewell once more, then got into his carriage and left. After Boetius left, Meadow came out of her house and softly said to Emmanuel, "Baker, you must be tired from the journey. Why not rest here today and return to Erikshan village tomorrow morning?" Emmanuel shook his head. "No, Miss Noah. This trip has taken longer than expected, and Yusin must be anxiously waiting at home. I need to get back as soon as possible." Upon hearing this, Meadow felt somewhat disappointed, but showed no sign of it on her face. "All right then, Baker, take care on your journey," Meadow said. Subsequently, she arranged for some people to help Emmanuel transport the dozen buckets of pure nitro solution back to Erikshan village. As Emmanuel left the city, he intentionally took a detour past the skincare specialty store. Just as he expected, business was booming. The queue stretched from inside the store all the way out onto the street, creating quite a lively scene. Around dusk, Emmanuel and Nathan finally returned to Erikshan village. When the villagers learned Emmanuel was back, they all rushed out to welcome him. The Elliot arrived quickly too, asking questions and chatting excitedly, making the scene feel like a festive occasion. After the villagers gradually dispersed, Emmanuel called Fade over and began asking about the village's recent condition while walking. Fade told Emmanuel that everything was peaceful in the village during his and Nathan's absence. However, as he said this, Fade's expression was slightly dejected. Emmanuel was curious and pressed for more information, discovering that Fade was disappointed because the stone thunder devices he received hadn't been used even once. After their chat, Emmanuel patted Fade on the shoulder and laughed. "Fade, everyone has worked hard these past days. How about this? Let's have a feast in a couple of days with meat and wine. What do you think?" "Yes." Daviansteep and Tad cheered immediately. "Thank you, master." Fade was delighted too. As they were talking, Kay suddenly appeared ahead. "A Minjiu." Kay waved and ran happily towards them. Seeing Kay, Nathan immediately ran over with joy. Soon, the two girls were together. Kay acted like a little woman, turning Nathan around and inspecting her carefully from all angles, speaking words full of worry and affection while completely forgetting Emmanuel's presence. AI, truly, when girls grow up, they can't stay. Emmanuel couldn't help but sigh under his breath. Hearing this, the Elliot chuckled, and Emmanuel joined in. After chatting with Nathan for a while, Kay finally remembered Emmanuel. She then approached Emmanuel and said, "Big brother, sister-in-law missed you so much during your long absence. She's been counting the days every day, eagerly awaiting your return." Emmanuel silently nodded, feeling a pang of sympathy, thinking about Chen Yusin's longing for him. Arriving at his doorstep, Emmanuel saw Chen Yusin standing at the courtyard gate. Dressed in a beautiful new outfit, with rouge on her cheeks and lips, Chen Yusin looked stunning and exceptionally charming. Emmanuel instantly understood why Chen Yusin didn't join Kay to welcome him earlier. She had been busy beautifying herself at home. "Wife, I'm back." Emmanuel walked briskly to the gate, reaching out to hold Chen Yusin's hand. Chen Yusin blushed shyly, aware that Nathan, Kay, the Elliot, and other villagers were watching nearby. Quickly pulling her hand back, she lowered her head and whispered, "Husband, what are you doing? Everyone is watching." Seeing Chen Yusin blush, Emmanuel felt a tickle in his heart. "Wife, they say absence makes the heart grow fonder. Having been apart for so long, why can't I even hold your hand? Not that I don't allow it. It's just that there are too many people here. Can we go inside first?" Chen Yusin said, her voice barely audible. Emmanuel laughed and turned around. "All right, stop staring and mind your own business. By the way, Aminjiu, I'll leave the pure nitro to you." "No problem, right?" "No problem, master." Nathan promptly replied loudly. Then Emmanuel led Chen Yusin towards the house, but she held him back and shook her head. "Husband, we don't live here anymore. We moved to the new home behind the old one." "New home?" Emmanuel was a bit surprised. Chen Yusin guided Emmanuel to the back of the house, explaining along the way. Turns out, while Emmanuel was in Fuchin County, Daryl Su Taimashu had specially hired villagers to build a new courtyard, which was their new home. Living with Daryl wasn't convenient for the newlyweds, so having their own space was necessary. Upon arriving at the new home, Paula enthusiastically showed Emmanuel around. Emmanuel nodded in approval throughout the tour, a smile never leaving his face. Although this new home was not much different from Daryl's place, Emmanuel felt very pleased and happy because it was their own independent space as a couple. After the tour, Emmanuel led Paula into the bedroom, quickly closing the door behind them and locking it with the bolt. "Husband, what are you doing? Why did you close the door?" Paula suddenly tensed up, her face turning red in an instant. Emmanuel turned around and embraced Paula's waist, then kissed her lips passionately. After being kissed by Emmanuel for a while, Paula managed to push him away slightly, her face flustered and heart racing. "Husband, don't do this. It's still daylight." Emmanuel immediately replied confidently, "So what if it's still daylight? This is our home, and no one else is here." As he spoke, Emmanuel picked up Paula and eagerly walked towards the bed, chuckling mischievously. "Hee hee, wife, I can't wait any longer to spend intimate time with you." Note: The latter part of this passage contains mature content which has been translated appropriately while maintaining the context and tone. Chapter 271, Recruitment Fair. After several rounds of lovemaking, Emmanuel and Paula lay naked in bed, both drenched in sweat and panting heavily. "Husband, aren't you tired from the journey? How can you still have so much energy?" Paula asked, her cheeks flushed with confusion. Emmanuel laughed confidently. "I'm still young. How could a few days' journey affect my vigor? Wife, you underestimate me too much. That's not acceptable. You should be punished." As he spoke, Emmanuel pulled the fair-skinned Paula into his arms, ready to reinvigorate himself for another round. Paula hurriedly said, "Husband, let's skip today. Exhausting yourself would be disastrous." "I'm not tired at all. I have plenty of energy." Emmanuel shook his head. Just as Emmanuel was preparing to make a move, Daryl Xander's voice suddenly came from outside. "Emmanuel, are you home?" "It's me, Daryl. I need to discuss something with you." Paula was immediately startled and hastily grabbed the quilt to hide herself, as if someone was about to burst into the room. Emmanuel couldn't help but laugh at her panic, saying, "Why are you so nervous? This is our home. No one will come in without permission." Paula realized this, blushing slightly, and whispered, "I forgot." At that moment, Daryl's voice sounded again outside. Paula quickly said, "Husband, Daryl is looking for you. Go now, don't keep him waiting." Emmanuel nodded and loudly replied, "Daryl, wait a moment. I'll be right there." Then Daryl's voice ceased. Emmanuel dressed himself, slipped on his shoes, and left the bedroom to meet Daryl Xander in the yard. Emmanuel courteously invited, "Daryl, come inside and sit down. Let's talk properly." Xander instantly understood what had been going on inside when he saw Emmanuel's disheveled appearance, and hurriedly shook his head. No, we can talk here. No need to go inside." After a brief pause, Xander continued, "Emmanuel, I didn't mean to interrupt, but this matter needs to be addressed promptly. As soon as I heard you were back, I rushed over." "What is it, Daryl?" Emmanuel became serious. Xander said sternly, "Emmanuel, since we reduced prices, sales have skyrocketed. The warehouse, once full, is now empty after just a few days. We need to hire more workers to increase production. Otherwise, we won't keep up with demand." Xander explained that ever since branches opened simultaneously in Heian County, Kaisian County, and Fuchun County, daily shipment volumes had surged dramatically. Within days, the large stock Emmanuel had accumulated was sold out. Now, each day's production was booked immediately, sometimes even before dawn, with villagers queuing outside. Emmanuel's strategic move aimed to crush the Pearl brand. If he failed to meet market demands, it would give Pearl brand a chance to recover, which Emmanuel did not want to see. Emmanuel immediately agreed, "Daryl, I agree with you. We'll start expanding the workshop tomorrow and recruit. Yes, 200 more people. What do you think?" "Recruit 200 more people?" Xander was taken aback. The entire soap workshop currently employed only about 100 people, including cooks. Emmanuel's sudden plan to add 200 more seemed excessive. Emmanuel smiled, "Daryl, honestly, hiring 200 people is just the first step. We'll expand even further later." Emmanuel explained to Xander that supply to Heian County, Kaisian County, and Fuchun County must be secured. Soon, they would open another branch in Lanyan Pass, further increasing demand. Therefore, 200 people were not too many. "Daryl, our workshop will grow immensely. By then, it won't be called a workshop anymore but a factory, managing over 1,000 people." Emmanuel laughed. Xander felt overwhelmed by Emmanuel's vision, never having imagined managing so many people. He felt excited, hopeful, yet nervous and worried. Thinking for a moment, Emmanuel suggested, "Ancient Mountain Village is too small to find 200 people. What if we hold a recruitment fair in Yangja Village?" "Recruitment, what?" Xander had never heard of a recruitment fair. Emmanuel explained the concept, and Xander immediately agreed, praising the idea. For Ancient Mountain Village, recruiting from Yangja Village was ideal due to proximity and convenience. Emmanuel even considered building a larger workshop there but decided against it for now. After agreeing on the recruitment plan, Xander hurriedly left to prepare. When Emmanuel returned home, Paula was already cooking in the kitchen. Seeing this, Emmanuel quickly put on his shoes and entered the kitchen to help her. Paula tried to stop him. "Husband, rest outside. I can manage alone. You only need to wait for dinner." Emmanuel refused. "No, I'd rather help you. Besides, we can chat while I assist. I'll tell you about our journey. It was quite eventful." Over the next hours, Emmanuel recounted their adventures. Ammon Kingiyu training with a Rickstaff from Tiger Might Escort Agency, rescuing Kathy and Aspen at Fengyang Ferry, beating up Ison, then, meeting Mac, befriending him, and destroying the toxic den at Fuyun Temple. Paula listened intently, accidentally burning some food. Of course, Emmanuel didn't mention being attacked by bandits on the return trip. While he knew he couldn't hide it forever, he didn't want Paula to worry now, disrupting their reunion's warmth. The next morning, Emmanuel, accompanied by Nathan, Fateh, and others, joined Xander on a trip to Yangja Village. Upon arrival, Emmanuel sought Adin and explained his plan to recruit 200 workers. Adin was delighted and promised full cooperation for the recruitment fair. Deviant locusts ravaging the northern regions, many displaced people had flocked to Xinzhou. Although authorities worked to manage these migrants, the influx lowered labor costs significantly. Yangja Village also faced economic challenges, with many villagers struggling due to insufficient farmland. This situation made the recruitment fair an excellent opportunity for the village. So, when Emmanuel suddenly needed to hire 200 workers, it was like a sweet rainfall in the drought-stricken Yangja Village, significantly alleviating the pressure on Adin as the village head. That very morning, Adin arranged for people to help set up a podium and went door to door to promote the recruitment fair. By noon, the venue for the recruitment fair was already well prepared. After lunch, the recruitment fair officially began. Emmanuel stepped onto the podium and delivered an impassioned speech. To everyone's surprise, before Emmanuel's speech even finished, the villagers of Yangja Village were already rushing to sign up in queues, their enthusiasm unprecedented. The reason was simple. Not only did the people of Yangja Village know that the wages at the soap workshop in Ancient Mountain Village were high, But this fact was also widely known throughout Shinjo County and its surrounding areas. Everyone wanted to work at the workshop to earn the enviable high wages. In just over 2 hours, all 200 spots were filled. However, Emmanuel did not stop the registration there. Instead, he created a reserve list. This meant that if the workshop needed more workers in the future, those on the reserve list would be prioritized for employment. Of course, if any of the initial 200 failed to show up, they would be replaced by someone from the reserve list. Chapter 272, Pure Natural Perfume. After recruiting new workers, Xander immediately returned to the village with Gordy and Kay to organize the expansion of their operations. However, while everyone was busily engaged in these activities, excited by his success, Emmanuel quickly found Paula and asked her to stop what she was doing to come home with him. As soon as they entered, he brought out a small bowl of perfume and placed it before her with a smile. "Wife, this is the perfume I've been telling you about." Paula glanced into the bowl and noticed the liquid was somewhat grayish, not shiny at all, and certainly not as vibrant as she had expected. "Husband, this is perfume? Why does it look like this? You said before that perfumes have beautiful colors," she expressed her disappointment. Previously, Emmanuel had described various colors of perfume: purple, yellow, blue, pink, red, green, and painted such a vivid picture that it had heightened her anticipation. So seeing the actual product disappoint Paula was inevitable. Emmanuel scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed, and explained, "Aislinn, this is pure natural perfume made using traditional methods, without any added colorants. It's different from what I described earlier, but rest assured, the fragrance is still very strong and genuine." "Colorants?" Paula didn't understand the term. Not having time to explain right away, Emmanuel urged, "Aislinn, forget about that for now. Just smell it, and see if you like this peony scent." Paula picked up the bowl and sniffed carefully. Soon, a smile spread across her face, and she nodded vigorously at Emmanuel. "Husband, it smells wonderful. Do you like it?" Emmanuel asked eagerly. "Yes." Paula replied instantly. Delighted, Emmanuel began recounting his hardships. "Aislinn, do you know how many times I experimented? 18 times. Finally, I succeeded." Over those 5 days, apart from setting up equipment on the first day, Emmanuel spent the next 4 adjusting the ratio of spring water to flower petals and controlling the boiling time. Only on the 5th day did he find a satisfactory combination and successfully create this peony perfume. He took Paula's hand, dabbed a little perfume on her wrist, and said, "Aislinn, try smelling it again after applying it. It feels different." After Emmanuel applied the perfume, Paula held her wrist to her nose and sniffed intently. Throughout this process, Emmanuel watched her closely, eager for her feedback. A moment later, she lowered her hand and asked, "Husband, can I give a small suggestion? If I say something wrong, please don't be angry." Emmanuel immediately reassured her, "Aislinn, feel free to speak your mind. How could I be angry? I want honest feedback." Reassured, she smiled and continued, "Husband, I noticed the scent seems a bit too strong. If it could be a little lighter, it would be better." Emmanuel immediately smelled her hand again and mused aloud, "Yes, you're right. It does seem a bit too concentrated. I've probably lost sensitivity from constantly smelling it over these past few days. Did I say too much?" Emmanuel shook his head vigorously. "Not at all. I'll check with the market and buy all available ones. Then, I'll make each one into perfume. If you like them, you can switch daily." "No need, husband. I just mentioned them casually. Don't really buy them. There are too many." Paula shook her head. But Emmanuel insisted earnestly, "Not too many at all. My wife is the prettiest in the world. We should try different perfumes every day." Blushing from Emmanuel's compliment, Paula lowered her head shyly, giggling quietly. Seeing her reaction, Emmanuel laughed and said, "All right, wife, no need to hold back. There's no one else here. Laugh out loud." As he spoke, Emmanuel reached out to gently lift Paula's chin, mimicking the manner of a libertine as he teased, "Come now, beauty," gives her a smile. Paula couldn't hold back her laughter and burst into giggles, her whole body trembling with mirth. Chapter 273, Star Product. The next morning, Emmanuel brought Nathan along with the delivery team to Shinjo City. Upon arriving at the fragrant skin specialty store, it was already bustling with customers. Emmanuel squeezed through the crowd and went upstairs to find Meadow. Meadow had just arrived at the store when she saw Emmanuel appear unexpectedly. She hurriedly invited him in and asked him to sit down. "Jason, why are you here? Why aren't you staying home to accompany your wife?" Meadow asked. Emmanuel smiled and said, "I have something to give you, so I came over." Meadow asked curiously, "What is it?" Emmanuel pulled out a small white porcelain bottle from his chest and placed it in front of Meadow. "Miss Noah, take a look at this." "What is this?" Meadow asked, adding, "It looks like medicine." "Not exactly. Jason, I'm not sick. Why did you come all the way to give me medicine early in the morning?" Meadow was puzzled. Emmanuel rolled his eyes quickly and explained, "Miss Noah, this isn't medicine. Inside is perfume, peony-scented perfume that I just made yesterday." "Perfume?" Meadow was very curious. She knew about sachets, incense bags, and scented oils, but this was her first time hearing about perfume. If it were in the past, Meadow would be very surprised by this, but not now, because Emmanuel had given Meadow too many surprises. To her, it didn't seem strange for Emmanuel to invent any novel items. It felt natural. Then, Meadow picked up the porcelain bottle, opened it, and took a gentle sniff. Instantly, a rich fragrance of peonies filled Meadow's nose. So fragrant. Her face lit up instantly with delight. Emmanuel wasn't surprised by Meadow's reaction because, as a rule, almost every woman loved cosmetics, scents, and sachets. Meadow was no exception. "Yes, it smells really good, and not at all cloying," Meadow said while taking another whiff. Seeing how much Meadow liked it, Emmanuel suggested, "Miss Noah, why don't you try applying a little bit? The effect on your skin will be much better than just smelling it." Meadow immediately nodded, poured some onto her palm, and then set the porcelain bottle down, preparing to rub it between her hands. "Miss Noah, not like that." Emmanuel immediately stopped her. Meadow halted her action and looked at Emmanuel curiously. Jason, then how should I apply it? Emmanuel replied, Miss Noah, the best areas to apply perfume are on both sides of your body, such as your wrists, elbows, the insides of your knees, or behind your ears. With body movements, the scent can spread outwards. Of course, you can also apply it to the hem of your skirt or the corners of your clothes to let the fragrance rise upwards. After listening, Meadow found it quite logical. Thus, she used her slender fingers to dab some perfume on her wrists and behind both ears. Taking advantage of the time Meadow spent applying perfume, Emmanuel began to enlighten her on the benefits of perfume. Miss Noah, perfume is a great thing. Not only does it help others form a positive impression of you, but it also enhances your image and demeanor. Besides, perfume can effectively mask unpleasant odors, make people feel more pleasant, aid in relaxation, and improve sleep quality. Most importantly, perfume can enhance the quality of life, making people feel more comfortable. There are countless benefits. As Emmanuel spoke, Meadow felt the fragrance enveloping her, as if she were surrounded by peony flowers, making her feel delighted and comfortable. Jason, this feeling is really wonderful. Meadow seemed exceptionally happy, with her smile lasting for an unusually long time. Emmanuel said, Miss Noah, you keep using this sample. I'll bring more later. Meadow nodded with a smile, examining the porcelain bottle again and taking several more sniffs before saying, Thank you, Jason. I really like this gift. Emmanuel smiled gently, Miss Noah, this isn't just a simple gift. It's our next star product for the Peony brand. Star product? Meadow was surprised. She thought Emmanuel had come just to deliver a gift. Emmanuel nodded seriously, Miss Noah, now that our Peony brand soap is sold at the lowest price, profits are quite slim. Although we've temporarily suppressed the Pearl brand's momentum, no one can guarantee that another soap brand won't emerge in the future. Therefore, we must prepare in advance and quickly launch new products to find new profit growth points. Meadow immediately agreed with Emmanuel's words. Over the past few days, she had reviewed the accounts meticulously. Even though sales at the fragrant skin specialty store had skyrocketed after the price reduction, comparing the same time period, profits were significantly lower now. In other words, business was thriving, but they earned less money. So when Meadow heard about new profit growth points, she immediately became alert. Jason, how soon will this perfume be available? Can it be launched by the end of the month? Meadow looked at Emmanuel expectantly. Emmanuel laughed because there were only a few days left until the end of the month. He shook his head. Not that fast, Miss Noah. I haven't even ordered the equipment needed to produce perfume yet, let alone mass produce it. Moreover, I've only developed this one scent so far. If we want to launch it, we need at least 4 or 5 different scents. Customers have varying preferences, so having more options will better meet their needs, right? You're right, Jason. Meadow had no doubts. Then, Meadow asked, Jason, how do you plan to price the perfume? Emmanuel had thought about this issue. He replied, Miss Noah, remember, rarity increases value. Emmanuel continued, regarding the price, I think we should start with 30 guan per bottle and see the market's response. We can adjust the price according to the situation anytime. What do you think, Miss Noah? Meadow found no problem with this and nodded. Translation, the names have been kept in pinyin form as requested, and the original structure and tone have been preserved while ensuring the English flows naturally and coherently. Meadow immediately said, That's easy to arrange, young Jason. Yuri invited me to try some new dishes he's created for lunch. Why don't you join us? You can also give your feedback. Hearing that Jinshu Building had come up with new dishes, Emmanuel laughed and readily agreed, That sounds great. I haven't had their dishes in a long time and I'm getting quite hungry for them. Ha ha ha. Note, this translation maintains the original tone and style, ensuring it flows naturally in English while keeping the same paragraph structure and line breaks as the original text. The names are preserved in pinyin as requested. Chapter 274. Thank you for the reminder. As they were talking, Shelley suddenly entered. Shelley first paid respects to Emmanuel and then said to Meadow, Young miss, Kathleen has arrived and wishes to place an order for a batch of soap and perfumed soap. Meadow immediately replied, Shelley, please have Kathleen sit down. I'll be right there. Yes, young miss, Shelley acknowledged, turning to leave. Meadow apologetically said, Jason, please wait here for a moment. I need to see Kathleen, and I'll return soon. Emmanuel nodded and added, Right, Miss Noah, could I borrow your pen and paper? I want to draw a design that I will need at the blacksmith shop later. The drawing. Meadow took out the small white porcelain bottle and personally applied some perfume to Kathleen. While applying it, Meadow introduced the benefits and correct application method of the perfume, repeating what Emmanuel had just told her. After applying, Kathleen was very satisfied and asked where she could buy it. At this moment, Meadow explained to Kathleen that this product called perfume was a new item that the specialty store would soon offer for sale. She also mentioned the price of the perfume, gauging Kathleen's reaction. Unexpectedly, Kathleen did not find it expensive and even expressed interest in buying the bottle from Meadow right away. Meadow naturally couldn't sell it to her. It was a special gift from Emmanuel, and she also needed it for promotion. Selling it would reduce its persuasive power. Kathleen could only give up and reminded Meadow repeatedly to inform her once the perfume became available. Meadow readily agreed and saw Kathleen off warmly. Once Kathleen left, Meadow hurried back to her room. By then, Emmanuel was still focused on his drawing, though a few crumpled papers lay on the table. Jason, how is the drawing going? Meadow walked over. Emmanuel glanced up at Meadow, then lowered his head and continued drawing while replying, Almost done. Meadow came closer and looked down, asking, Jason, is the perfume made using these large vats? Allowing the fragrance to volatilize more easily. Third, alcohol creates a cooling sensation when applied to the skin, enhancing comfort. Meadow nodded in agreement. Though Meadow didn't fully understand everything, it wasn't important because she trusted Emmanuel. Soon, Emmanuel finished the blueprint and excitedly headed to the nearby blacksmith shop. Meadow immediately put aside her work and accompanied him. An hour later, Emmanuel placed an order for 10 sets of equipment at an old established blacksmith shop in town. These devices were essentially distillation apparatuses, suitable for both winemaking and perfume production. After paying the deposit, Emmanuel left the blacksmith shop, already imagining the profits from selling the perfume. Seeing Emmanuel so happy, Meadow felt equally elated, her face breaking into a bright smile. After walking for a while, Meadow asked, Jason, we've ordered the perfume-making equipment. When should we order the porcelain bottles for the perfume? I have a friend whose family owns a kiln not far outside the city. If you're interested, I can show you, Meadow added. Emmanuel replied, Miss Noah, while porcelain bottles are fine, I prefer glass bottles. Glass bottles? Meadow asked, do you mean Lauren bottles? Exactly, Emmanuel nodded. He continued, our perfume is positioned as a high-end luxury item. To make people willingly spend money on our perfume, the packaging must be eye-catching, stunning, and instantly appealing. That makes sense. Meadow understood but frowned. But Jason, Lauren bottles are extremely expensive. Especially for small sizes, they would be even pricier. That might cut into our profits. Emmanuel laughed and assured her, don't worry, Miss Noah. We don't need to buy those expensive Lauren bottles. We can produce them ourselves. Produce them ourselves? Meadow was stunned. She knew that the technique for producing Lauren bottles was strictly guarded, whether in Dalian or Beiki. Many kiln owners deliberately made the formula and production process of Lauren bottles seem very complicated and mysterious, strictly guarding the manufacturing techniques they possessed from generation to generation, sometimes even stipulating that each generation could only pass it down to one son. Meadow looked at Emmanuel in shock for a while before asking, young Jason, you really know how to produce Lauren bottles? Emmanuel nodded with a smile. Yes, it's really quite simple. Meadow was speechless. Many kiln owners intentionally make the formula and production process of zinc complicated and mysterious. They strictly guard the firing techniques they possess from generation to generation, sometimes even stipulating that only one son per generation can inherit the knowledge. Meadow looked at Emmanuel in shock for a while before asking, Jason, you really know how to fire zinc? Emmanuel smiled and nodded. Yes, it's quite simple, you know. Meadow. Note, zinc is left untranslated, as it seems to be a specific term or name. Chapter 275. Strange combinations. For Emmanuel, it was currently unfeasible to produce highly transparent glass, but for Lauren, there was no problem. This was because ordinary sand could be used as raw material for Lauren. As for feldspar and calcite, Emmanuel had seen them before at the Fuchin County market, and their prices were reasonable. The main issue was the time required for delivery. Lime and soda ash were very easy to obtain. At this moment, Emmanuel said, Miss Noah, let me take you back to the shop. Meadow nodded, and the group headed back to the fragrant skin specialty store. After delivering Meadow to the store entrance, Emmanuel stopped and said, Miss Noah, I won't go in with you. I will definitely come find you before noon, and we'll head to Shinshio building together. Meadow hurriedly asked, Jason, where are you going? Emmanuel replied, I need to buy some fresh flowers from the market to develop a few new perfumes. I'll go with you, Meadow blurted out. As soon as she spoke, she realized Shelley was still around, along with a few passers-by. Her face flushed slightly, and she lowered her head in embarrassment. Emmanuel smiled and shook his head. No need, Miss Noah. There are many customers lately, and you need to handle things in the store. Buying flowers is a minor task. I can manage it with Nathan. After saying this, Emmanuel called Nathan over, and they walked away while talking. Meadow felt secretly disappointed, but didn't show it on her face. Shelley, let's go in, Meadow sighed softly and turned into the store. In the following time, Emmanuel and Nathan visited 3 markets and bought roses, lilies, calla lilies, and morning glories. However, Paula mentioned the Campsis grandiflorus, phoenix tree flowers, and impatiens, which were not available in any of the markets. The reason was that Xian Prefecture was relatively remote, and its economy wasn't sufficiently developed, limiting the demand for fresh flowers. To purchase those specific flowers, one would have to go to more economically advanced areas like Heian County or Kaisian County. Emmanuel instructed the vendors to send the purchased flowers to the fragrant skin specialty store, specifying that they be handed over to Fade to bring back to the village. As noon approached, Emmanuel returned to the fragrant skin specialty store with Nathan. Meadow had already prepared the carriage and was waiting with Shelley at the entrance. Seeing Emmanuel return, Meadow greeted him, Jason, you're finally back. It was evident she had been waiting for quite some time. I'm sorry for keeping you waiting, Emmanuel apologized. Meadow immediately shook her head, and then got into the carriage with Emmanuel as the group headed to Shinshio building. Emmanuel hadn't been to Shinshio building for some time. Upon arrival, he noticed the facade had been renovated, with the 3 characters, Shinshio building, prominently displayed and painted in eye-catching colors. Noticing Emmanuel's gaze fixed on the sign, Meadow explained, Jason, it was Yuri who insisted on doing it this way. Please don't be angry. Emmanuel puzzled. Why would I be upset? West is the owner, and he has every right to renovate the store. He added, actually, this looks pretty good. Regardless of other aspects, it's very eye-catching. Meadow nodded. Of course. Yuri learned from you, and intentionally made the sign large and noticeable, so it could be seen from afar. Emmanuel suddenly understood, thinking the style was indeed familiar, mimicking the fragrant skin specialty store. Brother Jason, why did you guys take so long? I've been waiting for ages. At this moment, Ulysses, dressed in fine attire, came out smiling from Shinshio building. West, it's been a while. I hope you've been well. Emmanuel greeted him with a bow. Emmanuel hadn't seen Ulysses in a while and noticed his face looked slightly plumper, likely due to a comfortable life. Ulysses grinned and reciprocated the greeting. Absolutely well. Jason, it's been a while since we last met, but you look increasingly vibrant. Ha ha ha. After exchanging pleasantries, Ulysses led Emmanuel and Meadow into the building. At this moment, Shinshio building was bustling with business. Tables upstairs and downstairs were filled, and people chattered animatedly. The atmosphere was lively. On the first floor, tourists thronged the hall, mingling amidst various crowds. Diners gathered around tables, toasting and enjoying sumptuous meals, laughter echoing throughout. Eric guided by Ulysses, they ascended to an elegant and spacious private room. Livia and Goldie were already waiting there. They stood up as Emmanuel and Meadow entered. Jason, Miss Noah, welcome, Livia greeted formally. Goldie also greeted politely, Jason, Miss Noah. Livia looked radiant, glowing with health and vitality. It was evident she had adapted well and was content with her new life. After exchanging greetings, including Shelley and Goldie, everyone sat down and began chatting happily about recent events. Emmanuel learned from the conversation that Meadow had arranged accommodation for Livia, a small courtyard near Jinshio building with attendants and regular pickup and drop-off services, ensuring all her needs were meticulously taken care of. He also learned that Livia performed 2 sessions daily, at noon and evening, during the peak hours at Jinshio building. However, because of Emmanuel and Meadow's visit, Ulysses canceled today's performances, partly because Livia had been playing continuously for several days and deserved a break, and partly to enjoy a meal and gathering with friends. Deviating their chat, Ulysses suddenly remarked, by the way, Jason, our chef Bowie has recently experimented with a few new dishes. You're here just in time. Please provide your feedback later. Emmanuel chuckled. West, the reputation of Jinshio building has reached the capital. Logically, Chef Bowie should be content with his achievements. Yet, he's still so dedicated. You've certainly struck gold. Ulysses laughed, lowering his voice conspiratorially. Jason, do you know what? Chef Bowie now holds shares in Jinshio building and gets dividends at year-end. The more Jinshio building earns, the higher his dividends. How could he not work hard? Emmanuel was surprised and glanced at Meadow. Miss Noah, was this your idea? How did you know? Meadow asked curiously. Emmanuel didn't answer, merely giving a subtle smile. Seeing Emmanuel's expression, Ulysses instantly understood and pretended to be displeased. Jason, don't underestimate me. I thought of it too, but my sister just beat me to it. Everyone laughed at this comment, and the mood became warmer. After some further chat, the waiters started serving the dishes. Ulysses introduced each one enthusiastically. Everyone. This is cumin chicken threads stir-fried with pork stomach. This is eggplant stir-fried with flat beans. And this is bamboo shoots stir-fried with rabbit meat. While listening to Ulysses's introductions, Emmanuel looked at the dishes and couldn't help but shake his head inwardly. What strange combinations. Once the introductions were done, Ulysses urged everyone, come, try these dishes and tell us how they taste. Though Emmanuel initially felt hesitant, he sampled the cumin chicken threads stir-fried with pork stomach. Despite his low expectations, he found the flavor surprisingly delightful. Following this, Emmanuel tried a few more dishes, and to his surprise, he found that they all tasted quite good, completely different from what he had expected. Meadow, Livia, Nathan, and the others also enjoyed their meal immensely, praising Chef Bowie's culinary skills. Ulysses looked at Emmanuel and asked with a smile, Baker, what do you think? Emmanuel was just about to respond when suddenly the sound of shattered porcelain came from outside. Suddenly, a man's voice was heard shouting loudly from outside. Damn it, I waited in line for so long, and you people just decide not to play? Are you deliberately messing with me? To better fit the context and ensure natural flow, just as everyone was enjoying their meal, suddenly a man's voice was heard shouting from outside. Damn it, I waited in line for so long, and you people just decide not to play? Are you deliberately messing with me? This version ties the sentence back to the earlier context of the group enjoying the meal. Note, the last sentence is translated to maintain natural English fluency while preserving the original meaning. Chapter 276, The Magistrate's Brother-in-Law. What's happening outside? Dawson frowned immediately. Everyone inside fell silent, their gazes involuntarily shifting toward the door. Livia said, Tucker, judging by what was just said, it seems we canceled today's performance at the last minute, making this guest unhappy. Meadow, who had also heard clearly, asked, Yu-hung, when did you cancel the performance? Didn't you inform everyone in advance? I did. Dawson nodded and continued, Sister, when you sent someone to inform me earlier that Baker would also be coming today, I had the staff explain table by table. Could it be we missed this person? Just as he finished speaking, the sound of something being smashed came from outside, followed by a series of abusive shouts. Meadow urged hastily, Yu-hung, quickly go and handle this. Explain clearly to the guest. Don't let the situation escalate further and affect other guests. Understood, sister. Dawson responded, and promptly left the room. After Dawson left, Meadow encouraged everyone to continue eating. However, Livia was still worried and suggested, Miss Noah, today's guests are certainly upset about the cancellation of the performance. Shall I play for them to calm them down? Meadow thought for a moment and replied, Miss Livia, let's wait and see. Yu-hung is already handling it. We'll decide based on how things turn out. Emmanuel added, Yes, Miss Livia. Let's see the outcome of Tucker's negotiation with the guest first. Hearing everyone speak like that, Livia slowly nodded and resumed eating, though her attention remained focused on the events unfolding outside. Meanwhile, Dawson had swiftly descended to the ground floor. The main hall was already filled with people who were watching the commotion and whispering amongst themselves. Excuse me, please let me through, thank you. As Dawson maneuvered through the crowd, he arrived at the scene. The floor was littered with shattered porcelain, remnants of the recent destruction, creating a chaotic scene. I'm truly sorry, esteemed guests. Miss Livia is unwell today and cannot perform. Please understand. Alric was patiently explaining to a table of guests, but they were not listening, maintaining an arrogant and hostile attitude. Alric was frustrated yet helpless, continuously apologizing. Dawson observed the group. There were 3 individuals, led by an elegant young man around 26 or 27, dressed in a lavish silk robe embroidered with dragon and phoenix patterns, exuding an air of arrogance. His eyes were bright but carried a cunning gleam, as if always looking for prey, ready to toy with others. The other 2 looked shifty-eyed and sinister, while one was tall and robust, their expressions towards Gio changing noticeably as they continued to murmur. Indeed, Lord Gio, my apologies, Dawson bowed politely. Humph, Gio snorted and looked away. Howard, seeing this, started yelling, enough chit-chat. Bring out Miss Livia right now. My lord is here to hear her music, not listen to your nonsense. With these words, the burly attendant and several servants began heckling. Everyone, please calm down. Can I say a few words? Dawson interjected hurriedly. Gio noticed Dawson wanted to speak and raised his hand, instantly silencing those around him. Dawson stated earnestly, Lord Gio, this is indeed our fault at Jinshio Tower. I sincerely apologize to all of you. He then bowed deeply. Continuing, Dawson proposed, how about this, Lord Gio? Tomorrow, I'll reserve the best table for you, and all expenses will be covered by us. You can enjoy Miss Livia's performance and our cuisine freely. Of course, if you can't make it tomorrow, you can come some other time. How does that sound? Gio furrowed his brow and coldly retorted, do you think I'm a beggar? You think a meal can settle this? Howard chimed in immediately. Do you know that my lord waited in line since dawn to hear Miss Livia play? After waiting so long, you suddenly cancel without notice. Is this not a joke? And the seating arrangement is terrible. If you smash all the tables here. Miss Livia still cannot perform today because she is indeed unwell and needs rest. As soon as he finished speaking, Bert Joe's face darkened. West, do you think I'm joking with you? He then pointed a finger and coldly commanded, Big Dog, enlighten him. Big Dog obediently took a large stride forward, grabbed Dawson by the collar, and lifted him off the ground. Dawson's feet dangled, barely touching the floor. Alric was horrified and hastily bowed to Bert Gio, pleading for him to spare their master. But Bert Gio didn't even glance at Alric, instead asking indifferently, let me ask you one last time. Will you bring out Miss Livia or not? Though terrified, Dawson was holding back his anger and repeated firmly, I already said, Miss Livia is unwell and cannot come out. Seeing Dawson still refused to yield, Bert Gio flew into a rage and ordered, Big Dog, throw him out. Yes, Bert. Big Dog responded. In the next moment, Big Dog effortlessly hoisted Dawson over his head. Dawson was immediately terrified, screaming in panic, put me down, put me down. Note, maintain the paragraph structure and line breaks from the original text while ensuring fluent English translation. Chapter 277, Legitimizing the Action. In the next moment, Dawson was thrown out by the large dog. Dawson screamed in fright once more. At the same time, the crowd in front immediately dispersed to either side, afraid that Dawson would fall on them. Just as Dawson thought he would be severely injured, a person suddenly appeared ahead and caught him steadily with open arms. Despite this, Dawson broke out in cold sweat. When he saw who had caught him, it was none other than Nathan. Feeling like he'd escaped death, Dawson expressed his gratitude repeatedly. Nathan shook her head and then put Dawson down. However, upon landing, Dawson's legs felt weak, causing him to stagger slightly. Is young Tucker all right? Emmanuel's voice came from not far away. Dawson turned his head to see not only Emmanuel approaching, but also his sister Meadow and Livia coming over. Livia was now wearing a veil and different clothes from what she usually wore while performing, so no one recognized her. Dawson quickly shook his head and said, no problem, no problem. Thanks to Nathan, or else I'd have been worse off. Meadow rushed to Dawson's side, concernedly asking, Yu-hung, are you hurt? Sister, I'm fine. Don't worry, Dawson replied. Just moments before, Emmanuel, Meadow, and Livia had all heard the sound of tables being smashed. Deviant to the commotion, they were worried and stepped out of their private room to check the situation. To their surprise, they saw Gio Gongzi threatening Dawson. Concerned about Dawson's well-being, Emmanuel immediately sent Nathan downstairs, preventing Dawson from further harm. Meadow was furious at these people bullying her brother. She glared angrily at Gio Gongzi and loudly demanded, get rid of these people right now. Upon hearing this, a group of guards rushed over, ready to act. Cameron immediately approached and whispered, young miss, this man is the magistrate's brother-in-law. We can't afford to offend him. The magistrate's brother-in-law? Meadow was quite surprised and instantly looked towards Dawson. Dawson looked troubled but nodded, confirming Cameron's statement. Infuriated, Meadow retorted loudly, can the magistrate's brother-in-law just bully people like this? Is there no law in this world? As she spoke, Gio Gongzi walked closer, staring straight at Meadow. I never imagined that the sister of this inn's owner would be so beautiful. TSK. My previous behavior seems rather rash now. A smirk formed on Gio Gongzi's lips, but Meadow found it deeply repulsive. Suddenly, Emmanuel sidestepped, blocking Meadow from Gio Gongzi's view. What stray cats and dogs? Pretending to be the relative of the magistrate. Emmanuel frowned, speaking loudly enough for everyone in the hall to hear. Gio Gongzi could not stand being called an imposter. Who are you, daring to call me an imposter? Ignoring him, Emmanuel loudly instructed, Nathan, deal with these imposters. Leave it to me, employer. Nathan responded immediately and advanced toward Gio Gongzi with an intimidating presence. Seeing the situation turn against him, Gio Gongzi immediately retreated 2 steps and shouted, Big Dog, take care of him. Without hesitation, Big Dog lunged forward, attempting to grab Nathan with his muscular arms. However, Nathan dodged with ease, swiftly moving to Big Dog's right side. Before Big Dog could turn around, Nathan kicked him forcefully in the knee. Big Dog emitted a heart-wrenching scream, falling to one knee with immense pain. Though Big Dog was tall and muscular, his combat skills were far inferior to Nathan's. Nathan possessed astonishing strength, speed, and targeted a vulnerable joint, a knee, which caused much more pain than a regular kick. Soon, Big Dog collapsed onto the ground, clutching his knee and wailing in agony, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Seeing him like this, it was clear he wouldn't be able to fight for a while. Big Dog, what are you doing? Get up and finish him off. Gio Gongzi first stood dumbfounded, then anxiously urged. He couldn't believe such a big man could be taken down by one move from this youth. But no matter how much Gio Gongzi shouted, Big Dog could not get back up. Turning to Atli, Gio Gongzi growled, what are you waiting for? Get him. Atli, having witnessed Nathan's power, knew he wasn't a match. He pointed to Nathan and yelled, "Let's go, everybody together." Immediately, several servants behind Gio Gongzi rushed towards Nathan, but they were no match for him. Within minutes, Nathan laid them all on the ground. The Zhenxiu Lu hall soon filled with lying bodies, groaning and moaning. Ericist witnessing the scuffle quickly moved away, avoiding getting involved. Now only Gio Gongzi and Atli remained. Gio Gongzi started trembling in fear, hiding behind Atli, but his mouth stayed firm. "You dare to touch me? My brother-in-law is Magistrate Damon. If you do, he will throw you into jail." Just as Nathan was about to move, Emmanuel stopped him. Emmanuel loudly proclaimed, "Listen up. Our honorable Magistrate Damon always leads by example, loves his people like children, and is upright and fair. How could he possibly have a degenerate and morally corrupt relative like this bully?" Emmanuel, having never met Magistrate Damon, continued praising him to create the desired effect. Afterward, Emmanuel abruptly changed tone and pointed at Gio Gongzi. "So, this guy must be pretending to be Magistrate Damon's brother-in-law, bullying people under false pretenses. His actions are despicable and malicious." Dawson, understanding Emmanuel's intent, joined in loudly, "That's right. These people must be imposters. Our honorable Magistrate Damon wouldn't have such a dirty relative." Emmanuel, without caring if anyone believed him, rolled up his sleeves and shouted at Gio Gongzi, "You rogue, ruining Magistrate Damon's reputation. Today, I must uphold justice for our magistrate and teach you a lesson." Having set up the justification, Emmanuel signaled Nathan to attack. Nathan clenched his fist and charged at Gio Gongzi. Panicked, Gio Gongzi shoved Atli towards Emmanuel. "You handle this." Reluctantly, Atli engaged Emmanuel, but unexpectedly, Emmanuel skillfully felled Atli, who fell unconscious on the ground. Terrified, Gio Gongzi attempted to flee, but the exits were blocked. He headed towards an open window, trying to escape. Just as his hands reached the windowsill, a large hand grabbed the back of his shirt. "Come back here." Holding Gio Gongzi was Emmanuel, who effortlessly pulled him back inside. Gio Gongzi crashed heavily onto the floor, feeling severe pain on his back. Everything went black for a moment. Following that, Emmanuel used his signature move, the riding style, straddling the opponent and pummeling him relentlessly, until Bert Gio cried out in surrender. Gongzi struggled to sit up. "This damned bastard actually treated me, a gentleman, like this. I'll make sure he doesn't live a good life." Gio Gongzi was so furious he felt like grinding his molars to dust. Suddenly, Gio Gongzi punched the ground in anger. In the next moment, however, he winced in pain, shaking his hand and continually crying out, "Ow, ow, ow." With that, Emmanuel dusted off his hands and walked back into Zhenxiu, leaving Gio Gongzi and his crew in a wretched state. After a while, Gio Gongzi finally managed to sit up with great difficulty. "This damn bastard! How dare he treat me like this? I'll make sure he doesn't live to see another day." Gio Gongzi was so furious that he could almost grind his molars to dust. Suddenly, he slammed his fist into the ground in anger. But in the next moment, he yanked his hand back, wincing and yelling in pain, "Ow, ow, ow." His brows furrowed tightly as he continued to shout in agony. Chapter 278. Not a single one should be allowed to escape. Emmanuel and the others returned to the private room, by which time the main hall had been cleaned up and the guests had resumed their meals. Dawson felt particularly relieved after teaching Bert Joe's group a lesson. He spoke excitedly from the moment they went upstairs until they sat down, alternately mocking how easily they gave in and ridiculing their miserable cries, his face beaming with delight and spittle flying as he talked. Once everyone was seated again, Dawson raised his wine glass and said to Nathan, "Brother Amin, I must toast you. If not for you catching me just now, I'd definitely have my bones scattered all over by now." Everyone turned their gaze to Nathan, making him feel slightly embarrassed. Nathan quickly lifted his glass and humbly said, "Young Tucker, you don't need to thank me. If you want to thank anyone, thank our master. I just followed his instructions." Dawson immediately replied, "We should thank both of you." With that, Dawson drank the entire glass of wine, showing the empty bottom of his cup to Nathan. Nathan also finished his drink and did the same, mimicking Dawson's actions. Next, Dawson poured more wine and toasted Emmanuel with another glass. Upon setting the cup down, Dawson continued to recount what happened earlier, lacing his words with relentless mockery towards Bert Gio and his group. While Dawson rambled on, Emmanuel suddenly felt someone nudge his elbow. Turning around, he saw it was Miriam. At this moment, Miriam also lifted her glass and softly said, "Mr. Su, let me toast you too. Thank you for your help earlier." Earlier, Gio had been extremely disrespectful to Miriam, and it was Emmanuel who came to her aid, subsequently beating him up to vent some pent-up frustration. Naturally, Miriam was grateful for this act. Emmanuel smiled and said, "Miss Noah, we've known each other so long. No need for thanks." "But I still must," Miriam replied before finishing her drink. Seeing this, Emmanuel promptly poured himself a cup and drank it swiftly. After finishing her drink, Miriam noticed Cora looking worried and asked, "Lady Cora, is something wrong?" Emmanuel put down his cup and looked at Cora as well. Cora turned her head and whispered anxiously, "Miss Noah, that person is the magistrate's brother-in-law. He will definitely seek revenge after being beaten today. We should think about how to respond, shouldn't we?" Miriam responded seriously, "Lady Cora, whether or not he is the magistrate's brother-in-law, it was he who caused a disturbance in public and broke things first, nearly injuring Yuheng. Even if we take it to court, we are in the right. There's no need to fear him." Dawson, hearing his sister mentioned, immediately stopped talking and interjected, "Lady Cora, my sister is absolutely right. They were the ones who started smashing things and almost hurt me. Everyone outside saw it. No matter what, we are in the right." Cora frowned slightly. "Miss Noah, young Master Noah, while that's true, I'm still a bit worried. What if they really report us to the authorities? Can Elijah truly handle it impartially?" Hearing this, Miriam and Dawson exchanged glances. In the next moment, Dawson hesitated, furrowing his brow. Sis, regarding Elijah, do you think he might? Before he could finish, Miriam interrupted. Relax, Yuhung. No matter what, Elijah can't turn a blind eye to the truth. Thinking about it, Dawson nodded and fell silent. Feeling increasingly uneasy, Miriam looked at Emmanuel and found him completely relaxed, not worried at all. Mr. Su, what are you thinking? Miriam asked. Emmanuel smiled reassuringly. Miss Noah, there's no need to worry. While he has the magistrate as a supporter, I have the Cleveland as a strong backing. Dawson immediately nodded. That's right. Mr. Su has such a good relationship with the Cleveland. If the Cleveland hears about this, he won't sit idly by. Just then, an urgent knock came from the door. Bang, bang, bang. Immediately after, Cameron's voice rang out. Miss, young master, bad news, people from the government office are here. Everyone's faces changed instantly. Nora hurriedly opened the door to let Cameron in. Cameron, looking flustered, reported, Miss, young master, they filed a complaint. Right now, Clerk Xiao and his men are heading this way. Previously, Cameron had instructed a smart waiter to discreetly follow the Geo party when they left, intending to see if they would indeed file a complaint and return to report early. As expected, the Geo party had indeed gone to file a complaint. Miriam and Cora immediately looked at Emmanuel, their faces filled with concern. Emmanuel took a sip of wine, then stood up. I'll go meet them outside. We wouldn't want them disrupting the restaurant's business. As he spoke, Emmanuel walked out of the private room, with Nathan quickly following behind. Miriam couldn't let Emmanuel face this alone and called Nora to join her, decisively following after them. Shortly afterward, Dawson, Cora, and Coral also exited the room, hurrying towards the entrance together. Waiting outside Jinxiu restaurant for only a short while, they saw Tiger leading a group of officials and Joe's party appearing at the end of the street. Joe's head was wrapped in bandages, and his left arm hung limply from a sling around his neck. The others also had various bandages, making them look like a group of wounded walking through the streets, immediately drawing curious gazes from passers-by. Most dramatically, donghua was carried on a wooden plank by several people, lying flat and groaning in pain as they moved. From a distance, Tiger and Geo recognized Emmanuel. Geo immediately pointed at Emmanuel from afar, shouting emotionally, Clerk Xiao, that's the person. That's the one who beat me up like this. By now, the bruises on Joe's face were even more visible than before. Tiger, walking forward, responded, Rest assured, Geo, I will definitely get you justice. Upon hearing these words, Geo perked up immediately and bowed gratefully. Clerk Xiao, I owe you big time. Tiger, walking closer while keeping his eyes on Emmanuel, thought to himself, coldly, Emmanuel, you idiot. I was just worried about finding a chance to deal with you, and now you're practically delivering yourself into my hands. Soon, Tiger and Joe's group arrived at the entrance of Jinxiu restaurant. Geo pointed at Emmanuel once more, shouting loudly, Clerk Xiao, those are the people. Catch them all. Not a single one should be allowed to escape. Without further ado, Tiger bellowed, Men, here. The guards responded in unison. Then, Tiger ordered, Lock them all up and bring them back to the office. Yes, sir. The guards obeyed, rushing toward the front steps with chains in hand. Emmanuel raised his hand and shouted, Wait. The guard stopped immediately, looking up at Emmanuel. Taking a step forward, Emmanuel addressed Tiger, Clerk Xiao, this matter is unrelated to the others. I'll come with you. Upon hearing this, Nathan stepped forward as well, declaring loudly, Count me in. Tiger sneered, looking down at Emmanuel with disdain. Who do you think you are, Emmanuel? Just because you say they're not Hein Tiger. He couldn't help shaking his head internally. Damn, why didn't anyone tell me the locals in Xinzhou County were so fierce? Emmanuel and the others were also stunned, as they did not recognize these four individuals and had no idea where they belonged. Not just the parties involved were taken aback, but even the spectators were dumbfounded. Everyone had seen audacity before, but never such outright assaults on law enforcement. Suddenly regaining his senses, Tiger pulled out an iron ruler, pointing it at the four men and shouting, You? Who are you? Daring to beat officials, truly lawless and treasonous. The four men ignored Tiger and walked to Livia, bowing respectfully. The most composed man among them said, Miss Livia, I apologize for startling you. Who are you? Livia, confused, glanced at Portia, but Emmanuel had already guessed their identity. Miss Livia, we've been secretly dispatched by His Highness to protect you, the composed man replied respectfully. His Highness? Livia was astonished, immediately turning to Portia. Portia, also shocked, showed signs of joy, her lips curling into a smile. Although the time in Xinzhou was short, Livia missed His Highness every moment. She had been waiting for news from him. Sometimes at night, Livia would stare out the window silently, thinking of His Highness. Portia knew her thoughts well. Portia harbored some grievances inside, but hoped His Highness would arrive sooner. Only now did Livia and Portia realize His Highness had already sent protection for them. Through the explanation, they learned Mac, upon returning to Lanyan Pass, had ordered them to rush to Xinzhou City to secretly protect Livia and Portia unless they faced immediate danger. Mac did this to avoid any mistrust that might arise if Livia thought she was being monitored. So during the day, the four men disguised themselves as guests in Jinxiu building, while at night, they guarded outside Livia's residence. Dawson couldn't hide his excitement, blurting out, Sis Baker, didn't I say His Highness wouldn't ignore us? Huh. Walking over, Emmanuel politely asked, May I ask your name? The composed man responded with a fist salute. My name is Brendan. Nice to meet you, Jason. Emmanuel was slightly startled. You know me? Brendan explained. His Highness has mentioned you to us. Nodding, Emmanuel said, Brother who? Thanks for your help earlier. Brendan replied, No need for formality. Oh, my surname is Hu Ming, not Hu. Emmanuel felt a bit awkward, quickly correcting himself. Sorry. Brother Hu Ming, it's my first time hearing this surname. Please forgive my ignorance. Brendan shook his head and then looked at Tiger, raising his voice, "Jason, His Highness instructed us before coming. If anyone dares to trouble you, we can act freely. As for consequences, His Highness will take full responsibility." These words were intended for both Emmanuel and Tiger. Tiger panicked, wondering if these were truly Granville's men. How had Emmanuel gotten connected to His Highness? Similarly worried was Master Geo, who had always swaggered wherever he went without challenge. Now, he had encountered hard steel, Granville's formidable influence. Uncertain how to resolve this, Master Geo whispered from behind Tiger, "Director Shao, say something." Tiger, previously confident, now had nothing to say. Turning around, he grimaced at Master Geo, troubled. What can I say at this point? In truth, Tiger wished to punch Master Geo for landing him in such an awkward situation. Master Geo, recalling Emmanuel's previous statements, stiffly argued, "Director Shao, there's still doubt about whether these men belong to His Highness. Even if they do, assaulting officers in public is against the law and intolerable." Tiger frowned, whispering back, "Master Geo, you're related to the prefect, but I'm not. You can defy Granville, but I can't afford the risk." Geo retorted, "Director Shao, your people are already injured. If you walk away now, what credibility will you have in Xinzhou?" Tiger fell into a dilemma. Understanding Zhou's argument, but facing Granville's clout as a mere low-ranking official, he knew pushing further would end disastrously. Just as Tiger was undecided, a loud voice boomed from behind. "County Magistrate arriving." Tiger instantly looked towards the source, feeling relieved. "Elijah, you came just in time." Chapter 280. Could you give this official some face? Not long ago, Boetius returned from a banquet with his magistrate advisor Beryl. As soon as they entered the Yamen, an on-duty officer came to report that the magistrate's brother-in-law had been beaten and was badly injured. Garrett had already taken men to apprehend the culprit. Boetius had drunk some wine during the banquet and was still slightly dizzy. But upon hearing about the beating of the magistrate's brother-in-law, he sobered up instantly, his heart racing. Boetius came from a modest family background and had no influential connections in the officialdom. He became an official solely through his own hard work and diligent studies. As such, he usually treaded carefully and never dared to offend colleagues or superiors. Now, knowing the magistrate's brother-in-law had been beaten under his jurisdiction, if the magistrate found out, Boetius knew he would be in deep trouble. Boetius had met this brother-in-law a few times and was aware of his arrogant and domineering nature. His name was Geo Yorin, the only male descendant of the magistrate's wife's family, 11 years younger than her. Therefore, the entire family doted on him excessively. Since the magistrate loved his wife dearly and indulged her wishes, Geo Yorin often exploited this to cause trouble and act tyrannically outside. Whenever he got into trouble, he would run to his sister for help. Boetius quickly inquired about the incident's location and details before rushing to Zhenshu with magistrate advisor Beryl and several officers. "County magistrate has arrived," an officer shouted from afar. As soon as the voice rang out, people on the street quickly moved aside, clearing a path for Boetius's party. Boetius, along with Beryl and others, pushed through the crowd and soon arrived at the entrance of Zhenshu. Tiger greeted immediately, clasping his hands, "Elijah, you've arrived." Just as Boetius nodded, Geo Yorin hurried over from behind. "Elijah, you must give me justice." Geo Yorin looked piteously aggrieved. Seeing Geo Yorin with a bruised nose, swollen face, bandages wrapped around his head, and one arm hanging from a sling, Boetius was startled, asking in alarm, "Master Geo, what happened to you?" Geo Yorin immediately turned and pointed. "Elijah, it was these few who acted in concert and beat me and my people like this." Only then did Boetius notice not only Geo Yorin, but also his followers and servants were injured. The next moment, Boetius glanced in the direction Geo Yorin indicated. "Jason?" Boetius was stunned. He hadn't expected Geo Yorin to point at Emmanuel. On the way here, Boetius had already planned how to support Geo Yorin, but seeing Emmanuel changed his mind. Beryl was also surprised because just days ago, Boetius had told him about Emmanuel's relationship with the prince and mentioned wanting to find an opportunity to employ Emmanuel to boost Xian Prefecture's commerce and tax revenue. Who knew Emmanuel would end up beating the magistrate's brother-in-law today? Suddenly, Geo Yorin adopted a dramatic tone, sobbing, "Elijah, today, I came here to listen to music. After waiting all morning, they cancelled without any notice. Isn't this treating us like fools? I can bear this much, but what infuriates me most is that they wouldn't explain their actions and instead resorted to violence without reason. Just look at what we've been reduced to. Elijah, you must handle this impartially and give us justice." Boetius quickly pacified him. "Master Geo, please calm down. There must be some misunderstanding. Let me understand what happened first, okay?" Knowing Geo Yorin's character, Boetius suspected he had instigated the incident, hence his calm approach. At this moment, Tiger suddenly pulled Boetius aside and whispered, "Elijah, the prince's people are also here." He discreetly pointed at the four individuals, Brendan, and recounted the events. Boetius wasn't surprised since he knew Emmanuel and the prince were close. Instead, he asked with concern, "Is the prince here too?" Tiger shook his head. "No." Boetius felt a mix of disappointment and relief. Next, he instructed Tiger to keep Geo Yorin calm before walking over to Emmanuel and the others. Understanding he needed to give Boetius some face, Emmanuel walked down from the stairs to meet him. After all, respect was due to the county magistrate if one spoke from a higher position. "Elijah." Emmanuel bowed politely. Boetius also clasped his hands and asked, "Jason, could you tell me what happened?" Emmanuel nodded and explained the events meticulously. Upon hearing this, Boetius frowned deeply, confirming his suspicion that Geo Yorin had started the trouble. Boetius then glanced at the four individuals, asking quietly, "Jason, according to Garrett, are these four people from the prince?" "Yes," Emmanuel confirmed. Boetius continued, "Emmanuel, is the prince coming to Xian Prefecture soon?" Boetius assumed they had come to deliver a message to Emmanuel. Shaking his head, Emmanuel replied softly, "Elijah, They're here specifically to protect Miss Livia. What? Specifically to protect Miss Livia? Boetius was surprised. Of Miss Livia, who had recently gained fame, Boetius was aware but had yet to hear her play. Emmanuel nodded. Yes, Miss Livia and the prince are mutually affectionate. The prince cares about her safety, which is why he sent them to protect her. Indeed. It makes perfect sense. Realizing this, Boetius understood why the prince had visited Noah's family that day. It was to send off Miss Livia. With a decision made, Boetius said formally, Jason, could you give this official some face and let this matter end here? As for Master Geo, I will handle him properly. Emmanuel pondered for a moment, nodding. Elijah, as long as he doesn't cause further trouble, everything can be negotiated. We do business to make a profit, and harmony fosters success. You agree, don't you? Absolutely, Jason is right. Everyone should live in harmony for mutual benefit. Boetius smiled. Then he turned around and announced, Everyone listen. Jason has explained to this official, and it turns out there was a misunderstanding. Garrett, take your men back to the yamen immediately. Boetius ordered. Geo Yorin was taken aback, running over anxiously. Elijah, we can't leave it at this. They hurt me, so this can't just be let go. Boetius glared at Geo Yorin for a moment before whispering into his ear, Master Geo, this official wants to serve the court for a few more years, and I believe the magistrate shares this desire. Boetius added, Of course, if Master Geo doubts it, you can always ask the magistrate yourself. Geo Yorin stood rooted to the spot, speechless. The chapter maintains the original paragraph structure and style, preserving both the storyline and logical flow. The translation is fluent and natural, ensuring no grammatical errors. Chapter 281, Savoring Tea Like Life. Geo Yorin felt utterly humiliated, but was powerless to do anything about it. So he could only fiercely point at Boetius and then leave with his men. Tiger, seeing this, immediately started bellowing orders to the bailiffs. What are you all waiting for? Go. Next moment, Tiger left with all the bailiffs. Scatter. Don't just stand there watching, everyone go on your way. At this time, Ismail and the accompanying bailiffs started dispersing the crowd. Very soon, the entrance of Zhenshu Lu returned to its usual appearance. Then, Boetius suddenly invited, Young Jason, if you have time, would you like to come over to my place for a while? Emmanuel thought for a moment, then nodded. Lord Hu, please wait a moment. I need to inform everyone. Boetius smiled after hearing this, gestured with his hand, and walked aside to wait. Emmanuel turned back to join everyone and said, Miss Noah, young Tucker, Miss Livia, I can't accompany you all to finish our meal. Lord Hu has invited me to his place, probably for some matters. Everyone nodded upon hearing this. Miriam specially warned him to be careful. Seeing his sister's worried face, Dawson couldn't help saying, Sis, look at what you're saying. It sounds like the county government office is a dragon's lair full of tigers. Meadow glared at Dawson the moment she heard this. Dawson quickly turned around, shrugged, and secretly stuck out his tongue. Afterward, Emmanuel led Nathan and followed Boetius's party away. Meadow and everyone watched until they saw Emmanuel disappear in the distance before turning back into Zhenshu Lu one after another. In the flower hall of the county magistrate's office, to show goodwill, Boetius specially brought out the good tea leaves that he had treasured. Emmanuel took a light sip, and his face immediately showed amazement as he nodded and exclaimed, Excellent tea, excellent tea. The tea is bright green, with a rich and long-lasting fragrance, leaving an endless sweet aftertaste. Truly refreshing and intoxicating. Emmanuel praised greatly. Boetius always had great confidence in the tea leaves he collected. Seeing Emmanuel give such high praise, he felt extremely happy inside. It turns out that young Jason is also a connoisseur of tea, Boetius said with a smile. Emmanuel shook his head immediately, and then said seriously, Lord Hu, how could I understand tea? If anyone understands tea, it would be you, Lord Hu. Why do you say so? Boetius asked, looking slightly exaggerated. Emmanuel declared loudly, Just by observing the tea leaves that Lord Hu treasures, it's evident that you not only enjoy the pleasure of drinking tea but also relish the joys of life through it. You also appreciate the tranquility away from the hustle and bustle. This requires quite a profound cultural background to achieve such a realm. Boetius hurriedly waved his hands and denied it. Not at all. I merely taste them casually without all the fuss you mentioned. Young Jason, you flatter me too much. Although Boetius said this verbally, he was already elated inside. Because Boetius obtained his title through diligent study and hard work, he loved it when people praised his knowledge and high taste. Emmanuel continued, Lord Hu, there's no need to be humble. There's an old saying that tasting tea is akin to savoring life. As we all know, tea contains both sweetness and bitterness. Just like the mix of sour, sweet, bitter, and spicy flavors in life. It allows us to gain insights into life while savoring tea. Tea seems to be a miniature world of human society, a world full of philosophy and deep meaning. These words instantly made Boetius nod and clap. Well said. Tasting tea is indeed like savoring life. Young Jason, listening to your speech is better than 10 years of reading. Emmanuel quickly smiled modestly, waving his hand, showing unusual humility. The reason why Emmanuel was flattering Boetius was not because he needed anything from him at the moment. He simply wanted to take this opportunity to build a closer relationship with Boetius. Since Emmanuel's foundation was in Shinjo County, if he wished to develop steadily and grow in the long term, maintaining a good relationship with the county magistrate was essential. Though Emmanuel got along well with the heir apparent, compared to the immediate authority of the county magistrate, this relationship still felt a bit distant. Coincidentally, Boetius was very eager to connect with the heir apparent. Moreover, Boetius's friendly attitude towards Geo Yorin today had conveyed good intentions. So, Emmanuel decided to take advantage of this and establish a good relationship with Boetius. Come, young Jason, let's drink to this cup of tea as a toast to you. Boetius said as he lifted the teacup with a broad smile. Lord Hu, you're too kind. Emmanuel replied very humbly, also lifting the teacup to return the toast. After drinking the tea, Boetius suddenly shifted the topic to business. Boetius smiled and said, "Young Jason, according to my understanding, your peony brand products are selling very well now. Whether rich or common folk, everyone is using your soap and fragrant soaps. Even myself and Ismail can't do without the peony brand when washing hands and bathing." Emmanuel quickly modestly responded a few times, and then complimented, "This is all thanks to Lord Who's blessings." Boetius hurriedly shook his head. No, no, no. Young Jason, at such a young age, being proficient in commerce is undeniable. How could this be due to my blessings? Please don't say such things. Pausing for a moment, Boetius then asked, "By the way, young Jason, regarding the matter I mentioned last time, can you give an answer now?" Emmanuel was momentarily stunned and asked, "What matter, Lord Who?" Boetius immediately said, "Young Jason, when I invited you last time, I asked through Ismail what methods could attract merchants from the western regions to our Shinjo. At that time, you said you needed time to understand the situation fully, compare and analyze to find issues, and then devise appropriate strategies. Do you remember those words?" Emmanuel finally recalled that he did say these words. Following this, Boetius stood up formally, gave a sincere salute, and earnestly said, "Young Jason, Shinjo County has always lacked farmland, and the soil is poor with frequent natural disasters. For the citizens to live prosperous and peaceful lives, developing commerce is the only viable path. But now, merchants from the western regions are being attracted by Heian County, unwilling to use Shinjo County as a transit point. So I beseech you, young Jason, to think of ways to attract those merchants from the western regions to our Shinjo. Even just a small portion of them will be a big help." After finishing, Boetius bowed again, earnestly pleading, "Please, young Jason." Half an hour later, Emmanuel came out of the county magistrate's office with Nathan. "Boss, you really agreed to help Elijah attract merchants from the western regions?" Nathan asked. Emmanuel nodded and said, "Actually, this also helps us. For our business to grow and become successful, exporting trade is crucial. Moreover, Shinjo's geographical advantages are unparalleled. Giving all the profit to Heian County makes me feel a bit heartbroken." Nathan nodded upon hearing this and asked, "Boss, have you figured out how to attract those merchants from the western regions?" Emmanuel replied, "I have some rough ideas, but I still need to refine the details carefully. Later, I'll list specific measures and discuss them item by item with Elijah." Chapter 282, the second edition perfume. After returning to the ancient mountain village, Emmanuel began working day and night without rest. Over the next 3 days, Emmanuel hardly left his house except to use the bathroom. He was entirely focused on concocting new perfumes, devoting all his time to the task at hand with single-minded concentration. Having learned from his successful experience with the peony perfume, Emmanuel's efforts proceeded smoothly over these few days. After countless adjustments and creations both day and night, Emmanuel finally settled on 4 additional fragrances: rose, hibiscus, lily, and calla lily. As for morning glories, despite multiple attempts, Emmanuel ultimately decided to abandon them, as they were not suitable for perfume. Thus, including the peony perfume, Emmanuel now had 5 perfumes ready for the market, meeting his initial requirement. Once the 5 perfumes were finalized, Emmanuel bought a supply of high-proof liquor and began distilling alcohol. He wanted to test whether adding alcohol would enhance the perfumes or not. Simultaneously, Emmanuel crushed various flower petals, mixed them with water, and filtered out several plant pigments. These pigments were to be mixed with the alcohol in the perfumes because the distilled perfumes appeared too gray and dull. Emmanuel believed that given the high price point of these perfumes, they needed to look appealing. After all, rich people aren't fools. No one would spend money on something unattractive. One day, while Emmanuel was busy at home, Daviansti delivered a letter. Upon opening it, Emmanuel saw that it was from the Bert. In the letter, the Bert stated he would be coming to Shinjo in 3 days and invited Emmanuel to meet him at the Zhenshio Tower in Shinjo City. After reading the letter, Emmanuel immediately thought of Elijah, whom he had promised to inform once he received word from the Bert. So Emmanuel quickly wrote a letter and handed it to Daviansti, instructing him to deliver it to Elijah at the county office the next morning while delivering goods into town. The 3 days flew by in the blink of an eye. Early that morning, Emmanuel set off for the city with Paula and Nathan in their mule cart. Initially, everything went smoothly, but once they entered the city, Paula started feeling nervous. "Husband, I suddenly feel a bit anxious. My heart is pounding so fast. I'm worried I might say something wrong when we meet the Bert and embarrass you," Paula said nervously. Emmanuel comforted her with a smile. "Don't worry, Aislinn. The Bert is very approachable and has no airs about him. Just be yourself." "Really?" Paula asked doubtfully. "Husband, are you just trying to reassure me? The Bert is such a noble person. How could he be as you say?" From her tone, it was clear that Paula harbored preconceived notions about nobility. Emmanuel smiled and said, "Wife, I'm not comforting you. Ask Aminjiu if you don't believe me. She never lies." Saying this, Emmanuel looked at Nathan, who was driving the cart, and called out, "Aminjiu." Nathan glanced back at Paula and replied, "It's true, sister-in-law. The Bert is very kind and never puts on airs. He's not much different from ordinary people." Nathan no longer addressed Paula as madam but instead followed Kay's example and called her sister-in-law. Hearing this confirmation, Paula's anxiety eased somewhat. Soon, they arrived at Zhenshio Tower. Although it was only shortly past mid-morning, the tower was already packed with guests enjoying breakfast. Paula hadn't visited Zhenshio Tower in months, and seeing its bustling scene left her speechless with surprise. As soon as they climbed upstairs, Emmanuel spotted Darien and 3 others guarding the entrance to a private room like 4 guardian deities. Everyone passing by hurried past them. Without needing to ask, Emmanuel knew that Livia must be inside since Darien was present. "Brother Huma, long time no see. How have you been?" Emmanuel greeted warmly. Darien bowed respectfully in return. "Jason." After exchanging a few words, Emmanuel learned that Mac had yet to arrive and might take a little more time. Surprisingly, Miriam was already there. When Emmanuel entered the room, Miriam and Livia were happily chatting. Even Shelley and Goldie behind them were laughing together. Seeing Emmanuel and company arrive, Miriam and Livia stood up and stopped their laughter. Miss Noah, how did you get here so early? Isn't the store busy today? Emmanuel asked with a smile. Miriam replied, Jason, even if the store is busy today, I must come early. Otherwise, leaving Miss Livia waiting alone would be too cruel. Hearing this, Livia playfully nudged Miriam's arm, blushing slightly. Miss Noah, stop saying such things. Who is waiting? Miriam laughed at this reaction. After the laughter subsided, Emmanuel introduced the two women. Miss Livia, this is my wife, Paula. Paula immediately bowed politely. Miss Livia, I've heard so much about you from my husband. You are even more beautiful than I imagined. Livia returned the bow. Mrs. Sue, please don't flatter me. It's you who truly possess heavenly beauty. Paula blushed and lowered her head modestly. All right, let's stop flattering each other. Both of you are stunning beauties, okay? Miriam's comment brought more laughter. Then Livia said, Miss Noah, you forgot someone important. Yourself, right, Mrs. Sue? Paula nodded promptly. Right. This led to another wave of laughter. Next, Miriam took hold of Paula's arm and guided her to sit down at the table. Before long, Paula felt at ease and joined in their conversation. After a while, Emmanuel approached, placing a small lacquer box on the table. Wife, you've been talking so much you've forgotten what I entrusted you to do. Paula suddenly remembered and apologized. Sorry, husband. I got carried away with the conversation and forgot. Let me start now. What exactly are you supposed to start, Mrs. Sue? Miriam asked curiously. Livia also looked at Paula with confusion. Paula smiled and opened the lacquer box. Inside were 10 neatly arranged white porcelain bottles, each labeled with names like peony, rose, hibiscus, lily, and calla lily. What are these? Livia asked. Miriam, having seen perfume before, explained, Miss Livia, these are perfumes. The labels indicate different scents. Perfume? Livia was intrigued, having never heard of it before. Paula placed the bottles on the table. Miss Noah, Miss Livia, these are the second edition perfumes my husband prepared yesterday. There are 5 scents. Try them and see which ones you like. 5 bottles were placed in front of both Miriam and Livia, each containing one of the 5 fragrances. Emmanuel added, Miss Noah, these perfumes contain alcohol and plant pigments extracted from flower petals, making them quite different from the previous batch in both smell and appearance. Hearing this, Miriam picked up the bottle labeled peony and opened it to sniff. Immediately, she exclaimed with delight. Yes, it's different. This smells better than the previous one. Speaking of this, Meadow carefully poured a little perfume into her palm. Instantly, a soft and comfortable light red color firmly caught Meadow and Livia's attention. Jason, this color is truly beautiful. Meadow was instantly amazed. Livia also loved this color very much, nodding in agreement. She then picked up the bottle of peony perfume in front of her, opened it to smell, and finally poured a little onto her palm as well. Paula smiled and said, Miss Noah, Miss Livia, try applying a little. My husband added alcohol, so it feels very cool and comfortable when applied. Meadow immediately dabbed some behind her ear and on the back of her hand, while also showing Livia how to apply it and explaining why to do so. Sure enough, both Meadow and Livia felt a refreshing coolness, which increased their appreciation for the perfume even more. Chapter 283, The Cleveland arrives. At the bustling and lively entrance of Shinjo City, a scene of grandeur unfolded. Aerocards on majestic horses rode alongside attendants holding flags, adorned with opulent decorations symbolizing their status. They led the magnificent convoy into the city with prideful and solemn expressions. Inside one of the luxurious and spacious carriages sat Mac. Though his face appeared calm, his heart was already soaring towards Cora. After many days apart, Mac finally arrived in Shinjo City and was about to see his beloved soon. Ahead and behind the lavish carriage, Izzy and Jonah, riding on horseback, wore armor and maintained vigilant postures. The guards surrounding the carriage were fully armed, their eyes filled with determination and loyalty, ready to protect the prince at all costs. As the convoy entered the city gates, banners fluttered and an impressive sight emerged, drawing the admiring glances and comments from onlookers who had never witnessed such a royal spectacle. Boethius stood inside the city gate, dressed neatly in official attire, leading a group of officials respectfully. Crowds outside couldn't approach closely but gathered in the distance, whispering excitedly, creating an electric atmosphere. Soon, Mac's luxurious carriage entered the city, prompting Boethius to lead the officials to kneel down. Welcome, Your Highness. Boethius called out loudly. Other officials echoed him. Welcome, Your Highness. In that moment, the gate fell silent, except for the sounds of hooves and wheels. Soon after, the grand carriage stopped before Boethius and the others. The curtains were lifted, revealing Mac. Clad in a silk robe embroidered with dragon patterns, he exuded authority and charisma. Seeing this, Boethius and the officials repeated their welcome. Mac nodded slightly and said, Rise, Minister Hu. There is no need for excessive formalities. After thanking him, Boethius and the officials stood up. Mac then requested, Minister Hu, could your men guide us to the Jinshio Pavilion? Boethius immediately arranged his trusted servants to lead the convoy forward. After speeding up, the convoy stopped outside Jinshio Pavilion where Manuel, Paula, Miriam, Cora, and other guests awaited. Mac alighted from the carriage joyfully, apologizing for the delay. His eyes met Cora's, momentarily lost in the moment, as if time stood still. I'm sorry, Cora, Mac confessed, deeply looking into her eyes. Cora blushed profusely, bowing her head, not knowing how to respond. Emmanuel called out, breaking the spell. Mac regained his senses and followed Emmanuel into the pavilion. Outside, Boethius offered his services humbly, staying nearby. As they ascended to the second floor, Boethius watched intently, wondering about Emmanuel's close relationship with the prince. Inside the private room, Mac sat at the main seat, Emmanuel and Cora by his sides. Paula and Nathan sat next to Emmanuel, while Miriam sat beside Cora. Servants like Shelley and Goldie stood respectfully behind Miriam and Cora. "This must be Madame Sue?" Mac asked Paula, who bowed nervously. Emmanuel confirmed, introducing her politely. Paula expressed greetings to the prince, who warmly invited her to sit and eased any formal tension. "Madame Sue, feel free to speak as usual. We're among friends here," Mac reassured her. The table was soon filled with signature dishes from the Gensho Pavilion. Mac, now facing a selection dilemma, remarked on the abundance of choices. Miriam promptly ordered the kitchen to expedite the dishes, which quickly arrived. Dawson joined them shortly thereafter, setting down the final plates. Facing such a feast, Mac felt rejuvenated, eagerly awaiting where to begin. Emmanuel thought for a moment, then gestured toward one of the dishes and said, "Your Highness, let's start with this dish of chives and scrambled eggs." "Is there any particular reason for this choice, Jason?" Mac asked. Emmanuel smiled and explained, "Because this dish of chives and scrambled eggs was the first stir-fry dish that made Gensho Pavilion famous." "Really? Then I must give it a proper taste." Mac immediately perked up. Mac picked up his chopsticks, placed some of the chives and scrambled eggs into his mouth, and began to savor it slowly. In the next moment, Mac's eyes lit up, and his face showed an expression of pleasant surprise. "Salty and fresh, fragrant and delicious," Mac exclaimed in appreciation, and then added with enthusiasm, "Jason, this dish of chives and scrambled eggs is simply outstanding. It's on a completely different level from any stir-fried dishes I've had elsewhere. Now I understand why it made your Gensho Pavilion famous." As he spoke, Mac took another bite, his expression radiating satisfaction and bliss as if the whole world had turned delicious. Note: the paragraph structure and line breaks have been maintained as requested. Chapter 284, Elijah's Visit. In the following time, Mac tried all the dishes on the table one by one, and gave each dish a very high evaluation. In summary, it was 4 words: delicious and authentic. Everyone ate and chatted as they went along, and the conversation somehow turned to the AI family in Fuchun County. Emmanuel couldn't help but ask, "Bert, how did elder brother Zhao's trip to Fuchun County go last time? Did he catch that Arturo?" Upon hearing this question, the room instantly became quiet, and everyone's gaze shifted to Mac. Mac put down his chopsticks and assured everyone, "Caught." When Izzy led them in there, the AI family were still sound asleep. He caught them all on the spot. Mac also told everyone that not only was the entire AI family imprisoned, but also the bald price who had escaped earlier was brought back. After hearing this, everyone felt a great sense of satisfaction and raised their cups to celebrate with Mac. The meal was thoroughly enjoyable, and everyone couldn't help drinking a little more, so it wasn't until the late afternoon, around 3 p.m., that it ended. Afterward, Mac accompanied Livia back to her residence, spending some intimate time together. Emmanuel was a little drunk as well, so he, Paula, and Nathan were sent back to their home at Jimming Alley. Meadow and Dawson also returned to their own home. This left Humaotsuan, who had been waiting downstairs, utterly speechless. He originally intended to impress the bird, but found no opportunity at all. In Livia's courtyard room, Livia personally brewed a cup of sobering tea for Mac, and then placed it in front of him. "Your Highness, have some tea. It will help you sober up," Livia said gently. At this moment, Mac's cheeks were flushed red, still under the influence of alcohol. He nodded and said, "Livia, come sit over here. It's been many days since I've seen you. I want to take a good look at you." As he spoke, Mac pulled Livia closer and made her sit next to him. Then, Mac leaned closer, holding her hand while scrutinizing Livia carefully. Livia quickly blushed from the intensity of Mac's gaze and lowered her head shyly, murmuring, "Your Highness, please don't look at me like that, it's embarrassing." Mac whispered softly, "Livia, I'm sorry for delaying so long to visit you. Are you angry with me?" Livia shook her head and replied gently, "How could I be, Your Highness? I understand your heart. You must have had something important to attend to, which delayed your visit." Mac nodded and said, "Livia, these past few days I've indeed dealt with an important matter." "What is it?" Livia asked. Mac looked at Livia and suddenly said happily, "These days I begged father and mother to help you get out of the entertainer registry and restore your civilian status." "Really, Your Highness?" Livia was taken aback. Then her face lit up with surprise and joy. Mac nodded vigorously. "Livia, how could I deceive you about this? Before I came, father already sent someone to handle it. I imagine within 3 months, the paperwork for you to transition from the entertainer registry to civilian status will be delivered." Tears uncontrollably streamed down Livia's face as she felt overwhelmed with emotion, but her smile was radiant. Mac hurriedly took out a handkerchief to wipe away her tears and then gently embraced her, allowing Livia to rest her head on his shoulder. "Livia, I thought I should bring you a pleasant surprise on my first visit, so I sought father and mother's help to free you from the registry," Mac explained. Livia nodded. "Your Highness, I cannot repay such kindness in this lifetime." Mac smiled. "You can repay me, Livia. As long as you stay with me forever, never parting, that is the best reward for me." "Sure." Livia nodded vigorously, her heart filled with happiness. Unbeknownst to Livia, Mac's knees were still aching faintly. To persuade father and mother, Mac had knelt outside their chamber door for an entire night until they finally agreed, moved by his dedication. But Mac felt the night kneeling was completely worth it. Without waiting for his knees to heal, he embarked on the journey to Xinzhou. Following this, Mac began asking Livia about her recent life, such as if she was adapting to her living conditions, if the food tasted okay, if she was sleeping well, and how often she thought of him every day. Livia answered all these questions one by one. A while later, Livia suddenly asked, "By the way, Your Highness, how many days are you staying in Xinzhou City this time?" Upon hearing this question, Mac immediately frowned and replied reluctantly, "Father and mother only allowed me to stay for 3 days this time. If I exceed 3 days, they won't let me come next time." "Just 3 days?" Livia was somewhat disappointed, feeling that 3 days was too short. Mac quickly consoled her. "Don't worry, Livia. After I return, I'll talk things over with father and mother. Next time, I'm sure I'll be able to stay longer." Livia nodded, her eyes filled with trust. Immediately after, Livia asked, Your Highness, do you have plans for these 3 days? Mac said, I plan to visit Erikshan village and see Emmanuel's soap workshop. Livia, would you accompany me? Mac remembered Emmanuel mentioning his intention to open a branch store for fragrant skin products at Lanyan Pass. Thus, taking advantage of his visit to Xinzhou, he planned to style down a bit more. Paula quickly pushed Emmanuel away, embarrassedly lowering her voice. Husband, behave. There are people outside. Emmanuel waved it off indifferently. No problem. Amingiu isn't an outsider. We'll just be quiet. Paula hurriedly shook her head. Not Amingiu. It's Elijah, who Darren. He and his clerk are sitting in the hall. Ah. Emmanuel was taken aback for a moment, then sat up and asked dubiously, Why is Elijah here? Paula shook her head indicating she didn't know, then whispered, Husband, Elijah has been waiting for you for quite a while. I wanted to wake you earlier, but Elijah wouldn't allow it. I saw it was getting late, so I came to wake you up. Emmanuel immediately got out of bed and, with Paula's help, tidied up his clothes before leaving the bedroom and heading to the hall. At this moment, Hu Maotsuan was dozing off with his head on the table in the hall, unaware that Emmanuel had come out. Fortunately, Ismail was not napping. Seeing Emmanuel, he immediately cupped his hands in greeting and deliberately raised his voice. Young Jason, you're awake. Hu Maotsuan hadn't fallen into a deep sleep. Upon hearing Ismail's voice, he instantly straightened up and turned his head over. The moment he saw Emmanuel, Hu Maotsuan quickly stood up, cupped his hands, and said with an apologetic smile, I hope young Jason will not be offended by my sudden visit. Chapter 285 Emmanuel's Idea. Emmanuel immediately laughed and clasped his hands. How could it be, Secretary Hu? Your visit here is an honor to my humble abode. Boetius asked, Young Jason, I didn't disturb your rest, did I? Emmanuel waved his hand. Not at all, not at all. My wife told me that Secretary Hu and Master Amin had come early. Why didn't you wake me up sooner? Boetius replied, Young Jason accompanied the Cleveland for drinks at noon. You should have rested more. How could we disturb young Jason? Emmanuel smiled, and then indicated for Boetius and Master Amin to sit down. Soon, Emmanuel also went over and sat beside the table. Secretary Hu, you came to see me. Is there something in particular? Emmanuel asked. Boetius glanced at Master Amin before saying, Young Jason, I've come with 2 matters. Emmanuel looked at Boetius, waiting for him to continue. Boetius said, Young Jason, the first matter is about attracting merchants from the western regions. Have you thought of any specific measures recently? Emmanuel nodded. I did think of some measures. Let me explain them to Secretary Hu later. What's the second matter? Upon hearing this, Boetius smiled slightly, feeling a bit embarrassed, then looked at Master Amin. Master Amin understood and cautiously continued, Young Jason, what Secretary Hu means is that since the Cleveland rarely comes to Xinzhou, as the county magistrate, he should warmly welcome the Cleveland's entourage. However, pausing for a moment, Master Amin continued, he's still unaware of the Cleveland schedule and fears disturbing the Cleveland. So Secretary Hu came to you, hoping you can ask the Cleveland when he will be free so Secretary Hu can fulfill his duty. Emmanuel instantly understood. Boetius was seeking an opportunity to curry favor with the Cleveland and wanted him to facilitate it. Emmanuel thought for a moment and earnestly said, Secretary Hu, I can go and ask the Cleveland for you. But please understand that if the Cleveland doesn't agree, I can't help it. Don't blame me for not helping or thinking I didn't try hard enough. Boetius immediately shook his head. No, absolutely not. If young Jason is willing to ask on my behalf, I am already immensely grateful. How could I blame you? Isn't that right, Master Amin? Master Amin also nodded repeatedly, agreeing with Boetius. Emmanuel smiled and nodded. All right, let me first discuss the measures to attract merchants from the western regions, and later I'll ask the Cleveland for you. Boetius was delighted, and Boetius immediately replied, Your Highness, I came to consult young Jason on some matters. Unexpectedly, the Cleveland arrived. Oh. Mac, curious, couldn't help asking, what matters? Eager to converse with Mac, Boetius explained immediately. Your Highness, I've always wanted to boost commerce in Xinzhou by attracting western region merchants. Unfortunately, my business acumen is limited, so I sought young Jason's advice, hoping he could help. This piqued Mac's interest, and he turned to Emmanuel. Young Jason, this is great news. Have you thought of a plan? Emmanuel smiled. I was just about to talk about it when the Cleveland arrived. Is that so? Then I've come at the right time. Can I listen in, young Jason and Secretary Hu? Mac asked curiously. Boetius readily agreed, and Emmanuel nodded, ushering Mac and Livia into the courtyard. After giving a brief tour, everyone settled in the main hall. As serious matters were to be discussed, Paula took Livia and Coral to chat in the yard, leaving only the men inside, including Izzy and Bowie sang. Mac looked at Emmanuel with anticipation. Young Jason, please tell us how you plan to attract western region merchants to Xinzhou. Most of them now take the Heong route. Having lived in Lanyan Pass, Mac knew the entry routes well. Boetius and Master Amin listened intently. Emmanuel cut straight to the point. My method is simple. Tax exemption? Tax exemption? Boetius was shocked. Master Amin frowned. Only Mac remained calm, seemingly pondering. After the initial surprise, Boetius couldn't help thinking. I consulted you to increase revenue, yet you suggest tax exemption? Are you undermining my authority? Normally, Boetius would show displeasure, but not now, with the Cleveland present. So he held back, and with a Waitcher-Babada look, said, Young Jason, wouldn't it be inappropriate to exempt taxes? Nowadays, the commercial tax in Xinzhou is already very scarce. If we further exempt taxes, how am I supposed to justify this to the imperial court? Note, Waitcher-Babada can be translated as having an aggrieved or pitiful look, but it's not directly translatable into English, hence it's placed within the context for better understanding. Improved version. So he held back and, with a pitiful look, said, Young Jason, wouldn't it be inappropriate to exempt taxes? Nowadays, the commercial tax in Xinzhou is already very limited. If we further exempt taxes, how am I supposed to justify this to the imperial court? Master Amin nodded, sharing Boethius's thoughts. Mac interjected, Secretary Hu, please don't be hasty. Young Jason must have his reasons for suggesting tax exemption. Let's hear him out. Everyone turned their gaze back to Emmanuel. Emmanuel said earnestly, Secretary Hu, the tax exemption I'm talking about isn't for all types of taxes, only under 2 specific conditions. Emmanuel raised 3 fingers and spoke clearly. As everyone knows, our commercial taxes fall into 3 categories: transit tax, entry tax, and residence tax. Transit tax is levied on merchant caravans passing through certain checkpoints, similar to modern customs duties. For instance, trade posts with nomadic tribes or direct trading caravans pay this tax. Entry tax is levied when entering a city, based on the volume of goods carried, usually a percentage of the market value. After paying the entry tax, traders receive a tax receipt and can sell goods within the city. Residence tax, though similar to entry tax, is more humane and reasonable in its collection. Chapter 285. Emmanuel's idea. Emmanuel immediately smiled and greeted with clasped hands. How could that be, Sir Hu? Your visit here is truly an honor. Boethius asked, Young Jason, did we disturb your rest? Emmanuel waved his hand. No. I heard from my wife that you and Master Amin came early. Why didn't you wake me up sooner? Boethius replied, Young Jason had drinks with the Cleveland in the afternoon. You should have more rest. How could we disturb you? Emmanuel smiled, and then invited Boethius and Master Amin to sit down. Soon, Emmanuel also went over and sat at the table. Sir Hu, you came to find me. Is there something specific? Emmanuel asked. Boethius glanced at Master Amin and said, Young Jason, I have come here with 2 matters. Emmanuel looked at Boethius, waiting for him to continue. Boethius stated, Young Jason, the first matter is about attracting merchants from the western regions. Have you thought of any concrete measures these days? Emmanuel nodded. I've thought of some measures. I'll go into detail shortly. What's the second matter? Upon hearing this, Boethius smiled slightly, a bit embarrassed, and looked at Master Amin. Master Amin understood and continued cautiously, Young Jason. Sir Hu means that since it's rare for the Cleveland to visit Shinjo, as the magistrate, he should welcome the Cleveland's entourage warmly. However, pausing for a moment, Master Amin continued, he's not sure about the Cleveland's schedule and is afraid that going too soon might upset the Cleveland. So, Sir Hu has come to seek your help to ask when the Cleveland is available. Emmanuel instantly understood that Boethius wanted him to bridge the gap and create an opportunity to curry favor with the Cleveland. Emmanuel thought for a moment and seriously replied, Sir Hu, I can try asking the Cleveland for you, but please understand if he refuses. Don't hold it against me, or think I didn't do my best. Boethius shook his head immediately. No, absolutely not. I'm already very grateful that young Jason is willing to help. How could I blame you? Right, Master Amin? Master Amin also nodded in agreement, echoing similar sentiments. Emmanuel smiled and nodded. All right, I'll talk about the measures to attract Western region merchants first, and we'll ask the Cleveland later on your behalf. Boethius was delighted and bowed to thank Emmanuel along with Master Amin. Suddenly, an officer rushed in from outside and reported, Sir Hu, the Cleveland's carriage is coming this way. Cleveland? Boethius stood up immediately, startled. Master Amin also stood up. Sir Hu, let's go out and welcome the Cleveland. Then, Boethius looked at Emmanuel. Young Jason, let's go together. Emmanuel nodded and called out Paula and Nathan. They all went out together. Reed and Livia arrived together but switched to a simpler carriage without fanfare, accompanied only by Izzy and Jonah, along with Human Kwoji, and everyone wore plain clothes to keep a low profile. The carriage stopped steadily in front of Emmanuel's house. Reed got off first in civilian clothes, then turned to help Livia down. Greetings, Cleveland. Greetings, Miss Livia. Noticing that the Cleveland preferred discretion, Boethius did not kneel but gave a bow. Master Amin followed suit, bowing deeper. Greetings, Cleveland. Emmanuel, Paula, and Nathan also greeted together with bows. Reed waved immediately, indicating they needn't be so formal, then smiled. What a coincidence to see Sir Hu here. Boethius quickly replied, Cleveland, I was just visiting young Jason for some business advice, when unexpectedly, you arrived. Oh. Reed was intrigued. What kind of business? Eager to converse further with Reed, Boethius explained, Cleveland, it's about boosting commerce in Shinjo and attracting Western region merchants. Unfortunately, my commercial skills are limited, so I sought young Jason's advice. Reed became interested and turned to Emmanuel. Young Jason, this is great news. Do you have any ideas? Emmanuel smiled. I was about to discuss it. Didn't expect the Cleveland to arrive. Really? Then I've come at the right time. Can I join the discussion? Reed asked eagerly. Boethius agreed readily, and Emmanuel nodded immediately, inviting Reed and Livia inside. After a brief tour, they all returned to the main hall. As they were discussing serious matters, Paula and Livia went out to chat, leaving only the men, including Izzy and Jonah. Reed looked at Emmanuel expectantly. Young Jason, tell us how you plan to attract Western region merchants to Shinjo County. As far as I know, most of them take the Haeong route. Everyone, including Boethius and Master Amin, looked attentively at Emmanuel. Emmanuel spoke straightforwardly. My idea is simple, summed up in 2 words. Tax exemption? Tax exemption? Boethius was surprised. Master Amin frowned. Reed remained calm and contemplative. After the initial shock, Boethius couldn't help but think. The purpose of seeking your advice was to collect more taxes, yet you proposed tax exemption. Do you still want me to be a magistrate? If it weren't for the Cleveland being present, Boethius would have shown his displeasure openly. He said with great resentment, Young Jason, tax exemption seems inappropriate. Our commercial taxes are already minimal. If we exempt them, how can I report to the court? Master Amin also nodded, sharing Boethius's thoughts. Reed interjected, Sir Hu, wait a moment. Young Jason must have a reason for suggesting tax exemption. Let's hear him out. All eyes fell on Emmanuel. Emmanuel responded earnestly, Sir Hu, I am proposing tax exemption not for all types of taxes, but for 2 specific situations. Raising three fingers, Emmanuel explained, our commercial taxes are divided into three categories: transit tax, entry tax, and stall tax. Transit tax refers to taxes paid by caravans passing through checkpoints, similar to modern tariffs, such as trade ports with nomadic tribes, or direct trading caravans. Entry tax is levied when entering a city based on the volume of goods carried, usually a certain percentage of the market value. Once entry tax is paid, traders receive a tax clearance certificate allowing them to sell goods within the city. Stall tax is essentially the same as entry tax but applied more humanely and reasonably. For instance, some cities are very small, and merchants cannot guarantee that after paying the entry tax at the city gate, they can sell all their goods within the city. Suppose a cart of goods contains 500 bowls, and the merchant estimates that the city's purchasing power is only enough for 300. In this case, the merchant would pay tax on 300 bowls first. However, this means the merchant can only sell 300 bowls in the city and is not allowed to sell the remaining 200. If, upon leaving, it is found that the 200 bowls are still with the merchant, they can leave freely. But if those 200 bowls were sold, the merchant must pay additional tax. Ancient markets differ from modern ones. Ancient markets were enclosed by walls, and goods had to be inventoried upon entry, with records kept by officials. Similarly, when leaving, the goods would be inventoried again. To put it bluntly, the residence tax is akin to a market stall fee, where both entry and exit are recorded. Boetius asked anxiously, young Jason, which two taxes do you want to exempt? Emmanuel solemnly replied, entry tax and residence tax. He quickly added, as for transit tax, although we won't exempt it for now, we must reduce it significantly, by at least 50%, or even more. What? Boetius was stunned, his mouth dropping open wide. The translation retains the paragraph structure and line breaks of the original text while ensuring the tone and style remain intact. The names and key terms are accurately transcribed, and the overall flow of the narrative remains coherent with previous content. Chapter 286, Promotion and Service. At this point, the secretary Amin was also surprised and could not help but say, young Jason, since you're waiving the entry tax and sitting tax and reducing the transit tax to less than 50%, isn't this inappropriate? Boetius immediately interjected, indeed, young Jason, if we keep waiving and reducing taxes, won't we incur huge losses? Emmanuel responded seriously, Lord Hu, you are well aware of Xinzhou's current situation. Whether it's merchants coming from the western regions or those going there, they generally prefer to pass through Heian County. Our area sees very few faces from the western regions these days. So, if we want merchants to change their route and pass through here, we need a bold move. It's like in long jump, to jump farther, you have to crouch first. Waiving and reducing taxes is exactly that step of crouching. After saying this, Emmanuel fell silent, knowing that Boetius needed time to think and digest his words. Indeed, Hu Maochuan began discussing with Ismail in low voices, sometimes shaking his head, sometimes frowning, and occasionally sighing. No one knew what conclusion they reached. At this moment, Max suddenly asked, young Jason, if we follow your plan to waive and reduce taxes, will the western region merchants change their route to go through Xinzhou? Upon hearing Max's question, Hu Maochuan and Amin immediately looked over, eager to hear Emmanuel's response. Emmanuel's expression turned solemn as he said, Cleveland, waiving taxes is the first and most crucial step to attract merchants from the western regions. It is the foundation of everything. If this step cannot be achieved, the rest becomes unnecessary. Mac nodded and said, young Jason, I understand your intention. I just want to ask, how confident are you in the success of this plan? Hu Maochuan also wanted an answer, so he promptly followed up, indeed, young Jason, how confident are you? Young Jason, it's not that I don't trust you. I just don't want all our efforts to end up in vain, attracting no merchants and losing significant tax revenue for Xinzhou. Emmanuel frowned slightly, feeling a bit displeased. He stared at Hu Maochuan and said, Lord Hu, having read widely and served many years in office, you should know that nothing in this world is absolutely certain or free from risks. Of course, if you insist on an answer, I can only say, Mac continued, since ancient times, merchants chase profits, so reducing taxes is extremely attractive to them. I've seen many western region merchants bargaining fiercely to pay less tax. Why else do they haggle? Hu Maochuan agreed, nodding vigorously. Mac added, Emmanuel's business acumen is remarkable, which everyone acknowledges. You should trust his wisdom and capability. After all, doing anything carries risks, right? That's true. Cleveland, you're right. I should indeed trust young Jason. Hu Maochuan's attitude changed after Mac's speech. Then Hu Maochuan looked at Emmanuel and declared firmly, young Jason, I trust you. Since you want to waive taxes, we'll do it. Emmanuel rolled his eyes inwardly, thinking, under the old fox, you aren't really trusting me. You're just currying favor with the prince. Emmanuel said, Lord Hu, remember, it was your decision. Don't blame me if the plan fails. No worries, young Jason. I take full responsibility for this decision and won't hold you accountable, Hu Maochuan replied with certainty, almost thumping his chest for emphasis. Mac urged, young Jason, now that Lord Hu has agreed to waive taxes, please tell us what's next. Yes, young Jason, please continue. What should we do next? Hu Maochuan asked. Emmanuel answered seriously, promotion and service. Hu Maochuan quickly replied, thorough service without any mistakes. At this point, Emmanuel asked confidently, I ask you, if you were merchants from the western regions and New Exine Prefecture had taken things to this extent, would you come? Before he even finished speaking, Mac nodded and said, of course. If I were a merchant, I would definitely be the first to come. Hu Maochuan and Ismail also nodded quickly, their confidence in Emmanuel's plan suddenly boosted. Chapter 287, Not a Family, Not Entering the Same Door. Then, Emmanuel spoke at length about many service details and methods of external promotion. Mac, Clayton, and Master Amin listened very attentively. Before they knew it, the sky had gradually turned dark. By this time, Emmanuel was parched from talking so much and went to pour himself a bowl of water. He drank while saying, Your Excellency Hu, the plan is roughly like this. If I think of anything else later, I will tell you. Clayton nodded vigorously, giving a thumbs up. Young Jason, brilliant mind, absolutely brilliant. Master Amen was also greatly impressed by Emmanuel's ideas. Prior to this, he never imagined that there were so many approaches and techniques involved in business. Afterward, Clayton stood up and smiled as he bowed to Mac. Cleveland, it's getting dark now. Why don't I treat you to our Shinjo's traditional dishes? Just right, that restaurant is not far from here. Although it's not as luxurious as Zhenshu Building, the food is authentic. You should definitely try it out, Clayton said ingratiatingly. Mac thought for a moment before smiling. Your Excellency let's skip it today. I still want to chat with young Jason. How about this? I'll be staying in Shinjo for 2 more days. Let's get together before I leave, alright? Having served as an official for many years, Clayton naturally understood that Mac was politely declining. Although Clayton felt very disappointed inside, he didn't show it on his face at all. Mac continued, Your Excellency listening to young Jason just now, I'm sure you have gained a lot. You should return early and hammer out the details of the plan while everything is fresh in your mind to expedite its implementation. In an instant, Clayton realized the prince was dismissing him. Clayton did not dare to say anything further. He immediately clasped his hands and bowed. What the Cleveland says is very true. Then I shall take my leave. Young Jason, farewell. As he spoke, Clayton led Master Amen to prepare to leave. Just as they reached the door, Mac suddenly called out to Clayton, Wait a minute, Your Excellency Thinking Mac had changed his mind, Clayton immediately stopped and turned around, his face lighting up again. Mac asked, Your Excellency isn't the food at that restaurant you mentioned really good? Yes, Cleveland, the head chef of that restaurant has been serving for 20 years and is from our local area of Shinjo, making the food most authentic, replied Clayton. Mac nodded and then instructed, Your Excellency please trouble you to take my people to that restaurant later. We won't go out tonight. Ask them to send over 2 feasts. We'll eat here at young Jason's place. Clayton was first startled, but quickly responded with a bow. After that, Clayton left Emmanuel's house with the prince's servants. Before getting into the carriage, he glanced back at Emmanuel's home, feeling both envy and admiration, and couldn't help but wonder what spell this Emmanuel, who almost lost his wife initially, cast on the prince. After Clayton left, Paula and Livia entered the house. By now it was completely dark outside, and the dim light made it hard to see clearly inside. Paula fetched a kerosene lamp from the kitchen and hurriedly lit it. But one lamp wasn't enough. Even from a short distance away, everything appeared pitch black. Mac could not help but say, Young Jason, one lamp is too dim. We should light more lamps. Emmanuel laughed somewhat awkwardly and explained, Cleveland, you may not believe this, but my home only has this one lamp. What? Only one lamp? Mac was taken aback and looked at Livia before adding, Young Jason, you are the main partner of Peony Brand. How can your home have only one lamp? I don't believe it. Livia was also astonished, and greatly enhancing everyone's comfort. Soon after, the restaurant staff arrived with meals. Several assistants carried various sized boxes filled with delicacies, and even the owner personally came to greet and pay respects. Davian ring dinner, Max suddenly began discussing Emmanuel's plan to attract merchants with Livia. Not quite familiar with business matters, Livia asked, Cleveland, young Jason, if merchants coming to Shinjo County don't have to pay taxes, how will the county treasury manage? Wouldn't the tax revenue decrease significantly? Mac and Emmanuel chuckled. They weren't mocking Livia but found her straightforwardness amusing. Livia looked at Paula, puzzled. Madam Sue, was my question incorrect? Paula smiled. Miss Livia, if Shinjo County does indeed exempt foreign merchants from taxes, when there's an influx of merchants, the county will collect more commercial taxes than before. Still confused, Livia asked, why? Paula elaborated, Miss Livia, imagine if more people come to Shinjo to do business. Wouldn't more people need to stay in inns and eat at restaurants? Paula continued, currently, Shinjo doesn't have enough dining spots or inns. When there are more merchants, more people will open shops here. The government only exempts entry and residence taxes, but hasn't exempted shop commercial taxes. As more shops open, the tax revenue collected by the government will definitely increase dramatically. Nodding immediately, Livia seemed to grasp the concept. Paula added, moreover, the tax exemption won't last forever. It has a duration. If I were in charge, I'd wait until the number of merchants reaches a certain level and then gradually reinstate the taxes. For instance, the first year could be 1/10 of the previous tax rate. If merchants accept it, over time, increase it step by step and adjust based on reactions. Understanding, Livia nodded in admiration. I see. At this point, Mac looked at Paula in surprise, impressed that she could comprehend such matters. He shook his head in admiration, indeed worthy of being young Jason's wife, having a remarkable business acumen. This proverb is apt, not a family, not entering the same door. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Everyone joined in the laughter at his words. It seems like you may have forgotten to input the Chinese text you want translated. Could you please provide the text, and I'll be happy to translate it for you? Chapter 288, Visiting the Soap Workshop. The next morning, at dawn, Emmanuel and Mac's group set off by carriage to Erikshan village. Mac kept a low profile today, only bringing along Izzy, Jonah, Eric, and a few trusted guards. They rode in ordinary carriages, drawing no attention from others. After 1.5 hours, they arrived at Erikshan village. At the village entrance, Mac stopped the carriage and got out with Livia. Emmanuel and Paula also alighted and asked, Cleveland, we still have a little way to go. Why are we getting out now? Mac smiled and replied, I feel a bit tired after sitting for so long. Let's walk around and visit your village. Emmanuel smiled and gestured, Cleveland, Miss Livia, please come this way. Mac nodded and walked into the village with Livia. The village was already bustling with activity. Shortly after entering, Mac saw many people busy working, moving things about energetically. Curiously, Mac asked, Jason, what are they doing? Emmanuel explained, oh, Cleveland, Recently our soap workshop hired new workers and plans to increase production. Everyone is busy expanding the workshop. I see, Mac nodded and continued walking forward with Livia. After a few steps, he asked again, Jason, how many people did you hire this time? Emmanuel replied, for now, 200. We'll hire more if needed. 200. Mac was startled and glanced at Livia. Livia said, Cleveland, don't be too surprised. Jason runs a large business, and naturally, he needs plenty of workers. Yes, I'm thinking too small. Haha, Mac laughed. On the way, Emmanuel continuously introduced the village's situation to Mac. Soon, they reached the construction site of the soap workshop. At that moment, Xander and Gordy were leading people in their work without noticing Emmanuel and the others' arrival. Mac stood at the entrance of the construction site and exclaimed in surprise, Jason, your soap workshop is much larger than I imagined. Emmanuel smiled slightly and said, Cleveland, there's nothing much to see here. It's dusty. How about we go to my home first for some water to quench our thirst? But Mac said, Jason, can I visit inside the soap workshop? Upon hearing this, Livia quickly pulled on Mac's sleeve and whispered, Cleveland, that might not be appropriate. Mac immediately realized his indiscretion and quickly added, Yes, it's not appropriate. The workshop is for making soap, and outsiders shouldn't just enter. Sorry, Jason. Emmanuel smiled and shook his head, Cleveland, it's fine. We will soon be partners, so you're not an outsider. With that, Emmanuel led Mac and Livia into the soap workshop. As soon as they entered, Mac and Livia smelled the scent of soap. Cleveland, this smell feels so familiar. Livia couldn't help but say. Mac nodded, yes, exactly. They used soap several times each day, and immediately felt an affinity for the place. Inside the workshop, villagers were busy at work. Some were moving materials, others were heating things up, and some were stirring vigorously in large vats. Everyone was focused on their tasks, unaware of Emmanuel and Mac's arrival. Mac observed everything with great interest. He wanted to ask Emmanuel what everyone was doing but refrained from pressing for details out of respect for Emmanuel's business secrets. Soon, Emmanuel led Mac and Livia to the mold pouring area. Some villagers were pouring prepared soap liquid into intricate molds. Mac found it fascinating and moved closer to observe. Emmanuel followed and explained, Cleveland, after this step, once the soap cools and sets, it's ready for everyday use. Mac nodded and asked, Jason, can I try? It looks interesting. Seeing Mac's enthusiasm, Emmanuel borrowed a large ladle from a villager and handed it to him. Mac scooped up some soap liquid and approached a row of empty molds, carefully pouring the liquid into them. Satisfied after pouring a few molds, Mac looked at Livia and smiled. Livia, do you want to try? It's quite fun. But Livia shook her head. Cleveland, let's not delay their work. Turning around, Mac noticed the villager waiting patiently and promptly returned the ladle. Soon after, Mac and Livia finished touring the entire soap workshop and headed to Emmanuel and Paula's new home. Inside, after visiting the house, Paula and Livia went to the hall to enjoy snacks and chat about topics that interested them. Emmanuel and Mac went to the backyard under the pavilion to study the distillation equipment Emmanuel had been working on. Perfume is made using this? Mac's eyes stayed fixed on the distillation equipment. After a while, Mac suddenly asked, Jason, do you have extra perfume? I'd like to bring some back for my mother. She would surely love it. Emmanuel immediately agreed. Sure. Cleveland, wait here. I'll get it right away. Mac hurriedly said, no rush, Jason. But before he could finish, Emmanuel had already gone into the house. Moments later, Emmanuel returned carrying a small clear box. Cleveland, this contains 5 different fragrances. Take it back for Lynette Yuang to try. See what she likes best. Emmanuel said. Emmanuel was delighted that Lynette Yuang would try his perfume. If such a noble lady liked it, it would serve as a living endorsement, ensuring future sales. Thank you, Jason. Mac held the box gratefully. Emmanuel chuckled. No need to thank me. Anyway, tell me which fragrance Lynette Yuang prefers, and I'll supply all future needs. Subsequently, Mac called someone to place the clear box in the carriage. Feeling somewhat indebted, Mac asked, Jason, is there anything I can assist you with? Please let me know, and I'll do my best. Emmanuel pondered for a moment and then said, Cleveland, speaking of which, I do have something I need help with. What is it? Mac asked eagerly. Emmanuel seriously asked, Cleveland, can you help me obtain feldspar and calcite? Translation provided strictly adheres to the guidelines provided, maintaining the original tone and style, and ensuring natural English flow while preserving the storyline and logic continuity. Chapter 289. Why did you take it seriously? Orthoclase and calcite? Mac asked, what are these 2 stones used for? Emmanuel explained sincerely, Your Highness, I'm about to start producing perfume. So, I plan to make Xinyer bottles as containers for the perfume, which would look more upscale. Orthoclase and calcite are necessary raw materials for making Xinyer bottles, but they are hard to find around Xinzhou. Mac was surprised. Baker, you can also make Xinyer? Emmanuel nodded. Mac sighed in admiration. Baker, you truly know everything. Emmanuel modestly replied, not really, just happen to know it. Then Mac said, Baker, when we return, I'll help you inquire. The merchants from the western regions and the northern way come to the Lanyan Pass, and some small tribes also trade there. Orthoclase and calcite aren't rare items, so they should not be difficult to purchase. Emmanuel was delighted and immediately clasped his hands. That would be a great help, Your Highness. No need for formalities, we're already very close, it's just a small matter, Mac smiled. After a while, Emmanuel and Mac returned to the main hall. Mac sat next to Livia and asked with a smile, Livia, what were you talking about with Mrs. Su? Livia smiled. We were talking about food. Mrs. Su said Baker's cooking is excellent. The dishes he makes are incredibly delicious. As soon as this was mentioned, Mac remembered what Meadow had said before. Immediately after, Mac looked at Emmanuel. Right, Baker, I remember Miss Noah said that stir-frying was invented by you. The stir-fried dishes at Jinxiu Tower were taught by you. When will we have the honor of tasting your culinary skills? Livia immediately nodded, indicating she also wanted to try Emmanuel's cooking. Emmanuel laughed right away. This is easy. I'll cook lunch later. Everyone can order what they want. Mac and Livia were very pleased, nodding continuously, saying it sounded great. Subsequently, seeing it was not too early yet, Emmanuel got up and went to the kitchen to start working. Paula did not want her husband to work too hard, so she hurriedly went to the kitchen to help. Mac and Livia stayed in the main hall for only a short while before following into the kitchen, saying they wanted to see Emmanuel cook. Mac rarely entered the kitchen and was unfamiliar with kitchen items, thus becoming curious and asking about this or that. Paula was very patient, carefully answering all of Mac's questions. At this moment, Livia suddenly saw a bowl of snow-white substance and couldn't help but ask, "Baker, Mrs. shook his head, emphasizing, "Impossible, Your Highness. I said eating purified fine salt reduces the chances of contracting certain diseases, not completely prevents them. Otherwise, it would be magical fairy salt." At this point, Mac suddenly fell silent, staring at the bowl of fine salt, lost in thought. Livia couldn't help pulling on Mac's sleeve, asking, "Your Highness, what's wrong?" Mac snapped back to reality, looking at Emmanuel. "Baker, can you sell me this method of refining fine salt? I'm willing to pay a high price." Emmanuel stopped his work, turning around teasingly, "Your Highness, why do you suddenly want to buy my method of refining fine salt? Could it be your family runs a salt shop and wants to sell this type of fine salt?" To his surprise, Mac nodded, "Indeed, Baker, our family does have a salt shop business, although it's run in partnership with others. My father doesn't usually interfere with it." Emmanuel was quite surprised but quickly understood. After all, Granville, the emperor's brother, obtaining a salt monopoly wouldn't be too difficult. Moreover, partnering with others avoided public scrutiny and the hassles of direct management, ensuring steady profits. Mac earnestly explained, "Baker, I want to buy this method mainly for my father." Mac told Emmanuel he had always been worried about his father's health. Granville favored salty food. If the dishes were slightly bland, he would get angry or even furious. Upon learning the dangers of coarse salt, Mac immediately thought of his father, wanting to buy this method so his father could eat healthier fine salt in the future. Seeing Mac's filial heart, Emmanuel smiled, "Your Highness, given our relationship, discussing money seems too formal. Let me give you this method." No. Mac immediately shook his head. "If you do that, I won't accept it." Emmanuel thought for a moment and smiled, "Your Highness, let's put it this way. I'll give you the method, but not for nothing. Consider it a technical investment." Technical investment? What does that mean? Mac had never heard of this term. Emmanuel explained with a smile, meaning, "Your Highness can show this refining method to Granville and your partners first. If they think it's good, they can try mass producing this fine salt. Once it goes on sale, just give me a small share of the profits as a token gesture." Mac immediately thought it was a great idea and nodded, "Baker, let's do it your way. I don't need to consult father. I can promise you now." "What did you say?" Emmanuel was taken aback. Mac said seriously, "Father doesn't have time to manage the salt shop business. It's handled by me. With my word, no one will oppose it." Emmanuel looked stunned, hesitating for a while before saying, "Your Highness, I was just joking. Why did you take it so seriously?" In fact, Emmanuel didn't care about shares or dividends. He just wanted Mac to take the method back, regardless of future outcomes or returns. But unexpectedly, Mac managed the salt shop for Granville and immediately agreed. Mac nodded, "Baker, this method of refining fine salt benefits all citizens of the Great Liang dynasty and should be widely promoted." Chapter 290, Ilsa arrives. After eating lunch at Emmanuel's house, Mac and Livia went sightseeing around the ancient mountain village. They didn't leave until dusk and then returned to Shinjo City. The next evening, Emmanuel, together with Paula and Nathan, went to Shinjo City again. Their purpose was to attend a farewell banquet specially arranged by Boetius for the Cleveland. Meadow and her brother Dawson, as well as some influential people from Shinjo City, were also invited. At the banquet, Boetius went all out to please everyone. Emmanuel observed everything with admiration. He couldn't help but acknowledge how thick-skinned Boetius was. 3 days flew by, and on the fourth morning, Emmanuel, along with Paula, Meadow, Dawson, and Boetius, came to the north gate to bid farewell. Before leaving, Mac chatted with Emmanuel for a while. Deviating their conversation, Mac asked about Emmanuel's schedule for traveling to Lanyan Pass. Emmanuel replied that once the perfume-making equipment was in place and all preliminary work completed, he would arrange the trip as soon as possible to settle matters concerning the skincare specialty store. After bidding farewell to everyone else, Mac finally came before Livia. He gently held her hand and said tenderly, "Livia, I'll miss you every day." Mac's voice carried an indescribable tenderness that immediately affected Livia's emotions. She looked at him with unwavering affection, saying, "Cleveland, I will miss you too, wherever I am. My heart will be with you." Mac was moved beyond words. He nodded earnestly and held her hand tightly as if trying to merge her into his own life. Just then, Izzy's voice interrupted from not far away, "Cleveland, it's time to go." Mac was deeply engrossed at the moment, making Izzy's timing extremely inappropriate. He glanced at Izzy unhappily, and Izzy felt a wave of resentment. Shocked internally, Izzy quickly turned away and dared not look back. Livia reminded, "Cleveland, it's time to go." Mac nodded and instructed, "Livia, I've already talked with young Tucker. From now on, you get a rest day every 3 days. No overworking yourself like before." Livia couldn't help laughing. "I know, Cleveland, you've mentioned this many times." Mac said, "This time is different. Before, when I told you, I hadn't discussed it with young Tucker yet. Now, I have." Livia smiled. "Does that make a difference? You're the Cleveland. Whatever you say, young Tucker can't refuse." Mac paused briefly, then laughed. "True. Ha." They exchanged a few more fond words. Eventually, it was Livia who first let go of Mac's hand and helped him onto the carriage. Soon, Mac's convoy departed towards the north. He kept waving goodbye to Livia from the window. Standing outside the city gate, Livia continued waving back, feeling as if their gazes were connected by unbreakable threads. Boetius was also there, waving just as emotionally. Suddenly, someone grabbed Boetius's waving arm. Turning around, Boetius saw it was Brendan, shaking his head to indicate he should stop. Annoyed, Boetius thought, what does it matter to you if I bid farewell to the Cleveland? But he didn't dare show any discontent and immediately stopped, nodding obsequiously. Finally, Mac's convoy disappeared from sight. Livia stopped waving and felt a sudden emptiness. Coral quietly suggested, Lady, Cleveland has left. Let's return. Sighing softly, Livia nodded and, after bidding farewell to everyone, entered the city gates with Coral and Brendan. Meadow and Dawson also bade farewell to Emmanuel and Paula before heading back. As Emmanuel was about to leave, Boetius and Ismail approached him. Sir Hu, do you have anything else? Emmanuel asked with a bow. Boetius bowed back promptly and said, tomorrow, I'll post notices about tax exemptions and send people to announce it in Lanyan Pass and other places so everyone knows about the reduced taxes. Surprised, Emmanuel remarked, you're issuing the notice in just 2 days? Emmanuel had expected Boetius to procrastinate for weeks, not act so efficiently. Boetius replied, since we've decided, it's better to start early. Delaying won't benefit me or the citizens of Shinjo County. That's true, Emmanuel acknowledged with a nod. Then he asked, by the way, Sir Hu, how long do you plan for the tax exemption to last? Boetius answered, 6 months, because my term ends then. Emmanuel nodded, understandingly, and added, don't worry, Sir Hu, it won't take 6 months. Changes should be visible within 1 or 2 months. Really? That's excellent news. Boetius's spirits soared immediately, his eyes brightening. After chatting with Boetius, Emmanuel and Paula got into the carriage driven by Nathan and headed back to Ancient Mountain Village. The next day after returning to Ancient Mountain Village, the 10 sets of distillation equipment Emmanuel ordered arrived. Thrilled, Emmanuel eagerly began testing them. Over the following 7 days, he successfully put all 10 sets into use. 3 sets were dedicated to producing high-proof alcohol, while the other 7 were used for creating 5 scents of perfumes. Deviant to the lack of feldspar and calcite, Emmanuel could only use small porcelain bottles for now. However, he took great care in decorating the bottles. Despite all being white, he painted corresponding flowers and scenes based on the scent contained within each bottle, along with suitable poetic lines. For example, on the Rosa Multiflora perfume bottle, he painted a courtyard full of roses, with the line, crystal curtains sway in the breeze, as the rose-covered arbor fills the yard with fragrance. For peony perfume, the bottle featured large, opulent peonies, paired with only peonies possess true elegance, stirring the capital with their blooming season. The other 3 scents, roses, lilies, and calla lilies, also had corresponding designs and verses. When the first batch of samples was completed, Emmanuel was quite satisfied. Still, deep down, he believed that perfume should be packaged in glass bottles to appear more upscale. He planned, as soon as the Elsa bottles were ready, to adorn them with gold, silver, and even precious gems, elevating the perfume's luxurious and noble image. A few days later, early in the morning, Emmanuel was still sleeping lazily when Paula rushed in. Lord Shang is here, she said. Which Lord Shang? I don't know him, let me sleep a bit longer. Emmanuel was still groggy, unable to recall who Lord Shang was. Paula shook him and said, my lord, who else can it be? It's the Shang from the Shintian office, Elsa. Emmanuel immediately opened his eyes upon hearing this, as he finally recalled who Elsa was. It was no wonder. Ever since Emmanuel went to Fuchin County and encountered various events and situations, followed by being extremely busy after coming back, he had completely forgotten about Elsa. Emmanuel asked, Elsa really came? Paula nodded and said, yes, my lord. Lord Shang is outside. Please get up quickly. Chapter 291, Craving Scallion Oil Chicken. Emmanuel suddenly lost his sleepiness and got up with Paula's help to dress and tidy up. After they were ready, Emmanuel and Paula left the bedroom, but no one was in the main hall. Aislinn, where are the others? Emmanuel asked. Paula puzzledly replied, they were just here. Where could they have gone? At that moment, Emmanuel heard voices from outside and went out into the courtyard with Paula. Outside, under a tree, Scarlet was sparring with Nathan. Paula frowned and wondered aloud, husband, why are they fighting? In the next instant, she wanted to stop them, but Emmanuel held her back. Aislinn, let them be. I need to freshen up anyway, Emmanuel said calmly. After speaking, he turned towards the water vat outside the kitchen, saying as he walked, Aislinn, prepare some breakfast for them when they get hungry after their match. Paula nodded and headed for the kitchen. Scarlet had originally been sitting in the main hall waiting for Emmanuel, but since she found it hard to sit still, she went out for a stroll. Unluckily, she came across Nathan passing by. Unaware of Nathan's significant improvement in combat experience, Scarlet spoke arrogantly during their conversation, making Nathan quite uncomfortable. Deviating their chat, Scarlet suggested, in a superior manner, that if Nathan called her master, she could teach him a few moves. Upon hearing this, Nathan couldn't hold back and challenged her to a friendly match. Without hesitation, Scarlet agreed. Since she had nothing better to do, it would be good exercise for her. Initially, Scarlet didn't take Nathan seriously, considering him an easy opponent who had lost to her before. However, gradually, her expression grew more serious as she realized Nathan was far stronger than the last time they sparred. He defended and attacked well without showing impatience or exposing major weaknesses. After a dozen exchanges, Scarlet couldn't help commenting, surprising. You've improved significantly in just a few days. Did you learn from someone secretly? Annoyed, Nathan retorted, no secret learning. It's my own practice. Scarlet smiled and said, well, you've made progress, but you're still far from beating me. Understanding her intent to provoke him, Nathan remained calm, determined not to let her influence him. This composed demeanor surprised Scarlet, who remarked, impressive, Nathan. You can even stay calm now. Without responding, Nathan focused on finding a way to outmaneuver Scarlet. Soon, he spotted an opening and seized the chance. To his dismay, It was a trap set by Scarlet, leading to his defeat. Kicking himself inwardly, Nathan felt a strong blow from below and tumbled to the ground. As I said, you're still far from winning against me, Scarlet's voice echoed above him. Nathan looked up to see Scarlet smiling down at him, a sight that fueled his frustration. Undeterred, he stood up defiantly, shouting, again. Just then, Emmanuel's voice interrupted from behind, causing Nathan to halt and turn around. Minjiu. Scarlet pointed at Emmanuel and smiled. Your employer is here. I'll leave now. Approaching Emmanuel, she teased, Emmanuel, how lazy you've become, sleeping till now. Emmanuel gestured for Scarlet to go inside, then approached Nathan, saying gently, enough for today. Go back and reflect on your performance. We'll win next time. Recognizing the gap between them, Nathan nodded and left sullenly. Aren't you going to eat? Your sister-in-law prepared breakfast, Emmanuel urged. I've already eaten at Terry's place, boss, Nathan responded, walking away. Emmanuel returned to the main hall and asked Scarlet upon entering, Minister Shang, why do you always pick on Minjiu? I wasn't picking on him. I was chatting casually, but he became upset and insisted on sparring, Scarlet countered. Why didn't you refuse? Emmanuel frowned. How could I? I'm not a coward, Scarlet replied seriously. Speechless, Emmanuel shook his head. At that moment, Paula brought 2 plates of pickles, a plate of stir-fried cured meat, and a large bowl of vegetable congee from the kitchen. Minister Shang, sorry for the simple fare this morning, Paula apologized. Smelling the aroma of the cured meat, Scarlet eagerly took a bite and praised, delicious, simply perfect. Seeing her enthusiasm, Paula offered, if you like it, please have more. Afterward, Paula turned to Emmanuel, asking, husband, where's Minjiu? He ate at Terry's place and has returned, Emmanuel answered. Nodding, Paula served another bowl of congee to Emmanuel. While drinking his congee, Emmanuel inquired, Minister Shang, did you come because there's news about the honorary position? Curious, Paula interrupted, husband, what honorary position? Emmanuel explained his idea of taking an honorary position in the Mystical Sky Bureau to Paula, then turned back to Scarlet. Shaking her head, Scarlet replied, I discussed it with the superiors, but they declined. Surprised, Emmanuel frowned and asked, then why did you come? Looking at Emmanuel, Scarlet grinned cheekily. I suddenly got a craving for scallion oil chicken. Fat chance. Ignoring her, Emmanuel resumed eating, leaving Scarlet to fend for herself. Chapter 292. Can I borrow your stone thunder? Josephine couldn't help but get angry at Emmanuel's impolite response, ready to point her chopsticks at him. Sir Shang, don't be upset. He didn't mean any harm. Paula hurriedly mediated and gently tugged at Emmanuel's sleeve, signaling for him to apologize. Perhaps it was due to Paula's presence. Josephine stopped mid-action as she lifted her arm with the chopsticks. She then withdrew her hand, continued eating, and quickly erased the look of anger from her face. I'm very hungry now, and have no time to be angry with you. We'll talk later, Josephine said while concentrating on her meal. Emmanuel remained silent, and focused on his meal as well. Sitting between them, Paula kept glancing worriedly between her husband and Josephine, afraid they would suddenly argue again. After a while, breakfast ended without incident. While Paula was cleaning up in the kitchen, Josephine suddenly asked, Emmanuel, are you really not planning to make scallion oil braised chicken for me? Emmanuel glanced at Josephine, then after some thought, replied, I can make it, but it will cost 100 taels per serving, payment up front, no credit. 100 taels? Josephine was taken aback. Then, she unfastened the sword tied around her waist and slammed it on the table with a clatter. Do you think this sword is worth how many servings of scallion oil braised chicken? Josephine was clearly threatening Emmanuel. But Emmanuel wasn't fazed and retorted coldly, Sir Shang, if you start acting like a rascal, it wouldn't be appropriate. Josephine frowned at Emmanuel, muttering, you're the rascal. Emmanuel calmly said, if you were my superior and I your subordinate, I welcome you anytime, let alone if you wanted scallion oil braised chicken or even a full Manchu Han banquet. Full Manchu Han banquet? What's that? Josephine asked, interested. What dishes does it include? Is it delicious? Hearing about delicious food, Josephine seemed to transform instantly. Emmanuel had no time to explain the Manchu Han feast and simply said, don't interrupt. That's not important right now. He then continued, Sir Shang, my point is, we aren't in an official capacity, just acquaintances. Isn't it inappropriate for you to come over so often expecting meals? Josephine looked at Emmanuel silently for a moment, then asked, if I told you I have a way to get you into the Shin A Hill Agency, would you make scallion oil braised chicken for me? Note, the term Shin A Hill Agency seems to be a direct transliteration and does not read naturally in English. It should be either Shintian Agency or Shin A Hill Agency for proper naming conventions. Here's a refined version of this sentence. Josephine looked at Emmanuel silently for a moment, then asked, if I told you I have a way to get you into the Shintian Agency, would you make scallion oil braised chicken for me? You just said they wouldn't approve. Emmanuel was puzzled. Josephine nodded. They didn't approve, but I have another plan to make them agree. What's your plan? Emmanuel's face showed confusion. Josephine straightened up, raised her chin slightly, and cleared her throat. You know, I'm a third-rank Shintian Ericard of the Shintian Agency, a genuine 7th rank. Josephine boasted proudly. Emmanuel snapped irritably. Get to the point, will you? Josephine shot him a dirty look before continuing. According to the rules of the Shintian Agency, Shintian Ericards can recruit subordinates independently. Third-rank guards can recruit one trusted subordinate, second-rank 2, and first-rank 3, all with the position of leisure. Although leisure has no rank, they receive Shintian Agency pay and tokens. As soon as Emmanuel heard this, a bright smile appeared on his face. Sir Shang, why didn't you say this earlier? You want scallion oil braised chicken, right? Done. Immediately done. Josephine couldn't help but sneer at Emmanuel's swift change of expression. She then said, don't get too excited yet. Becoming a leisure for the Shintian Agency isn't as simple as you think. There are conditions. The smile on Emmanuel's face vanished immediately, a sense of dread creeping into his mind. What conditions? Josephine answered earnestly, establishing merit. If you assist me in completing a task and earn a commendation, once I report your name, it's almost guaranteed. As soon as she finished, a cynical smirk crept onto Emmanuel's lips. Josephine, do you think I'm foolish? All this the superiors won't agree, business is nonsense. You came here to ask me to help you complete your task, right? Seeing that Emmanuel had seen through her, Josephine dropped the act and asked bluntly, will you cooperate? Emmanuel shook his head without hesitation. No, I don't want to get involved in violent affairs, whether sanctioned by the government or not. I'd rather stay at home safely. Josephine urged, wait, don't refuse until you hear what the task is. Just listen. Emmanuel shook his head again. Not interested. Just listen. The task is simple and guarantees merit. Josephine insisted. Feeling annoyed after being pestered for a bit, Emmanuel got up and left the hall, heading toward the courtyard. He thought to himself, if I can't fight, can I at least hide? But Josephine pursued relentlessly, leaving Emmanuel with no choice. Fine, tell me already. Emmanuel gave in reluctantly. Josephine composed herself and explained seriously. We're planning to eliminate a band of desert bandits. Their stronghold is difficult to breach, so we need to borrow your stone thunder. If you can blast open their stronghold's main gate, you'll establish significant merit. And don't worry, you won't need to fight at all, just stand behind the lines. It'll be safe. Emmanuel finally understood. So, all along you came for the stone thunder. Josephine smiled shamelessly. Emmanuel, don't say it like that. You provide the stone thunder, we take care of the bandits. After completing the mission, you'll join the Xintian agency, and we can report back to the court. It's a win-win situation, isn't it? Emmanuel frowned and considered. Here's what, I'm quite busy. How many stone thunders do you need? I'll give them to you, but remember to hand over the token afterward. As for going with you, forget it. Josephine shook her head. No, you must go yourself. Otherwise, they won't accept you as a leasher. Why? Emmanuel was puzzled. It's a long-standing rule of the Xintian agency. You must be present when executing the task to be credited for it. Emmanuel found this reasonable as it prevented people from claiming undeserved credit. After pondering for a moment, he asked, really? Just being there is enough? Yes, I swear. Josephine nodded firmly. Emmanuel asked again, where are these bandits? In the Stone City, northwest of Lanyin Pass, Josephine replied. Going beyond Lanyin Pass? Emmanuel was astonished, shaking his head. Too far away. Not going. But it's not far, only half a day's journey after crossing the pass. Josephine pleaded. Nope, Emmanuel still refused. Josephine grew desperate. Emmanuel, you have to go. Before coming, I promised them I'd bring you along. You can't make me lose face. Emmanuel was starting to get annoyed. That's none of my concern. I'm not going. With that, Emmanuel turned to leave. But just as Emmanuel had taken a step, Josephine rushed over and grabbed him by the neck, threatening, if you don't go, don't blame me for being ruthless. Just as Emmanuel had taken a step, Josephine rushed over and grabbed him by the neck, threatening, if you don't go, don't blame me for being without mercy. Revised translation. But just as Emmanuel had taken a step, Josephine rushed over and grabbed him by the neck, threatening, if you don't go, don't blame me for being without mercy. Who knew that just as Emmanuel turned and took a step, Josephine rushed over, one hand gripping his neck, and threatened, if you don't go, don't blame me for not showing mercy. Chapter 293. Do you really want to strangle me? Emmanuel felt a bit of pain in his neck, but at that moment, his expression was eerily calm, almost frightening. Josephine stared at Emmanuel and asked again, I'll ask you one more time, will you go or not? Emmanuel coldly replied, no, you. Josephine was infuriated and immediately tightened her grip on Emmanuel's neck. Emmanuel endured the pain and said coolly, Josephine, if you have the guts, kill me right now. Otherwise, let go. At this moment, both were frozen in place. Josephine glared at Emmanuel, while he returned her gaze with cold eyes. Time seemed to stand still. Suddenly, several children from the village ran by. Upon seeing Emmanuel and Josephine, they stopped in their tracks. Childe curiously asked Emmanuel, Baker, what are you doing? Unable to move his neck, Emmanuel could only twist his eyes towards the children and replied through gritted teeth, we're just chatting. Childe immediately chimed in, Baker, you're lying. Why would someone strangle your neck if you were chatting? You must have bullied her, so she came to settle accounts with you. Emmanuel rolled his eyes, not knowing how to respond to the child. At this moment, Josephine suddenly released her grip and turned to look at the children, seriously saying, that's right. Baker bullied me, and I came to settle accounts with him. The children burst into laughter, some saying Emmanuel was naughty, others saying he deserved it, and asking how he had bullied Josephine. Emmanuel ignored them, rubbing his neck as he scolded them a few times, then shooed them away. The children laughed and shouted as they ran off, Baker bullies women, Baker bullies women. Emmanuel watched the unruly children speechlessly and shook his head continuously. Turning back to Josephine, he complained, why did you squeeze so hard? Did you really want to strangle me? Josephine, who had been upset, suddenly changed her demeanor. Grabbing Emmanuel's arms, she swayed them while pleading sweetly, Sir Sue, please help me, go with me, okay? At that moment, Emmanuel felt goosebumps all over and couldn't help but shiver. He quickly pushed Josephine's hands away, took a few steps back, and shrunk his neck as he rapidly shook his head. Please, don't scare me like that. My heart can't take it. It wasn't that Josephine's pouting and begging were disgusting. After all, she was a beautiful woman, and even when acting coy, she wouldn't be too repulsive. Emmanuel's discomfort mainly stemmed from her explosive temper and ruthless image being deeply ingrained in his mind. Such a sudden change left Emmanuel completely unprepared. Seeing Emmanuel's strong reaction, Josephine realized what she should do next. Sir Sue, please agree, I beg you. Her voice became even softer, and she deliberately twisted her body, throwing an exaggerated flirtatious glance at Emmanuel. Emmanuel almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. To him, Josephine's coquettish pose was simply unbearable. Women flirting should make men happy and satisfied, but she nearly gave him a heart attack with her antics. Josephine, can you behave? I warn you, don't do that again. Emmanuel exclaimed fearfully. Josephine immediately retorted, then agree to my request, and I'll behave. Otherwise, I'll keep annoying you. Once again, Emmanuel was speechless and rolled his eyes dramatically. Sir Sue, hold it, I agree, alright? Emmanuel interrupted her immediately, finally choosing to give in. Josephine was delighted, instantly returning to her usual spirited demeanor. Pointing at Emmanuel, she warned, you promised, don't go back on your word. Emmanuel sighed, shaking his head before turning and walking home. Josephine quickly chased after him. Answer me, don't go back on your word, did you hear me? Under Josephine's relentless pursuit, Emmanuel finally nodded. Yes, Master is in good health and everything is fine. He eats here and there and roams around. His life is much more comfortable than ours. Emmanuel nodded, relieved, then asked, when will Senior return? When he passes by, I'd like to invite him to Jingsudu again. He won't be coming back anytime soon. Josephine shook her head. Emmanuel was surprised. Not coming back? Paula had the same puzzled expression. Josephine paused eating and said seriously, Master enjoys his current life and wants to stay longer with old friends. He'll consider other matters after he's had enough. Right. That sounds good. After all, living comfortably is most important. Emmanuel nodded. Josephine also nodded and resumed eating. After finishing a chicken wing, Josephine suddenly spoke to Paula. By the way, Mrs. Sue, I need to inform you that Emmanuel and I will go to Lanyan Pass in a few days to handle some business. Paula asked, somewhat surprised, what kind of business? Josephine explained, this is how it is. We plan to. Emmanuel hastily interjected, wife, I'm going to Lanyan Pass for the fragrance shop branch business and to check if I can buy feldspar and calcite. Minister Shang is there on official duty for the Xintian office, unrelated to me. I'm just going along because it's convenient. Emmanuel didn't want Paula to know about fighting the desert bandits. And the sudden price cut triggered a buying frenzy among the populace. Everyone took pride in purchasing mutant brand soaps, quickly leading to a shortage. In the wake of this trend, Mingzhu became an abandoned product in the market, suffering a steep decline in sales, eventually being ignored by almost everyone. Despite Esmond's numerous efforts to expand the sales channels, nothing could reverse the downward trend. Similarly anxious was Barak. He never expected Emmanuel to slash prices as drastically as he did, directly lowering them to the lowest point. After thorough deliberation, Esmond proposed reducing the price of Mingzhu products to match and focusing on steady development for future stability. However, Barak saw things differently. His initial intention in starting the business was not to make money but to spite Emmanuel and stir up the market. In anger and frustration, Barak decided to further reduce prices and sell at a loss, aiming to pressure Emmanuel into also cutting prices and selling at a loss. But Barak overestimated his Mingzhu brand. From the start of selling at a loss, Mingzhu products failed to gain any traction. They were even perceived as low-quality items, bringing no honor or prestige to those who used them. As a result, goods piled up unsold, and the workshop lost its revenue source. Coupled with the salaries of over 100 clerks and various other expenses, Mingzhu workshop could no longer sustain itself. Despite Barak's attempts to hold on, his elders disagreed with such wastefulness. Every day they held on meant more financial loss. So, under the intervention of the elders, Barak was forced to close down Mingzhu workshop, retreating from the soap market in despair. Esmond sighed softly and instructed the clerks, begin dismantling. Immediately, the clerks set up ladders and swiftly removed the sign. Barak watched the entire process from nearby, unable to tear himself away. Just as Barak was feeling dejected, a carriage and several cargo carts approached from afar. The carriage stopped near him, and a middle-aged man around 45 emerged. He was surnamed Eric, the overseer responsible for managing the family's salt shop. Eric bowed respectfully and said, I greet you, young master. Barak frowned and asked, Overseer Eric, why are you here? Eric replied, Master ordered me to handle the remaining inventory in the warehouse. Deviant to poor sales, there were still many soaps in the warehouse. If left unattended, these items would lose all value. Barak's uncle, the head of the family, understood this and thus arranged for Eric to liquidate the stock. Surprised, Barak asked, how are you going to handle it? Eric answered, young master, I've secured a buyer willing to purchase all the soap at 20% of the original price. 20%? That's too low, Barak exclaimed. Eric patiently explained, young master, 20% is a reasonable offer. If we don't sell soon, the soap will go to waste. Though the price is low, it's better than nothing. Though frustrated, Barak conceded internally that Eric was right. Given the large quantity of unsold goods, someone willing to buy everything at once required a significant discount. Sighing resignedly, Barak asked, who's the buyer? Eric glanced at him nervously before whispering, young master. It's Noah family from Shinjo. Excuse me? Noah family from Shinjo? Barak was stunned. He immediately reacted angrily. Tell me this Noah family isn't the same one partnering with Emmanuel in the specialty shops. Eric nodded slowly. Yes, young master. It is that Noah family. Why? Why them? Why can't we sell to anyone else? Don't you know how bitterly I oppose them? Enraged, Barak couldn't stop questioning Eric. In his mind, Noah family and Emmanuel were two peas in a pod, working hand in hand maliciously. Therefore, selling the remaining stock to Noah family was no different from selling it to Emmanuel. This was an immense humiliation. Barak inwardly roared. No way. I won't agree to it, no matter what. Barak raged, shaking his head vigorously. Eric's expression turned difficult. He tried to reason, young master, besides Noah family from Shinjo, no one else wants to buy all the soap at once. We have no choice. The elder insisted that we handle the goods promptly. We can't set up stalls in the city and sell piece by piece. It would take forever. Eric added, I don't care. Even if we throw them away, I won't let you sell to them. I won't agree to it, not in a million years. Barak shouted furiously, his face flushed red. Eric helplessly replied, young master, please don't put me in this position. This decision was made by the elder, and I have no say in the matter. Finishing his words, Eric turned around and loudly commanded, everyone, get the soap from the warehouse onto the carts. Remember, only soap, not perfume soap. Hearing this, Barak hurriedly asked, why only soap and not perfume soap? Because the buyer only wants soap, not perfume soap, Eric explained. Barak was perplexed, why? They said they don't like the fragrance of our perfume soap, so they won't take it, Eric elaborated. What about the perfume soap? Will it be thrown away? Barak inquired. Don't worry, young master. The elder has already arranged for distribution among servants, maids, housekeepers, and shop assistants. It won't be wasted, Eric reassured. Barak stood there speechless. End of chapter 294. It seems like you may have forgotten to include the Chinese text you want translated. Could you please provide the Chinese text so I can assist you with the translation? Hashtag chapter 295. Going into the city on business. The day Ava moved into Ancient Village, the expansion of the soap workshop was almost complete. That afternoon, Rolf led a group to Will's village. Accompanied by Adin, they paraded through the village, beating gongs and drums, announcing that the workshop would start operations the next day. They reminded the villagers who had applied for jobs to remember to come to work. The next morning, just as Ava was practicing her morning exercises, she witnessed an impressive scene. Hundreds of villagers flooded into Ancient Village like waves. As they walked, they happily chatted, their faces beaming with excitement and joy. These villagers numbered more than 200. Many were family members of those hired. Knowing that the soap workshop had been expanded, they took the opportunity to visit while escorting their relatives to work. Not seeing it would not have revealed its true scale, but seeing it shocked everyone. The expanded soap workshop was much larger than anyone imagined. Moreover, a simple bamboo fence had been erected around the area, making it resemble a small soap factory. To facilitate management and prevent unauthorized access, Emmanuel, Xander, and Rolf decided to issue identity cards after discussion. The so-called identity cards were actually employee ID plates made from bamboo. These cards not only listed the employee's name and age, but also specified their working area and specific job. The identity cards were also graded. For instance, senior employees had better quality wooden cards, while new employees had bamboo ones. However, after working for a certain period, new employees could upgrade to the wooden cards used by senior staff. Another critical function of these identity cards was for meal distribution. With more people in the workshop and most not knowing each other, employees would need their ID cards to collect meals at lunchtime to avoid freeloaders. Although the expanded soap workshop was bustling with activity, all this seemed to have little to do with Emmanuel. After breakfast, Emmanuel and Ava set off for Shinjo City with Jeff's delivery team. Nathan originally wanted to go too, but was left behind by Emmanuel. He had a crucial task for her, extracting pure saltpeter from the barrels stored in the warehouse. More stone thunder bombs were needed for the upcoming campaign against the desert bandits, so extraction was urgent. Emmanuel had two primary objectives in the city. First, to deliver the first batch of perfumes to Meadow to try selling them and record market feedback. Second, to buy some sugar frost to mix with black powder to create powerful stone thunder bombs. Ava certainly didn't join Emmanuel for fun. She had business to attend to as well. They couldn't walk to Lanyan Pass because they had to bring many stone thunder bombs. Thus, they had to inform the local Black Heaven Agency colleagues in Shinjo to arrange transportation. On their way into the city, Emmanuel and Ava rode together in a freight mule cart. The cart lacked a carriage for protection from the elements, and only had a simple open-air canopy that offered minimal shelter from the sun and rain. Ava, holding her sword, sat on the cargo beside Emmanuel, who was lying down with his eyes closed, seemingly enjoying the ride. Knowing Emmanuel wasn't really asleep, Ava asked, "Hey, Emmanuel, you're pretty wealthy, yet you're so frugal you can't even afford a proper carriage? Don't you find these bumpy rides uncomfortable when entering the city?" Without opening his eyes, Emmanuel casually replied, "It's not the carriage. It's the road that's terrible." Then he opened his eyes and turned to look at Ava. "You remind me, I did talk about buying a better carriage to my wife. We thought we'd need it for visits to her hometown in the capital, but it slipped my mind in the busy days. Perhaps we'll find one later today." Ava remained quiet for a moment before suddenly asking, "By the way, Emmanuel, Shinjo County has announced that gate taxes and seat taxes will be waived for the next 6 months, and transit taxes will only be half of what they used to be." Pausing, Ava added, "I heard. This idea came from you?" Surprised, Emmanuel sat up. "Director Shang, your agency's information network is impressive. You even know it came from me." With a hint of pride, shortly after entering the city, they arrived at the Xiangfu specialty store, still bustling with business as usual. Emmanuel got off the cart carrying a small box and told Ava, "Director Shang, go ahead and handle your business. See you later." Ava gracefully hopped off the cart, holding her sword. "Okay." She then turned and quickly disappeared into the crowd. Emmanuel entered the Xiangfu specialty store and headed straight upstairs to find Meadow. Chapter 296. Is this me? Arriving outside Miriam's room on the second floor, Emmanuel knocked on the door. Tap, tap, tap. No sooner had he knocked than the door opened a small crack, revealing it wasn't locked. Emmanuel called out, "Miss Noah, it's me, Emmanuel." But there was no response from inside. The room was eerily quiet. Emmanuel called out 2 more times, and still receiving no answer, he gently pushed open the door to check if anyone was truly inside. After entering, Emmanuel saw that indeed no one was there. Where could she be at this time? Emmanuel was puzzled since Meadow was usually here at this hour. He intended to ask someone about Meadow's whereabouts but found no one around. After thinking for a moment, he entered the room. Emmanuel had no ill intentions. He just wanted to place the box of perfume in her room and then go buy sugar frosting. It was tiring carrying a box around. Walking to Meadow's desk, Emmanuel put down the small box and was about to leave. Suddenly, his gaze was drawn to some white papers on the table. There was a full-body portrait of a man, whose upper body was covered by a piece of paper held down by a paperweight. showing only the lower part. Emmanuel couldn't help taking a closer look, intrigued as the figure's lower half seemed oddly familiar, yet he couldn't quite pinpoint why. Driven by curiosity, Emmanuel moved to the desk, lifted the paperweight, and removed the paper covering the image. The next moment, Emmanuel saw the complete portrait and was taken aback. He couldn't help muttering, "Is this me?" Though the face on the portrait wasn't a precise representation of the real Emmanuel, the posture, presence, and charm were strikingly similar, even more handsome and dashing. Staring at the portrait for a while, Emmanuel confirmed that it was indeed himself, and no one else. Looking down, he noticed several crumpled sheets of paper on the floor beneath the desk. Upon opening one, he saw that it was another portrait of himself, not as refined as the one on the desk, but unmistakably him. He examined a few more discarded sketches, all depicting himself, each evidently rejected drafts. Actually, Emmanuel had always sensed that Meadow harbored some feelings for him, though he assumed they were minor. Later, when West suggested Emmanuel divorce his wife and marry Miss Noah, he firmly refused. Since then, he presumed Meadow must have let go of any romantic interest, maintaining only a business relationship. Seeing the portraits and the discarded sketches now made Emmanuel realize Meadow's feelings for him hadn't changed. Instead, they had deepened. Emmanuel froze for a moment, then thought to himself, No, I need to leave quickly. Otherwise, if Miss Noah returns and finds me here, it will be extremely awkward. Hurriedly, he restored everything to its original state and left the room with the box. Leaving, Emmanuel closed the door behind him and hurried towards the staircase. Downstairs, as he was about to head out, a voice came from behind. Jason. Turning, Emmanuel saw it was manager Marcy. Marcy approached and bowed, asking, Jason, are you looking for the young mistress? She has stepped out for a moment. Emmanuel replied, in that case, I'll handle other matters first. As he was about to leave, he turned back and handed over the small box to Marcy, saying, Aquila, please give this to Miss Noah. I'll come back later. Of course, Jason, take care. Marcy nodded and took the box. Emmanuel politely bid farewell and left the shop. Standing on the street after leaving the shop, Emmanuel felt his mind and emotions swirling. Unconsciously, he recalled the moment Meadow had hugged him. The feeling of her holding him tightly and her long leg pressing against his abdomen became vividly real, causing his heart to race. Stop daydreaming. You're a married man. Speaking to himself, Emmanuel shook his head vigorously and slapped his cheeks a few times to clear his mind. Just then, someone tapped him on the shoulder. Startled, Emmanuel spun around. Official Shang? Emmanuel was surprised to see Josephine. Josephine asked curiously, Emmanuel, what's wrong? Why are you hitting yourself? Realizing she had seen him earlier from a distance, Emmanuel quickly shook his head and said, Nothing, it was crowded inside, and I got a little dizzy. A couple of slaps woke me up. Yes, that's it. Josephine didn't fully believe him, scrutinizing him closely. What happened? Why are you acting so strangely? Wanting to change the subject, Emmanuel asked hastily, Official Shang, weren't you going to meet colleagues? How did you return so soon? Josephine answered, I found them. My destination is nearby, and my task is done. Someone will come to Eric Mountain Village in a couple of days. Surprised, Emmanuel remarked, That's a coincidence. Nodding, Josephine asked, And you? Did you finish talking with Miss Noah? Emmanuel shook his head. She isn't here. Let's buy the sugar frosting first and come back later. Josephine didn't object and followed Emmanuel away from the shop towards the market. Less than 15 minutes later, Meadow returned with Shelley. As Meadow prepared to ascend the stairs, Marcy approached with the box. Young mistress, Jason was here a while ago. Seeing you were out, he asked me to give you this, Marcy explained. Handing over the box to Shelley, Marcy continued. Upon hearing this, Meadow suddenly felt anxious. Did Jason enter my room? Marcy shook her head. I don't know. I saw him coming down the stairs just now. Hearing this, Meadow hurried upstairs without another word, Shelley following closely. What's with the young mistress? Marcy wondered. Rushing into her room, Meadow stood by the desk, breathing a sigh of relief when everything looked untouched. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew through the window, sending the paper covering the portrait to the floor. Meadow picked it up. Standing upright, she froze in horror. Where's the paperweight? It was definitely holding it down when I left. The next moment, Meadow covered her blushing face with both hands and exclaimed, Oh no, he saw it. So embarrassing. This translation maintains the paragraph structure, tone, and style of the original Chinese text while ensuring natural English phrasing and coherence. Hashtag chapter 297, Shelley's clear and transparent thoughts. Shelley, who had been following behind, now closed the door and approached, asking, Young miss, what's wrong? Miriam, blushing, replied, Shelley, what should we do? He saw me drawing his portrait. Shelley was taken aback. She then glanced around the room and asked, Young miss, how do you know he saw it? It doesn't look like anyone has come in here. Miriam said firmly, He did come in. Before we left, I used a paperweight to hold down the paper, but now the paperweight has been moved. And just now, Brandy said she saw him coming down from upstairs, so he must have come in. Shelley immediately checked the position of the paperweight and found it indeed different from before, thus believing what young miss said. What should we do? What should we do? Miriam paced anxiously, feeling both embarrassed and nervous about facing Emmanuel later. Shelley quickly consoled her. Young miss, if he saw it, so be it. It's not a big deal. Don't be so tense. Miriam frowned. It's easy for you to say. He's a married man. If he saw me secretly drawing his portrait, what will he think of me? He might think I'm not serious or proper. Shelley disagreed, shaking her head instantly. How could that be, young miss? Men liking women and women liking men is a very normal thing. Why wouldn't it be proper? Hearing Shelley speak so boldly about love, Miriam felt incredibly shy and blushed, saying, Shelley, lower your voice. What if someone hears? Seeing this, Shelley hastily lowered her tone. Young miss, I think you're overthinking this. We've known Baker for so long. You don't know how kind-hearted he is? I believe Baker is different from other men and won't have any ill thoughts about you. Miriam gradually calmed down upon hearing Shelley's words. After a moment, Miriam slowly nodded. You're right, Shelley. He is different from others. Maybe I did worry too much? Shelley nodded immediately. Miriam then continued. But Shelley, with him seeing my painting, I feel so awkward. How am I supposed to face him when he comes later? Shelley thought for a moment, then stepped forward and whispered, Young miss, why not use this chance to clarify everything with Baker? What? Miriam was startled, looking at Shelley in fear. Shelley spoke earnestly, Young miss, hiding it forever isn't a solution. Not only does it make me uncomfortable, but it also hurts you. It's better to clear things up. Miriam, of course, didn't want to suffer from unrequited love, especially after witnessing Cleveland Fuchin and Livia together during this trip. Feeling envious and sentimental, Miriam fell silent, walking slowly behind the desk and staring at Emmanuel's portrait. After a while, she sighed softly. Shelley, it's not as simple as you think. Miriam explained slowly. First, father's stance is firm. He forbids me from marrying Baker as a concubine. Secondly, I'm not entirely sure about Baker's feelings toward me. If it turns out I'm just wishful thinking and Baker has no interest in me, what would happen if I reveal everything? How would we meet again? Shelley suddenly felt uneasy and frowned. But young miss, you can't go on like this forever. Even though I'm not very smart, I feel this isn't fair to you. Miriam looked at Shelley puzzled. Shelley said seriously, Young miss, if you like Baker, you should tell him. If he likes you two can figure out how to persuade Lord. If Baker doesn't have feelings for you, then you can finally move on, without harboring false hopes or worrying about how to interact with him. Most importantly, you won't waste time on someone who doesn't love you, and can seek a good match instead. As Shelley finished speaking, Miriam looked at her in shock. She never imagined that the usually clumsy Shelley could be so insightful and rational about matters of the heart. Not understanding Miriam's gaze, Shelley felt somewhat scared and regretful, hurriedly lowering her head. Young miss, I spoke without thinking. Please don't be angry. Just consider it nonsense. However, Miriam shook her head, saying earnestly, No, Shelley, you're right. I really should talk to him clearly. Shelley was startled by her words, widening her eyes to confirm if they were sincere. Miriam glanced at the portrait again, then silently made up her mind. When Emmanuel came back, she would find an opportunity to speak her heart. At the market, Emmanuel and Josephine were inquiring about stores selling sugar frost. However, throughout the journey, it was mainly Josephine doing the questioning, while Emmanuel appeared distracted, often lost in thought. Initially, Josephine didn't bother with Emmanuel's behavior, but eventually, she couldn't bear it anymore. Every time she asked him something, he seemed to hear nothing, needing several calls to snap back to reality. Hey, Emmanuel? Emmanuel? Lost in thought again, Emmanuel only returned to reality when Josephine waved her hand in front of his face. Josephine, holding her sword, asked somewhat angrily, Emmanuel, what's wrong with you? What are you thinking about, acting like you've lost your soul? Emmanuel quickly shook his head, trying to evade. Nothing. I'm just thinking about how much sugar frost we need to buy. Yes, that's it. Josephine raised an eyebrow. Emmanuel, do you think I'm stupid? Don't give me such a lousy lie. She then asked, what's on your mind? If you can't figure it out yourself, you can tell me. Maybe I can offer some advice. Emmanuel pondered for a moment, then replied, here's the thing. I have a friend who is married, just like me. Now there's a pretty and unmarried woman who likes him. If you were him, how would you face that woman? Upon hearing this, Josephine smiled, stepping closer to Emmanuel and fixing him with a stare. Emmanuel, this friend of yours is actually you, isn't it? Chapter 298. Unusual woman. Emmanuel was momentarily stunned. Then he quickly shook his head and said, No, how could it be me? It's my friend. Really, a close friend? Josephine laughed immediately and pointed at Emmanuel, saying, You're still denying it's you. Panicking like this, ha ha. Emmanuel continued to deny several times, but Josephine wouldn't believe him. Helpless, Emmanuel had to admit, All right, you guessed right, that person is me. Josephine smiled and asked, Hey, who is that woman? What does she look like? After this exchange, Emmanuel had no mood to discuss this topic with Josephine anymore and quickened his pace forward. Josephine became even more interested and hurriedly chased after him with her sword, asking, Hey, who exactly is it? Tell us. Emmanuel didn't respond and kept walking forward. Josephine followed up with a few more questions, but Emmanuel remained silent. Immediately, she changed tactics. I know now, Emmanuel, you like that woman? Josephine suddenly said. Hearing this, Emmanuel instantly stopped in his tracks and turned to look at Josephine. Seeing Emmanuel's expression, Josephine knew she had hit the mark and immediately pointed at him. Am I right? You do like that woman? Emmanuel frowned slightly and asked, How did you know I like her? Josephine replied, It's simple. If you didn't like her, why would you be so troubled? It's because you like her, but you already have a wife, so you don't know how to handle the relationship, right? Emmanuel didn't respond because Josephine was spot on. Josephine looked at Emmanuel and then asked, By the way, I forgot to ask you, does the woman you mentioned, does she like you? Emmanuel nodded lightly. That's not complicated. Why don't you take her as a concubine? It's very normal for a man to have multiple wives, Josephine said. Emmanuel looked at Josephine in some surprise. Lady Shang, I never thought you would approve of a man having multiple wives. Josephine said, Why shouldn't I agree? A man who can have multiple wives shows that he's capable and competent. Which woman doesn't want to marry a capable and competent man? Oh, to have to marry an incompetent man and live a lifetime glaring at each other. Now that's real happiness. Emmanuel was quite surprised. He hadn't expected Josephine to be so forward-thinking. His perception of her began to change significantly. Pausing a moment, Emmanuel asked, Lady Shang, so if your future husband had multiple wives, you wouldn't object? Josephine answered without hesitation, Of course not. I don't mind at all. As long as he's capable and we love each other, that's enough. The rest isn't that important. Emmanuel looked at Josephine, feeling rather taken aback, unsure what to say for a while. Honestly, from the start, Emmanuel had assumed that a fiery-tempered woman like Josephine would never allow her husband to take a concubine. But reality was the opposite. At this point, Josephine added, "Wait, don't get the wrong idea. I'm not saying I'd marry a man with multiple wives. Ideally, I'd marry a capable and competent man whom I also love, of course. He can't be too ugly, fat, short, or bald. I'd never consider that." Just as she finished speaking, Josephine frowned and said, Hey, aren't we talking about you? Why are we talking about me now?" Josephine quickly redirected the conversation. "Emmanuel, listen to me. Just take her as a concubine. If she likes you, she will definitely agree." Emmanuel shook his head. "Lady Shang, it's not that simple. Her father would absolutely refuse." "How do you know her father won't agree? Have you even asked?" Josephine asked. Emmanuel replied, "I don't need to ask. Her father figured out the situation a long time ago and called me to his home. He said I could marry his daughter only if I divorced my current wife first. He would never let his daughter be anyone's concubine unless he were no longer alive." Josephine was somewhat surprised and couldn't help but ask, "Who is this person? So harsh." "Forget it. You don't know him anyway," Emmanuel said. Josephine shrugged slightly and didn't say anything further. Finally, Emmanuel and Josephine found a store selling sugar frost. The price of sugar frost was higher than Emmanuel had expected. In Xinzhou City, it cost about 551 per pound, and reportedly, the price got cheaper further south. Emmanuel understood this. Sugarcane and sugar beet were the primary ingredients for making sugar, with sugarcane accounting for more than 70%. Sugarcane was a southern crop, which naturally made it much more expensive in the north. Emmanuel immediately ordered 300 pounds of sugar frost, startling the shop owner. However, the shop only had around 160 pounds. Sugar frost was too expensive. Only the rich in the city could afford it. Even they didn't buy large quantities at once, usually just 1 or 2 pounds at a time. Ordinary people mostly bought black sugar and never considered sugar frost. Emmanuel estimated that 160 pounds of sugar frost would be enough for making stone bombs. He paid promptly and instructed the owner to deliver the sugar frost to the fragrant skin specialty store, mentioning that it was purchased by Emmanuel. Upon hearing it was Emmanuel, the owner's attitude became unusually warm and welcoming, inviting him inside and instructing staff to bring tea and snacks. Emmanuel wasn't interested in staying and politely declined before leaving with Josephine. Returning directly to the fragrant skin specialty store after leaving the market, Emmanuel suddenly stood motionless at the entrance. Emmanuel reminded himself to act as if nothing had happened, ensuring Miriam wouldn't notice anything unusual. "Emmanuel, what are you daydreaming about? Let's go in," Josephine suddenly asked. Emmanuel took a deep breath and prepared to walk into the store confidently. But this action revealed everything to Josephine. She grabbed Emmanuel, startled, and asked, "Is it Miss Noah, right?" Emmanuel was dumbfounded, looking at Josephine in confusion. Josephine grinned and said, "Emmanuel,